Eyes was standing in the darkness. She didn't know where she was. She didn't know why she was here. As she turned around to look, she suddenly realized her small hands and feet were round and soft again. Eyes had returned to the form of her younger self. When was this? Long ago. Eyes had always been a child, or maybe not. Even though she tried to think, she couldn't quite remember. But she was alone here, and that made her feel lonely. Let's go on an adventure, Eyes. From beneath her feet, countless friends appeared, her sister dolls, the wolf plush wrapped in a blanket, the little soldier clutching a spear, the elf made off-light, and the cat-shaped soldier with the round head. Even though they were smaller than Eyes, they were all very strong, and Ace knew she could rely on them. That's right. Eyes am an adventurer, with a determined HMPH. She picked up a wooden toy sword and shield, and set letter 1B0 on an adventure with all her friends by her side. The dim labyrinth was eerie, and countless monsters appeared, but Eyes wasn't scared at all. When her friends swung their tiny arms and legs, the monsters fell one after another. The fairies floating around them glowed in hues of jade and amber, clearing the path ahead with 7-colored magic. Eyes swung her sword. Hiya! And every time she did, the monsters' eyes spun and they collapsed unconscious. Nothing was frightening. They could go anywhere. Come on, let's sing a song. With hand claps and foot stomps, they blew trumpets and beat drums, and Eyes thrust her sword into the air again and again. The laughing hammer went clang, clang. The tiny, adorable saint child cheered them on. They fell into rhythm, forming a line, everyone together. It was complete, a brave march with Eyes leading the way. Lunpaka, Lunpaka. They played merrily, helping one another, descending deeper and deeper. Down, down they went. Down, down and further down. Down and down and down and down and down and down and down. Even as the darkness thickened, they went still deeper. Exactly 60 times they descended, and by the time they reached that depth, a wind blew. A cold wind. Eyes held her hair down and instinctively shut her eyes. Patter, patter, something wet splattered around her. Something warm and sticky had hit her skin. What was that? She wondered, opening her eyelids, and realized that all sound had vanished. The song that everyone had been singing together was gone. Everyone? Slowly, she turned around. And there, a crimson spring spread before her eyes. Her friend's arms and legs were twisted unnaturally. That girl she had been so close to, her right arm, was missing. Every one of them was riddled with holes, torn apart, mangled beyond recognition. Their bright red stewing, so vivid it was nauseating, spilled out, wet and glistening like entrails. From their broken button eyes, red droplets trickled down. The warm splashes that had hit Eyes were her friend's blood. Eyes froze. Her entire body turned cold, numb, her fingers and toes like blocks of ice. Something was howling, whistling right beside her ear. She finally realized the blade she held was stained red. Her friend's blood clung thickly to it, as if whispering, "This is your doing." That same cold wind howled louder, spinning in a vortex around the blade. Ahaha, yufufu, ihihihi, it was laughing. Someone had stolen Eyes' voice and was laughing in her place. Before her frozen eyes, the laughter of the wind grew louder until it became a storm. In an instant, it blew away everything except Eyes. All of her fallen friends were lifted high, higher still, into the air, and burst apart. A red rain began to fall. A rain that painted the darkness in vivid, horrible color. A rain of blood and flesh, splattering over Eyes whose body had gone cold as ice. Her entire body was drenched in crimson, and her pupils shrank unnaturally, as though something inside her had snapped. What came next was a scream, torn from her throat, a sound steeped in terror and despair. Ah. Clutching her head with both hands, Eyes' knees buckled helplessly, and she collapsed to the ground. From all around her, countless pillars of ice erupted upward, a frozen prison sealing her heart away. Or perhaps a shelter, a domed shell meant to protect a heart that had already cracked apart. From above, something malignant, something monstrous, gazed down upon fiendless nightmare. Ahihihihi. Yeah. That grotesque, overwhelming presence, so vast it seemed to swallow the world, wrapped its arms lovingly around the birdcage of ice that held the girl, letting out a voice of dark ecstasy and delight as its long tongue slithered across the frozen bars. Chapter 1. Eyes SOS, the expedition failed. The expedition has failed. The joint force on the 60th floor has been annihilated. A roar of despair. The bitter scent of iron filled the air, like blood overflowing from a deep wound. Weapons shattered, and countless adventurers collapsed, their bodies stained bright red. The sight of missing limbs, the smell of scorched flesh, and the silence after the screams felt more like a tragedy on a stage than reality. Come on, we have to help them. Our comrades. Our captains are still down there in the deep floors. A young man with black hair shouted this while clutching his injured arm, his words piercing through any attempt to escape reality. Loki Familia, annihilated. Those cruel, unfamiliar words flashed across the magical screens spread throughout the city, and the world itself trembled in shock. What are you saying? That the brave and the others haven't returned yet? Even the healers and support units, they were all part of the joint expedition, right? How could they lose? Then should we have just run away? The voice, cracking with rage and grief, was swallowed by the storm of chaos engulfing the city. Adventurers, Guild Star Letter 1B0, and even gods themselves were struck speechless by the shock. It wasn't confusion, it was terror. The report was no mere rumor. It was the solemn toll of the bell announcing the fall of heroes, a reality too heavy for anyone to accept. The reaction came swiftly and violently. Cries of anger, screams of sorrow, curses and lamentations filled the air. People stumbled, unable to contain their feelings, as chaos spread like wildfire through Aurario. Some raised their fists to the sky in denial, some froze in place in disbelief, and others, unable to bear the despair, collapsed where they stood, as if releasing their very souls. I was the latter. Like an idiot, I just stood there, forgetting how to breathe as I stared at the scene before me. My eyes throbbed in their sockets, pulsing as if they'd become my very heart. They fell upon the Loki Familia, collapsed on the floor. The young mage girl, hair robe drenched in blood, weeping uncontrollably as she clutched someone's keepsake in her arms. The Palom who was vomiting blood while trying to stand, and the elf with hair the color of a mountain breeze who looked back toward their port in disbelief. Their eyes met. Among the crowd of stunned adventurers, there was no sign of the girl with golden eyes. Eyes, nowhere. No matter how many times he looked, she wasn't there. The sword princess, Eyes Wallenstein, is nowhere to be found on the surface. The flower that bloomed too high above the ground was gone. Eyes. Even though he already understood everything, he couldn't stop himself from shouting, from trying to run. The black-haired boy, his strength finally spent, fell to one knee. Reaching out toward the words Loki Familia, he tried to demand answers. Bell, wait. But before he could move, an impact struck his back. It was Aina. Her arms wrapped tightly around his torso, fragile arms, not even belonging to one of the god's followers. For someone like me, a first-class adventurer now, it wasn't enough to hold Mebek. And yet, the cold touch of the body pressed against my back, and those frail limbs that seemed like they'd collapse at any moment if I didn't support them, made my feet stop. You're already falling apart. Even breathing hurts, so please just get out of here now. She wanted me freed from this cruel, suffocating chaos. Aina, who had known so many adventurers that never came back from the dungeon, pleaded with everything she had. Even as the blood drained from her face, turning her pale as a ghost up and hearing the news of despair, she alone refused to blame the Loki Familia. Instead, she tried to help, tried to let us rest. Misha, the other Guild Star Letter 1B0, they were the same. They knew they could never overpower adventurers, yet they desperately tried to hold the lines, to push back the crowds, to protect and tend to those who had barely returned alive. A splash of cold water hit my head, but even that clarity flared into emotion again in an instant. Seeing Aina, on the verge of tears, I felt my own eyes start to sting, and like a little brother throwing a tantrum at his sister. I shouted, but Eyes, Finn and the others. The gaping void left behind by the disappearance of the people I had admired and respected so deeply shook me to my core, leaving Bell Cranel unable to think, barely able to comprehend the reality before him. When I turned around, Aina and Misha were standing together, faces pale with worry. Bell. A large hand rested heavily on my shoulder. This time, it wasn't cold like Aina's touch. It was firm, warm, like the back of Alien basking in sunlight. It was Professor Leon. Calm down. A first-class adventurer mustn't lose control. His deep voice pressed into me with the weight of a teacher, no, of an adult, a level 7's weight. Even so, to me, who was still little more than a child, it felt unbearably heavy. All right. I could only manage to stand weakly, trembling. Aina, still pale, looked at me with faint color returning to her face. When our eyes met, I saw my own pathetic reflection mirrored in hers and bit my lip hard. After Professor Leon made a small gesture with his hand, Aina placed her arm around me once again. Her touch was so delicate, so fragile, and yet somehow stronger than anyone else. I gently reached out and brushed her arm, then whispered an apology inside my heart, Ina, trembling so pitifully that it hurt to watch, far more broken than I was, shivered again and whispered in a voice so faint it seemed ready to disappear. I'm sorry. I could only echo her apology, my own voice barely a whisper. I couldn't bring myself to shout anymore. Don't let anyone else die. Get the wounded to the hospital now. A group of healers burst through the crowd, beginning emergency treatment. The Loki familia, blood-soaked and battered, was carried away in their arms. The adventurers' cries of rage from earlier now seemed hollow, and everyone could only stare silently at the sight before them, the scene painted in blood. I was the same. Even now, as the unprecedented crisis crept ever closer to Arario, I could only share the city's horror, frozen in place. I watched in anguish as the grievously wounded were carried out one after another. Belle! Belle! My goddess, along with Lily and the others, came running toward me. Loki familia, missing in action on the 60th floor. The survivors were taken away by the gods themselves to a special Medica facility, the Diane sect familia's upper floor treatment ward. Those who barely escaped with their lives from the expedition were moved there along with the injured Ryu. Despite everything that had happened on the 37th floor after the retreat, a strange, almost eerie quiet blanketed the city. Inside one of the hospital rooms were everyone except Ina, who was away on guild duty. The full members of the Hestia familia, Professor Leon and Nina. Lily understood the grimness of the situation better than anyone, her expression pale and tense as she wiped the sweat from her brow. Mikoto kept her eyes down, while Haruheim tried to owe her comfort through trembling words. Only Welf, despite being drenched in sweat, forced himself to stay calm beside Professor Leon. Or maybe that composure was only his way of suppressing fear. When the goddess finally spoke, the 60th floor, that number alone made my face go pale once again. Just moments before, Professor Leon had told us, remain calm. As we prepared to head for the Dragon's Valley, the divine words reached us again, heavy, trembling. Something had happened on the 60th floor. A monster had appeared. Lady Loki, the goddess with crimson hair, appeared in the room. She was the head of the Loki familia and the goddess of eyes and her companions. Following her, the chief, Finn, and even the vice-captain, Reveria, were not present. In their place, the goddess alone had returned. The deep floors, the dungeon boss below, is no longer there. Information that had just been delivered by the highest-ranked adventurers was devastating. In short, the deep floors themselves had collapsed. A monster beyond comprehension was running rampant below. At that report, Loki's face twisted with a mixture of rage and anguish. Nina and Haruheim gasped in disbelief. As a fellow goddess, Hestia wore an expression of pain. Loki. Are your children going to be okay? How badly are they hurt? Can they even be healed? The Loki I know doesn't look this worn out. Even as she said it, Hestia's voice trembled, her warmth vanishing as anxiety overtook her. The room itself seemed to lose its breath. The air was heavy, too heavy. Loki could barely steady her breathing as she whispered, "They're still in the dungeon. We've got to help them right away." But up until that moment, my body had only grown colder. When I heard those words, I snapped to attention. We have to save Eyes and the others right away. That statement could only mean one thing. Loki, does that mean the Sword Princess and the others are still alive? Sure does. The blessings for Eyes and her lot haven't diminished. Those kids might be all alone down there right now, but they're still clenching their teeth and hanging on. And the others are still alive. Sir asked Loki to confirm it, as if to reassure me and everyone else. And through that confirmation, we gained something, hope. The gods of each familia can sense the number of their children still living through the divine blood that grants their fauna, their blessing. Just like more than half a year ago, when I, Lily, and Welf were lost in the middle floors, Hestia had used the reaction of our own blessings to confirm that we were still alive. A sudden heat welled up deep within me, burning away my grief and despair. Maybe that made me shallow, but so what? If I can save Eyes and the others, I'll do anything. Right now. Loki, please, let me go save Eyes and the others. Let me join the rescue team. And the fact that my mentor, the strategist who often handles our operations, had appeared here together with Loki, meant exactly one thing. Thanks to the modifications my mentor made to my body, I could think a little more clearly now. When I mentioned the existence of the rescue team first, Loki's face twisted into one of exasperation, as if she'd momentarily forgotten how dire things were. I came here to bow my head and ask you all for help, you know. So what are you doing bowing to me instead? You should be grateful for my pure and innocent bell, Loki. Fufu, good for you, Loki Tilda. You were fretting so much over how to ask for help after all that bragging you've done, weren't you, Tilda? Shut it, you cheeky rabbit. You love-struck goddess. Sir, as Hestia pooed up proudly and Sir smiled softly beside her, Loki shouted once, then scratched her head roughly in defeat. Thanks to that little burst of silliness from the gods, the tense air lightened, and a faint smile returned to Welf and Makoto's faces. Professor Leon placed a gentle hand on my shoulder again, this time with a deurant kind of smile, one born of relief rather than sympathy. My master, however, simply closed his eyes, adjusted his glasses, and muttered, 50 points. I couldn't help but twitch a smile reflexively. That fool of a rabbit made the discussion jump ahead by several steps, but we will commence the rescue operation. Then, without delay, my master declared it. Since that insolent man failed, I will be the one taking command. By the will of all the gods of Arario, every single deity present, you are to immediately come under my command. My master's booming declaration shook the room. It was the usual announcement of the rescue operation's supreme commander. Loki glared at him with the ferocity of someone about to bite his head letter 1B0. Though honestly, I couldn't help but sweat at the sheer nerve it took to throw around insults so casually with the head gods of other familia sitting right there. Still, with Finn absent, there was truly no one else who could plan a large-scale mission and lead everyone like this man could. It was obvious. After all, he had once commanded the mighty warriors of the Familia War as if they were his own limbs. My master, completely unbothered by the immense weight of command, turned his crimson eyes toward me and Professor Leon, toward the battle-ready Forcesoft level 5 and above who had just returned from the Dragon's Valley. We were needed, relied upon, chosen. To be allowed even a single seat among the first-class adventurers assembled her, that alone filled me with awe. Master, what should I do? Go to sleep. The moment I leaned forward, fired up and ready to go, my enthusiasm froze solid. I thought I'd be scolded for asking too quickly, but instead that unexpected order completely killed my momentum. WH, what do you mean by that? I'm telling you to immediately shut your eyes and completely heal the fatigue you have built up in the valley, idiot. Be but sleeping right now in this situation, that's totally impossible. Even if it's impossible, do it. What did you learn from my training, you foolish imp? Oof. The moment I tried to make even the tiniest excuse, my master's long leg shot out and slammed into me. The impact was like taking a spear to the gut. I doubled over, clutching my stomach with both hands. Then, in the next instant, he slipped behind me, and with one hand, grabbed me by the screw letter 1B0 and lifted me clean letter 1B0 the ground. Don't make me waste my time, you fool. It's sparking. Master's hand is sparking. No way, directly into my spinal cord. The zero-range lightning kill, even a first-class adventurer could die from that. Wait, Master, please wait. Hurry up and die. BZZZT, crackle, crackle, crackle. The current raced straight through my brain and with a loud zap. My consciousness was instantly cut letter 1B0. As the darkness swallowed me whole, the last thing I thought I heard was the sorrowful cry of the goddess. BELL Japanese letter Japanese letter Japanese letter Japanese letter Japanese letter Japanese letter Japanese letter. And then nothing. Arapia. With a splat, the boy collapsed onto the floor, and Nina let out a scream to rival Evan the goddesses. The young half-elf girl, stunned by such a cruel and outrageous act that she couldn't believe it had come from one of their own, froze where she stood. Flustered, she rushed to help the fallen boy, but someone else beat her to it. The golden-haired Renard, who had been closest, immediately and devotedly gathered the boy's head into her soft thighs. A heartbeat later, the city-born girl clicked her tongue in frustration and began carefully applying ointment from her kit to the burn marks on his neck. The Palom and the elf, both late to act, exchanged pained looks and began preparing a bed, while voicing professional protests such as, "That was far too excessive," an almost routine response from the group's specialists to the sadistic elf's brutality. As for the boy lying face down, his head now resting in someone's lap, the little goddess beside them trembled, her tiny fist still raised halfway. Unsure whether to explode in anger or to hold herself back, she simply quivered in indecision. There wasn't even a millimeter's gap to intervene in Belle's protective cordon, and the perpetually a lap behind junior girl who had fallen completely behind couldn't choke out one stunned word. Of the group, only Mikoto placed a hand on Nina's shoulder, shook her head as if to say, the years of experience are on Addie Urant level, and tried to console her. TCH, this kid's way too popular. I can feel nothing but an aura of him surpassing everyone. Please don't say prophecies that shroud this boy's future in darkness. Surrounded by beauties upon beauties, the rabbit Belle drew a vexed look from Loki, as if to say, it's nothing but girls, isn't it? While one girl stood petrified, thinking, so this is Rappy's everyday life. Frozen in horror and despair, Hedin, who seemed to ignore the scene of that foolish disciple being fawned over as if it were the most trivial thing in the world, turned his eyes to Leon and said, You, too, including you, have been breathing the contaminated miasma of the valley, haven't you? Yeah. Nina's purification magic cut it O letter 1B0, but I can't claim we didn't take in even a bit. Drawn back to her senses by that exchange between Leon and the others, Nina finally recovered her composure. Over-relying on an LV5 status and then being useless at the crucial moment won't do. Until the time comes, this fool sleeps. Thanks to a first-class adventurer's toughness, he probably doesn't feel it. But Belle's recovery of stamina right now is far slower than he himself thinks. Seeing through that, Hedin dispensed with niceties and acted by force. A misjudgment born from the confidence of omnipotence, a false reading Aphon's physical limits. No matter how strong, even a first-class adventurer is prone to it, especially those known as record holders. Their mental management grows lax in proportion to their speed, and when external contamination is added to the mix, it becomes even more dangerous. Hestia, who was glaring at those around her, lifted Belle's head and gently laid it in her lap. Then, with a worried expression, she produced a small vial developed by Isfi, the aromatic sleeping agent Goodnight Argus, and released it. The tranquilizing scent spread through the air. Naza Mayach, Hestia muttered, brushing aside Belle's hair as he slept peacefully. Nearby, Commander Hedin quickly issued orders to the surrounding personnel. Hestia glanced at him and said, Mr. Hedin, you might want to open your eyes before long. If he keeps wandering too deeply into the dream world, he might not wake you up again. Snorting through his nose, Hedin replied sharply, Don't push your values onto me, Hestia. Hestia turned her gaze toward him, calm yet cutting. Don't make that face at me. I'm simply pointing out the truth. Their exchange was interrupted when Leon stepped forward. All right, enough. Let's not start another fight. With a sigh, Hestia looked back toward Belle. After this, Nina and I will head to the Academy District to rest. We'll make use of the purification facility developed for the Dragon's Vala countermeasures. We'll make sure to eliminate enough of those sources off anxiety that they'll be of no concern. However, this isn't meant to stir things up, but I must say, it was rather unexpected. Immediately, Leon probed further. Even in times of crisis, I'd taken it that you and Finn's group intended to keep your feud alive. The foolish cats are one thing, Hedin replied coolly, but casting aside valuable strength right before the Black Dragon subjugation would be the height of inefficiency. I refuse to do that, even if it involves that insolent man. More importantly, even among the hardened warriors who accompanied their expedition, there have been casualties. The one who trembled and perked her ears was Nina. The one who narrowed his sharp eyes was Leon. The eradication of the abominations that dared trample upon the goddess's possessions in their arrogance, that alone is reason enough for our meeting. From the elf's small frame, an unrestrained anger began to rise faint at first like smoke, then clearly burning upward. Among those quietly watching the exchange, Hestia and Ryu both turned their eyes with concern toward one particular figure. It was her gaze cast downward as though mourning a beloved child. There weren't many captains among those who went with them, she said softly, but 3 souls have already returned to the heavens. Meluna, Ristan, Tana. The names that crossed his lips, spoken with permission from Sur and Hedin, belonged to members of the Freya Familia, who had joined the Loki Familia as part of this expedition alliance. At the same time, those names were also of elves who, though only for a short while, had once fought alongside Belle as comrades. They were formidable warriors, perhaps not as close as caretakers, but veterans who had clashed many times on the battlefield, even taking the time to teach the young adventurer a few tricks of combat. Putting him to sleep was the right call, murmured Welf, as a heavy, grief-laden silence filled the room. He watched the boy now laid upon the bed, whose kind heart was too sensitive to endure the pain of loss. Though Hedin, Ever the disciplinarian might have found it difficult to accept, even the blacksmith youth, and the rest of the Hestia Familia, had to admit that, given the situation, that decision was undeniably the correct one. Lady Hestia and the others have given us a brief account, but I still can't believe it, that the Loki Familia was forced into retreat, and that all of the first-class adventurers, including Lord Finn, were left behind on the 60th floor. The one who spoke in a heavy, trembling voice, her face still pale and drained off blood, was Lilaruka. Braver Finn Damney, Ninehel Reveria Eljas Alf, Elgarm Gareth Landrock, Jormungand Tioni Hurute, Amazon Tiona Hurute, Vanargand Beteloga, Alchat Anakitty Autumn, and the Sword Princess Eyes Wallenstein. From level 7 down to level 5, even when compared to the executives of the Freya Familia, this lineup was an overwhelming, rule-breaking formation. Moreover, when one takes into account that the team also included Tsubaki Kalbrand, the highest-ranking smith of the Hephaestos Familia, who had even aided Lily and the others during the Familia War, and Amid Tezenair, the city's foremost healer and a member of the Diane Sect Familia, their overall combat strength easily surpassed that of even the most elite first-class adventurer parties led by the Einherjar. Fact that such a force of elites failed to return to the surface, that alone proves that even if the Freya Familia had launched a solo expedition, the chances of complete annihilation would have been exceedingly high. Otter was on the 49th floor, responding to an adventurer's request from Finn. Hogni was left behind on the 60th floor, guarding Reveria. Both of them are still alive, but neither has returned. Sir added, sharing the rest of the information. Even with the combined might of those monsters of adventurers, they were still utterly destroyed. That information struck Lily and the others with immeasurable shock. As the room once again grew heavy with tension, Nina, who, not knowing Seer's true identity, hesitated to speak, was beaten to the punch when Leon stepped forward and posed the question instead. How do you know so much? To grasp the details of a battle that took place in the deep levels of the dungeon, one would need something like the divine mirror to even see that far, wouldn't they? Loki answered without pause. We gave Finn and the others one of those eye crystals the Alliance used during the Familia War. Even after they descended into the deep floors, we stayed in contact with them around the clock. So, right up until the moment the crystal broke during their clash with the enemy, we know exactly what happened. Then Loki here shared that information with us immediately afterward, Hestia added. Even before Loki's return team made it back to the surface. Leon nodded in understanding. I see. That makes sense. Nina could only follow along halfway, but she listened carefully to Hestia's explanation and managed to grasp at least the outcome. There was a clear information gap between Nina's group, who had only just returned to the city, and Lily's group, who had already received prior notice from Loki. For the transmission, we've made every possible preparation. We're ready to move at any time. That includes what we already had stored up. We've also prepared as many magic swords as possible. Hephaestus supplied us with all of them. After that, do as you like. It was because she had already received instructions from Hedin Ornat. Mikoto still couldn't quite wipe the tension from her face. Even so, she drew in a quiet breath, steeling her resolve. Beside her, Welf thrust out a hastily scrawled memo, a list of the Krazo magic swords he had prepared, along with their elemental attributes, his expression challenging, almost defiant. Hedin snatched it from his hand without a word. The members of the Hestia Familia, they had already made up their minds to fate. Haruheim clasped her hands tightly against her chest, trembling with emotion. Lily, still looking the palest of them all, bit her lip in silence. And Ryu, eyes sharp and calm, observed their potential allies, measuring their strength. Sensing the determination, the fierce will to fight, radiating from all three, Nina found her breath trembling. Unable to hold it back, she blurted out, we have to head out as soon as possible, right? What? What are we going to do? Even though first-class adventurers were said to be capable of surviving for a week anywhere in the dungeon, as long as they had access to surface water, food and hydration couldn't simply be ignored. But more than that, the number 60 meant something else entirely to Nina. Having descended only as far as the 29th floor during her own Familia training expedition, she had learned firsthand just how terrifying the dungeon could be. The thought of anything beyond that, a world so deep it felt like another reality, made her dizzy just imagining it. How were they supposed to reach such depths? How could they possibly rescue anyone trapped down there? Nina had no idea. Are you all going too, Lily? But the people who can even reach the 60th floor for a rescue, there can't be that many, can there? Just as Nina leaned forward without thinking, just as those words left her mouth, Hedden, having finished calculating the operation's logistics, lifted his gaze from the notes. Limited. What nonsense are you spouting? In this situation, do you think I'd let even a single ounce of strength go unused? His crimson eyes pierced her, freezing her in place. While Nina could only stare, overwhelmed by his presence among the elves, the sharpest mind in all of Arario, second only to the gods themselves, declared strategy. We will deploy Arario's entire army. Chapter 2. EKIDN Express me first encounter with Lefia goes back more than 8 months ago. Thank you. And I'm sorry I wasn't watching where I was going. It was early morning in a back alley. We met at a corner and bonk. Our foreheads crashed right into each other. That was how it all started. We both fell on our backsides, and when we hurried to get up, I remember being completely captivated. Back then, her amber hair was long enough to reach past her waist. Even though the sun hadn't yet risen, it seemed to shine with its own light. It was beautiful. Her pointed ears twitched slightly, a sure sign she was an elf. Her face wasn't just beautiful, it was refined, yet soft and approachable, almost delicate. But what surprised me most was how naturally she reached out and took my hand to help me up. An elf unbound by the rigid customs of the elven forest, like Ryu, pure, gentle, and honest to her core. That sincere, innocent smile completely disarmed me. This fool couldn't help but blush. In other words, she was the living embodiment of a fairy tale elf, the kind my grandpa used to tell me about every night, the beautiful elf girl who's kind only to me. She really existed. Do you know anything about eyes? And just like that, my sweet ideal was completely shattered within 1 minute and 30 seconds. Because she turned out to be an Eyes Wallenstein fanatic. Probably. Wait, you there, stop right there. The end of my fantasy marked the beginning of an endless chase, Death Race edition. The beautiful, delicate elf from moments ago had transformed into a ferocious forest guardian, glaring at me like a barbarian hunter. I was relentlessly chased through the streets by Lefia herself. That day happened to be the first of my secret training sessions with Eyes. Most likely, Lefia had noticed Eyes sneaking out early from the home base and had gone after her out of worry. Her tracking and danger sense were so sharp it was terrifying. At the time, I was still level 1, still calling her Miss Wallenstein. The level 3 elf descending before me that morning felt nothing short of divine punishment. Honestly, I was fighting harder than I did during the Silverback incident. Through sheer luck and frantic thinking, I somehow managed to escape and reach the great city wall where Eyes was waiting. But that was only the beginning of my fated run-ins with Lefia. I won't lose to you. That was what she shouted the day we happened to meet at the Babel Gates after returning from the dungeon, for some reason burning with rivalry. It's why you. I'm sorry. Then came Death Race I, right after I accidentally witnessed Eyes and the others bathing on the 18th floor, an endless chase of rage and apologies. I'm sorry. And Death Race I, after escaping the clutches of the courtesan Frinai and Herolk, when, on the way back through Daedalus Street near the Pleasure Quarter, I accidentally spilled the stamina potion Hermes had given me right over Lefia's head. The result, a scream and a roar that could shake the heavens. Wait a second. Now that I think about it, haven't I just been chased by Lefia over and over again? All the memories I'd sealed away until now are flooding back. All those things I tried not to think about are clawing their way out of denial. Well, to be fair, I was the idiot who went to ask for training advice from a tip member of another familia, so honestly, Lefia's scolding was completely justified. After the bathing incident and the stamina potion disaster, I'm pretty sure her opinion of me hit absolute rock bottom. Yeah, that's more than fair. Anyway, Lefia and I weren't strangers. A lot had happened between us. Within the Loki familia, after Eyes and Tiona, she was probably the one I'd interacted with the most. And now, the same Lefia who surely had all kinds of complicated feelings toward me was standing before me saying, I want to borrow your strength. Lefia. As I replayed our memories in my mind, I muttered the name half in a daze. Lefia had changed, not just in appearance but in the aura surrounding her. Like a red flame turned to blue, she had become calm, composed, sharp, and dignified. And surely I had changed too. After everything with the Xenos, the deep floors, and Sur and the others, both of us, changed by our own trials, now stood under the moonlight, our ice meeting. It felt less like a reunion and more like a fated encounter, something worthy of the word kaiku. First, take this. While I stood there stunned, Lefia remained perfectly composed, holding something out to me. It was a shimmering scarlet undershirt, glowing faintly with scattered motes off light, and a battle garment engraved with runic markings. This is a special protective cloth, woven with the mana of all the elemental spirits, Salamander of fire, Undine of water, Sylph of wind, and more. It was developed by the Academy, and Leon entrusted it to you. Leon did. The choice of gear is up to you, but this is essential for the rescue mission. Be sure to wear it beneath your armor. Both the sleeveless undershirt and the battle cross were made from the same special material and technique. It was still in the prototype stage, known as the Spirit Master, cloth of all spirits. In theory, it granted resistance to all elemental magic and attacks derived from spirits themselves. As Lefia briefly explained, I only half followed, my thoughts scattered by everything happening around us. So I ended up blurting out the first question that came to mind. Why do you know about Leon? I was also a student of the Academy until 3 years ago. She answered casually, without hesitation. That reminded me of something I'd heard before. There are many active, high-ranking adventurers who graduated from the Academy. The low-key Familia's Thousand Elf is one of the most prominent examples. That's what Hermes had said during our last visit to the Academy. Unlike me, a half-fake guest student, Lefia was the real thing, a genuine graduate. No wonder she called him Professor Leon with such respect. She might have even been part of the Balder class. Why are you here, Lefia? Her deep blue eyes fixed on me, calm but piercing, and under that gaze, I couldn't help but voice the question that weighed most on my mind. To be honest, it felt awkward. I've made my share of mistakes, and I'm sure Lefia doesn't have the best feelings toward me either. So to say that spending time alone together didn't feel awkward would be a lie. I already said everything earlier. Was as if she could read my thoughts. Or maybe she felt the same way. Lefia exhaled softly. Leon asked me to deliver that equipment to you. And also, she met my gaze again, her eyes frighteningly serious. An elf who abandoned Eyes and the others, I shamelessly wished to borrow your strength. It wasn't her humility or her words that surprised me. It was that she, who adored Eyes so deeply, had used the word abandoned. The things I saw on the 60th floor, the things I did there, I'll tell you everything. Lefia's voice was quiet. Or maybe she was suppressing her emotions so they wouldn't spill over. It couldn't have taken more than 5 minutes. But the story she told, about their retreat from the 60th floor, no unimaginable fight for survival, felt like it lasted forever. If I could go back, I'd change the past. But that's meaningless. We'll burn away the convenient delusions, the regrets that cling to us, and take back what was stolen as quickly as possible. I couldn't even think straight. My head and heart were a mess. That was how horrific, how incomprehensible the story she told was. But she was right. We didn't have the time to wallow in regret or conflict. Please, I'm begging you, help us. Front of me as I sat on the edge of the bed, Lefia went down on one knee. Bathed in the pale blue moonlight shining through the window, she looked like Acnite. I had never seen an elf so pure, so noble, so desperate to atone. Then she lifted her face and held out a command card, a sword directive. I didn't yet understand what it meant. I will. Answer had already been decided. Please, lend me your strength too. I took the command card from her slender fingers and nodded firmly. Save Eyes and the others together. Was probably Hestia or maybe my master, who had arranged all this for me. Over the Spirit Master cloth Lefia had brought me, I began equipping my gear, the knife from my goddess, my armor, the Goliath scarf, and the rest. When it finished, I stepped out of the infirmary. We were on the 2nd floor. Since Babel's magic stone elevators started from the 3rd, we had to take the stairs. The ceilings were tall, so the staircase was long, and Lefia and I walked down side by side. Apparently, Lefia was also wearing the same Spirit Master cloth under her battle attire. If she'd waited for me to wake up, then she was already more than prepared. Besides her style letter 1B0, she carried a dagger at her waist, and every piece of gear equipment looked expensive, high quality, and polished. Just what you'd expect from the low-key Familia. Yeah, I'd reached my limit for avoiding reality. Our conversation had already died long ago, leaving only the echo of our footsteps down the stairwell. The silence hurt. I have no idea how I'm supposed to start talking. especially after hearing about that desperate struggle on the 60th floor. If I stayed quiet, the air between us would just keep sinking, heavy like a swamp. That couldn't happen. Depressing thoughts were swirling around, and my heart wouldn't stop pounding, but I knew this silence was bad. We were about to go deep into the dungeon together. We needed at least a bit of brightness, not this gloom. And of course, I could almost hear my master's voice in my head. Can't even hold a normal conversation with a girl. What do you think Ire structured your brain for, you worthless piece of trash? Perish. Of an imaginary thunder-disciplined strike, I desperately searched for something to say. I scanned my surroundings, trying to find a safe topic, something that wouldn't annoy Leffia. Then I noticed her hair, the amber strands brushing the nape of her neck. Leffia, you cut your hair, It looks great. Even an idiot like me could tell she'd cut it shorter, so I praised it from the heart, though my smile came out style letter 1B0 and awkward. This was the master-taught technique. I just want to see your smile compliment style. Leffia looked at me the way one would stare at the most foolish creature in existence. Like a priest about to declare, there is no salvation for filth, like a summoner channeling the ultimate combination of disgust, disappointment, and contempt. A level of disdain that could even surpass Horn. Elves know humans can really make that kind of face, huh? Disgusting. Gah, the most direct and merciless strike possible, no word possible, pierced straight through my chest. She didn't look happy at all. In fact, her expression was so cold it could probably nuke what little reputation I had left. At a time like this, what are you even thinking? Are you some kind of brainless, perverted Flowerfield Happy Meal set? We're supposed to be saving eyes, and you're trying to flirt with me. Do you realize what kind of enemy of women that makes you? Ugh, bleg. All of it completely fair. A barrage of pure logic so overwhelming I didn't even have time to repent for my stupidity. My master's teachings don't work. Leffia, could she be the ultimate woman? I nearly lost my footing completely, frozen in place as she sighed and continued on the stairs. As I clutched my chest, trying desperately to hold together what was left of Mipride, I'm sorry. Her voice reached me, devoid of exasperation or contempt. It was an apology. I looked up to see Leffia descending the steps, one after another, her back turned to me. I've been too caught up in my own thoughts. I know I've been making things tense, and now you're the one having to worry about me. Leffia. But still, please don't do things you're not used to. I don't really know how Toriqued. Ah, right. Seen right through me, and I realized Leffia was far more mature than I was. That short exchange alone made it painfully clear. Do you despise me? What? For leaving eyes and the others behind. Question caught me letter 1B0 guard. At first, I didn't understand what she meant. But when she continued, her words made my eyes widen. It was, without a doubt, the honest confession she'd been hiding deep inside her heart. If I were in her place, I'd be haunted by that same regret and pain. Her slender elven legs came to a stop. Halfway down the long staircase, she turned back to face me, now several steps below, looking up. Somehow, I'd ended up higher up the stairs while she stood below. Her azure eyes gazed upward, meeting mine. Her face was so still, almost too still, devoid of emotion, just waiting for my answer. I stayed silent for a moment, staring down at her. And then, wait. Do you actually want to be despised? Huh? I didn't even realize what I just said. It slipped out before I could stop myself. Leffia blinked in surprise, her expression caught somewhere between confusion and disbelief. Seeing that reaction, I couldn't help but smile a little awkwardly and scratch the back of my head. It kind of feels like looking into a mirror. A mirror. I mean, I mess up a lot too. Sometimes I almost want people to scold me for it. When they're kind instead, it just makes me feel even more pathetic. I thought back on everything that had happened, how much trouble I'd caused Hestia and the others, and I knew I'd probably keep causing trouble from here on out too. But each time I did, I'd only want more and more to make up for it, to protect them, to repay their kindness. As I gave a small, self-deprecating laugh. It was Leffia's turn to widen her eyes. But, I continued, taking another step down the stairs. I didn't walk beside her, I passed her. And when I reached a lower step, I turned to face her. Blaming you now wouldn't be right, I know that much for sure. Now I was the one standing below and Leffia was the one above, because you and your familia came back for their sake. And now you're here with us, ready to go back and save Eyes and the others. I looked up at her, not with pity, but admiration. I didn't put it into words, but I meant it with all my heart. I respected her for surviving and for choosing to return. What Leffia and the others had done was nothing short of crossing through hell only to turn back and face it again. For someone, for their comrades, for their ideals. How could anyone possibly condemn that? So, I'm sorry, I said softly. But I can't despise you, Lefia. I wasn't grown up enough to understand everything. But as the child I still was, I could at least speak from my heart. I was a fool for asking you, Lefia muttered, exhaling in quiet exasperation. But her lips curved into a faint, gentle smile, a smile that bloomed like a flower. I won't say anything so pitiful again, so let me say it once more. Her amber hair swayed beside me and her sapphire eyes met mine. Please, lend me your strength. And just like that, all the doubt inside me disappeared. Winter nights are cold. For adventurers who have repeatedly ranked up, whose bodies have grown stronger, more resistant to heat and cold, fingers going numb and fumbling weapons isn't really a thing. Still, cold is cold. You want to wear thicker clothes, but for a body that's just starting to heat up, this might be perfect. My pulse was still high in the heavy silence that pierced the eardrums. It was the calm before the storm, the last quiet moment before the rescue operation. You're here, Belle. Ryu. Riding down with Lefia, we reached Babel's first floor. No lights were on. Moonlight poured through the ever-open gates into the main hall, dyeing everything the same pale blue as the infirmary. Ryu came straight toward us. At her waist were the Stardust Sword Alves Eostisha and a pair of short blade-skulled Futaba. She wore a white battle cross and a deep green long cape, fully kitted out, same as us. How are you feeling? Fine. I can go any time. She'd left right after waking, but she felt good. Head and body both working perfectly. The master's order to rest had been the right call. Except for a tensional most-like pressure, she was in the best condition. Ryu, is this all that's going into the dungeon? Something else bothered me. Even at a glance, the number of people gathered for the operation looked small. You're looking sturdy, Alan. I checked the records from the Familia War. Your spear skill has improved, which is good. Up, dwarf. Don't go putting on that teacher's face in front of me. Don't you dare stand before me. If you stand next to a tall, slim teacher, the cruel height gap reality becomes obvious. Surprising, that's the meat tank dwarf. Give it up, I'm fine being short. Around 160 cm is my limit, little cat here. The stubby ones, you bunch of tiny people, want me to kill you. Alan, I'm sorry, so stop. If you keep this up, Sir is going to be disappointed in yous again. Near the center of the hall, Leon, Alan, and D. Valen were already on the verge of a fight. Ulfrig was the only one wearing the weary older brother face. Haruheim, did you forget anything? Healing supplies. Welf's magic sword. Take Jagamaru for when you get hungry. Don't push yourself, okay? Why yes, Hestia, Haruheim is all ready. But I'm worried. Isfi, please take care of our Haruheim. I'll do what I can. The gate, my goddess was flapping her hands frantically, busy conducting a body check on Haruheim. Nearby, Isfi looked completely drained. No, more like consumed by despair and resignation, as she too was cornered for inspection. Elsewhere, my master was exchanging rapid communications through his ocular crystal, and around him stood the upper-ranked adventurers of the low-key Familia, including the black-haired man and the others. Neither Lily, Welf, nor Makoto were anywhere to be seen. None of the other Familia members, either. Even counting me, Lefia, and Ryu, there weren't even 20 people here. I suppose I don't need to ask, but Belle, which command card were you given? The sword one, but Ryu asked, glancing toward Lefia, who had handed it to me earlier. When I showed her the card, she nodded and pulled an identical one from her coat. Everyone here possesses the sword command card. We are the main force. The main force. From the size of the group, it seemed we'd be heading to the 60th floor as a small elite unit. Still, the lineup was extraordinary. Aside from the top-tier Buyur Haruheim, everyone was level 4 or higher. Led by level 7 Professor Leon, the rest were all first-class adventurers. From what Lefia had told me in the infirmary, something shocking in itself, both Otter and Hogni were still trapped in the deep floors after assisting Loki Familia's grand expedition. Which meant that, aside from Eyes and the others, this was practically a dream party of the city's greatest heroes. But still, the 60th floor, that's an insane depth. Normally, you'd only go that far with a massive expedition like Loki Familia's. Time's up. We're moving out. Master's command cut straight through my thoughts. Everyone turned toward him, and then the whole group began to move, to the basement level that connected to the dungeon's entrance. Wait, wasn't there supposed to be a strategy briefing? Am I the only one who doesn't know what's going on? Master, you haven't told me anything yet. What am I supposed to do? Run, that's all. I'll explain on the way. Listen as you move. Isn't that a little too careless or flat-out reckless? But before I could even finish thinking that, my master, having read my foolish disciple's thoughts as always, delivered a beautiful yet brutal kick as he passed me, forcing an undignified "goo" out of me. At this point, even the time wasted explaining to you is too valuable. Everything must proceed in parallel. Move, foolish rabbit. Efficiency-obsessed master vanished down the stairs without another word. Groaning in pain, I staggered back to my feet. At the base of the stairs leading underground stood Professor Leon, Ryu, Haruheim, Isfi, and Lefia, who looked at me with a mixture of pity and exasperation. And right in front of me was my goddess. Belle, take this with you. This is an Oculus crystal. Yeah, I begged Uranus to let me borrow one, just for you. Must have already been modified by Welf, because with a small click, the crystal fit perfectly into the recess of the bracer on my left arm. Like a parent fussing over a child about to set O letter 1B0 on a journey, the goddess adjusted it carefully before holding up a crystal of the same color in her hand, flashing me a thumbs up with a bright smile. Through the Oculus, I'll be watching your adventure. And I'll send advice straight from here on the surface, real-time divine guidance. Let's do this, Belle. We'll bring back that Wallen-something kid in the Ristogther. Even though gods normally can't fight, their support felt closer and warmer than any weapon. A true rescue mission, one where gods and their familia fight as one. No matter how far apart we are, the words fighting together with my god sound unbelievably reassuring. The nervousness I'd felt vanished like mist. More than anything else, I felt courage swell in my chest. Let's give it everything we've got, and make sure everyone comes back alive. Yes, I smiled, answering with a firm nod. We would challenge the impossible together with everyone, with my goddess on the greatest adventure yet to reclaim what we'd lost. The operation began with a leap, and then with a fall. Not engage until the 50th floor. Run. From the first basement of Babel, we dove straight into the middle of the dungeon's great vertical shaft, the Great Pit. Ignoring the spiral staircase carved along the shaft's wall, the adventurers plunged down all at once to the first floor. Even as I flinched at the command barked from Hedon's lips, upon landing, Y immediately took O letter 1B0 running. At the front, of course, was the city's fastest man, Alan Fromel. Following behind his silver spear like a charging chariot, the rest of us stormed through the great passage known as the Path of Beginnings. This pace is way too fast right from the start. Forget that fool of a cat. Keep up with Leon. The terrifyingly fast opening sprint, Isfi flying at the rear with Haruheim held in her arms and her Teleria boots flaring, let out a panicked cry. Hedon, running calmly in the middle of the formation, replied as if this chaos were completely routine. Our designated pace-setter was Leon, running second in line. The knight's white-silver armor and the long sword sheath across his back were our landmark. Swinging his arms powerfully, Leon maintained a near-perfect pace, fast enough to push us to our limits but steady enough to keep cohesion. For any ordinary high-level adventure party, this would already be a suicide march. But for us, the main force, heading to the 60th floor, this was our maximum combat speed. I could clearly see the sharp focus return to Lefia's eyes beside me as she matched her breath with the other low-key familia members. Seriously, though, Alan is ridiculous. Not that it's surprising. We were still in the upper floors, yet his figure had already vanished ahead. Even scarier was how Hedon didn't seem fazed in the slightest. It was like he expected this. And Ulfrig's group, running as if this were a casual jog, made Miskin crawl. I've heard people say Loki Familia is leagues above everyone else in dungeon expeditions. Now I understood. Coordination. None. Teamwork. Non-existent. Just pure, merciless momentum. I was so glad I hadn't joined Freya Familia's expedition. Proceed only through standard routes. Head for the destination by the shortest path possible. That command from Hedon, probably meant for me since I was still the least informed, made the plan clear enough. We tore through the glowing halls of the dungeon, our shadows flashing in the phosphorescent light. The pounding of boots echoed like thunder. At this speed, it almost felt like we'd reached the 60th floor in no time. Thorizon reminded me that was impossible. Charging this fast and this loud, there was no doubt. The monsters would soon hear us coming. That's when my dull brain finally noticed something was wrong. The monsters aren't here. Despite a whole squad of adventurers thundering through the dungeon, we hadn't run into a single monster. No, they were here. I could feel their presence all throughout the labyrinth. If anything, faint echoes of howls, screams, and clashing steel reached my ears from somewhere far letter 1B0. They're here. The main force is coming. Before any monsters appeared, it was other adventurers who showed up first. A group of lower-level adventurers, weapons drenched in blood, proof of the battle they'd just survived, saw us and cried out in panic before turning heel and vanishing around the corner. What's going on? What does that even mean? Am I the only one who doesn't get it? Kicking up the piles of ash scattered across the ground, I could only stumble in confusion. But before I could even process the chaos, the answer came to me. Chasing the Silver Knights back, I turned the next corner and saw it. Ooh-whoa, Graya. Stretching far into the distance, an entire column of adventurers was locked in fierce, back-and-forth combat with waves of monsters. What? My eyes couldn't believe it, my brain froze. The sight was so overwhelming that my legs almost stopped on their own. Then smack. A light impact hit my waist. Stop. Lefia's left hand pushed me forward from behind, forcing me to pick up my pace again. Following the deep green cape of Ryu ahead of me, I looked around to take in the entire scene. 2 lines, both sides of the passageway packed with adventurers, cutting down goblins and kobolds as they poured in. From side tunnels from the slopes below, monsters kept swarming in endless numbers onto the main route. It's a pseudo-shaft, Belle. Goddess. From the gauntlet-mounted Oculus, Hestja's voice rang out. She must have been traveling somewhere herself, because I could hear thecklatter of wagon wheels in the background as she spoke in the tone of a seasoned field operator. This whole plan came from that sadistic elf. The guild's great shaft might be made of orichalcum, the hardest metal in the world, but this pseudo-shaft was built by adventurers themselves. From here all the way down to the deep floors, they're securing the shortest route for you and the main force. An adventure-built shaft. No, more importantly, it goes all the way down to the deep floors. My eyes went wide, unable to process the flood of information all at once, and I quickly scanned the scene again. A beastman tank held back several monsters with his great shield, while a dwarven hammer crashed down, sending them flying. Mages and archers unleashed spells and arrows to stop enemies trying to crawl out of cracks in Thewall. Down the very middle of that secured corridor ran Leon, myself, and the rest of the group, charging straight ahead, unhindered and unchallenged. If the center path we were sprinting down was the main road, then the other adventurers fighting along the sides were the roadside. They had formed living barricades along both edges of the route, shielding us from every monster attack. This sight really stretches all the way to the deep floors. Then yes, this truly was a shaft. If a shaft is a shortcut that carries adventurers deep into the dungeon unharmed, then even if this wasn't a vertical tunnel or an elevator, this disparate, human-built passage was still one all the same. Do not stop to fight, fool rabbit. No matter who falls, keep running. Voice came sharp and cold beside me as I stared, stunned. All trivial work to the other familiars. To the entire army of Aurario. He meant for us to burn this sight into our minds. The united might of the City of Heroes gathered inside the dungeon itself. Roads clear, just like you asked. Bonafreya's chariot already passed through. Get moving. We've never fought like this before, damn it. Shouts of support, status reports, even curses flew past us as we ran. Judging by their gear and movement, they were lower-level adventurers, LV. 1S who usually stayed on the upper floors. And yet even they'd been mobilized, holding the line to protect this single route. So that's why Lily and the others weren't with us. That's why Aurario had been so eerily quiet before our departure. They had all gone ahead, into the dungeon, to carve this path for us. The sword command cards designate the main force heading to the 60th floor for rescue. The shield cards appoint the defense corps that maintain this routing to protect the main force's lifeline. Hestja's voice explained through the glowing crystal, connecting every piece in Toplace. Looking closely, I could see that every adventurer fighting bore a command card in their armor, where a familia's emblem would usually be, engraved with a shield. Swords were the elite main force. The shields were the massive defense corps, guarding the path. So that's what the 2 cards meant. Everything was to conserve the main force's strength for the descent to the 60th floor. Now I get it. Why Hedin knocked me unconscious. Why I'd been forced to rest after returning from the Dragon's Valley. All of it had been to give them time to prepare this pseudo-shaft. Even limited to the standard route, sending manpower deep into the dungeon to secure the fastest passage required time, and an enormous E-Yort. The entire city's adventurers had built this pseudo-shaft. A reckless, desperate, but grand man-made shaft operation. To rescue Lady Reveria and the others, time is our greatest enemy. We reached the 60th floor in one day. One day. Just as I finally began to grasp the scale of the plan, head in casually drop a Danother bombshell. Back when I went on the lower floor expedition with Aisha, it had taken us an entire day just to reach the 24th floor. Now we were going more than twice that distance in a single day. Even avoiding every fight, even with this massive shortcut, how could that be possible? The deep floors were said to be wider than the entire city of Arari itself. Our mission does not end upon reaching the 60th floor, Hedin continued, cutting through my doubts. We must retrieve Loki Familia and return to the surface before the dungeon devours us. That includes both the main force and the defense corps maintaining this shaft. Other words, the way down and the way back up. This wasn't some marathon where you reached the goal and stopped. Even the ones lining the route, the spectators, had to fight with their lives on the line. You damn rabbit. Hurry it up and come back already. We can't hold out forever. The time this man-made shaft could be maintained was limited, its collapse already ticking down like a clock. The rough shouts thrown our way, soaked with blood and sweat, would eventually fall silent too. Reaching the deep floors wasn't the end. For the sake of everyone protecting both the way down and the way back, we had to return at full speed. A hellish, long-distance relay where lives themselves were the baton. We had to carry that unseen talisman of life and pass it on, even if the goal ahead seemed utterly hopeless. My throat tightened, but then, right beside me, a soft voice whispered, "That's how it should be." The small lips of the amber-haired elf, already long since resolved. I looked to the side. Her sapphire eyes met mine. Because eyes and the others are waiting. That's what her gaze said. And that alone was enough. I drew a deep breath, cast O1B0 every stray thought, and set my resolve. For everyone supporting our run for Eyes and her companions, we'd save them and make it back as fast as we possibly could. Fast, too fast. They haven't even reached the altar yet. After riding the carriage at full speed, Hestia tumbled O1B0 right in front of the gilded quarters. Her tied black hair bounced wildly as she broke into a sprint. At this rate, I won't even have time to sit down and do my operator work properly. Huh, did you say something, goddess? Nothing at all. She yelled back desperately to Belle's voice echoing from the oculus, then kept up her furious pace. Even though she had rushed from Babel as fast as possible, Belle's main force was already blazing through the upper floors, so fast she could barely keep up, even from the surface. If she wanted to continue supporting them, she had to push her body to the limit. Following the familiar route back down, she nearly collided with several Guildsta letter 1B0 rushing in the opposite direction, apologizing quickly as she dashed down the long staircase into the underground temple. "You're late, shorty." "Ha ha, I came as fast as I could. Cough, Gwei." "Don't puke, idiot. You're the one who said you wanted to see the kids, O letter 1B0. I wanted to send Leffia and the others too, but I held myself back, you hear?" The first thing to greet her when she arrived at the underground altar was Loki's booming yell. Still coughing in a way unbecoming of a goddess, Hestia put her hands on her knees and tried to catch her breath before looking up. There were fewer deities present than she expected. Seated on the stone throne was Uranus, with Loki still shouting nearby, Hephaestus watching in exasperation, Hermes waving casually, and Balder standing quietly with his usual gentle smile. And then, late to the party, Hestia. "Wah, Freya. Not as the barmaid, sir, but in her full glory as the goddess of beauty. Why are you in that form? We agreed you'd stay disguised as sir to avoid causing an are only a few of us gods allowed in the underground temple. It's fine. You're too free-spirited." And that outfit, seriously. The proud and imperious goddess, her silver hair gleaming, was dressed in Ophal Things, the tavern's uniform. To be precise, it was just the light green one-piece dress without the apron or cap. It fits her perfectly, but on the divine and voluptuous Freya it was far too tight. The buttons at her chest strained dangerously, looking ready to burst at any moment. It was absolutely not attire befitting the goddess Freya, and the sight was almost surreal. "This is all I had left to wear," she said calmly. "Say something that makes you sound poorer than me while acting like a queen." While Hestia shouted, rubbing her temples in disbelief, Freya simply raised the oculus in her hand, its blue light glinting, and spoke smoothly. "It's better to cheer them on like this. Seeing me this way will raise Vanus' morale. And besides," she began transmitting a message through the oculus, her eyes calm and certain. "Alan, stop at the 12th floor. Meet up with Hedin and the others before entering the middle floors. I refuse. Those winged insects are too slow. No, you can't disobey me, the goddess, not the barmaid, sir. TCH. With an irritated click of the tongue, the communication cut O letter 1B0. Freya then smiled sweetly, almost like an innocent girl. See, if I don't act like this, Alan won't listen to a word I say. What kind of communication have you been having with him all this time? Hestia groaned, half disgusted at the goddess's shameless tone. Still, she couldn't deny Freya had a point. Glancing around, she saw Hephaestus and Hermes either shrugging or smirking wryly, Balder maintaining his calm smile, and Uranus staying silent, tacit approval. Only Loki complained. At least keep that mutt on a leash, will ya? Demeter and several other gods were apparently above ground, doing their bestow calm the frightened citizens, and no one present seemed inclined to question the goddess of beauty's choice of form. With that, Hestia decided there was no use lecturing her. Switching focus, she quickly pulled out her own Oculus, connecting to Belle's line. Belle, everything's ready, so I'll start explaining the full details of the operation. Listen while you run. I'll do my best. Leave the support work to me. To save time and Ewart, Hestia took over from Hedin, transmitting tactical information directly to Belle. As the operation unfolded, the two goddesses, Hestia and Freya, joined forces as divine operators, throwing their full support behind the desperate rescue mission. While the lower-class adventurers fought bravely at the edges of the path, our Radvance showed no sign of stopping. We kept descending the interfloor passages again and again, an endless charge. Even for the so-called dream party of top-class heroes, this was too fast. I never realized that tearing straight through the dungeon's shortest routes, ignoring every possible battle, could feel so overwhelming. As I absorbed every bit of information Hestia was sending me through the Oculus, awe never left my mind. Along the route, adventurers holding the line on both sides shouted out, no cheers exactly, but battle cries that hit me like waves. Go on, rescue team. I'll hold the line here. This is the burning fighting fighter of the dawned Holy Dragon Knights. Leave it to the great beautiful tale Violart. Amazing, Diurant Familia are fighting side by side. Even if their teamwork is rough, their spirit is perfect. Though, wow, everyone's really eager to show O letter 1B0 their titles. Lefia Senpai, go. Come back safely. I promise, absolutely. Even the students from the Academy District, dressed in their red and white battle uniforms, they called out to their senior Asa past. Lefia didn't slow or turn, but I heard her quietly murmur, thank you. Seeing those brave students, once so opposed to adventurers during the Arariad, fighting shoulder to shoulder now nearly brought tears to my eyes. I couldn't cry, not here, but the sight struck deep. We were witnessing something greater than even the Familia War. But we can't afford to just get emotional. We were only on the 10th floor, and already the Academy's students and even ranked top-level 2 adventurers were deployed. It made sense for the students. They had strong status values but limited dungeon experience, perfect for guarding the upper layers. But using seasoned upper-class adventurers here, that meant something else. Either the command was making absolutely sure nothing went wrong, or the dungeon had grown dangerous enough that even the veterans needed to hold these floors. I stole a glance forward. My master, Hedin Selland, held his Oculus in one hand, listening calmly to the voice on the other end, probably Lily. Even now, amid the chaos, his expression was cool and precise as ever. All I could do was trust in his judgment and swallow my unease. Oh, we're counting on you. Do your best. The shouts of the adventurers and students around us filled the tunnels as we pressed onward. At an unbelievable pace, we cleared 11 passages and reached the 12th floor, the Mist Labyrinth. The corridors were wide, the chambers vast, fog swirling thick around us, yet there was no risk of losing the group. The roaring of the adventurers holding the line never faded, and the glowing magic stone lamps guided us like beacons through the haze. Oh, took you long enough. Mord, through the mist appeared that familiar rough face. Mord, Scott, and Guile, like water-bearers in a marathon, ran alongside us for a few strides as we passed. The team kept a steady pace, but Mord and his men were already at their limit, running flat out, gasping for air. Ha ha, damn it, Rabbit Foot, no, wait, Regulus Arn, the Lion Rabbit of Light, screw it. You change nicknames too damn often. Sorry. Scott and Guile were already falling behind, shouting too fast. As they dropped it out of view, only Mord, eyes bloodshot and spitting with Ewart, kept up beside me for a few seconds more, pumping his arms furiously, and I could only bow my head apologetically. Also, wait, my title changed again. Even leaving his assigned post, Mord pulled a small vial from his pocket and shoved it into my hand. Go, Belle. Hurry and bring those low-key bastards back alive. Yes, sir. It was the loudest, most heartfelt shout I'd given all day. I raised my hand high toward Mord as he fell back, his figure shrinking behind me. The elixir he'd handed me clutched tight in my palm. It couldn't have been cheap. Yet he'd gotten it for me. No way could I pretend that didn't hit me straight in the chest. Maybe that fire in my heart reached the others too, because right after, our entire main force picked up speed, diving straight into the middle floors. Even in the dungeon's first true danger zone, the rock cavern labyrinth, our pace didn't falter. The fastest lancer, Alan, who'd somehow waited for us ahead, rejoined the formation, and shielded by the upper-class adventurers forming the pseudo-shaft around us, we kept accelerating deeper. Kiwi. Greya. But there was one thing to watch for more gaps. An Almarad's thrown stone axe whizzed past my face, and a hellhound's fire breath nearly scorched the rear line. Outside the pure tank specialists, most adventurers weren't used to defensive formations like this. Holding a corridor steady under constant assault, it's a brutal job even for veterans. And now that we'd entered the middle floors, where ranged attacks became more common, we had to keep pushing forward without pause. The fourth shaft ahead jump. Somehow, Master Hedin had the entire dungeon map imprinted in his mind. Every time he barked a command, it was dead accurate. We'd leap headlong into vertical shafts that opened along the main route, 4 times now already. Each time, the adventurers maintaining the shaft below would look up in disbelief as we came plummeting down, perfectly timed. Incredible. We were clearing floors faster than we ever had in the upper levels. The air shook with the echo of our descent. Ooh, the main force was terrifyingly fast. So fast that if this had been my first dive into the middle floors, I'd probably have frozen in shock. Floor after floor blurred by in a continuous sweep, until the booming roars of giants began to rumble closer. Leon, and Rappy. At last, we reached the 17th floor. After sprinting through the enormous tunnels worthy of the giant's domain, we burst into the vast chamber at the floor's deepest end, where the battered 3rd unit stood. Iglin, Chris, and Leggy. Purify and cleanse, holy blade of judgment. Strike, spirit sword of conquest. Not just them. There were other academy students, and Mikoto too, the entire Take Mikazuchi familia, and the enemy they faced, Ruwuwar, the lone king of the dungeon, Monster Rex Goliath, for it to appear now at this timing. Along with the giant rampaging, other large-class monsters like Minotaurs and Rager Fangs were tearing through the battlefield. The enormous chamber, the Wailing Wall, had turned into a scene of utter chaos. A floor boss. But the Goliath that I and Iglin's group fought should have been defeated only 4 weeks ago. Had the next one spawned and been left alone this entire time? Could that even happen? Or was the respawn interval O1B0 somehow? Was I mistaken? No, right now that doesn't matter. Boars and the others aren't here. Still running, Belle scanned the battlefield in a single instant and froze in shock. None of the Riviera adventurers, the ones used to fighting Goliath, were anywhere in sight. Were they deployed to another front line? Here, it was a mixed force of familia teams, mostly level 2s. Yuwuwu. Auka, get back. The frontliners, Auka and the others, fiercely aimed for the giant's legs to bring it down, while Chigusa and the rear guards fired arrows and spells in support. There were also students from the academy in their red and white combat uniforms, a gray-haired boy swordsman, a strawberry blonde girl magician, most likely level 3 adventurers. Including Iglin and the rest of the 3rd squad, they were probably top performers from the academy's special dungeon training, assigned here because of their high marks. They were all desperately attacking, but it wasn't enough. They couldn't break through the fortress that was Goliath. Get it together, you lot. Open the path for Rappy. Leave it to me. Watch me, Rappy. Behold my graceful shaft dance. Dark Mine. Still maintaining its speed across the Wailing Wall, the main force received Iglin's roar from the center of the battlefield, where he stood bloodied, dual hammers raised high. Bleeding heavily, Chris performed a sharp, graceful dance as she slashed through a large monster's magic stone, and Leggy triggered an array of explosive trap spells in reply. The main force is coming through. Move that big bastard out of the way. Adventurers, fighting for their lives, shoved aside Minotaurs to clear a path, each of their sacrifices painting the air red and hot as it struck Belle's cheek. But it didn't fade. The dungeon's most terrifying foe remained, the floor boss itself. Worse, its massive arms swept through allies like leaves in the wind, threatening to tear apart the artificial shaft the adventurers had built. Master Hedin. We need support. Bell couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing an adventurer fall beside him, coughing blood, he cried out. Just one strike of covering fire, anything to help deflect that wall of a giant, ta save them. Do not stop. Run through. But Master Hedin's voice cut him O letter 1B0 like a whip. It sounded merciless, but in truth it was anything but. Are your comrades not even worth trusting? The coral-red eyes didn't so much as glance my way. They were fixed straight ahead, unshaken. Those trash, they're relentless to the very end. The four Palom brothers said it too, acknowledging in their own scornful way the strength of the adventurers they'd once fought against in the war game. And then, divine martial conquest. With a sacred chant on her lips, the purple battle robes fluttered high in the air. Leave this place to us, Bell. As if to sever the hesitation still binding me, Mikoto let out a roar filled with magic power. Futsanamatama. By the time the main force reached the battlefield, Mikoto's magic was already charged. Her ultimate spell, Gravitational Cage, slammed the colossal Goliath into the ground, forcing its knees down before burying the giant even deeper. Cracks split the stone floor beneath it, and the entire chamber quaked. The wall of lamentation itself seemed to scream, fracturing from floor to ceiling as if the dungeon might collapse under the strain. Amaldia, fire the magic swords, now. The Academy's mages unleashed volleys of spells while Auka, Chigusa, and Theothers drew their magic bringers, mass-produced magic swords supplied by the Academy, not Welf's fabled Krazo blades, yet powerful all the same. To ensure the giant's annihilation, they'd saved their weapon charges until this precise moment. Coordinating perfectly with Mikoto's gravitational field, thunder roared, flames raged, and gales howled, all elemental forces converging on a single point within that crushing barrier. The Goliath, engulfed in seething energy like molten magma bubbling in a cauldron, was swallowed by the combined onslaught. Its death cry split the air as its body burst apart. Just as our formation reached striking range, the monster's core shattered. The gravity field dispersed, releasing a storm of sparks, lightning, and clouds of ash. We plunged through the gray tempest, running forward as shouts of triumph and encouragement erupted behind us. On ahead, Bell, Ryu. Move, Bell Cranel, keep going. Do your best. Come back safe, Rappy. We'll be waiting. Me too. Lefia Senpai. Professor Leon. Mikoto, Auka, Chigusa, Chris, Igrin, even Leggy all bellowed their voices to send us O letter 1B0, joined by the students of the Academy whose cheers filled the blazing, ash-covered cavern. Just like Master said, I felt ashamed for even doubting these incredible people for a moment. But right now, more than that, I felt strength flowing into me from Mikoto's voice and the others' cheers. Clenching both fists, I poured power into them and pushed forward toward the 18th floor. Stop. The first safe floor, the under-resort, the paradise of the labyrinth. It was currently daytime. Under the blue sky created by the glowing blue crystals, our main force burst out from the descending passageway of the connecting tunnel, stopping for the first time in front of the great central tree that sat in the middle of the 18th floor. In other words, it was time for a short rest. Recovery and hydration, you've got 2 minutes. Master's order thundered out, his voice implying neglect resupply here and I'll kill you. With a pocket watch in hand, he allowed not a single second of delay. His time management was absolute. He was less a commander and more a demonic coach leading a forced march. Ha ha. You too okay, Narvi Alicia? Yes, we can still manage this much. Having just reached level 5, I was only lightly sweating, but the level 4 upper-class adventurers of the Loki Familia were already drenched, catching their breath however they could. Lefia exhaled hotly and wiped her face with one arm. Even setting aside the deurance in stats, they'd only just returned from Inkspedition. Among everyone in this rescue operation, their burden was the heaviest, especially with those heavy support packs they were carrying. For their sake, and for us first-tier adventurers, these properly timed breaks were absolutely necessary. Everyone. Restore your stamina individually. If you need wounds treated, we'll use area healing magic. Hydration over here. Waiting for us at the base of the central tree was a team of healers, members of the Diane Sect Familia and students from the Academy. They bathed each of yous in the light of healing magic, while other herbalists, acting almost like nurses, handed out specially prepared restorative drinks. This was all arranged by that ruthless elf, came Hestja's quick explanation through the crystal communicator on my wrist. He set up 4 rest points total, all the way to the 60th floor. Apparently, during preparation for the pseudo-shaft, Master had stationed recovery teams on specific floors, using safer levels like this one as forward medical bases. After we departed, these spots would also serve as bases to support the defense teams maintaining the shaft, receiving the wounded and dispatching small groups of healers to where they were needed most. It seemed the healers, along with their guards, had advanced here to the 18th floor just before Goliath appeared on the 17th, temporarily cutting them letter 1B0 from the rear forces. But now, Auka and the others should be able to receive a treatment safely. That said, once we left here, only 3 rest points remained. Whether that was too many or far too few, I couldn't decide. As that thought sent a tremor of tension through me at the sheer distance to the 60th floor, Belle Senpai. Nina, the junior girl from the 3rd squad who had been stationed on the 18th floor, came running up, style letter 1B0 in hand. Why are you here? They assigned me here for my magic ability. On Lily Senpai's orders, I'll handle your recovery, Belle Senpai. Nina, it's fine. My stamina should. My strength would hold until the next rest point. So I wanted her to save energy and mana for others who needed it more. That's what I was about to say next. Please let me, I want to be your healer. But the junior cut that letter 1B0 firmly. I can't yet fight alongside you or Rappy. Nina, I still want to be someone you can rely on. Magicrease. The all-purpose healing spell pushed my drained stamina back to full. Wrapped in white light like a bed of flowers, I smiled at Nina, who pressed her lips together in frustration. We're fighting together even now. Because Nina and the others are holding the line, we can go ahead. Because Ithi'll do their best, we'll be able to come back. Wasn't just empty reassurance. I said it from the heart. The girl's emerald eyes widened, then her cheeks flushed and she broke into a bright smile. Thank you, Nina. I'll come back. Yes, I'll fight alongside you and wait here. I'll wait until you return, always. Nina smiled back, and as her spell ended, she hurried letter 1B0. She, probably Benny-added to treat Makoto and the others after the Goliath fight. There could never be enough healers. Watching my earnest, reliable junior stride away made me feel a little proud. Seduce the academy kids, Lefia said. Lefia. Replacing Nina, the long, yellow hair of the elf moved up beside me. You've got your ears bright red. You gush over eyes, then plan to make a harem or something. Lefia, I think you've got the wrong idea. The main force finished preparing to depart. Lefia glanced over with those deep blue eyes. Pressured but resolute, I protested loudly. Nina relies on me. She treats me like a senior, like an older brother. I don't have any weird thoughts at all. That I could say with confidence. Honestly, Lefia's suspicions were just elf fastidiousness. Right. Ha. But Lefia fixed me with a gaze so cold it could shred paper, and then, for some reason, she clenched her right fist. Hestja, can I go punch one of your familia now? Why? Sure. Wah. Shocked by the sudden Iron Fist declaration, I yelped at Hestja's immediate response through the oculus. For a brief instant after that, Lefia's LV, 4 elf punch flared and hummed as if ready to slaughter a rabbit. Ah! From the oculus came the cute but tortured scream of her child, and Hestia closed her eyes and clasped her hands in mock prayer. In my familia of the Virgin Goddess, harems are a sin, Belle, and a dense Hermes an even graver sin, Rappy. Under an hour to reach the 18th floor. Ha, that's insane. Turning toward the commotion in the center of the underground altar, the largest viewing oculus, mounted on a long pedestal, was alive with noise. Even Hephaestus looked shocked, and Hermes had started clapping in surprise. It was like a remote classroom observation, gods watching proudly as their children performed. Their pace is incredible. Hestia was one of them, biting back excitement as she joined the circle around the crystal. They can do it, they can do it. At this rate, they'll really reach the 60th floor in a single day. There's no way this dream team of heroes can lose. Even as Belle screamed from his supposed divine punishment, the main Forza finished their 2-minute rest exactly on time and set letter 1B0 again. Charging into the great tree labyrinth from the 19th floor, their momentum didn't waver, and Hestia, who'd been cheering, slowly let her smile fade as she glanced over her shoulder. That's what I want to think. But it's not going to be that easy, is it, Loki? Yeah. Whenever the normally rowdy trickster goddess fell silent, it meant only one thing. Seeing her serious expression, Hestia and the others stopped celebrating. Loki's narrow, crimson eyes half-opened as she spoke, one who knew the hell off the 60th floor better than any of them. "They're coming," she said quietly. "The enemy's tendrils. A new species." Not long after plunging into the plant-like dungeon that resembled the interior of a colossal tree, a scream announcing an irregularity echoed through the main route. A thunderous roar followed. "Grrr, ooh woo woo. WH, what the hell are these, ga?" Up ahead, a section of the pseudo-shaft route exploded violently. Several adventurers were flung aside by a barrage of tentacles. Bursting through Thebark-like walls came towering figures, so tall they could be mistaken for giant serpents. But what bloomed at the end of their long bodies was a grotesque, multicolored flower. "It's a new species of man-eating plant. The Ganesha lot who went deeper said they'd start showing up." One of the senior adventurers shouted hoarsely as he hacked at the tentacles. The yellow-green bodies weren't snakes at all, but stems. The lurid heads had no eyes or nose, only a monstrous maw filled with jagged gums and teeth. The sight was enough to make one's skin crawl, a giant carnivorous flower straight out of a nightmare. It wasn't listed in the Guild's monster compendium, an unconfirmed species. "Violas, they're already appearing." A sharp voice came from the Loki Familia station toward the rear of the main force. The name, Violas, was well known to them. They had faced the same creaturess on the 60th floor. Detailed information on this new species had already been passed from Lefia and the others to Master Hedin, and circulated among all the adventurers taking part in the mission. Damn it all. "There's no way we can hold this shaft like this." Even so, this thing had no business appearing in the Great Tree Labyrinth. Its strength was completely mismatched for this floor, its potential far beyond local monsters. Equivalent to a level 3, maybe even level 4, regardless of individual variants, it was absurdly strong. The defense squad couldn't respond in time. The unending cacophony of its roars filled the corridors. Lefia's killing intent flared. And if no one took command soon, the main force, we would be forced to step in. "Calm down already." "Ora!" A wet cracking sound echoed, "Gogek." And that brief moment of panic was instantly snoozed out. With a flash of her rapier, Daphne shredded the tentacles into ribbons, while Bors brought his massive axe down in a single swing, cleaving the flower's headcleon in two, halting the chaos before it could spread. Remember the info from the Loki Familia. Their weakness is slashing and magic attacks, and they're drawn to sources of magic. Magic swordsmen act as decoys for now. It's fine to break formation, just lure them away from the shaft. "Oh, okay." While deftly handling a man-eating flower herself, Daphne barked out ordersone after another. Her clear, sharp commands instantly snapped the rowdy adventurers back into discipline. Several mid-ranged fighters broke from the pseudo-shaft line and began parallel chanting. The surge of magic power they released made the cluster of man-eating flowers whip their heads toward the source, drawn in by instinct. Daphne charged their exposed backs, already having pinpointed their magic stone cores, and in a single clean motion, reduced them to ash. The same woman who had once trained Lily in the art of command now stood as a newly promoted level 3, showing exactly why she'd earned that rank. Idiot. "I told you blunt attacks don't work on these freaks. Cut or burn them. We've got the numbers. Just focus and take them down." "They're not a floor boss, so keep your heads." My bad, Bors. Meanwhile, the more seasoned level 3 Bors was a storm of destruction himself. With his massive axe, he hacked through tentacles and stems alike, bellowing at his subordinates to stay sharp. The pseudo-shaft line that had begun to collapse was quickly restored, the enemy's advance repelled in full. The adventurers from Rivera really do know their stew letter 1B0. We'll leave Thostrable some man-eaters to you. Everyone else handle the regular monsters. Don't dump it all on us, you bastard. Loris Fuga. Damn it, I'll remember this. Now that things had calmed enough to assess the battlefield, it was clear. The defense force, centered around the adventurers from Rivera, was holding its ground admirably. Maybe because they lived inside the dungeon, Bors and his crew had all kinds of countermeasures for new species, or perhaps they'd already fought the Seplants before. Either way, they responded to the irregularity with remarkable strength. Daphne's leadership and Bors's brute force together kept disaster at bay. I think I'm starting to get it now. I could hear the strategy being relayed through the oculus from my goddess, but I was beginning to grasp the deeper structure. Master Hedon's real plan hidden within the formation. He had placed key figures, squad leaders or corps, at every depth. The upper levels up to the 12th floor had Mord and other veteran Level 2 adventurers. The 17th floor, Cavern Labyrinth, was entrusted to Mikoto, Auka, and Thermixed Group. The 18th floor served as a major recovery base centered around healers like Niana. And now, the Great Tree Labyrinth was under the command of Level 3 tactician Daphne, with Boars and the Rivera adventurers as her arms and legs. Every piece, every person, right down to the students from the academy, had been placed deliberately into this pseudo-shaft system. Aurario's adventurers, the academy's prodigies, all accounted for. Master Hedon really was incredible. Keep pushing forward. Daphne. Leaving command in Bors's hands, Daphne leapt across a jutting tree branch Toran alongside us. I'd been feeling nothing but awe at how reliable she was, but up close her face was slick with sweat, fatigue heavy in her eyes. Before I could say anything, she splashed cold reality on me with her words. We've already rearranged positions again and again, just barely keeping it together. Sorry, but once you hit the lower floors, we might not be able to maintain a proper shaft anymore. Antianarus group is up ahead, but it's way more dangerous down there. Stay sharp. There was no time to reply. Downing a potion straight from the bottle, Daphne launched herself into the air, her sword driving clean into the forehead of a rampaging mammoth fool. As the massive creature collapsed, Alan and Leon dodged nimbly over its body, and we followed them into the corridor leading to the next floor. Of course, the deeper we went, the heavier the strain on those maintaining the pseudo-shaft became. As we ran, Daphne's warning etched itself into my mind. I became keenly aware that time itself. The lifespan of this operation was running short. The residents of Riviera and several mid-tier familias with level 3s as their main force showed extraordinary resolve, holding the line without casualties as we crossed 3 more floors. The Great Tree Labyrinth came to an end. A chill, damp air began to dominate the connecting tunnel, whipping my hair as if we were near open water. And then, finally, we broke through to the second line of death, the lower floors. In the next instant, a wave of searing steam and heat slammed into us. The unmistakable aftermath of blue napalm. That's an amphispina. Ooh, ooh. The twin-headed dragon's roar drowned out Ryu and my cries of shock. Even from afar, the sheer presence of the lower floor's floor boss was enough to crush the air from our lungs. But worse than fear was the confusion twisting in my gut. That's impossible. The amphispina was defeated before the expedition. It was Leffia who gave voice to the disbelief we all shared. She was right. The amphispina had been slain just 2 weeks ago by none other than the Loki Familia. I'd seen the report myself on the guild's notice board before heading for the Dragon's Valley. The respawn timing utterly wrong. Whatever error I thought existed with Goliath before, this was beyond that. This was a clear, undeniable contradiction. What in the world is happening? As unease and doubt clawed at us, our mentors and seniors, the Einherjar, the hardened warriors, reacted only with calm, iron resolve. Move. With that single word, the knights hurled themselves letter 1B0, the Cly letter 1B0 at the edge of the passageway, ignoring the raging dragon entirely. The brief pause taken to assess the situation was instantly erased by their terrifying vertical dive. Alan, Leon, Ulfrig, and Master Hedon, all of them executed it without the slightest hesitation. This is the dungeon. Thinking is pointless. Their backs seemed to say that, and I couldn't help but stare, eyes wide open. Leffia was the same, but unlike me, she didn't waste even a heartbeat before acting. The durance between us, the number of life-or-death battles she'd survived and the experience of chasing those great predecessors was plain to see. While I was left behind in that brief instant of hesitation, Ryu, already shifting in toadscent posture, shouted back to me, "Follow me, Belle." I followed. Casting aside shock, fear, and doubt, I hurled myself down after them, straight into the kind of suicidal, brain-melting, gravity-loving vertical fall that 6 months ago would have made me pass out cold. BBELL Japanese letter Japanese letter Japanese letter Japanese letter Japanese letter Japanese letter. In the split second after the floating sensation came the crushing pull of gravity dragging me straight down. My bangs whipped around, my insides lurched, and Hesja's voice from the Oculus crystal shrieked in my throat's place. But I couldn't stop. There was no stopping this anymore. This freefall without a lifeline, I was running. down a Cly letter 1B0 so steep the word slope felt like an insult, practically a vertical wall-off crystal. Kicking O letter 1B0 with all my might, slamming my feet against the slick surface, I mimicked the veterans ahead of me as best I could. I couldn't even scream, only ragged gasps slipped from my lips. The shaking vision, the pounding heartbeat, the sweat that burst out only to be ripped away by the wind, all of it, everything, was my enemy. I didn't have enough lives for this. But if I didn't push myself this far, I'd have no right to face those risking their lives in the defense teams. And more than anything, if I couldn't keep up with this, then reaching Eyes and the others was nothing but a hopeless dream. So I acted. Adapted instantly, thought and body both. Every second turning the unknown into the known, proving I could stand among the first-class adventurers. Compared to the battlefield of Folkvanger, this was nothing. Follow the footprints of the Knight of Knights. Watch him. Let him guide you. Ryu's voice thundered even through the howling wind. Focusing my vision, I locked onto the figure in shining silver armor. The soles of Leon's heavy greaves carved deep footholds into the Cly letter 1B0 face, just as Ryu said. Those steps formed a trail, an anchor for me and Lefia to follow. Even the way he moved, that unmatched running form, turned this suicidal descent into a lesson in motion itself, a guidepost to chase through the storm. I heard a tongue click in my head. Or at least, I wanted to believe it was just my imagination. Too lenient, too soft. That's what Master Hedin would have said, probably about to spit it out right now. I almost rolled my eyes and laughed out loud. But if I can joke like that, it means I'm still thinking clearly. Having the presence of mind to think meant I could finally take in what was happening around me. While keeping Leon's back in sight, I cast a quick glance over the entire city of water. Ai, Aisha, the main force is here. They are actually coming down the Cly letter 1B0, like you said. The first thing I spotted was the magnificent great waterfall. And then, below, dozens of Berbera warrior women locked in combat with Thetwin-headed dragon Amphispina. Among them, the Amazoness warrior Lena pointed up toward us, her jaw dropping. The Amphispina is rampaging in the basin of the great waterfall, on the 26th floor. The 25th to 27th floors formed a massive, connected vertical cavern. The twin-headed dragon had made its nest right in the middle of it. Meanwhile, we were cutting through from the 25th floor straight down toward the 26th, not a shortcut, but something even crazier. The lead group, Alan, Leon, and the others, were planning to go all the way to the 27th floor exit, the next stratum, in one shot. Damn it, no good. We can't lure it back into the maze. Why now of all times? Samira's frustrated voice echoed up as we plunged down 3 floors in one go. Normally, the proper strategy for fighting the Amphispina was to lure it into a specific chamber behind the great waterfall, where stable footing existed. But since it was rampaging in this vast open cavern, there was no way to build a proper pseudo-shaft route through the maze. The Berbera fighters had no choice but to face the floor boss head-on in this deadly open space. Could it be trying to block intruders from going deeper? If that's true, then we have no choice but to break. Hedin and the others must have seen that in an instant. No, maybe Alan's group had already planned this exact method of straight descent from the start. Once the support from the pseudo-shaft became impossible, they chose this suicidal path rather than wasting time. Get it, girls. Draw its attention to us. Wielding her massive Dao blade, Aisha roared and charged. Once the formation of the pseudo-shaft had collapsed, she'd immediately adapted, knowing full well that the main force would likely choose to descend the Cly letter 1B0 directly. Down below, the basin glimmered with frozen islands. Ice magic and enchanted blades had created them. It was the same technique Welf and the others had bragged about using before, and now those fractured glaciers became stepping stones. Using those precarious footholds, Aisha and the other Amazons launched their assault on the Amphispina to cover us as we descended. But, the dragon noticed, 2 heads, 4 eyes, 2 wide fields of vision. The left head with its cold blue eyes twisted serpent-like toward us. It had spotted the main force running straight down the Cly letter 1B0 face toward the 27-floor passage. Let it fire her. Aisha and the Berbera warriors screamed with every ounce of strength in their lungs. But realizing they couldn't reach us in time, the left head of the dragon opened its massive jaws wide within them, light condensed, the glare of blue napalm, its annihilating incendiary flame. The right head, its crimson eyes burning, countered the Amazon's desperate charge, spewing red mist to scatter their spells and protect its twin. Its rampage tore through the cavern like a living hurricane. Bell this is so bad. Hit by the blast of blue fire, the vanguard, Alan and the others, kicked their speed up another level. We did the same, smashing through every instinct to break, charging into ass-speed where one mistake meant death. My strained breathing, the dragon's roar, the Amazon's battle cries, all of it drowned out the godly voice crackling from the oculus. There, the passage. Hungering blade, Hippolyte, Hell-Kaos. The sound of a single violent slash tore through the air, followed by the death scream of the dragon. I saw it, amid the seething heat over the water, its right head, severed in an instant, toppling away. But it wasn't enough. Even with one neck destroyed, the remaining cannon kept charging. The Amazons reached for it, just a step too slow. I caught a glimpse of the blinding light swelling inside the dragon's left mouth. Ooh, 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 ooh. We hit the 27th floor bottom, landing and rolling hard just before the tunnel entrance. By the time we looked up, the blue napalm had reached critical. There was no time left. The torrent of fire rushed toward us. Guo. A wall of massive dwarven backs rose between us and the flames. Dulmul. The explosion of blue napalm met 4 colossal shields head-on. The world flashed blue and white. I could barely think, but I understood instantly who they were. The dwarves of the Magni Familia, they'd come charging out from the passage ahead to protect us. We stocked up on anti-flame potions and healer's meds. We're fine, damn it. So just go, Bell Cranel. There was no way they were fine. Their shields were melting before my eyes, their skin blistered, burning. But Dulmul just smiled, sweat pouring down his face, and with the others beside him shoved me forward with a roar. Run, stupid rabbit. Master Hedon's command never changed. Cruel in its consistency, it demanded that we keep moving forward. We, the bearers of the sword directive card, had to trust those with the shield to do their part. That was the promise of this mission. Ryu's hand seized mine, pulling me ahead, and I didn't resist. I clenched my free fist, faced forward, and ran, the weight of the invisible lifeline sash tightening around my chest. Thank Yaowu. That was all I could do, scream it with everything I had left. To the dwarves still holding back the dragon's inferno. To the Amazons who fought it head-on so we could survive. Even as I felt the heat and screams closing in behind me, the main force pushed forward, leaving the 27th floor behind. I gritted my teeth, forced more strength into my legs, and sprinted through the crystal tunnel leading to the 28th floor. Belle, are you all right? Goddess. Once you clear the 27th, you'll reach the second relay point. Cassandra and her group are waiting there. The Oculus voice finally came through clearly again, echoing through the pale blue cave. With my body, mind, and heart all burning in their own way, I fought to cool myself down. Stay calm. Think. We weren't even halfway to the 60th floor yet. If I wanted to live up to my master, I'd have to be colder than anyone else. The 28th floor, where the next group of healers awaited, was supposed to be a safe floor. While not completely free from monsters, their threat level dropped dramatically. We were meant to rest, recover, and calm our racing hearts and bodies, but the next safe floor is bad. There's something totally unknown, some monster I've never seen before. Huh, just as I was trying to steady myself, Hesja's voice veered in a direction I hadn't expected. Through the Oculus network, she must have seen what lay ahead. Her disparate tone, something she'd been trying to warn us about ever since the water capital, hit me like a slap to the face. But there was no time for answers. Before any explanation could reach us, the main force burst through the end of the tunnel. The dungeon's second paradise, Undergarden, the labyrinth's flower garden, was supposed to greet us. Instead, Meteor Swarm. What? The incantation, sounding like a death sentence, came with an overwhelming wave of magic. What I saw next froze me in place. A rain of black glowing meteors crashing down from above. And no way. The obsidian fireballs brought total destruction. Explosions chained one after another. Shockwaves tore through the air. The area in front of the passage, obliterated by the bombardment, became a storm of debris and smoke. We threw ourselves aside, left, right, up, anywhere that wasn't there. Blown back, tumbled, scraped, but somehow we landed alive. No one had taken a direct hit. Even so, for the first time, the main force's advance came to a complete halt. Is that? When I looked up, I saw it, looming over the crushed flower field stood a monster unlike anything I had ever seen. Yufufu. Ahahaha, its lower body resembled a mass of plant-based horrors, like dozens of themon-eating flowers we'd faced in the Great Tree Labyrinth. all fused into one colossal form. Above that grotesque foundation was a female torso, absurdly small compared to its enormous lower half. A mature figure, short green hair that reached her shoulders, a face as beautiful as a goddess's. And yet, that beauty only made her more horrific when paired with the inhuman plant-like body beneath. Her skin and hair were the color of verdant leaves, her eyes hollow and pupilless, filled only with a murky golden glow. I forgot how to breathe. Beside me, Leffia and the others stared daggers at the creature, muttering in bitter recognition. Demi-spirit, the spirit's doppelganger. As if responding to the sound of its name, the massive creature before us curved its lips into a crescent smile. A monster can really use magic. The shock was undeniable. Just as Hestia had said, this monster was using magic. Incantations and spellcraft were the sacred domain of intelligent races, the legacy of elves and humans alone. It was the manifestation of wisdom, the very miracle that allowed us to oppose monsters at all. For such a creature to wield that same power, it wasn't just wrong. It was impossible. If we hadn't already been warned, I might have collapsed in despair at the sight. It's really showed up, that stuck-up demi-bastard. We told y'all the details before, but that thing'll spit out huge bombardments in no time flat. Even Finn and the others had a hell of a time with it. Loki's voice rang out from Leffia's oculus. I'd already heard the details of the demi-spirit directly from Leffia in Thainfirmary after I woke up. But hearing it again now, standing before the real thing, it was overwhelming. This wasn't just some monster. Calling it one almost felt insulting to the word itself. The safe floor was a ruin. The flower fields had been gouged apart, their petals scattered and burned tosh. The gigantic magic circle that launched the meteor swarm had scorched the wisteria lights hanging from the ceiling above. The serene, sky-like brightness off thy's sacred place had turned dim and ominous, like the twilight of an accursed dusk. The labyrinth's flower little more than a graveyard. Ugh. The main force, I'm sorry. All around us, healers and adventurers lay sprawled, having barely survived Theblast. Somehow they had endured the onslaught. Here and there, healing chants and soft restorative light began to rise. That's the enemy the Sword Princess fought. Ryu quickly assessed the situation, eyes fixed warily on the demi-spirit. So that was it, one of the foes that had annihilated Eyes and her party. Why was it here? Were the man-eating flowers appearing because of this thing? I wanted to know, but there was no time. We couldn't rest or resupply until that thing was gone. The respawn rate's all wrong, too. This is a straight-up boss rush from hell. A strangled cry came from Hestia's end of the Oculus feed. As the last of the smoke cleared, the monster's gaze met ours directly. Come forth. Oh, Flame. The abominable being bearing the name of Spirit narrowed its eyes and began to sing. Blaze, 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 O vortex of flame, O crimson wall, O roaring conflagration. Borrow the power of the winds and seal the world in fire. Burning land, burning sea, burning spring, burning mountain, burning life, turn all to scorched earth. Let wrath and sorrow resound as my tribute, the price of the hero I loved. A spell. And far too fast. This was it, the ultra-rapid chanting Loki had warned about. The next volley was already coming. We have to stop it. Driven by urgency, I started to rush forward. But don't move, Rabbit. The shaft of a spear suddenly blocked my path, halting me mid-step. Beside me stood Alan, one hand gripping his silver spear, holding it horizontal to bar my way. He didn't even glance at me, just stared ahead, expression flat and bored. His unexpected restraint drew every eye. Even Leffia, who had begun her own chant to interrupt the enemy, paused. The low-key familia, Ryu, Leon, all of them turned to him in confusion. The only one who seemed completely unfazed was my master, pushing his glasses up as if this were just another day. I smell iron. Front of my dazed eyes, the cat-person adventurer snide once, sharp and deliberate. It's here, isn't it, that thing? Spat the words like venom, seething with a barely contained rage born from humiliation remembered. In the name of my proxy I command, my name given, I am the fire spirit, salamander, incarnation of flame, flame queen. The incantation reached its climax. A vast magic circle formed, the monster smiling in delight as it prepared Townleash annihilation. And in the next instant, a shadow that had been creeping close burst from Coverand, thrust out a hand. Will-o-wisp. A deafening explosion. Gee-ah! The giant magic circle detonated right in the creature's face, an immense self-destruct. The cause, an ignis fatuus, a violent magical backlash. That technique. Welf. Kazuki burn. Even my shout of joy was drowned by Welf's roar as he brought his great blade down. A crimson blaze surged from behind him, engulfing the demi-spirit and setting it ablaze. Its flower-like lower body writhed in agony, the entire monstrous form Thrashinga's flames consumed it. All around, adventurers who had been shielding the healers raised their weapons in counterattack. Now, finish it. You-woo! At the command of the elf Luvis, elite adventurers charged from every direction. Half its body burned away, throat scorched so it could no longer chant. The demi-spirit had no escape. Steel and arrows pierced it from all sides, and just as Alan had predicted, the monster was slain without ceremony. Welf's Will-O-Wisp, the anti-magic fire. A spell that disrupts mana itself, lethal to mages and monsters alike, a perfect magic killer. If monsters that could wield magic existed, this was their natural predator. That was why Alan and my master had been so calm. They knew Welf was Onthai's floor. They defeated the demi-spirit without even needing the main force. First that war between factions, and now this. Bel Cranel and that Smith Arinsane. What is that Hestia Familia? The astonished cry came from an adventurer of the Loki Familia, half admiring, half indignant. Alan, who had Sue Eward at the creature's hands before, merely clicked his tongue in disgust. I wanted to be proud of Welf, really, I did. But the chaos and smoke made Ithard to even find words. Once I confirmed the demi-spirit had truly fallen silent, I ignored everything else and sprinted straight toward him. Ryu followed close behind. Welf, are you all right? I'm alive, but barely. Couldn't stop the first spell, so yeah, almost got myself-roasted. He dropped to the ground with a heavy thud, sitting there with his legs splayed out, chest heaving as he gulped down air. The kimono-style spirit cloth he wore was scorched in several places. Theward's almost died clearly weren't an exaggeration. He must have been unable to block that first, devastating blast of magic. Bel, Welf. And Ryu. Cassandra. As I wondered how to comfort Welf while he wiped the sweat from his jaw, Cassandra came running toward us, clutching her long star letter 1B0 to her chest. Just as Hestia had said, she was stationed on this floor, though the long, white-wrapped object she carried along with her star letter 1B0 caught my attention. I'll handle treatment for all three of you. Please hold still. She set the long item down, raised her star letter 1B0, and began her chant. Even though her own face and shoulders were wounded, she ignored herself and continued. So light. It felt rude even to compare, but her full-party healing was far stronger than Niana's. Our stamina was restored almost instantly, Welf's burns fatting away as if they'd never been there. There are only a handful of level 3 healers in the whole city. Hearing that title wasn't just for show, she truly proved it. There isn't much time, so please, Ryu. Take this, for me. Still flustered, Cassandra picked up the long, wrapped bundle she'd set aside and thrust it toward Ryu, who looked genuinely surprised to be addressed. I had another terrifying, awful, gut-wrenching prophetic dream, and it was so much like the nightmare I'd seen before, and I just know not all of them can be avoided, but I thought, this must be what I have to do. Tears welled as she spoke faster and faster. Even without listening closely, her words were all over the place, impossible to follow. She glanced between Ryu and me again and again, then murmured in a small, trembling voice, I'm really sorry, Bel, but my prophecy called it the Bunny Slaughter Harem. The phrasing was so ominous that cold sweat broke out on my back. Ryu looked equally at a loss, uncertain whether to accept something that wouldn't weigh her down. Her sky-blue eyes met mine. My back, my status, felt faintly warm. I opened my mouth. Ryu, please accept it. I urged her myself. During our previous expedition, when I'd gone to save Ryu, Cassandra had given me Goliath's scarf. That piece of gear had saved me more times than I could count. I didn't have any proof, but I believed her feelings would protect us again. Touching the black Mu-Uller still around my neck, I said as much. Cassandra's eyes widened, then filled with tears as she called my name in a wavering voice. Ryu, who had been watching me, finally nodded. Understood, she said, and accepted the long, white-wrapped bundle. Cassandra bowed over and over while explaining it. Ryu listened intently, and Ismailed faintly before glancing toward our mentor's group farther away. Other healers were working on Lefia and the low-key Familia, so departure would take a little more time. The adventurers who had fought the demi-spirit were treating wounds and standing guard under the elves' direction. Luvis and the other members of the Modi Familia were clearly the squad leaders here, commanding the healer guard unit, probably the same group that should have included Dormal and his comrades. Finally catching his breath, Welf staggered to his feet. Damn it, my post was supposed to be higher up. Belle, this hole, started ranting, having apparently missed everything that just happened with Cassandra, and I couldn't help but laugh softly. Being thrown into a lower floor like this with no level boost, as a plain level 2, really was a nightmare. Your magical BE Euctive, huh? That damn Lily, changing my assignment like thighs. Lily, come to think of it, do you know where she is, Welf? I hadn't seen her yet. When I asked, Welf shot me a dubious look. Lily Squeak stayed on the surface. I froze, caught completely O letter 1B0 guard. A moment later, Hestja's flustered voice spilled out from the crystal. I forget to mention that. Welf sighed, his expression turning sour again as he muttered with clear exasperation. She's the commander again this time. The story rewinds. What is this? Faced with the sight before her, Lily muttered in a daze, part mental breakdown, part desperate denial of reality. The location, the guild headquarters, first floor, the Grand Hall. Its temporary title, Operations Room. Rows of desks lined the space, stacked high with parchment reports. Guild receptionists, Ina and her colleagues, now serving as controllers for the great operation to rescue the Loki Familia, had been anxiously awaiting Lilaruka's arrival. Miss Ard, we need your orders immediately. Fa, directive from Hildesleaf. She said, with both myself and that hero absent, you are to devote your entire being to maintaining the shaft line. Wah, what did you just say? In other words, the adventurers fighting in the dungeon, unit leaders like Daphne and the other squad captains, each carried a communication crystal, relaying real-time reports from the front. Send reinforcements. We're short on people. We're resting at the relay point. Patch the hole in our line. A flood of urgent requests poured in without pause, and the person responsible for handling that torrent, analyzing, deciding, and issuing orders in place of Hedin, the acting commander indispensable to this operation, was none other than Lilaruka Ard, age 15. A precious level 2 combatant, stuck safely on the surface as commander, doing nothing but give orders, an easy, cushy desk job. Such divine mercy from Lord Hedin Selland. Like hell IT is. Wah. She's already losing it before doing anything. Dragged bodily into the command chair by Ina and the others, Lily shouted at head top of her lungs. Tiny receptionist Misha yelped in alarm, but Lily didn't care in the slightest. Lilaruka Ard, directing the combined forces of Aurario, minus the Loki Familia, along with the Academy troops. Thousands under her command. The faction war was one thing, but this was an unwanted ultra-promotion straight into upper management hell. That damned elf. He's the devil himself. Slamming both fists on the desk, she spat out the same words she had onsused during the faction war, but this time, the hatred behind them was order-soft magnitude deeper. In her mind's eye, she could see that bespectacled demon, pushing his glasses up with a smug now work, my little Palom, and she burned with the urge to punch him right in the face and shatter those lenses to pieces. Where's Fells? He loves this kind of thing, perfect chance for him to skulk around in the shadows. Who's Fells? We have no such adventurer here. Right, that's the cover story, isn't it? That totally not suspicious black-robed creep. Just you wait till later. Trying to beg the ex-sage for help only to be shut down by Ina, Lily growled like a cornered beast and scanned the room. Gainsha Familia, now reaching the 37th floor. Supply units deployed assorted by the Hildesleaf Sta letter 1B0. Mass outbreak of new monsters centered in the Great Tree Labyrinth. Shaft progress behind schedule. W what? A floor boss? That's the boss and continue downward. Maintaining the shaft takes priority. Before the main force had even departed, the operations room had already become a maelstrom of chaos. Each receptionist's desk was equipped with a crystal communicator, the same device exposed during the faction war. An elf with pale violet hair scribbled down field reports from the defense squads. A human relayed information about the irregulars to the entire room. A young raccoon girl, a guild clerk and student from the Academy's general education course, panicked at a boss sighting, and a beautiful werewolf woman snatched her communicator to bark from tactical orders. This was no longer a peaceful guild hall. It was another battlefield, one on the surface. And Lily could feel every muscle in her face twitch as she stared at the pandemonium. Ard, we'll support you however we can. Please, we need your help. Help Belle and the others, help the adventurers. Please. Ina clasped her hands and pleaded, and Misha and the other receptionists joined in. By trade, they were all tidy, beautiful-looking receptionists, and Lilaruka, who always felt self-conscious about her short stature, choked on her words as the girls' earnest faces pressed on her. This operations room was one of the critical nodes that would decide the success of the city's largest operation to rescue the Loki Familia. Of course she didn't want that responsibility. Of course she wanted to run away. But she also knew she couldn't. Hedin had named her specifically. If Lilaruka Ard, dubbed the Little Marshal, was to demonstrate her full capability, this battlefield was where she had to do it. She really didn't want to do it. If Belle and the others weren't involved, she'd happily abandon it all. All right, enough. You don't have to tell me, I know. Helping Belle and Theothers is basically all I can do. Ard, tell me everything about the situation so far. From adventurer intel totements, everything. Ina couldn't hide her smile as she nodded then, together with Misha, slammed a mountain of paperwork on the desk. Lilaruka's face twitched, but she slapped at her cheeks once with both hands and ahead of Belle and company started her own fight. And now, the present. The shaft up to floor 17 is to be released. Any viable forces, especially level 2 and up, advance to floor 18. Relevant academy students will follow. What, you're going to lift the shaft that far already? But this is the Hildesleifsplin. Shut up. I'm the commander now, so I'll do things my way. Obey me. Wah. Everyone, we're proceeding to floor 18. Dismissing Misha's objections like a tyrant and driving letter 1B0 the whining, Lilaruka made the unilateral call to change the rally point for Belle's return from floor 1 to floor 18. Given the shortest path constraints, the artificial labyrinth Nasus can't be used on the outbound leg, but can be ignored on the return. If they taketh time, they can get back safely to the surface from floor 18. With that, powerful forces such as Mikoto and Auka could be sent to lower floors. Hedin would probably call Lilaruka's decision correct after the fact. You should have noticed without being told, the tyrant with glasses would say, but that didn't stop Lilaruka from grinding her teeth at the thought. All these orders are for Belle and the others. Above all, I'll squeeze every last bit off strength out of what we have. From the Great Tree Labyrinth, enemy forces that drove Loki to the brink have been confirmed. From floor 19, it's hell. Apologies to Mikoto and the others, but every freed-up force would be poured into the lower layers. Mikoto's squad would reinforce Daphne, and Daphne's group would dash onward to the next layer. It's a pump-style operation. No amount of manpower is ever enough. Like the grumbling Welf, Lilaruka wouldn't shy away from drastic redeployments. The dungeon is a treasure chest of irregularities. It's wise to prepare backups by the dozen. Otherwise, this rescue won't succeed. I'll give this everything I've got. Everyone, fight like your life depends on it. Okay. Eyes burning, Lilaruka strode with grim determination, and Ina and the other receptionists reached out in solidarity. Under Hedin's command, the party departed at once. From here on, the terrain changed into the jungle canyon, starting at the 29th floor. At Welf's request, Belle kept the crimson, short-bladed magic sword at his side, the same one given by Hestia before their journey to the Dragon's Valley, forged reluctantly but carefully by Welf himself. Belle had barely used it before, but No secured it tightly at his waist as a charm and final trump card. The march through the dense canyon began at full speed. Following Hedin's orders, the elite formation ignored the usual tunnels and climbed high into the towering trees, sprinting along massive branches straight toward the next passageway. It was the same reckless ingenuity they had used to descend the Cly letter 1B0 earlier. The sky above the canopy teemed with winged monsters, Gale Tiras, Butt, Defense Squad, positioned ahead, incinerated them with prepared magic. The team maintained maximum momentum, leaping from trunk to trunk, with no proper pseudoshaft for support. According to Hestia's remote briefing, from the lower floors onward, the dungeon's size expands far beyond reason. Even if every adventurer in Arario joined in, we couldn't build a continuous shaft network through all usual routes. Hence the improvisation. Speed mattered more than formation. Hedin's strategy demanded flexibility, to adapt instantly rather than cling to perfect structure. The top priority, the main party reaching its goal unscathed and in the shortest possible time. The return route, he explained, would be the opposite. The defense squad stationed at each level could merge with the returning party as they climbed back, forming new chains of support. In that sense, the roughness of the current shaft system made sense. It was built for progress, not perfection. The advance squad clear the path, Shoot down every monster Thad approaches. Leon. Don't let the dungeon outpace you. By now, only level 3 elites or level 4 veterans could hold the line as defenders. Among them were familiar faces, not only those who had ranked up after the war game, but even instructors from the academy. With their support, Belle's team blitzed through the 32nd floor in what felt like moments. A roar filled the comms. Whoa, whoa, whoa. After that huge jungle comes a desert. Shut it, shrimp! From the 33rd floor onward stretched a new domain, the desert labyrinth, Sandland. As the name suggested, it was a vast, endless desert. No maze-like tunnels, just an open expanse of golden sand, rolling dunes, and the occasional twisted cactus-like plant. Overhead, a colossal red crystal shone like a sun, backinged everything below in suffocating heat that felt impossible for an underground world. The entire region was a single open field, a straight shot from the southern entrance to the northern passage. Simple in shape, but absolutely merciless in nature. The loose sand swallowed their steps, making every stride a battle. Monsters erupted from the ground without warning, turning the entire floor into a living minefield of ambushes. Worse, mana-infused mirages shimmered across the landscape, bending perception, twisting direction. A cruel trap that on-life-terrans or those with special gear could overcome. It was said that even seasoned adventurers often lost their way and their lives here. But for Belle and the main host, it was another obstacle crushed underfoot. The main squad's Hyrie. Should I fire the flare? Or maybe unleash the sound of my burning heart, fire inferno flame explosion? No. Then hear Meror, the blazing spirit of steel itself. Behold the bridge of ice. Shut up, Iberia! In unison, the frontliners shouted down the excitable mage of the Ganesha Familia as she and her unit unleashed their combined spell. Dozens of ice mages chanted in harmony, and in the next instant, an immense line of frozen magic carved through the desert. A colossal, uneven bridge of solid blue ice rose across the dunes, a highway through the inferno. Belle's squad charged forward without hesitation. Monsters burst from the sands or lunged from the sides, but the ice bridge gave them footing and direction. Even if parts of it shattered under assault, the adventurers leapt from block to block as if dancing, soaring forward. Compared to the Cly Letter 1B0 descent or the Jungle Crossing, this was practically easy. Rare monsters like basilisks and hordes of man-eating flowers attacked, but Ganesha Familia, running parallel along the iceway, blasted them to ash. The desert itself had been transformed into a glittering blue path, a frozen shaft gleaming under a crimson sun. Had it not been a battlefield, Belle would have stopped just to marvel at the beauty. But even he could tell, this kind of grand-scale tactic could only exist in an operation of this magnitude. The City of Heroes, Aurario, truly unbelievable. The rest is up to you, dream party. Even inside the dungeon, Iberis, magically amplified voice thundered through Thier. Belle raised his thumb in acknowledgement and pressed on. Floors 34 and 35 fell the same way, cleared without pause. The massive Ganesha Familia, Aurario's largest host, showed its full might in support. Finally came the 36th floor, where the blazing sun above abruptly gave way to Afrigid, night desert. The brutal temperature shift could have killed a normal person, but the advanced adventurers simply pushed through, passing the Osis resting zone without stopping. The unrelenting advance continued, deeper and deeper, toward the true deadline. The deep floors. The 37th floor, the White Palace, that merciless labyrinth that had once driven both him and Ryu to the brink of death. Now they were back. Leffia, are you okay? Ha, don't mind me, keep going, I'll keep up no matter what. Belle's lungs burned, even he was gasping now. But Leffia and the other level 4s were drenched in sweat, their stamina pushed to its limits. The distance they'd run from the surface, first through 36th floor, was beyond comprehension. They had sprinted through the widening lower strata, without rest, without pause, maintaining first-tier speed the entire time. It was a suicidal marathon through hell. No one could be blamed for collapsing, yet Leffia refused to falter. Her resolve blazed brighter than the exhaustion clouding her eyes. So did the others of the low-key Familia, the greatest expeditionary force in Aurario. No matter how winded they were, they refused to fall behind. Their arms pumped, legs screamed, and yet every one of them kept running, eyes lit with unshakable purpose. Seeing the black-haired youth among them, his expression unwavering, Belle swallowed his doubt. These were not just famous adventurers. They wear legends still fighting to live up to their name. Where's the Gale? Alan barked from the front. Turn right ahead. A dead-end chamber, Ryu called back. They veered sharply, skidding across smooth white stone. Belle recognized the space. This was the same room where he and Ryu had once found their path to revival. Alan's group quickly unearthed a cluster of quartz-like crystals embedded in Thefar wall and shattered them open. A staircase appeared, spiraling down into the depths below. They're using the underground stream as a shortcut. As they poured down the steps, Ryu turned to Belle mid-stride, her teal ice-glinting. Belle nodded with a crooked grin, their unspoken memory shared. At the base waited the clear blue corridor of flowing water, the Azure Path. The sacred underground river they, once crawled through, bloodied and desperate, now became a lifeline for the entire host. Ganesha Lot really did it. Supplies are all here. In that chaos, I'm impressed. Gra, toss me a potion. Here. Sound of running water was calm, almost too gentle for a place so deep in the dungeon. Ahead, stacked high in the tunnel's corner, were countless wooden crates, medical and support items left behind by the Ganesha family a days earlier. This was their third relay point, a hidden supply base where no healer's presence was required. Belle exhaled, recognizing it instantly. This was the same secluded cavern he and Ryu had stumbled into during their doomed struggle against the Juggernaut. A hidden safety zone, undetected even by the guild until Fells had verified its security later. Even when I first heard about this place, I couldn't believe it existed, said one dwarf. An uncharted area right under our noses. Quite the discovery. Well done, boy. Thank you, Belle stammered, smiling awkwardly as he took a potion from Ulfrig. Beside him, Ryu's pointed ears twitched red as she glanced toward the flowing blue light of the river. Because this very spot, this hidden hollow, was where they had once clung to life, half naked and half dead in each other's arms. Why are you acting so fidgety? And no reason, Belle squeaked. As the others noisily tended to supplies, only the two of them burned with private embarrassment. At the stream's edge, Leffia knelt down, her delicate hands scooping up the cool, pure water to her lips. The rippling glow reflected in her eyes as she drank, silent, determined, readying herself for what lay below. The respite wouldn't last. Next awaited the deep floors beyond salvation. Her amber hair, damp with sweat and clinging to her flushed cheeks, wasp-brushed back behind her ear, a gesture so graceful and mature that it made my heart skip a beat. But I didn't have the luxury of being flustered right now. I quickly turned away from her puzzled gaze, crouched down a bit away from Vrion, and plunged my entire face into the stream. The cool water soothed my overheated head. I gulped down a few mouthfuls, letting out a satisfied sigh as I slowly opened my eyes. Belle. Biwa. Only for a beautiful mermaid to appear before me as if rising from the depths. So close our lips could have touched, the smiling girl Mari, the Xenos mermaid, beamed at me and I choked, blowing a spray of bubbles right into her face. Piwa. Cough, cough, Mari. Why are you here? Black-robed Fells told me. Said if I waited in the stream, I could meet Belle. I shot upright, sputtering, and quickly looked around in panic. Leffia and the others on the shore hadn't noticed. After confirming that, I lowered my voice and whispered. Mari, only poking her head slightly out of the water, giggled innocently like a mischievous little girl, then leaned close to Mir and whispered softly. Hearing that Fells had sent her made everything click. After I'd given Fells the information about the Azure Path, he and Leto had decided to make this place a Xenos hideout. Mari must have been brought here by them, now serving as one of the sanctuary's guardians. Mari, what about Ween and the others? Leto and the rest? They're gone, a long time ago. Went further down below. I'd already asked Goddess Hestia on the way, but even so they really were deeper down. The Xenos had joined Loki Familia's expedition and were now part of the rescue mission. I couldn't help but worry. The crystal link we'd given them wasn't connecting anymore. Were Ween and Leto really okay? Belle, here. Mary gazed up at me, eyes clear and kind, and held out something in both hands. A small vial filled with a crimson liquid that shimmered like a jewel of the sea. Wait, this is your blood, Mary. I wanted to give it to Belle. The mermaid's blood, a rare drop item. It holds incredible healing power, capable of completely restoring wounds and stamina. Whether it was given to her by Leto's group or something she'd found herself in the Water City, I didn't know. But this vial, prepared at the cost of her own body, was proof of Mari's devotion. I accepted it gently and held it tightly in both hands. Do your best, Belle, the one I love. Whether she understood the danger we were walking into or not, Mari's eyes shimmered with emotion. And then Chu. She leaned forward and kissed me softly on the cheek. I froze. Mari smiled one last time, then slipped gracefully back into the stream, the bride of the water city returning to her home beneath the current. All that was left behind was me, turned into a red-faced statue. Belle! I jolted so hard my shoulders jumped, turning styly toward the voice. Ryu was standing right beside me, looking down without a single hint of expression. She definitely saw it. Still half-crouched by the water's edge, I could feel the liquid I'd just drunk pouring out of me again as cold sweat. Ryu stared at me for a moment, then sighed quietly and extended her hand. Let's go. Why, yes, ma'am. I could practically hear the exasperated sigh from Hestia echo through Theokulu's as well. With that, the main force resumed its advance. The underground waterway was a straight path, no chance to get lost. Ryu and I had been forced to enter this place from the collapsed Colosseum, but Fells and the others had already found the usual exit during their investigation. Following God's guidance, we quickly left the azure path behind. Breaking through the quartz-like mineral wall led us into the Hall of Warriors. This area lay between the second and third circular walls, close to the Colosseum. From here, we only needed to move toward the throne room inside of the first wall, where the passage to the next floor waited. The White Palace consisted of 5 massive circular walls. Thanks to the azure path, we had bypassed 3 of them entirely, a massive shortcut that also saved the defense team's countless manpower and time in maintaining the vertical shaft. Ooh. Goo! The Ganesha Familia, stationed in advance, held the line, forming a defensive Esudo shaft and smashing back waves of Spartai and Lizardmen elites, monsters that had given me endless trouble before. This was the deep floors. Even the enemies here were terrifyingly strong. But seeing how the Ganesha Familia concentrated their forces on this narrow route from the Hall of Warriors to the throne room, the sense of security they provided was overwhelming. Everything was going smoothly, or so I wanted to believe. But the memories of the 37th floor, of how that place had broken me once before, refused to let me feel at ease. And almost as if to confirm that unease, the entire floor began to tremble. Epicenter was still distant, yet the vibrations reached us clearly through Theground. Ryu, Lefia, and I all grimaced as a deep, chilling howl echoed through the palace. It was the sound of something immense, letting out its first, monstrous cry. Hedin, on the 37th floor, the floor boss has appeared. Lily's voice came sharply through Master Hedin's oculus. The air around him, running just ahead of me, instantly turned so sharp it felt dangerous to breathe near him. Every member of the main force fell silent, and even the Ganesha Familia surrounding us couldn't hide their shock. Before we could fully process the situation, we had already reached the throne room. Ooh. In the center of that enormous chamber, wide and tall beyond measure, something vast had risen. A colossal black skeleton, its lower body buried in the ground. It towered roughly 10 meters high, twin sockets burning with eerie blue fire, and beneath its neck, suspended between ribcage and sternum, floated a massive magic stone. The solitary king of the 37th floor labyrinth, its floor boss, the monster Rex known as Udius. Gah. You've got to be kidding me, you bastard. Gah. The moment we recognized the boss, the Ganesha Familia members maintaining the pseudo-shaft inside the room were obliterated in a single swing of that blackened arm. Udius's power was at least level 6. Even a first-tier adventurer at level 5 couldn't survive a direct hit, let alone a level 4. And to be caught letter 1B0 guard by something that wasn't supposed to spawn, that was fatal. What the hell happened to the spawn interval? At the time of the Amphispina, it was already clear that thinking about it was pointless. D. Valen replied calmly to Alan's frustrated curse. The unease that had been building ever since the lower floors had finally come toe ahead. The spawn intervals were completely broken. Was the dungeon itself trying to stop the Loki Familia's rescue? Ooh. Finished slaughtering the Ganesha Familia vanguard, Udius turned its blazing eye fires on us. There was no escaping this. The Skeletal King's signature attack, the reverse pile, was already stirring. I remembered that horrible move all too well. Sharp bone-like spikes erupting from the ground, the same kind the skull sheep used, but now covering the entire chamber. The attack shot up from beneath our feet, stabbing in every direction with murderous precision, denying all freedom of movement. Even trying to circle around that massive body would only get us skewered by the countless piles erupting like black spears from the earth. And before I could even finish that thought, thud, 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 thud. Behind us, and at the far exit of the chamber, walls of those black spikes shot up, sealing both paths. Our retreat was gone. There was no time left to fear this new terror of the deep floors. Surrounded by a forest of obsidian spears, I felt the sweat slide down my cheek. If we wanted to move forward, we had no choice but to kill Udius. TCH. Master Hedin clicked his tongue, his sharpest of the day, as the carefully laid plan was completely shattered. The attacks by the new species, like the man-eating flowers, those kinds of irregularities that don't break the dungeon's rules, were surely without expectations. But a worst-case consecutive boss rush of floor masters, that kind of violation of the dungeon's laws, was something even Master Hedin hadn't predicted. It wasn't just unfair, it was cheating after the fact. The anger radiating from my master was frightening to the point of freezing fear, but I understood how he felt. We'll have to accept the loss in time and bring it down as fast as possible. Even if the main force sewered casualties, if we didn't, the plan couldn't bear a build. Just as I reached for the goddess's knife, ready to join Alan and the others as Thai raised their weapons and bloodlust filled the air. Has your plan fallen apart, Hedin? A single knight stepped forward as if to stop us all. If so, I'll take care of it. Didn't wait for permission. As though he already knew what Master Hedin's answer would be, the knight, Leon, leapt into the fray. Alan, D. Valen, and I could only stare wide-eyed. The floor master stirred, its massive bones creaking in response. A reckless leap, placing Leon barely 15 meters away from Udius itself, close enough to draw all of the monster's hatred and attention to himself alone. Resound, remnant light, thus speaks the 12th seed of valor. Without even drawing the long sword on his back, he cast a reinforcement spell. That was the trigger for battle. For a mere adventurer to perform magic in front of it, no, to declare war in its presence, the skeletal king would tolerate no such defiance. Ooh, 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 ooh. A terrifying barrage of reverse piles, 44 skewers of bone from every direction, front, back, left, right. The knight cut them all down with sword strokes faster than the eye could follow. Strategist is stingy when it comes to resource management. His golden lion-hued blade wove a barrier of light and slashes, too fast to see, but the blade itself couldn't endure such power. Therefore, one strike is all it takes. Cutting through 20 of the bone spears, his one-handed sword shattered, but the scattering motes of light instantly reformed into twin blades. When those twin blades had finished cleaving the remaining 24 spikes, they too burst apart, and from the fragments formed a radiant battle axe. Trial 1 Purcell. Trial 2 Gavel, both cleared. Trial 3 Darbazel, released. He summoned the third weapon of the 12 blades of the round. Ah! A chill ran down my spine. The scene was too familiar, so much that goosebumps prickled my skin. That proud, unyielding back, it made my heart tremble. Beside me, Lefia's blue eyes widened in the same shock. Perhaps this is a fitting opportunity, the knight said, to see how far I have come, how close I've drawn to who I once was. The skeletal king, overwhelmed, couldn't comprehend the meaning of his defiant words, that litany of vows carved into battle. As if to drive away its first taste of fear, the black-boned giant swung its massive arm. And in answer, the knight gathered the light axe upon his back and spoke. Before the hill is severed, before the castle is cut down, before the dragon is slain, first I'll butcher you, floor boss. The swing of his arm released a single flash, residual light. The brilliant radiance seared itself into my eyes, and deep in my heart, it whispered. A torrent of light painted everything vivid and bright. It annihilated the distance, blew away the monster's mighty arm, and sliced through Udius, freezing even time itself. The lion's shining strike erased the floor boss's upper body with its death scream, shattering even the magic stone protected within the ribcage armor, and reducing it to nothing in the storm of brilliance. The towering walls of the massive chamber, and even the reverse pike Selingo letter 1B0, the exits, were obliterated along with it, leaving behind only drifting ashes. The weapon of light vanished from the knight's hand, its duty fulfilled. Uaa. Holy Crap. Overcome by awe and excitement, I lost all control, shouting like a lunatic. Master kicked me. Alan, Ulfrig, D. Valen, Berling, and Gra all kicked, punched, and elbowed me. And still I screamed. Beside Ryu, who stood frozen in shock, and Lefia, who clutched her trembling chest, I cheered toward the sight before me, toward that unbelievable feat. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. A floor boss felled in a single strike. That's the Knight of Knights. A true hero of the present age. If it's with Professor Leon, with everyone, we can make it. We can reach Eyes and the others. Like a child reunited with the hero from their favorite fairy tale, my cheeks flushed bright red, and tears nearly welled up as I gazed upon that radiant hope. Unbelievable. The goddess Hestia screamed exactly like her child of a follower. The underground temple erupted in cheers at the sight projected through the crystal sphere. Freya, seated elegantly in her chair, clapped with an unfeigned smile. Hephaestus muttered, "You're so loud, Hestia," yet couldn't hide her own excitement. Balder watched calmly beside them, and Loki pursed her lips in frustration. Among them all, Hermes' eyes sparkled brighter than anyone's. I see it, clear as day, the backs of Zeus and Hera themselves. The two great familias that once reigned over Arario, heroes who had claimed the title of the strongest in every era. And now, the heroes of this generation were drawing near to them. For even among gods, a floor boss defeated in one blow was nearly unthinkable. To slay Udius in a single strike, that's something only the legendary Maximorth warrior Zald ever did. Heh, my eyes beat that so-called weakest of the four kings, Yujos, all by herself. And at level 5, too. Ain't such a big deal. Don't start a rivalry, Loki. And besides, you ever hear of anyone in Zeus's bunch soloing a floor boss? Guilds got no record of it, but it's just a tall tale. Zeus and Hera were always so sloppy they probably never bothered reporting it. Their children didn't seem to care much either, Hephaestus sighed. As Hermes continued to heap praise, Loki's competitive spirit flared. Hestia groaned in exasperation, and Hephaestus shook her head, reminiscing about the old days. I wish I could tell your past self this, that through your frustration and yearning, your future self has finally arrived there. Congratulations, Leon. Only Balder, Leon's own god, watched the knight's side profile without pride or arrogance, simply ewing quiet blessing. Fascinating display, Freya said sharply, eyes narrowing as she looked upward. But Uranus, how far do you plan to let this go? All these irregularities, these blatant breaches of rule, how long will you overlook the dungeon Smolis? Her voice cut through the noisy clamor of celebrating gods. The piercing accusation in her gaze made the high-seated Uranus close his ice in silence. Then calling it malice, Uranus said slowly, it would be more accurate toss. The dungeon is unsettled. Wasn't exactly a defense, but his words were measured, chosen carefully. Never in this past millennium has such a massive number of adventurers invaded the dungeon all at once. So it's panicking. Hestia tilted her head. And in its confusion, it's forcefully spawning stronger monsters. Precisely. It believes it's being attacked before the promised time has come. The old god's nod carried a strange gravity, the kind that only gods could sense. Of all those present, only Uranus, still ewing his silent prayers, could truly grasp the dungeon's will and the subtle shifts of its temperament. Worst back-to-back boss rush, was it? He murmured. Opening his eyes at last, his gaze, deep and endless like the sky, fell upon the adventurers below. He watched Bel and his companions move onward, sharing their spare supplice with the fallen members of the Ganesha Familia before pressing forward once more into the depths. Thanks to Professor Leon's brief but brilliant performance, we safely broke through the 37th floor. In doing so, we inadvertently set a new personal depth record and advanced into the 38th floor. The White Palace exists only on the 37th floor, so from here on the environment changes completely. But before we can even start worrying about new dangers or discoveries, a completely unexpected sight jumps into view. Finally, you're here. Hey, hurry it up already. Standing there are the dog person Lulun and the rest of the Hermes Familia. Gwaha. Agu. Right beside a group of winged wyverns. I'm stunned. This isn't just water and oil. This is water and gunpowder. Why are adventurers and monsters lined up together instead of fighting? Gugwa. Wait, that voice, Stone Dragon grows. He's here too. They're Xenos, all those monsters over there, they're Xenos. And grows, what is that suspicious growling supposed to be? You're making it more obvious. Whoa, hold on, don't attack. Remember what was in Hedon's battle plan. These wyverns are your ride to get you past this. Lulun throws up her hands in a panic. She desperately tries to calm down Lefia and the others, who were ready to draw their weapons on instinct. Now that she mentions it, Hestia had said something about transport waiting ahead. But still, long story short, these monsters have been tamed by the Ganesha Familia. So that's the story we're going with. They've been totally broken in and trained, so even without their tamers present, they can be ridden freely. Are really? Yeah, that explanation has some holes in it. Tamed monsters are only supposed to obey their own tamers. That completely contradicts common sense. Tame, tame. Stop that noisy chanting, you're going to blow your cover. The wyverns start bellowing tame, tame as if they understand what's going on, and I start panicking hard enough to sweat. Then, through the crystal communication, Hestia whispers frantically, Bebel, do something about this. Do something how? Flustered, I glance toward Lefia and the others, only to see them sigh. The Xenos we know about the talking monsters. Yeah, we know. Of course. Why do you sound surprised? You're the one out of the loop. Both Hestia and I let out a stupid sound of surprise at the same time, but thinking about it now, it makes sense. Eyes had already seen me with Wieneback in Daedalus Street, so naturally the entire Loki Familia would know by now. As for Ulfrig and the others from the Freyja Familia, well, apparently Lady Freyja had ordered an investigation into me, and during that process they'd gotten information from Hermes himself, probably while digging through the whole Xenos versus Hunters incident. So they known all along too. Investigation into my background. That sounds terrifying. Come on. So we did all this acting for nothing, Hermes. Lulun throws her head back and covers her face with a hand, lamenting in exasperation, while the rest of the Hermes Familia start grumbling as well. Then, from the crystal relay, the voice of the god himself echoes through. Well, yeah, Hermes's voice said through the crystal. But remember, there are folks from the academy here who don't exactly know about our special circumstances, right? Every single one of us, me, Lefia, Lulun and her party, even Grows and the other Xenos, turned to look in the same direction. Professor Leon, who had been quietly listening the whole time, paused for a moment, then gave a small shrug. Let's pretend I didn't hear any of that. It was the perfect adult answer. Sweat broke out all over me, and I nearly collapsed in relief. Lefia looked just as awkward, clearly realizing how reckless we'd been. Professor Leon chuckled at our reactions, his shoulders shaking slightly in amusement. When I was a child, I used to admire dragon knights. It's good to see that dream finally fulfilled. And I once heard a rumor, 16 years ago, about talking monsters. He muttered that last part almost to himself. I wanted to ask more, but no wasn't the time. The Hermes Familia were holding the passageway, scratching the walls and sealing the only exit as they desperately fought letter 1B0, a wave of monsters. Under our master's sharp gaze, we hurried to make our preparations. All the Xenos who'd come were winged types, mostly wyverns. Each could only carry 2 riders at most. Ryu and Lefia rode together. Ulfrig and his brothers, being Palams, paired up 2 per wyvern. My master and Alenich insisted on riding alone. It was hard to tell whether that was arrogance or just bad chemistry between them, probably both. For the record, Alan had initially declared, I'll go on my own 2 feet, but after a calm Alan came through the goddess's voice, he immediately caved. It was Sir's voice, which surprised me, but somehow it made perfect sense. That leaves me with you, Grows. Forgive me, boy, my back isn't the most comfortable surface. Worried about his stone body, Grows lowered his head slightly, but I shook Minnie and smiled. Not at all. I'm just happy you came to help us. Thank you, Grows. HMPH, then hold on tight. We fly, baring his fangs in what almost looked like a grin. Grows let me wrap my arms around his thick neck. Then, with Ewertless strength, he lifted us both into the air and accelerated in an instant. Good luck out there. Don't overdo it, Isfi. With the cheers of Lulun and the Tiger Man Farger ringing behind us, we soared over the blocked passageway that had been held by adventurers serving as wall sand shields. Grows and I led the formation, followed by the wyverns one after Ranother. Come to think of it, Grows, you're all right then. Indeed. During the Loki Familia's expedition, my post was on the 50th floor, but I received orders from the black-clad fells through the crystal oculus. Instructed me to lend you my strength. The Xenos' ability to fly was nothing short of revolutionary. Not only did it preserve our stamina, it allowed us to cross the Enormous dungeon literally at flying speed. Compared to the upper levels, the deep floors had passageways and ceilings vast enough to make this possible. Especially along the main routes, the open spaces were large enough for full aerial travel. In other words, This kind of flying through the dungeon maneuver would be possible anywhere above the lower floors. Only from this depth onward could it even work at all. With support from the low-key Familia, especially Groves, who had been fighting on the 50th floor to cover Leffia and the others' retreat, he gathered every winged Xenos he could find. Their designated rendezvous point was the 38th floor. After weighing every factor, that was the conclusion my master and the others must have reached. Shouting to make myself heard over the slicing wind, I called out the question that had been burning inside me since earlier, the same one I had asked Mari. What about Ween and the others? If the broken transmission was true, the lizardman Rido and his group went below the 50th floor. They went to rescue those left behind and to help the low-key Familia. My arms tightened around Groz's thick neck. I couldn't stop worrying about Eyes, about Ween, about all of them. The fear wouldn't fade, but I knew Groz felt the same. Instead of rushing to rejoin Rido and the others, he had waited here, trusted us. For this friend who had believed in us, I had to keep going and save Evrionia head. Groz, can you still fly faster? Forget about me, just go all out. Very well, don't regret it. With a roar that shattered the air, Groz accelerated as if punching a hole through sky itself. Monsters on the ground gawked upward in shock as the Xenos flight squad streaked past, leaving behind every fireball and whip-like tendril hurled their way. Bel Cranel. You probably know already, but from here on the pseudo-shaft route breaks apart. The defense teams below will cover you. Make sure they don't let you get shot down. From the deep floors onward, where each level stretched wider than the entire city of Arario itself, there could be no continuous shaft route. There simply weren't enough level 4 adventurers or higher to repel the monsters that spawned here. That was why, from this point forward, the defense teams focused solely on securing an aerial corridor. Each party was stationed at key points along the main route, taking down monsters capable of long-range attacks or massive aerial threats. Combined with the Xenos flight squad, this new network of shafts would drastically shorten our travel time. It wasn't a safe journey by any means, but it felt like riding the wind itself. We flew past the 39th floor's underbridge of ash, a waypoint not designated as a Safety zone. Then the 40th floor's domain, the graveyard of giants. Then onward, beyond the 44th floor, through the Crimson Mountains. All of them vanished beneath us in a blur of speed. Of course, danger came again and again, especially in the Crimson Mountains, where explosive fire magic from monsters like flame rocks rained down, and a colossal beast called Vermilion nearly caught us midair. Until, go on ahead, Bel. Van and the Einherjar leapt into action, their blades cleaving through the Vermilion and clearing the path. Lose your nerve over something this small. If you show me that pathetic face again, I'll drag you back to Folkvanger and beat the fight back into you myself. Why, yes, sir. I hate you more than anyone, boy. The one I'll crush isn't the monster, it's you. Don't forget that. Keeping pace with the flying Grows and the Wyverns, Van moved faster than sight, cutting down every monster that dared approach us. His shouted insults and encouragement hit me like fire, and I answered him over and over, just like I had back when I was Bel Cranel of the Freya Familia. Take care of Hogni for me. Otter should be fine. Others, like Lask and Remilia, unleashed magic and tore apart swarms of man-eating flowers. No matter what came at them, they destroyed it all. Even though teamwork wasn't their strong suit, they obeyed one rule perfectly, to protect us. Rough, wild, but absolutely resolute, the Einherjar of Freya moved with such overwhelming might that I couldn't help but tremble in awe. Everything that happened in the garden might have been nothing more than a false bond. But that bond, those feelings, were now transforming into something real, something far more precious. That's what I felt deep inside. Moving forward, Captain Shakti is waiting for you, Professor Leon. Don't lose to those adventurers out there. The combined Ewart of the Freya Familia, the Ganesha Familia, and the upper faculty of the Academy, 3 of Arario's strongest organizations, formed the most powerful pseudoshaft yet, carrying us safely out of the volcanic maze. And then, beyond the point where the last defenders of the shaft were stationed, lay the 49th floor. A single, colossal chamber stretching endlessly into the dark, the great wasteland of Moitra. That. What is that? The desolate landscape, worthy of the name Wasteland, opened before us, and my eyes were stolen by the sight that dominated it. Far beyond the swirling gray dust and sandstorms, something enormous was rampaging. Its every roar shattered the air. Each swing of its titanic arms sent tremor steering through the cracked earth, shaking loose stones from the unseen ceiling gabove like a rain of debris. And as the haze of ash began to clear, its true form emerged. It was a one-eyed giant. Its neck was long, so long it almost seemed draconic. I couldn't even tell if giant was the right word for it. Its limbs were twisted and grotesque, its skin split by jagged white spikes jutting out like exposed bone. The body beneath was unnaturally swollen, its lower half supported by strange, jointed appendages that looked half like the legs of an insect, half like those of Acariture from the deep sea. The proportion was impossible, its torso alone easily 10 meters tall, dwarfing Jevon the Udius of the 37th floor. The resemblance to that skeletal monarch was clear, the lower half buried in the ground, but this monster was larger still. Its entire form was ash-gray, and set in the center of its face, one vast crimson eye glowing with ruin. "The floor boss, Balor," Ryu whispered, her voice carried away by the dry wind. Amid a vast carpet of gray dust and ash, the sovereign of this layer stood alone. We all knew what had to come next. We'd need every bit of strategy and strength we had to even think about bringing that thing down. But before any of us could even begin to plan, my eyes caught something that made me question my own vision. I wanted to rub them to make sure I wasn't imagining it, but clinging to Grossbeck made that impossible. Because on that battlefield of despair, a small shadow, so small compared to the giant, was standing against it. Floor boss's roar thundered through the wasteland. Its claws and bone spikes swept out like the scythes of a demon. And yet, every blow was parried, every strike repelled by the sound of a mitosword. That shadow moved with breathtaking speed and strength. Each swing of its blade split the earth, tearing open crimson gashes across Thegent's lower body and painting the barren land red. There, in the endless red-brown plain where nothing could grow, two beings Salon fought to the death. Owater. The name left my lips in a trembling whisper. There's no way he could have heard me. But the bow's warrior roared like a beast, unleashing a strike far more ferocious than anything before. Ooh. With that battle cry, the already half-severed arm of Balor was finally torn letter 1B0, its deafening scream of agony echoing through the great wasteland of Moitra. He's alive. I'd heard he went missing along with Hogni, but he's alive. Except, what is he doing? Wait, is he still fighting down here? All this time just to hold it letter 1B0 for us. My mouth hung open. What I was seeing was another one-on-one fight against a floor boss, diurent from Professor Leon's battle, but equally impossible. From the back of the flying dragon, I heard someone mutter in disbelief. Turning toward the voice, I saw Lefia's beautiful face frozen in shock. He's been fighting ever since they retreated. That's not a day or two. That's been over a week. Even for a level 7, what about water and food? Fighting a floor boss alone is insane, but how does Otter even have the stamina to keep going? That damn boar, why's he still stuck there? Hurry up and finish it already, idiot. You're the one who wanted a duel, moron. What's taking so long, muscle brain? Don't slack letter 1B0, you thick-headed charge-happy boar, and Alan and the others. They were angry for reasons that made absolutely no sense. According to what Lady Freya had told us through the mirror, and his group have already beaten Balor once before, so they're not really scared of it. Even so, it's still a deep floor boss. Its estimated potential is level 7, maybe even level 8 depending on the variant. That floor boss, Balor, it's the second one. What? Then a bombshell dropped. It was Gross who spoke, his deep, grim tone full of unease. He almost look-disturbed himself. When I passed through this floor before, that Bow's warrior had already defeated the floor boss Balor. So for him to still be fighting now means this Balor is a newly spawned one. The pattern of continuous boss spawns that ignored the usual respawn intervals, the worst possible boss rush. And just like the others, Otter must have finished letter 1B0, the first Balor, only for another irregular one to appear immediately after, forcing him into a second fight right away. My mind went blank. My thoughts, my words, even my expression melted away as I understood. The swirling ash storm in the air, the gray dust blanketing the wasteland, it wasn't just from lesser monsters rising from the earth. It was the remains of the first Balor. I'm seriously going to faint again. The absurdity hit me like a hammer, dredging up nightmares from the war game, my eyes rolling back as I barely stayed conscious. Alan, Ulfrig, and the others clenched their teeth with audible fury, their ice-wide with frustration and rage. Ryu rubbed her temple, clearly exasperated, while Leffia muttered something painfully misplaced. "If only I had that kind of power." "As relentless as ever," Professor Leon said at last, smiling faintly. "The kind off-smile you give a rival who never changes." "Move," Master Hedin commanded, cold and unflinching as ever. "Worrying about that battle-crazed fool is a waste of time." Flying at full speed from the 38th floor, the exhausted Xenos were pushed to their limits once more as the entire flight unit surged together, slicing across the Skisoft, the great wasteland of Moitra. The heat-haze silhouette of Balor grew larger and larger in our vision. Otter, who looked so small before, was now close enough for us to make out clearly. And then, the giant that ruled this wasteland noticed us. Even from a great distance, a shiver ran down my spine as it gathered immense magical power. Its gray body flared with a sinister crimson light, glowing brighter and brighter until it was blinding. Ooh, ooh. GH! The next instant, a torrent of red light burst forth. From that blazing single eye, a massive beam of destruction shot out, aimed straight at us. Groz and the other Xenos reacted with inhuman speed, twisting their bodies to avoid it. But the Cyclopean giant swept its neck and eye together, swinging Thebime like a scythe to vaporize us in one motion. Hildy's Vinny. And was stopped by a massive boar cloaked in golden fur. Otter's black greatsword, empowered by his lethal enhancement magic, slammed into Balor's exposed flank and carved away an enormous section of its flesh. Gaia, letting out a scream like the end of the world, the unbalanced Titan staggered back, its head and single eye lolling upward. The red beam shot skyward instead, crashing into the ceiling and triggering a deafening explosion, a deluge of rock and dust that made the Great Fall seem like nothing. While we were still reeling from that cataclysm, Groz and the others poured everything they had into their wings, accelerating desperately. Goo. Otter, dodging the deadly rain of falling boulders, the main force pushed forward toward the passage to the next floor. Clinging to Gross's stone neck, I turned to look behind us. The bow's giant, already covered in wounds far worse than anyone else, stood tall, unyielding as a mountain. And as the sky split above us, he turned his head once, giving me a single glance. That image into my mind, the sight of him plunging back into the battle that still wasn't over. We broke through to the 50th floor. Bursting out of the passage at full speed, we lost altitude in a shaky, zigzag descent and crash-landed atop a massive slab of rock rising from the center of the floor. Groz! Thrown from our mounts, Leffia, Ryu, and I hit the ground hard, rolling to a stop before turning back. The flying dragons that had carried us so far were gasping for breath, tongue-slolling, letting out weak cries of khhhhh. "I'm sorry, little one. I can't carry you any further." "No, thank you." "You saved us." Groz managed to lift himself briefly before dropping to a seated position, utterly drained. I bowed my head in deep gratitude to the Xenos who had brought us this far at such incredible speed. Leffia stepped forward and gently stroked one of the exhausted dragon's cheeks. It closed its eyes, letting out a faint, contented rumble. Where are we? This was our base camp, once at least. With Master Hedin and Professor Leon, we stepped onto solid ground for the first time in half a day, surveying our surroundings. Just as Leffia said, the area was littered with collapsed tents and abandoned cargo containers once used to haul supplies. The 50th floor was a safety point, a floor where no monsters were born. The Loki Familia had established their base atop this 10-meter-high stone plateau, launching expeditionary assaults into the deeper, unexplored layers with elite strike teams, something only a massive force of over 50 could manage. Stood glaring at the ruins of what had once been their base camp. The desolate remains of the encampment were proof of defeat, and I could see how tightly her slender hands were clenched, her knuckles turning white. I couldn't find any words to comfort her. So instead, as a fellow adventurer, I focused on assessing the situation around us. According to what the goddess told me, this should have been the final relayment. Ooh, a monstrous roar and the clash of battle. Before I could react, Professor Leon and the others were already sprinting toward the sound. I followed close behind, racing from the eastern side of Thurrock Formation to the west. There, beyond the remaining barricades, Captain Shakti. The northwest defense is about to be overrun. Damn it! Wall unit, fall back. Adventurers were locked in fierce combat against a swarm of monsters. Scaling up the Cly letter 1B0 face were grotesque, vividly colored creatures, enormous caterpillar-like beasts in shocking numbers. They spat a corrosive fluid that melted barricades and shields alike, forcing the adventurers onto the defensive. At their head stood Shakti, commanding the elite of the Ganesha Familia. Beaudevan, they were being pushed to the brink. They're breaking through. Goo! The defenders on the northeast side were finally overwhelmed, and monsters began pouring over one corner of the plateau. Wanting to help the Ganesha Familia, I was about to disobey Master Hedden's orders and fire O letter 1B0 a firebolt when, shut up! A dwarven cannonball dropped from above, smashing straight into monsters and blasting them away in a single, thunderous impact. Mia. Halfway through raising my hand, I froze in shock as the dwarven woman roared into action. She didn't just smash part of the Cly letter 1B0 and send the monsters tumbling down. She swung that massive metal shovel of hers, striking and launching beasts like they were rag dolls. When the caterpillars retaliated with a volley of acidic fluid, she simply slammed her shovel into the ground, raising a wall of rock to block the barrage. While Mia rampaged as a living decoy, Shakti barked orders, and the mages Ho had been chanting unleashed a coordinated barrage of magic in return, finally breaking the enemy's advance completely. Took you long enough, kid. And you too, Ryu. Sorry for the delay. Never mind that, Mamma Mia. Your arms are melting. Bah, a little potion'll fix that right up. Maybe so, but still. Unlike the man-eating flowers from before, these caterpillar types attacked from range and scattered corrosive fluids that continued to burn after contact. Even with Mia's incredible speed and toughness, steam was rising from her bare forearms where the acid had splashed her skin. Worry, Belle Tilda will patch her up right away, Tilda. I'm so tired of working overtime. Heath and Big Brutherer. MYA and the others were in big trouble, Naya. Get O letter 1B0 me, you damn nuisance. It wasn't just Mia. A wave of wide area healing magic washed over the Ganesha Familia lines. When I turned around, there stood Heath, eyes dull like a dead fish Fronkshauschen, along with the other soot-stained healers of Andrimnir, all lined up and chanting their spells together. A streak of gold flashed past Heath and the others, a blur shooting straight toward us. It was Anya. Tossing aside her golden spear, the catgirl launched herself forward for a hug, only for Alan to catch her head one-handed, veins rising on his temple. This endless death march of an ultra-hard endurance fight was so exhausting, Naya Tilda. Since the adventurers are here, that means we just have to find the Loki family and we're done, right? Chloe, Lunwar. And they weren't alone. The waitresses from the Hostess of Fertility who had in the war game were there too. Alongside Mia, who had just come flying in, they must have been defending the northern side of the base camp. Dressed in combat gear, battlecross uniforms replacing their aprons, each of them wore a command card bearing the emblem of a shield at their chest. Had Master Hedden summoned them, or was this Sir's arrangement behind the scenes? Looks like both the north and south have finally settled down Tilda. If anyone needs shieling, step inside the magic circle Tilda. Which is probably everyone Tilda. While the swaying, half-conscious Heath and the soot-stained healers of Andrimnir worked to patch people up, adventurers began pouring in from both directions. The ruins of the old Loki Familia base camp had been converted in Tohat was now clearly the core of the rescue operation, a frontline command post. Only the top tier were allowed here, an elite assembly if ever there was one. Ilta, how's our spare equipment? All good, sister. The weapons are holding thanks to Goibniu's indestructiblirms, Durandal. The shields, though, might be in trouble. The Ganesha Familia was Captain Shakti, and that Amazonian warrior must have been Ilta. And she wasn't the only well-known face here. Several other first-class adventurers had gathered. Malik, sorry to keep you waiting. Just glad to see you safe, Leon. Surrounded by adventurers like this, Ashaller from the Academy feels a bit out of place. That elf, Professor Malik, was one of the Academy's top magicians, an adventurer of level 5, and according to Lord Balder, a close friend of Professor Leon. There were others from various factions as well, all level 4 or higher, each one either the strongest or second strongest of their respective groups. Lady Hather Tilda, I can't do this anymore, Tilda. This isn't what an idol in training is supposed to be doing, Tilda. Don't cry, Nernati. Look over there. Regulus Arn, the Radiant Lion, Aurario's #1 dream husband candidate, your top pick. Perfect chance to impress him, Tilda. I'll do my best. Was that a random voice feed over the Oculi's line? Whatever it was, I didn't have time to think about it. The only thing that came to mind was wow. This lineup, this firepower, it was easily the strongest out of every shaft or relaypoint we'd seen so far. But that only meant one thing. This was the kind of battleground that required such overwhelming strength just to hold the line. Sorry, Hedin, this is our limit. We can't extend the shaft any farther. I never expected more. Meeting my requirements is good enough. Commander here, Shakti, spoke through gritted teeth, frustration bleeding into her tone. Master Hedin neither praised nor reproached her. He simply acknowledged the work that had been done. Under normal circumstances, I'd have wanted you in the main force. But since you are staying, make sure the retreat path stays open, Mia. You don't need to tell me twice. Mia shot back without a hint of fear, defiant as ever. From Hedin's tone, it was clear how much it irked him to have to assign her to the defensive line, but it couldn't be helped. Hildesleif's prediction was right. If this is the front line of the defense force, then we can finally cut loose. Main party, untouched by despair or doubt, was already in full battle readiness. When Ryu spoke, Ulfrig and the others hefted their massive weapons, spear, hammer, axe, and sword, onto their shoulders. Not a trace of fear showed in any of them. Ryu, Lefia, and I were all resolved as well. For the first time since entering the dungeon, Professor Leon drew his greatsword from its sheath. Alan was meanwhile shoving a sobbing Anya, who was crying "Big brother, meow." "I'm going too, Naya," into Chloe and Lunwar's arms. "Heath, as ordered, you're coming too." "I knew it. I've been working non-stop, and now this. You Serialslide served to burn in hell once, you know that." And with that merciless call, the master dragged the last member of the main party into service. Heath, who had been hiding behind her two assistants, Lona and Ilda, stepped out with the face of a woman who had given up on life entirely, muttering curses under her breath as she shoo-ulled forward. In her hands were two command sigils, one for sword, one for shield. Two badges. She's both defense and main force. That was the first time I'd ever seen that. "I'll give you 500 volleys if you assassinate that elf demon wearing a kind face, okay, Tilda?" "That's not nearly enough. And I couldn't anyway." The dark rings under her eyes twitched as she laughed in a dead tone, not smiling in the least. Then she slumped against me like I was a wall for a while, until her healer subordinates dragged over the exhausted wyverns. With a flick of her sta letter 1B0, shadapped them. "Gra, what did you just do?" "Forced resurrection heal, that's what. And good job whispering, by the way, Mr. Zeno's Tilda." Heath looked down at Groves, who was sprawled on the ground beside the wyverns, blinking in shock as the healing light enveloped them. "Until we reach the 60th floor proper, these guys are going to be our taxi service. Wake them up when it's time, Tilda." "Gra, what?" Her declaration drew another chorus of horrified cries from both the wyverns and Groves alike. "Well, if we're rushing to the 60th floor, flying really is the fastest way. But that forced resurrection heal was beyond reckless. Even as a level 4, I could understand why the master had dragged her along. Heath was the last missing piece in the main party's formation. Still, it proved one thing: she and the master were cut from the same cloth, overworked, overpowered, and absolutely black company at heart. "Alan, would you like a taxi dragon too, Tilda?" "Why would I need slower wings than my own?" "Knew it, Tilda." "Then, Belle, I'll take this stone dragon. It looks the strongest, Tilda." Okay." Before I could protest, Heath, chugging a mana potion like an energy drink, had already decided for me, and Groves was left speechless beside me. Alan started north without another word. "Quit dawdling. We're moving." We followed. The defense force escorted us to the edge, seeing us letter 1B0 like comrades heading to the front. Boom. Boom. Tremors continued to rumble up from the depths below. We still didn't know what awaited us. But those unending quakes made sure we couldn't rest easy. They stirred the adventurer's instinct inside each of us, telling us one thing only: the fight isn't over yet. "You can still stay behind for your sister, Alan." Hell, I would. "I'm gonna grab those so-called heroes and crush every enemy in our way." Ulfrig's quiet words reached the front, where Alan strode without hesitation. "That idiot only causes trouble if you let him sit still." His back, usually radiating menace, now carried something solid: reliability. Watching Alan march ahead with only the thought of returning for his sister, I couldn't help thinking of my own family and of her. Save them. Come back alive. That's all that matters. The adventurers mounted their flying dragons once more. Ooh, 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 ooh. 3 female-type monsters approaching from the west. We'll handle them. The main force should move on. Of course, this isn't our battlefield. The ground split open, revealing the demi-spirits, those warped mockeries of the spirits we'd once fought on the 28th floor. While the massive forms surged toward us, Professor Leon's comrade, the Dark Elf Mage, unleashed overwhelming magic alongside him. That became our signal to move. Alan leapt from the rock ledge, and the dragon's wings beat in unison. "Go!" Mia's shout echoed like a cannon blast, propelling the entire main force forward like a volley of arrows. We streaked past the writhing, burning female forms, straight toward the enormous pit yawning at the western edge, toward the entrance to the next floor, where our true battlefield awaited. The dragons folded their wings tight, diving down the sheer slope like arrows. Beyond the whole of the connecting tunnel spread a new world, a pure, labyrinthine maze, its walls the color of black graphite. And from that vast dungeon poured a torrent of monsters to greet the intruders. More chains to hold you back. Run wild, beasts. For the first time, Master Hedin gave the order no restrictions. He didn't even finish before the first spear Alan had already moved. "Out of my way." Gaia! Before the flying dragons could even follow, he tore through a pack of charging black rhinos, his silver spear flashing faster than sight, shredding them in ta-chunks and leaving only fountains of blood behind. A silver chariot rampaging through crimson spray, annihilating everything in its path, too fast to track. Even here in the deep floors, it was like watching him back on the first level. Violas and Vilgas swarming from the junctions, huge numbers. Kalis Hilder. The warning wasn't even finished before the threat was erased. Mounted like a king at war, Hedin unleashed a storm of lightning bolts that incinerated every monster in sight, leaving nothing but drifting ash. The human scout from the low-key familia who'd been calling out targets could only fall silent in awe. It's the cat and elf's fault I have nothing to do. Finally getting to cut loose. What does that even mean? To Alan cutting a path for us, it seems we'll be able to conserve our strength. While Alan led the charge, Ulfrig and the others grumbled from atop their flying dragons, and Professor Leon watched the surroundings carefully. Moving alone through the deep floors was unthinkable, but following Alan's tracks really did make things much easier. "It's utterly absurd," Ryu muttered in awe, and I could hear the same amazement in her voice that I felt myself. She knew it too, that Alan and Master Hedin were destroying each monster's magic stone with surgical precision, ensuring no enhanced species were born. Doing that with such accuracy and at that speed, despite the explosive spectacle, was beyond comprehension. A literal divine technique. Honestly, it still didn't make sense that we'd managed to win the war game against people like them. "Hey, Gargoyle, be gentler, will you? I can't sleep like this." "You woman." While Master and Alan were tearing through enemies ahead, in the rear of the formation Heath was lying in Grose's arms, complaining as if she were being carried like a princess. Grose's stony face looked about ready to bulge with veins if it were made of flesh. How she could even think about sleeping in this situation was beyond understanding, or maybe it just showed how much she'd been overworked to the bone. For me, meanwhile, there was no room for composure. The intelligent flying dragon I was riding, a Xenos, was doing most of the work, but I still wasn't used to handling the reins. Controlling this kind of high-speed flight took everything I had. "Belle, at this rate you'll reach the 52nd floor soon. You remember what I told you, right?" "Yes. Starting from the 52nd floor is the Dragon's Crucible." Trying to shake letter 1B0 my nerves, I repeated the information Hestia had drilled in tome. From the 52nd floor onward began a new region, known as the Dragon's Crucible. Got that name from the long-range bombardments fired by dragons from far below, specifically from the 58th floor, where the enormous Vargang dragons, also called cannon dragons, resided. Those colossal creatures would launch massive fireballs, flares, that pierced through the floors and ceilings between layers, reaching as high as the 52nd floor to strike at adventurers. The destructive power of those shots was beyond belief. The flares punched holes straight through the dungeon strata, violating one of the cardinal rules of the labyrinth, the separation between floors. It was, quite literally, floor overreach. If something like that happened back in the upper or middle floors, you'd die instantly. To put it into perspective, it would be like me, when I was exploring the 11th floor, suddenly getting hit by an attack from Goliath, the boss of the 17th. Even worse than the nightmare of the Serpent Lambton that had haunted me before. When I'd first heard about it, I couldn't believe my ears. But soon enough, I'd had to accept it. Information about the lower and deep floors, especially beneath the 50th, is severely restricted by the guild. Apparently, if you know too much about it, you start to lose hope. It's a world too far removed from ours. I remembered what Lily and Aisha had told me about 4 months ago, when We formed the faction alliance and attempted the expedition into the lower floors. Rumor has it, the dragons there break through entire floors. One's on par with floor bosses, and there are tons of them. Now, I had finally arrived in that deurant world they spoken of. A place where every rule of the dungeon I'd known no longer applied. A true hell. The range of a flare blast is about 10 meters, and you'll hear a dragon's roar just before it fires. And with multiple cannon dragons down there, expect several blasts in succession. You've got it, right? The hellfire bombardment from 6 floors below didn't just threaten adventurers, it tore apart the dungeon itself. The holes they left behind connected the 52 and through the 58th floors, letting swarms of flying wyverns pour upward from below. A nightmare of dragonkind overrunning the skis, that's how the region earned its name. The Dragon's Crucible. I went over the details with Hestia again, bracing myself against the fear. There was still a little time before we reached the 52nd floor. I needed to steady my mind to survive this hell. With this dream party of the strongest heroes ever assembled, I truly believed we could make it through. And then, just as I thought that, it happened. A faint, broken song echoed from somewhere deep beneath the earth. It was high-pitched, distorted, and came in fragments, as though carried through countless layers of stone. What? Through the oculus crystal, I could tell my goddess's words had stopped mid-sentence. For an instant, every sound vanished from within the advancing party. Inside the dungeon, anything that falls outside known knowledge is always the precursor to an irregularity. As if faithfully following that rule, crimson runes of artillery began to rise from the ground beneath us. Master Hedin, Professor Leon, Ulfrig, D. Valen, Burring, Gro-Ryu, Lefia, Heath. Everyone in the party, every single person was frozen, trapped in the stillness between one moment and the next. Even I, sitting astride the dragon, was caught in the red radiance. I couldn't move. I didn't know what was happening, but I knew what was about to begin. All warnings and expectations would be overturned. Hell itself was opening. We're still on the 51st floor. This isn't the 52nd. That blast radius, it's over 100 meters. So much for the 10-meter range that was supposed to be the limit. It's going to burn everything, flames. The crimson runes expanded outward, swelling like a living thing. And in that instant, I could almost see it, an illusion of twisted lips forming a mocking smile. The sigil wasn't just a symbol, it was a magic circle. Then the ground exploded. Record, before the blast could reduce us to ash, Ryu's fierce voice rang out. The spell once wielded by the Apostles of Justice, Elise, and the others was invoked not as an attack but as a barrier. The radiance of countless stars surrounded the party, forming a dome of pure light, but it shattered almost instantly. World convulsed. The heat was unbearable, so intense it seemed to twist the very air. The stellar domain splintered into shards of stardust, but it had done its duty. Most of the infernal firepower was dispersed, weakened. That was all it could manage. The direct blast that would have vaporized us instead broke apart into thousands of fragments, scarlet shards mixed with shattered stone. Turned into a storm of burning debris. Master Hedin evaded with godlike precision. Professor Leon avoided it too. Ulfrig, D. Valen, Burring, Gro-Ryu, Lefia, and even Heath, everyone managed to avoid a direct hit. Only I failed to. My Rain's control couldn't compare to Master's, and my position was the worst possible one. The crimson fragments and flying rocks converged on me with demonic precision, tearing through the dragon's wing membrane and then its body itself. The kind-hearted Xenos who had shielded only me let out a short, choked roar, "Gah!" and exploded apart. A clean hole through the center of its chest, its magic stone destroyed. A fatal wound. The dragon's entire body turned to ash, and the blast hurled my body away with its final momentum. I was thrown into the air. Boy, Bell. The world, which had seemed to move in slow motion, snapped back to speed, and I was flung violently toward the rear of the formation. I tumbled helplessly across the dungeon floor, rolling end over end until I was finally blasted clear of the circle's range. Groz and Ryu shouted my name. I could tell they were trying to turn back for me. "Stop. "Belle, run," Master forbade them, and Professor Leon shouted a warning to me. A new array of crimson sigils was glowing on the floor, locking its aim on both the main force and on me. I spun away from the others, running blindly in the opposite direction, while Ryu and the rest dashed forward at full speed. An instant later, a double detonation. The twin blasts went letter 1B0 almost without pause. Though I had just barely cleared the radius, the shockwave struck my back again and I was hurled like a ball deep into the maze. GHH. Ha ha, you. My body slammed against the ground, pain detonating through me. My lungs convulsed, and before I could think, my legs were already moving. I scrambled up and bolted, running purely on instinct's hysterical screams. The relentless barrage began merciless, deafening. "Belle," Hesja's voice burst from the oculus crystal, only to be drowned beneath the roar of the inferno. I couldn't protect the Xenos. I let him die. My head and chest felt like they would split open, but the acrid smell of burning flesh rising from my body didn't allow me to drown in guilt. "Don't waste the life he saved," my ugly survival instinct howled. Then what should I think? What should I do? What can I do? What is happening? What's going on? I didn't know anything. I'd been separated from the main force. I was getting farther away every second, but I couldn't stop. If I stopped, I'd die. If I stopped, I'd turn to ash. This isn't the 52nd floor, it's the 51st. So why has the bombardment already started? Confusion filled my head to bursting. All sense of calm was gone. There was only why and how bad. My boiling panic stole even thought and judgment away. Pathetic terror, utter isolation. This was wrong. This was death approaching. In blind flight, there is no salvation. The first true breakdown I'd ever felt as a first-class adventurer stripped away me mask, revealing the panicked rookie Belle Cranel beneath. There were no vertical shafts here, no escape routes upward. The reliable adventurers, the gods' eyes through the crystals, none of them reached this far. I couldn't know what was happening or what awaited me ahead. Unlike before, there was no forewarning, no prediction. Then that means I'm about to be swallowed by the unknown. Get a hold of yourself, Belle. I'll guide your route, follow my directions. Just as I was about to drown in this deepest world beneath the earth, the desperate voices of Goddess Hestia and Goddess Loki slapped me across the face. Snapped out of my daze, I seized my thoughts. My reason pulled the trigger on me will. Calm down, calm down, calm down. I'm alone, but not alone. The gods are here. They're watching me. Their divine oracle still shines upon their child. Then it's still the worst situation, but not hopeless. The crimson light of those sigils still seared my skin, but I swung my arms with all my strength, dodging each blast by a heartbeat, and shouted, half to steal my mind. "Please guide me." I felt their relief through the crystal. Then the navigation began. "Right, turn right there. Keep going that way, your pickup is ahead." Even shouting at the top of their divine lungs, their voices were almost lost beneath the continuous bombardment. Loki's words broke into static. Within a blast zone 100 meters wide, I pushed my first-class body to its absolute limit just to keep running, just to stay alive. At this rate, the entire floor might collapse. That artillery, it began from the 51st floor. Could the thing down below really be a cannon dragon? Then, cutting through the thunder, "You-woo-woo-oh." A monstrous newborn's cry answered my question. When the designated route had already been bombarded and a massive crater forced us to detour, a cry echoed, and I instinctively looked up. What was smashing through the floor wasn't a pure fireball flare. It was a shell, wrapped in flame. From the ceiling of the 51st floor, meaning the very earth of the 50th floor above, something was deeply embedded, its jagged black shell traced with glowing grid lines. Steam hissed letter 1B0 its surface, evoking the image of molten rock or ameteorite. But its true form was a grotesquely misshapen bulb. The outer shell cracked apart with a sharp sound, and from within emerged a malformed demi-spirit, one of those female-shaped monstrosities that had been rampaging on the 50th floor. Even now, I felt a chill as pieces of the puzzle fell into place. I'd been wondering how such massive bodies had reached the upper floors Fromolo. I'd been wrong. They hadn't climbed up. They'd been fired upward. Launched from the lower depths, piercing the rock until they were buried inside of the 50th floor. The female type that had burst up into the 51st floor fixed its eyeless, featureless face squarely on me and unleashed a swarm of writhing tentacles. "KH?" I slashed through them with my divine knife, but this wasn't something I could actually fight. I turned to flee as fast as I could, but from another corridor came a flood of man-eating flowers, cutting letter 1B0 my path. And then another magic circle flared to life beneath my feet. "Belle," Hestja's voice cried out through the oculus crystal. I forced my way through the swarm of flowers, but I couldn't make it in time. Together with those vile creatures, I was engulfed in the blinding light of destruction. Before despair could even take hold, I crossed my arms to defend myself, and then, silver vine! A whip of green light wrapped around my right wrist, and with tremendous force yanked me out of the blast zone. The man-eating flowers and even the female-type monster were obliterated in the explosion that followed. Meanwhile, I tumbled yet again across the dungeon floor, rolling hard. Yes, we did it. I heard the cheers of Loki and Hestja through the oculus crystal as I pressed my palms against the floor. Wait, this wasn't a whip. It was a vine of magic. The vine vanished, and before I could react, someone grabbed my hand and pulled me to my feet. When I looked up, my gaze met deep blue eyes. "Run." "Hurry, Leffia." Without even doubting that I was alive, she took letter 1B0 running. I hurried after her. Behind us, another round of furious bombardment crashed down, shaking the very air. My heart pounded, but I somehow managed to keep up beside her. "Why are you here?" "I came to save you, that's all." "By that a problem?" "And no, it's not." Her tone said of course not. And even in the chaos, I was stunned. Then Sheg glared at me for it. So that faint pickup the gods mentioned earlier that had been her. But why? "You left the main force all alone." I couldn't help asking. I wanted to tell her it was dangerous, that surely there were others better suited. There's no way even Master would have ordered something like this. Leffia, who had clearly left on her own, shot back. "I won't lose you." She said it with her eyes fixed straight ahead, strong and unwavering. "I'll never again abandon someone and move on without," was a statement born of regret. A vow to become stronger, born from the pain of leaving eyes and the others behind when she returned to the surface. I stared at her proud elven profile, and all the confusion and fear I felt moments ago vanished completely. "Thank you for saving me, Leffia." With warmth swelling in my chest, I owe you my gratitude. She gave me a quick glance, then turned her eyes forward again, expression caught somewhere between irritation and embarrassment. "We're giving up on regrouping with the main force. We'll make for the 58th floor on our own." "Yes, wait, what?" The courage and resolve in her voice fired me up, and I answered with all my energy, then realized what she'd said and squawked in disbelief. "What kind of reaction is that?" She snapped again. Sorry," through the oculus. I thought I heard the gods mutter dryly. "Complicated, huh?" "Yeah, he complicated." Then, in perfect unison, "They really are like siblings, aren't they?" "Belle, Thousand Elf." Ryu's voice trembled with regret as she saw Belle become separated from Thegroup and Leffia leap letter 1B0 the flying dragon without hesitation. It should have been her who went. She wanted to go. The excuse that she was the one holding the reins meant nothing. Even now, Ryu was gripped by the Ergido turn back and chase after Belle, but Hedin would not allow it. He had declared that letting both her and Leffia, wielders of powerful barriers, act together was a tactical mistake. As a seasoned adventurer, Ryu's reason, sense of duty, and responsibility all kept her in place. Frustration burned inside her, but she could not become a selfish child like Leffia. "Hedin, there's something down below," Professor Leon said, cutting through Ryu's inner conflict. Hedin didn't even bother to look before spitting out his response. Tiresome, that noisy spirit again. The main force, still protected by the newly cast star domain, Endel's bombardments erupted, striking the exact spots they had occupied just seconds earlier. Glancing back at the explosions, Hedin immediately gave new orders. "Scatter. Split into 3 squads. Bunched together, you're nothing but targets." Before Ryu or the Loki Familia could protest, he shut them down with Achamander's tone that allowed no argument. "That includes the foolish rabbit and the Thousand Elf. While one of the squads draws the fire, the rest will break straight for the 58th floor." Was a ruthless order that even the gods observing through the oculus could not dispute. The 4 Palom brothers twirled their weapons as casually as if it were another day's routine. "The foolish cat will reach the 58th floor first. When the shelling weakens, that's our opening. Don't waste it. Eradicate the source before we're all burned to live." Was no trust in Hedin's voice, only contempt hidden behind iron resolve. And his words to Ryu carried an unspoken message. If you're going to hesitate, then go slay the cause. That will raise the foolish rabbit's odds of survival. Ryu knew then, as always, that she could never come to like this man. Even so, she raised her sharp eyes and accepted the order. Release the single ray of light, sacred tree's bow. Lephia's incantation echoed ceaselessly around us. Like me with my divine knife and white phantom, she fought with a short wand and dagger, never stopping her chant. "Frontline, leave it to me," she murmured beside me. There was no way I could ignore that trust. I took the front and Lephia held the rear. In the deadly depths of the dungeon, where such a two-person formation should never exist, we staked everything on one another's backs to survive. The monsters came endlessly, black rhinos charging down the corridors, deformous spiders crawling across walls and ceilings, spinning webs to trap prey, and even winged wyverns from lower floors bursting up through the gaping vertical holes left by bombardment. Every creature that appeared before us was brilliantly colored, hideous, and strong enough to make even a level 5 adventurer faint. "Ha!" the blade flashed. The rhino's limbs were severed, its movement halted. A spider that had dropped toward Lephia was cleaved in two by my violet strike. I could fight on the 51st floor. As long as I managed the number of enemies, Belle Cranel could still fight. With the feints and reading ahead that Ryu had taught me on the 37th floor, techniques that bordered on foresight, I could still do this. Everything I had trained for, everything I had learned up to today, I would use it all. But there's no room to deal with the magic stones. Even my killing blows, the clean hits that should turn monsters to ash, weren't landing reliably. A brand new floor, new enemies I'd never seen before, an obvious lack of experience, all of it slowed me down. Pathetic as it felt, I forced myself to accept it. I admitted my own inadequacy and decided to entrust that part to Lephia. What matters right now is the black rhinos, powerful in strength and defense but sluggish, the deformous spiders, cunning trappers relying on webs but fragile once hit, the man-eating flowers that had appeared since the middle floors, those were all manageable. The real problems were the fast ones that hurled fireballs, the ill wyverns, and the massive, caterpillar-type monsters. The Loki familia called them giant worms, Vilga. They weren't particularly fast or overwhelmingly strong, but what made them terrifying was their corrosive effluid. Their breath attack was troublesome enough, but even worse was what happened when you damaged them. The fluid spraying from their wounds would melt anything they touched, armor, weapons, or flesh. If a frontliner charged in carelessly, they'd be reduced to a half-rotten heap in seconds. White Phantom was out of the question. I couldn't risk losing a precious weapon. But the divine knife, the one that had grown stronger alongside me, that would hold. I knew the God-forged blade wouldn't melt. Still, its edge would dull. I've said it 100 times, kid, watch out for those damn worms. Loki's voice came through the oculus, warning me again. That corrosive fluid had tormented the Loki familia more than once. Losing or weakening my main weapon before reaching the 60th floor would be fatal. I couldn't afford to hold back, but I had to change tactics. Firebolt, 3 Vilga rushed me. Hesitating to close in, I fired a burst of quick magus instead. 4 volleys of flame and lightning tore through the air, but it wasn't enough. One down, but not cleanly. The lead worm took the brunt of the attack and collapsed, its charred flesh hissing, but the remaining 2 only lost part of their heads and abdomens. Once again, I was reminded of Firebolt's flaw, its weak single-shot power. With a wet, sickening squelch, molten tissue dripped from the creature's burned body, dissolving the stone floor beneath it. Then the second worm's maw gaped wide, and I moved, holding my breath. True, unfailing arrow. Without hesitation, I shifted sideways and cleared her line of fire. As the corrosive fluid sprayed, the elf beside me raised her short sta letter 1B0 and unfurled a shining magic circle. Ark's Ray. The calm invocation erupted into a blinding beam of light. The blast consumed the acid, the worms, everything. Not just the Vilga, but every monster along the path vanished, and the far wall shattered under the impact. Even the countless leftover magic stones I hadn't been able to destroy properly were obliterated. That made 4 times now. My firebolt couldn't even come close to that kind of power. No wonder Lady Locke called her a mana idiot. By the name of Wish, I beseech thee. While my face was frozen in disbelief, Lephia just kept running, already weaving Ginto her next incantation. Seriously, how much can this woman chant in a day? The instant one battle ended, she started another verse. Maybe it was habit burned into her bones, but she never stopped singing, always ready for the next fight, her beautiful voice echoing through the dungeon. Ryu's casting was faster, sure. But the volume, the sheer number of incantations Lefia handled was on an author level. More than Ryu, more than Haruheim by far. Incoming fire. I caught up to her just in time to hear the warning. Red sigils blazed across the floor, and we both broke into a sprint without hesitation. We cleared the 100-meter blast zone by a hair before the heat and wind slammed into our backs like a furnace. Ugh. Blown toward a T-junction, I stumbled and froze. To the left, waiting for us, hovered a swarm of ill wyverns. Their jaws glowed red as a rain of fireballs poured toward us. Shield of holiness, cup that repels the wicked. For an instant, I thought that we were done. But what reached my ears wasn't an ending note, it was the sacred cadence of a prayer. Dio Grail, a barrier spell of incredible strength. Lefia stepped ahead of me, thrust her short sword forward, and the infernal Reglair vanished, overwhelmed by pure white radiance. Cannon release. Every single shot was deflected. Not even a crack formed in the honeycomb shield, and before a breath could pass, she whispered another line. The magic ring on her right wrist unfolded, summoning a new circle in a blink, locking onto the stunned wyverns above. Fusillade Phalerica, an overwhelming storm of flaming arrows. The wyverns darted into evasive maneuvers, but it was pointless. Hundreds of blazing bolts filled the corridor, tearing through tails, wings, and skulls alike. In a single radiant blast, the entire swarm shattered, leaving nothing but raining glute stones and drifting ash that filled the tunnel in a glowing haze. My jaw twitched again as I struggled to keep up with Lefia, who was already running ahead, singing her next verse as if nothing had happened. Loki, that elf of yours is insane. Counting the one she used to save Belle, that's 4 spells already. The oculus flared to life before I could even speak, and a voice exploded through it in sheer exasperation. Why don't you know anything, you clueless brat? Our Lefia's title is Thousand Elf. When it comes to elven magic, she can summon any spell with summon magic. She's one hell of an amazing kid, my pride and joy. What? You mean she can actually use 1,000 deurant spells? That's broken, totally cheating, says the one who's got the record holder in their familia. Shut it, you hypocrite. By the way, Lefia is a graduate of the academy. I'm quite proud of her. Foo-foo. Don't you butt in just to brag, you pompous headmaster. The voices of Hestia, Loki, and Balder filled the crystal comms in a noisy argument. I didn't even have the energy to butt in. But even I know about Thousand Elf, goddess. Normally, an adventurer can only use up to 3 spells. But Lefia violates that rule. As long as she pays the proper price in casting time and mind, she can summon any elven spell in existence. That's why she was given the epithet Thousand Elf. She's considered the successor to the great elven mage Reveria, famed as one of Arario's strongest magicians. But what really caught my attention wasn't that fact. Lefia, didn't you just cast 2 spells in a row? Still running forward, I couldn't help blurting it out in disbelief. She just used a barrier spell, then immediately fired letter 1B0, a wide area attack spell right after, without a single pause for incantation. Using 2 spells back-to-back like that should be impossible. To keep it simple, it's because of my skill. If I recite the incantation beforehand and store it in a standby state, I can release it whenever I choose. Raising her right wrist, she showed me the magic ring, a small circle of light spinning around her hand, with the calmest tone imaginable. So, it's not simultaneous casting, but delayed activation. She prepares 1 spell in advance, then chants another. That way, she can hold 2 spells at once and unleash either or both, depending on the situation. To anyone watching, it looks exactly like dual casting. That's why she keeps singing the entire time. It's not just habit, it's tactical. She's always maintaining her standby spells through constant chant. Still, that's cheating. You, of all people, the one who fires letter 1B0 unchanted magic, don't get to say that. Her normally calm face twisted into pure indignation, like she was speaking for every mage in the world. The glare she gave me could have cut glass. Sorry. I apologized on reflex, like student to teacher. Like God, like child. But I understood now the secret behind Lefia's overwhelming power. Despite only being level 4, her performance eclipsed mine. Her strength truly befitted a top-class member of the Loki Familia, Arario's elite. In normal exploration, the front line carries the party. But in the deep floors, or in times of chaos, it's the rear guard, the magicians, who determine survival. Having someone like Lefia behind you multiplies both combat and survival rates, even in the deep floors. Even on an unfamiliar floor like this, the only reason I was still alive was because of her. Leave the man-eaters to me. You handle the rest. Drawing her short blade in a reverse grip, Leffia dashed ahead. True to her word, while I faced the black rhinos, she carved through the tentacled man-eaters with elegance, killing them before I could blink. When I turned to finish the last one with Firebolt, she was already engaging Thenext, a mage who saves her magic for when it counts, a warrior with the grace and reflexes of a seasoned swordsman. She wasn't the same Leffia I once knew. She moved not like a fragile backline caster, but like my master Hedin or Hogni, a true magic swordswoman, a high balancer, able to attack and defend in the same breath. She's gotten so much stronger. I didn't know what she'd gone through. But I could tell she'd carried regret, made a vow, and pushed herself beyond her limits. Leffia Virides had become an adventurer to be proud of. When she noticed that my eyes were still glued to her even after the battle had ended, she glanced back at me. "You're the same, aren't you?" Her look said it all without words. She already knew exactly what I was thinking. "Belle, that way's a dead end. Go left." Swallowing the complicated emotions that I couldn't put into words, I avoided any further direct combat. Right now, the thing we had to be most careful about wasn't fighting monsters. It was avoiding getting caught in the next round of bombardments from below. No matter how capable Leffia was, or how fast I could move, we couldn't award Tajit overconfident. Following the god's navigation through the crystal link, we kept running, dodging dead ends, alternating between fleeing and forcing our way through. GRRA. The floor itself shuddered and blew apart under the bombardments. My body lurched violently, but I grit my teeth and kept moving. When I glanced behind us, there were no real pathways left, just crumbling gulches barely enough to stand on like makeshift hanging bridges. The dungeon's auto-repair couldn't keep up. The barrage had turned everything in Takyas. This wasn't the Dragon's Crucible anymore, it was a ravine. We just escaped the Dragon's Valley, and yet here we were again, trapped in another impossible gorge, forged by the dungeon itself. Ha ha ha. Leffia. Lost in the chaos of my thoughts, panting hard, I noticed Leffia slowing down. She was breathing heavier than me, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Thench came to a complete stop in front of an enormous pit. Steam rose from the depths, thick as volcanic breath. I couldn't see the bottom at all. She stared down into it for a moment, then spoke. "We're jumping." "Huh, wow, what?" "Straight down to the 58th floor." Her voice struck me harder than any explosion, utterly calm, without a trace off here. "The bombardments are clearly slowing down compared to earlier. That must mean Vana Freya's chariot has already reached the 58th floor. They're fighting the source of this." Reasoning was sharp, logical. The crystal feed from the gods confirmed it in silence. While I was still frozen, Leffia calmly cast a spell, Veil Breath, enveloping using green light. A protective spell, likely to guard against monster attacks or cushion the impact of the fall, a last resort lifeline. Then, as if to clear the way, she fired a massive beam straight into one of the bulbs lodged in the ceiling, obliterating it. Without breaking rhythm, she began a new chant and conjured another magic circle around her wrist, then pulled out a potion. I've been running in circles to stop the dungeon from spawning more monsters. Now the conditions are ready for us to drop. I gasped as it clicked. The dungeon prioritizes repair over monster generation when it's heavily damaged. That's one of its fundamental rules. The 51st floor, still shattered and barely holding together, wasn't producing any new monsters nearby. Encounters had stopped entirely for a while now. The last stones we fought weren't native species like the black rhinos. They were stray man-eaters drifting in from elsewhere. Even the flying dragons from below, the ill wyverns, seemed to be appearing less frequently. The fact that we could even pause to talk here was proof enough. She hadn't been running randomly at all. She'd been deliberately stalling, waiting for the dungeon's recovery to slow. "Jump from here? Can we really do that?" It sounded like suicide. Not like when we fell through the Great Fall, this was far worse. Even compared to today's Cly Letter 1B0 descent, this was something else entirely. The depths of the dungeon were far too vast, a 7-floor drop straight down. The scale of it was literally beyond comprehension. And waiting below was a storm of searing fireballs and the fangs of flying dragons. It wasn't hard to imagine being torn apart before even hitting the ground. I've jumped more times than I can count, with Tiona and the others. We'll be fine. Unbothered by my horror, Leffia downed a bottle of magic potion in one practiced motion and said it like it was the most natural thing in the world, as if she were simply recreating a familiar view she'd seen before. But I'd never seen that view. Not once. We can't afford to waste any more time. We have to reach Eyes and the others quickly. Her sapphire eyes clear, unwavering, never left the yawning abyss ahead. I couldn't speak. It wasn't a matter of whether I could or couldn't. For Eyes and the others, I had to. I knew that much. I'd already made my resolve. But still. But if I slow you down, if I make a mistake, that was what scared me most. The memory of my own breakdown earlier in this floor, my pathetic loss of control, flashed before me. My head could still think clearly enough to know why she moved better than I did, because she'd been here before, over and over again, with Finn and the others, more times than even the Freya Familia. She'd probably call it just a durance in experience, but every adventurer knows just how heavy that durance truly is. With no such experience, tossed about by the dungeon again and again, what was I supposed to rely on? What could I possibly believe in to take that leap? My doubt slipped out before I could stop it, but Lefia didn't scold me. She just turned, looked at me still rooted in place, and said, "I did it, so you can too." Her sapphire eyes were utterly free of doubt as she declared it. Before I could even find words, I realized she trusted me, Belle Cranel, more than I did myself. "Right?" She curved her lips into a small, knowing smile, not as a friend, not even as a comrade, but like a rival, someone who had always watched me with a mix of challenge and pride. My hands clenched into fists. The pathetic weakness inside me was gone, replaced by something new. I stepped up beside her, matching her stance, and answered firmly, "For the first time, I don't want to lose to you, Lefia. You're late. I felt that way from the start." Her comeback was quick, sharp, and it made me smile. Our expressions mirrored each other perfectly. We didn't need any more words. Weapons in hand, we looked down into the infernal crater that served as the dragon's nest. "I'm ready." We leaned forward. The monstrous roars of the abyss rose to greet the two reckless souls daring to challenge it. "In the name of Wish, I beseech thee." Wrapped in the elf's radiant chant, we dove into an adventure that belonged to no one else but the two of us. The roar of the rushing wind tore past my ears. Savage heat struck against my cheek and brow. This sensation, diurent from floating, was pure, unrelenting falling. It was as close to despair as one could feel. No matter how much I tried to act brave, sharp breaths of fear still slipped past me lips. But that was all. My eyes were open, my body moved, my heart pounded like fire, pumping blood without hesitation. Then I could do this. With her presence beside me, I left fear behind and fixed my burning gaze on where we needed to go, and on what we had to face. The next instant, beyond the swirling embers and rising steam, dozens of draconic eyes gleamed. "Lefia, incoming." From the side tunnels connected to the massive ant nest-like shaft, flocks of ill worms burst forth all at once. Their sharp wing beats mocked us, two mortals without wings, as fangs and talons promised only slaughter. "Elf ring." The elf's voice wove a golden circle in the air, the summoning magic that embodied the thousand elf's name. The magic circle flared from amber to deep blue, dyed by the element she called forth. Her chant echoed the hymn of an unseen elven sister. "O frozen sky, azure rain of the heavens, O white frost that adorns the forest, strike down the vile barbarians. Thou who inheritest the will of the sacred peaks, thou who continuest the austere domain." The song outpaced the dragon's charge itself. The sheer rise of her magic made the monsters falter, eyes wide with fear, but too late. Bind them, chains of winter. Blue and white radiance erupted, swallowing the storm of charging wings. Turning her body toward the depths below, Lefia spread her arms, and behind her bloomed a massive glowing sphere of light. Hail dust, countless bullets of ice, frozen hail shimmering blue and white burst forth from the sphere, tracing arcs, angles, and spirals as they rained down in every direction. Forward, back, left, right, above, below, a full 360-degree barrage that caught every ill worm in its range and froze them solid. And frozen, their bodies shattered into a storm of ice fragments. Wings riddled with holes, torsos impaled through the core, they fell into ash before reaching the ground. The ceaseless blizzard of magic swallowed the infernal crater, turning its blazing air into a kingdom of frost and diamond dust, even freezing the dragon's screams in mid-cry. And she wasn't done. "I'll make us a path." "Right." Hail struck hail, merging to form long, slender bridges of ice along the crater walls, arches and hooks of frozen blue light. Boots bit into the slick surface as we sprinted across the sky itself. "Heya, ga." With a single stroke, I cleaved a stunned wyvern in two, then leapt to another icy foothold mid-fall, severing the next dragon's neck as we plunged deeper into the abyss. Kicking O letter 1B0, Leaping, sprinting, each step traced the jagged path of raging lightning as I struck down dragons in passing. When they flew too far to reach, I hurled firebolts, spears of searing flame. A black knife gripped in my right hand, scarlet fire dancing in my left. Blade and spell worked as one, filling the gaps between Lefia's hailstorm barrage. Your hand. I know. Our coordination and rhythm never faltered. She came sliding down a slender, frozen slope, and I stretched out my arm. Her hand caught mine. In midair, we swung together, performing acrobatics worthy of a circus troupe. Dodging the fireballs erupting one after another from the lateral tunnels of each floor, we twisted our bodies, returning fire through rings of ice. Her golden hair sliced through the wind as she slashed a wyvern's body with her short sword. It went beyond mere teamwork, more than instinct. Right, left, diagonal. We weaved through the air like twin dancers, two wingless fairies spiraling downward through a storm of frost and flame. Valgang dragon. Breaking through the tempest of flying beasts, we finally saw the end of our fall, a colossal crimson dragon, its scales like living fire. A monstrous jaw waited below, ready to burn us to ash with searing breath. Even at a glance, it was far larger than I'd heard a variant, or perhaps a reinforced species. Its roaring blast of flame tore the dungeon apart, leaving not even dust. Cannon release. But it didn't matter. I refused to be outdone. With a sharp cry, she triggered the spell she'd already loaded, awakening the magic circle hovering before her, her lips racing through a short incantation. Smite them, holy thunder of the purging star letter 1B0. A flash of light gathered in her hand, the chime of a bell ringing faintly beside me. I activated my Argonaut skill, 5 seconds of charging. It was enough. The dragon's maw ignited. The fireball it loosed was vast, engulfing everything. Side by side, barely a breath apart, we thrust our hands forward, her short star letter 1B0, my left hand blazing with divine light. Theosos, white flame and white lightning intertwined, 2 streaks of purity colliding with the dragon's inferno, not stopping, piercing through it. Greya. Flame and thunder engulfed the Valgang dragon, tearing it apart in an explosion off light. Almost simultaneously, we burst through the bottom of the crater. Coup! I fired rapid volleys of firebolt, slowing our descent with the recoil. Pulling Lefia close, we braced just before the crash. The impact came a heartbeat later. Even with the attempt to roll, pain shot up my spine. No one could call it a landing. It was a crash, plain and ugly. Luckily, the ground was covered in thick layers of ash, the remains of monster squid slain, soft enough to break our fall. Through the rising smoke, I let out a shaky breath of relief. Why are you the one shielding me? Oh, well, because you're a girl. How idiotic. Pinned beneath her, with her sitting squarely atop my stomach, Lefia glared on, eyes half-lidded in exasperation. I blurted the same old excuse I once gave Lily and got the same result, scolded. Before I could even grin at how alive I still was, she stood and ewered me her hand, muttering a flustered, almost gentle, "Thank you." I grasped it and rose. We made it to the 58th floor, but there was no time to celebrate. The air still thundered with roars, clashing blades, and bursting magic. Weapons in hand, Lefia and I charged through the gray haze, and what awaited us beyond it made us both gasp. That's! Before us loomed a creature larger than any we had ever seen, a monster so immense, it redefined the word giant. 9 dragon heads sprouted from its body, like those of a hydra. The faces of those dragons were unmistakably the same as the Valgang dragons that Lefia and I had just defeated. I don't even know if it's right to call that enormous hydra-like mass its lower body, but rising from the center of that writhing mess of dragon necks, like a half-woman, half-octopus Scylla, was a twisted female form about 5 meters tall. There's no mistake about it. A demi-spirit. The 28th floor, it had a plant-like body, but now, it must have absorbed multiple Valgang dragons to create this monstrosity. Dragon heads let out simultaneous, blood-curdling roars, their mouths opening as ominous, rune circles formed, patterns far too familiar for comfort. Lefia and I started sprinting at full speed, just as massive crimson blackfur balls, shells burning with unbelievable magical power, were launched like meteors. A shockwave powerful enough to shake the entire dungeon engulfed the 58th floor. Even judging from our experience on the 51st floor, the blast radius must have been at least 300 meters. It was an attack so massive that only adventurers above level 4 could hope to survive. Everything nearby, man-eating flowers, giant insects called Vilgas, even other Valgang dragons, was blown away, while Lefia and I tumbled headlong across the ground. That's the cause of the irregularity. I was certain of it now. It wasn't the Valgang dragons that had been launching those attacks. It was Thathadra-type demi-spirit. It was the one responsible for transforming the dragon's crucible into the dragon's ravine, the ashen plain stretching across the entire floor, which had broken our fall, vast result of countless monsters being annihilated in those bombardments. Thardalari fire, powered by the demi-spirit's own enormous magic, obliterate everything, friend and foe alike, whenever it was unleashed. The demi-spirit, created from the fusion of 9 Valgang dragons, was so huge it surpassed even Goliath, Amphispina, Udius, perhaps even Balor himself. After so many back-to-back boss battles, my sense of scale was already numb, but this creature somehow managed to redefine what colossal meant. Common sense had long since been shattered. I could barely comprehend what I was seeing. And yet that monstrous being was actually being pushed back, its massive body taking heavy damage. Shut it, you overgrown bastard. You can't even hit one damn target, you slow-witted lizard. Jaya. It was Alan, and Ulfrig and the others. They were attacking it, fearlessly striking at that colossal monstrosity. Like a coordinated storm, they dashed around the Hydra's gigantic body, hacking away without pause. Their silver weapons tore through its scales, peeling and dripping flesh as geysers of blood erupted from every wound. Ulfrig's spear and Gr's greatsword crushed its eyes, while Dvalin's hammer and Burink's axes hattered the scales beneath another dragon's jaw. Each head screamed in agony, writhing with what seemed like independent wills. The true body controlling the Hydra, the demi-spirit, shifted into a spell-casting stance, chanting at impossible speed, an act that should have been utterly unfair. Come forth, come forth, come forth from the crust of the earth. Black iron's shining treasure, hammer of the stars. By the covenant of creation, invert the world, burn the skies, shatter the land, bridge heaven and earth as one, descend, O axe of heaven, calamity of destruction. Idiot. Kalis Hilder. Jaya. From the rear guard, Master unleashed a merciless precision barrage, lightning bullets tearing through the demi-spirit's face and incinerating it mid-chant. Its spell was crushed. The demi-spirit's body convulsed as its magic backfired in a violent ignis fatuus, flames erupting from its eyes and mouth as it writhed in sheer, infernal agony. What the hell is that? Couldn't finish it, oh letter 1B0 from the upper floors, huh? The moment it let M getting close, that monster's fate was sealed, said Loki. Lady Loki. Well done, Mackin, it threw the mess with just the two of ya, Lefia, and you too, kid. As I stood frozen before a scene that could have been titled Kaiju War, humanity are the real demons, Loki's voice echoed through the crystal. The tone almost sounded relieved, as if this floor had already become a safe zone. As a stationary artillery, it was one hell of a weapon, enough to overwhelm a Nenter army. But that firepower became its undoing. The moment someone got close, it turned out to be fragile as glass. Next came Freya's calm, silvery voice, nodding that its matchup against a Lenssteam had simply been too unfavorable. Through the visual feed from Master's ocular crystal, the gods watching from above explained what had happened, filling in the blanks. Alan, the fastest man alive, had slipped through the barrage that ignored floor boundaries, descending all the way to the 58th floor. The hordes of deep-level monsters, like the black rhinos, had been obliterated by the same bombardment, clearing his path. Despite the demi-spirit's overwhelming firepower, Alan had closed the distance unharmed, disrupting its aim. Then, while its barrage weakened, Master and the others followed, pressing the attack. At that range, even its massive cannons couldn't be used safely. One wrong shot would destroy itself. So they kept pushing in close, chipping away at its defenses like a fortress stripped of its greatest weapon. As for its magic, Master's precise sniping completely shut that down. To the monster, those people must have seemed like the real irregulars. There was no longer any doubt. Alan and the others were the reason the bombardments threatening the 51st floor had ceased. The Freya Familia really are something else, Lefia sighed, momentarily forgetting the chaos around her. Even if the matchup worked in their favor, the sight of Alan, Ulfrig, and Master attacking freely without coordination, each following their own rhythm, left the Loki Familia mage with a conflicted expression. I'd heard that in boss battles, managing lesser monsters was a constant headache, but with that Hydra-type demi-spirit's firepower, it had vaporized everything around anyway. Master had apparently been wiping out anything Thad approached as a side job while focusing on suppressing its magic. To think that just 6 people could seize the advantage in the deep floors against this level-off irregularity. But under normal circumstances, said Baldur's serene voice, they wouldn't have gained the upper hand so easily. Arario's sorcery truly is terrifying, Belle. At first, I didn't understand what he meant until I noticed the shimmering gold particles surrounding Alan and the others. My eyes widened. Uchide no Kazachi. Dance, that familiar, graceful voice echoed across the battlefield, confirming my suspicion. While Master's lightning barrage kept the demi-spirit pinned, Alan and Theoders, though visibly displeased, received the blessing of the strongest enchantment. It was Haruheim's level boost. Ah! The Hades head's mana charge just ran out. I'm gonna die. Please calm down, Lady Isfi. Looking up, I saw the shimmer of transparency fade away as the invisibility spell dissipated, revealing Isfi floating with her winged Teleria, holding Haruheim and Princess Carrie. Now that I thought about it, I hadn't seen either of them during the main force's advance. Had they been following us this whole time, flying unseen with a combo of magic tools to stay out of sight? It made sense. In these deep floors, even a single hit could be fatal for Haruheim, the most fragile member of the expedition. Their strategy had been to protect her above all else. Still, after everything that happened, I'd practically forgotten she existed. Guess that damn Hilder told Isfi to make sure you bring her along. Huh. Hermes chuckled over the crystal, amused despite the chaos. Following that, the newly boosted Alan and Ulfrig unleashed their full power, displaying pseudo-level 7 and level 6 strength. Even I had forgotten, overwhelmed by the spectacle, that the Hydra-type demi-spirit's endurance was extraordinary. Its enormous frame made that obvious. Steam hissed from its wounds, showing that, like the Black Goliath, it possessed an infuriating regeneration ability. Of its 9 heads, 5 had already gone dark, showing no signs of recovery. Their damage was stacking faster than it could regenerate, all thanks to Haruheim's level boosting spell. In terms of sheer destructive presence, that Hydra-type demi-spirit easily rivaled, or even surpassed, Balor. A single mistake could flip the entire battle in an instant. Their advantage existed only because Alan, Haruheim, and the others were all there together. This was no time to relax. As proof, Master alone had not received the level boosting spell. Haruheim, still hovering in the air, had kept one of her tails of light in reserve, just in case. Belle Tilda, I'm so glad you're alive, Tilda. As for Lord Heath and the others, well, they won't die anyway, Tilda. Heath, and Grows. Late. At that moment, Heath appeared from the vertical shaft, wings spread wide as Grows carried her down. Catching sight of the gathered reinforcements at the edge of his vision, Master kept his eyes locked on the demi-spirit and shouted. Rabbit, go on ahead. Because of this walking disaster of a demi-spirit, far too much time had already been lost. I realized, startled, what was hidden in that harsh command. We'll finish this here, as the vanguard. Just as he said that, the team of Ulfrig and the others severed another dragon head. One of the remaining heads, determined to self-destruct, launched its bombardment at point-blank range. But Dvalin rushed in beneath its chin, shattered the jaw with his hammer, and smashed it upward in a brutal uppercut. The dragon's maw tilted skyward, and a delayed fireball shot out. Its destructive power was unbelievable, tearing through not only the ceiling buton layer after another. The blast was so fierce that we had to shield our faces with our arms. And then the dungeon cried. A chill shot through me. Every hair on my body stood on end. My spine trembled as if it belonged to someone else. The damage to the dungeon was so severe that its regenerative process couldn't keep up. Even within this vast domain called the Dragon's Crucible, large enough to contain entire cities, more than 20% of it had been obliterated. It wasn't our doing, but that didn't matter to the dungeon. A wail of agony burst through the underworld, so powerful that even Alan and Theoders halted their movements. And then, crack, a fatal sound, the unmistakable prelude to despair. Both Haruheim and I went pale. Beyond the oculi, I heard the gods gasp. It all happened in an instant in which it was born. From the fissures in the ceiling oozed a viscous fluid, something darker and fuller than amniotic liquid. And from it, something fell, born into the world. No. That's bad, that thing, that catastrophe wasn't supposed to exist. The calamity shaped like a god of death landed with a thunderous crash and vanished. In the next instant, it appeared before the nearest adventurer whom Groves had just set down. Heath. It closed the distance instantly. Even I, who knew its nature, couldn't comprehend that impossible speed. A healer could never hope to react in time. A merciless strike, rend claw, destroyer, juggernaut. Before I could even scream, the jet-black disaster slashed Heath apart. Happening. The nightmare was shattered by a single flash of the elf's blade. It was the reverse of a dying hallucination. Her movement rewrote the future, erasing the vision of death before it could happen. "Are you?" The juggernaut was blasted away, crashing to the ground. And as it landed, Ryu, who had arrived at the 58th floor that very moment, spun through the air and touched down lightly upon the ashen ground. The emissary of justice, just like on the 37th floor, was surrounded by countless luminous spheres of wind, and glared at the juggernaut. She had reached Heath in time thanks to an explosive boost of speed using those same spheres. And what had blocked the juggernaut? Rend Claw was a weapon I'd never seen before. From beneath her torn white cloak gleamed a silver longsword. When the pessimist Mirabilis begged me for this, I wondered what she was planning. But that leftover indestructible Durandal turned out to be worth it. Hearing Hephaestus's voice from the oculi crystal, my eyes widened. I instantly understood what had happened. Cassandra. Once again, she'd saved us. With Master and the others tied up fighting the demi-spirit, the entire expedition could have been wiped out, and yet her foresight had protected us once more. The juggernaut, its ultimate claws now cracked by the indestructible Durandal driven with the force of Ryu's luminous wind, let out a roar of fury. That pressure, its earlier speed, this juggernaut was far stronger than the one I'd faced in the middle floors. Strong enough to instantly annihilate even a level 6. Maybe even a level 7 if the conditions were right. Grant the level boost to Gale now. Why, yes. Recognizing the threat in an instant, Master commanded the final level boost. Esfi Haruheim responded immediately. Golden light enveloped Ryu, blessing her with divine power. "Go, Belle!" I froze for a heartbeat, unsure of the right move. But Ryu, still facing the monster that mirrored her past trauma, smiled gently, as if to reassure me. "Please let me be the one to end this foe." Right, I shouldn't try to stop those words filled with resolve. So instead I threw something to her, the black scarf wrapped around my neck. If that silver weapon was the sword, then this, the Goliath scarf, woven from the hide of the giant, would be her shield. "Thank you." The rolled-up black scarf unfurled midair, wrapping neatly around Ryu's hand. At that same moment, the spheres of wind, luminous wind, spread out around her and the juggernaut, forming a dome-shaped barrier. It was a countermeasure to block both high-speed movement and magic reflection, a stellar cage that would prevent either from escaping their one-on-one duel. Then, both vanished. The juggernaut disappeared in a blur, and the pseudo-level 7 Ryu followed. A deafening crash echoed, followed by a flurry of angled slashes too fast for Thea to follow. Whoa, was I dead just now? Scary. Pale-faced, Heath muttered as she hurried over to regroup with us, still shaken from the near-death encounter. Then, my apologies. I took a detour. Professor Leon, riding a wyvern, arrived on the 58th floor, just a moment behind Ryu. "Leon, take the fools with you. Don't forget your duty as the vanguard." "Understood. I'll be waiting ahead." The situation had changed completely with the appearance of the juggernaut. To reduce the risk of total annihilation and avoid wasting any more time, Master ordered the main force to split up. I realized from his harsh tone that there was more behind that command, his resolve. "Ryu, Master, everyone, please don't lose." "Move it," barked at me while unleashing a barrage of thunderbolts. I turned and sprinted away. Running beside me were Professor Leon, Leffia, and Heath. "And I stay here." "Grows. That fox, she's the heart. Someone must guard her." Esfi, unable to use her invisibility and her arms full carrying Haruheim, couldn't protect her alone. Gliding alongside us, Grows gained altitude as if to say farewell. "I'll entrust my comrades to you. Don't die, boy." "You too, Grows." Leaving the wyverns that flapped desperately to keep up, Grows veered back toward Esfi and Haruheim. Our party was now dangerously small, but we didn't stop. We dashed through the ravaged battlefield, crossed the passageway, and descended the echoing stairs, until at last we reached our next destination, the 59th floor. What spread before us was a dense jungle unlike anything in the lower floors. Towering trees. A field of blue grass dotted with poisonous, vividly colored flowers. Far in the distance, Green walls rose high on all sides, with countless buds of various sizes hanging down like ominous fruit. The most striking deurance, however, was the air itself, thick with red black spores that filled the entire floor. It's changed. Who must have passed through here on a previous expedition? Muttered Red grimly. The spores, too large to be called mushroom dust, glimmered faintly, tinting the entire layer in a dark crimson hue. They were dense with magical energy, almost certainly toxic, yet Leon's calm analysis, "It shouldn't harm us," gave Yuz enough courage to proceed. At the center of the jungle lay something impossible to ignore, a massive magic circle, perhaps 400 meters in diameter. Thick, green pillars of living flesh lined its perimeter. It resembled the ruins of an ancient temple, or a grand ritual altar preparing to awaken something terrible. A launch platform, or perhaps a gun barrel. Even without any solid proof, I could feel it. Something deep in my gut told Methies was true. While Professor Leon remained silent, Loki's voice rang out from the oculi, decisive as ever. "Burn it all." We obeyed without hesitation. Leffia volunteered to handle the burning herself, making absolutely sure nothing remained of that eerie magic circle. No sign of regeneration appeared. "We're leaving the wyverns here," Professor Leon said, once we'd moved deeper into the floor and recovered our stamina and mana with items. "From here on, their duty will be to transport any surviving members of the Loki familia we find back to a safe zone. But with what lies ahead on the 60th floor, where we don't even know what's waiting, our current strength isn't enough to protect them." They understood his words or not. The Xenos wyverns lowered their heads uneasily. So far, no monsters had appeared on this floor, and it didn't seem like any would. The fact that we'd burned away the mysterious magic circle so easily proved as much. The gods watching through the oculi explained that the colorful monsters that had appeared throughout the dragon's cauldron, and even the demi-spirit we encountered on the 28th floor, had likely come from the pantries of the 51 through 57th floors. In a way, this area was our final rest point. The only safe zone left. Leaving the wyverns here was the only choice we had. For Hedin and the others who'll arrive later, we should keep some transport ready. As for us, we'll fulfill our role as the vanguard. The vanguard's duty, to gather as much information as possible about the 60th floor, to turn the unknown into the known. And if possible, to push into the deepest point, find the missing members of the Loki familia, and defeat the one responsible for their destruction. But for that, our party was far too small, our strength too limited. A level 7 frontline fighter, a level 5 irregular scout lacking experience, a level 4 mage and a healer. We knew how reckless it was. Still, Leffia and I had made up our minds. We would save Eyes and the others, and we would strike down the cause of it all. Professor Leon said nothing as he looked at our determined faces. His lion gold eyes softened faintly, as if pleased by what he saw. "Well, looks like I'm stuck as the healer and pack mule," Heath said with a forced smile. "I doubt I'll be doing much fighting. And any Loki familia survivors we find will probably be starving and parched anyway, Tilda." She shoved food, water, and supplies from the wyverns' saddles into a larger backpack, hefting it with a small grunt. Her tone was light, but the playful air she usually carried was gone. "We move as soon as Leffia finishes her spell," Professor Leon ordered. We stood before the gate to the next floor, a massive rift, like a wound carved through living plants. From its depths, an unnatural wind howled up, heavy with a strange magic half-force. Beyond this, our destination. Everything awaited us on the 60th floor. My name is Alf, Liv Lucio. A deurant barrier spell from the one on the 51st floor enveloped all four of us, granting heightened recovery and resistance against abnormalities, the blessing of the great sacred tree. It would serve as our armor against whatever awaited us. Once the final preparations were complete, Professor Leon led the way forward. "Well, this party turned out to be quite something," Heath said, deliberately joking. "You'll protect me, won't you, Belle?" "Belle!" She was trying to keep the mood light, but I couldn't answer. "You're sweating buckets, you know. Did you get poisoned or something?" "No, right, I was sweating." Her comment reminded me to wipe my face. The hem of my spirit master's cloak clung damply to my skin. "Belle, are you all right?" Hesja's voice came through the oculi. "Yeah," was all I could say, empty words with nothing behind them. Inside, my chest thrashed violently. A crushing wave of anxiety, unease, and dread that I could no longer ignore. All this time, I'd kept my focus only on moving forward, but now the truth I'd been avoiding pressed on my mind. I knew exactly why I felt this way. This is the 60th floor. Before entering the dungeon, I had asked where my ideal, my longing, had gone. This magic, what spread before us, was a labyrinth like a graveyard of dragons. The air felt cold, unnaturally so. I knew it. I'd felt this wind before. That day, on the city walls, what we were fighting was a corrupted spirit. The expedition began in the treatment room bathed in moonlight. Leffia had explained it to me just after I'd regained consciousness. What had happened to them? What had happened to Eyes and the others? Corrupted spirit, I repeated. Once it was a heavenly messenger sent by the gods, Leffia said quietly. But it was devoured by monsters and has lived on within the dungeon for over 1,000 years. A fallen, defiled great spirit turned monster. As she spoke, her voice trembled. The memory was still raw. Her left hand clutched her upper arm so tightly her knuckles whitened as though to keep herself from breaking apart. That fragile, slender elf, her whole body looked ready to shatter at any moment, yet in her eyes burned grief and fury. We fell into its trap. Fate itself turned against us. We were separated from the captain, from Lady Reveria, and from the other first-class adventurers. We're treated in defeat, while the captain and the others fell into the depths of the 60th floor. Then she drew a slow, trembling breath, closed her eyes once, steeling herself, and finally spoke the words that made my heart pound painfully in my chest. Eyes was taken by the corrupted spirit. Chapter 3. Pandemonium Eyes was crying. Her small body had curled in on itself, sinking weakly to the ground, both hands covering her face. Inside that cage of ice, like a frozen birdcage, she could only let the tears fall endlessly. Beyond the pale blue bars stretched a sea of blood. Her little dolls, her friends, lay scattered, their red entrails spilled across the floor. The crimson against the darkness was so vivid it made her sick. The warm voice that once called her name was gone. Everything was Eyes' fault. The eyes inside Eyes had broken them all. Her lips trembled, her vision stayed blurred with tears. Despair, far beyond sadness or pain, gnawed at her short limbs. The wooden sword she once held had vanished without her noticing, leaving her unable to pierce her own small chest. Then clang, clang, something above her struck the icy cage again and again, almost playfully. Cracks formed. Fragments fell. Eyes' golden hair shook as she looked up in alarm. Stop it. She whimpered like a helpless child. No shaking her head again and again, tears scattering, she clutched it tightly with both hands. Don't break it. Her innocent, pleading cry only excited the thing outside. Because if this cage broke, it would all be over. The terrible something outside would devour her, and the number of those red, broken dolls would only grow. The eyes inside Eyes, the one who had taken everything away, that terrifying wind, it would sharpen again, gleam like a blade, and hurt everything. So don't. No, please don't. Please, you mustn't come here. With her face drenched in tears, she looked beyond the bars of her cage. And there, stepping into the sea of blood, was another doll, her precious stew-hued rabbit. It was a day full of dragons. The deeper you ventured into the dungeon, the more inevitable it became tone-counter dragon-type monsters, the strongest of all. It was something every adventurer had to accept. But even so, this domain we had stepped into was beyond anything I could have imagined. Dragon bones? The first thing that caught my eye was a fossilized dragon, enormous as a whale. All throughout the vast chamber, the remains and skeletons of dragons lay half-buried. Some had wings, others didn't. Some still bore scraps of flesh and hide. Williauthers had turned entirely to stone. A few even had beating hearts still pulsing weakly within their ribcage, and some scales still glimmered faintly in the dark. Yet they all had one thing in common. Every corpse, every fossil, had been pierced through the forehead or chest by what looked like a sword of flesh, as though their very existence had been denied. What is this place? Leffia. It's changed, Leffia said, her brows knitting. This 60th floor, too. When I came here before, it was a cavern of blue flesh walls. This isn't the same. Heath didn't bother hiding her disgust. Leon, meanwhile, confirmed the observation with a quiet question. The dungeon's layout looked somewhat like a limestone cave, with stalactites and stone pillars everywhere. The ceiling rose at least 50 meters high, and Thea Penn's space stretched perhaps a kilo across. Massive columns stood irregularly, making it look like the colonnade of some deranged temple. Comparing it to Leffia's report from before, it had once resembled an ice cavern. This was a horrifying transformation. It's like a dragon's graveyard. The words slipped out before I realized it. Even though I'd thought of it as a cavern, I couldn't shake the sense that we were walking through a desolate wasteland, because there was still sound. A current of air brushed through my hair. Cold wind swept across the countless dragon carcasses, leaving them exposed to the chill. With an eerie whoosh, that wind carried a dizzying density of magic power. "This ain't no ordinary dungeon," came Loki's voice through the crystal communicator. "The whole maze has turned into the body o that damned corrupted spirit. Think of it as Bane inside a monster's belly. That bastard spirit's doing everything it can to swallow up Ai's power," Locke continued. "And in the process, it's absorbed her mind, her memories, her deepest emotions. That's what's twisting the structure o the floor into this mess." Leon began walking forward, and we followed. Loki's transmission filled the silence. I could hardly believe what I was hearing. But one detail struck me like a dagger, one that couldn't be ignored. Ai's was still being devoured, slowly inside this cursed labyrinth. This wind was proof of it. Proof that she was being absorbed piece by piece. No, that couldn't be. My stomach churned. I wanted to scream, to hurl firebolts in every direction until this whole nightmare collapsed. I clenched my teeth hard enough to hurt, forcing myself to stay calm. "I've been briefed on the situation," Leon said evenly. "But why would such a monster be so fixated on the Sword Princess's power? Any other adventurer would simply be consumed and forgotten." Even as my thoughts spiraled, Leon's sharp question cut through. It was a simple, reasonable doubt. Loki's voice came back after a brief, tense pause. Ai's got the blood of a spirit in her veins. "I see," Leon said quietly. "So the deranged spirit monster seeks the strength off its own kin. That makes sense." I was still reeling. Leon accepted it as a plain fact, his tone unshaken. Loki's somber tone and Lefia's downcast eyes told me there was more to the story, but neither of them dared to continue. Ai's has spirit blood, like Welf. My mind flashed to that old tale from the Age of Heroes, the blacksmith Kraz who saved a spirit and was granted mystic blood in return. Welf, his descendant, inherited that spirit blood, and with it the skill to forge magic swords of incredible power. Could Ai's be the same? The immense wind I had witnessed atop the city walls, was that the power of a spirit? What happens if the Sword Princess is completely absorbed? "It ends," Loki declared flatly. "Just like how Braver and his team never made it back to the surface, you'll all be wiped out too. Arario, the city of heroes, will fall." Her tone was absolute, a divine pronouncement of ruin that made my throat tremble. "Ai's got about 24 hours left before she's fully absorbed. Just a hunch, but that's your time limit." That was all the time we had. I could almost see the sand spilling through an hourglass, dozens of clocks in me mind whirling their hands at insane speed. A clearly defined deadline for the end of the world. Even Lefia exhaled sharply beside me, the sound of panic leaking through her breath. Our steps grew careless and uneven until Leon's calm voice sliced through the tension. "I see. Then let us proceed with the conquest in due order. Even if this monster's body conspires toward destruction, if it's still a dungeon, then what an adventurer must do does not change." And I both gasped. That firm, dignified voice worked like magic, snapping us back to our senses. The sight of his knightly back, steady and unyielding, was reassuring beyond words. He wasn't like Master or Finn, his strength lay in a diurent direction entirely. Leon's presence eased our fear and restored our will to think. Level 7 wasn't the only reason for his power. He'd spent years as an instructor, guiding students and nurturing them. That experience had shaped his unique skill as a teacher, a gift no ordinary adventurer possessed. It was like a spell that lifted the heart. Lefia and I exchanged a brief look, then faced forward again. Gone was the panic, the despair, only quiet determination remained. Yes, if we were going to save Ai's, we had to be more like adventurers than ever before. "Goddess," I said, calling through the crystal, "could you handle the mapping from your end? We probably won't have time to draw our own." "Got it, Belle, leave it to me." "All right, Hermes, you're up." "Honestly, Hestia, you make me sound so uncool," came Hermes's amused reply. "Well, fine, I'll do it." "Labyrinth has changed completely," Lefia added. "I can't guarantee how much of my earlier scouting data will still apply, but I'll share everything I remember." The gods chatted on the link. Lefia began preparing her first-hand notes, raw, lived-through information. We had to shift our mindset. Treat this as unexplored territory, a frontier floor no one had ever cleared. We would use anything we could. And if the gods themselves could help us, we'd gladly rely on them too. While being quietly watched over by Professor Leon's gentle smile, we continued gathering information with deliberate care. This area of the dungeon sometimes casts spells on its own, not the monsters, the walls and floors themselves. The sign is the formation of a magic circle. The only countermeasure is to destroy the circle and surrounding structure within roughly 3 seconds. Someone outside the dungeon handle mapping was reckless to say Thelist, but as expected of a god, a being above reason, Hermes's quill began to scratch effortlessly across his map. Lefia's calm delivery of such outrageous information made me flinch. At Hermes's request, "Belle, can you show me your surroundings in detail?" I hurriedly turned my wrist-mounted oculus to pan the area. "The atmosphere here's wonderful," Heath said lightly from behind the group. "Everyone working together like this. I almost feel bad for Lady Freya, but honestly, I could stay in this party forever." I had no idea how to respond to that. Usually, mixed parties between diurent familias were tense, filled with distrust. Yet here she was saying something so cheerfully. She adjusted her backpack with a little sigh, then grimaced as she tiptoed around a massive dragon fossil embedded in the ground. "Feels like these things could start moving any second," she muttered, keeping just a bit of distance from me as I followed behind to guard her. I couldn't blame her. There were dozens of dragon heads hanging from the ceiling, some nothing but bone, others disturbingly intact with decaying flesh. It was hard to shake the feeling that their empty sockets would suddenly glow and unleash a fireball. The constant howl of wind through the chamber only made the illusion worse. This whole floor was a network of wind tunnels. The sound that filled the air was like a chorus of dragons groaning in pain. With Loki's earlier comparison in mind, it truly felt as if we were wandering through a dragon's womb. That endless, echoing cry of unseen beasts made our skin prickle. "Another hazard we encountered," Lefia went on coldly, "was the charm dust. Anyone with an abnormal resistance rating of H or lower will be inflicted with charm if they inhale it." Charm dust? Ah, this must be it. Heath looked upward, raising her hand as if to catch falling snow. A soft blue shimmer collected in her palm, faint motes of light drifting everywhere in Thyr. The source seemed to be the blue-fleshed flowers blooming where walls met ceiling. Now that she mentioned it, my whole body did feel strangely warm. "We cast protective magic before entering, so it should be fine," Lefia said quietly. "But during our expedition, even first-class adventurers turned their weapons on one another." Heath and I looked at her in shock. First-class adventurers fighting each other. "That wasn't a battle, that was Anitmare. The dungeon here doesn't just weaken its intruders," Lefia continued, her tone dropping to a chill. "It takes them, hijacks them, and turns them into tools." Her hand slipped to the dagger at her hip, drawing it in one fluid motion, which meant the other method, she said grimly, is possession. And then it began. Professor Leon's stride halted. All trace of relaxation vanished from the air. The dungeon itself, silent until now, sent out its vanguard. Yufufu. "Ahaha," laughter echoed, the innocent giggle of little girls playing in a flower field. But in this place, that sound was wrong, too wrong. It carried a breath of magic that felt alien and foul. The voices came from ahead behind a massive pillar, and there, emerging from the shadows, were several human silhouettes, each one overlapped with something else. What? A terrible feeling ran through me, an overwhelming premonition of tragedy. Just ahead, Lefia's profile froze over, her expression petrified in horror. Heath narrowed her eyes and muttered, "The worst." Leon silently raised his greatsword. From behind the pillar's shadow, the enemy stepped into view. "Welcome." A voice, human speech. But it wasn't the kind of sound that could ever be mistaken for the Xenos. It was an unpleasant, mocking chirp that crawled under your skin. It smiled at us. New flesh puppets, my new friends. A corpse was standing, one missing an arm, one with hollow eyes, blood spilling from its mouth, and one without even a head. Clinging to the adventurers' backs, those lifeless bodies they were parasitized. From the waists and backs of the fallen adventurers sprouted grotesque upper bodies. They were female forms, skin glistening in gradients of green, blue, and violet, smooth, moist, and unnaturally beautiful in a way that made the air itself rot sweetly. Each had 3 pairs of arms, 6 in total. Moving with a slow, serpentine grace that was both alluring and revolting. Some had short hair, others long, some wavy, all colored a deep violet blue. Their body types varied. Perhaps their size depended on the strength or vitality of the host they'd infested. My mind refused to comprehend, but my adventurer's instincts processed the details anyway, coldly, automatically. It was sickening. Their faces were eerily human, noses, mouths, lips, but their eyes betrayed them. Red compound eyes, unmistakably monstrous. Creatures using the corpses of adventurers as their vessels. My voice vanished. My throat froze. Time stopped. My knees almost buckled. Hey! They laughed innocently, wickedly. Their 6 arms creaked as they moved. The lower pair tenderly cupped the chest off a dead female adventurer. The middle pair's fingers reached up, pressing into her empty eyes, squelch. The parasite brought the plucked eyeball to its lips, savoring it like candy. At their feet skittered spider-like creatures, each the size of a shield. They were the same nauseating rainbow hues as the man-eating flowers. It was clear now. Those spiders latched onto adventurers' backs, burrowed in, and from them bloomed and evolved these horrific female-bodied monsters. They were violators, monstrous spiderwomen that ravaged the bodies off adventurers, defiling and consuming everything, even their dignity. The low-key familia, the battle uniforms of the hosts, bore the jester emblem. Victims of the expedition, Lephia's comrades. Those bastards. The divine voice that slipped from the oculus brimmed with rage, Loki's killing intent. The silence from Hestia, the pity from Hermes, they all felt distant, unreal. Desecrate even their corpses, I'll never forgive them. The one burning with the bluest fire was Lephia. She raised her dagger and short star letter 1B0, eyes blazing. Her determination snapped me back to my senses. Fight them. Against our own allies' bodies. We didn't even know if they were truly dead yet, but the grotesque arachnid women gave no time for hesitation. With 3 pairs of arms, and counting their hosts, 8 in total, they spread them wide and charged. Ha. Ugh, a tremendous leap and arc overhead, and then a storm of slashing attacks came raining down on us. I moved on instinct, throwing myself forward to protect Heath. I caught the blow with a single swing of the Hestia knife, held in reverse grip, but it was fast. The woman-shaped monster's claws, sharpened like blades, struck in tandem with the wild flailing of the adventurer's sword it still gripped. A deafening clang, rang out, steel shrieking against claw and weapon. Before my eyes, countless sparks burst like fireworks. Belle, Hestia's voice screamed through the oculus. I could see the attacks. Contrary to the panic in her tone, my head was cold, clear. This was the epitome of wild, uncontrolled violence, no technique, only raw muscle and speed. Even so, with that much power and speed, it was still a real threat. But right now, Belle Cranel could hold his ground against it. Even so, the pressure was overwhelming. I was stuck on the defensive, unable to regain rhythm. The Hestia knife shuddered in my grip, my returning movement sluggish, openings everywhere. I couldn't strike back. The monster cackled above me, and the hollow, lifeless eyes of the adventurer it puppeted tore into my chest. My hesitation, my refusal to fully fight back, had me bound in chains. Phew. A sharp metallic ring. The Hestia knife flew from my hand. A blunder unworthy of an adventurer. As I stared wide-eyed, a curved claw slashed toward me, alongside 4 intersecting sword strikes in perfect sequence. Their potential about level 5. In an instant, 3 right arms of the monster, and the adventurer's right arm gripping the sword, flew letter 1B0 in a spray of blue blood. Golden hair flared before my eyes. Silver armor shone. Everything slowed as I saw the one who'd intervened, Leon. Having already felled the spider-woman he'd been facing, the knight had come to me aid. The creature shrieked, flailing with its remaining arms, but every one of them was severed. In the blink of an eye, all 8 arms, along with the adventurer's weapons, were sliced away. A feat worthy of being called a perfect technique, a knight's strike without equal. I know it's arrogant, Leon said calmly, eyes narrowing, to speak of morality Tobest without civilization or culture. But still, from the 6 severed stumps, jets of blue blood hissed out like steam. Leon vanished, reappearing behind the parasitic abomination. His voice was steady and burning with righteous fury. Do not defile the dead. A blazing diagonal slash, GGH Haya. The greatsword cleaved clean through only the spider-woman, sparing the adventurer's body. Split from crown to waist, the monster let out a strangled scream before bursting into ash. The freed male adventurer collapsed forward, brushing my shoulder with his lips in what seemed like a silent apology, then slid lifelessly to the ground. Leon, where? The monster's magic stone. In the spider's abdomen, not the host. I know Lephia. As I stood there, my armor splattered red like spilled paint, Leon had already moved on to the next creature, and Lefia was engaging another. Spiderwomen shrieked in voices that were almost seductive. Lefia, not a true frontliner, barely managed to deflect 3 consecutive slashes with her dagger. She leapt back, dodging desperately, her face twisted in strain, but even so her hesitation had already been crushed. Facing the comrades who bore the Loki Familia emblem, the elf thrust her short stiletto 1B0 forward. "I'm sorry." My cry, begging not to see what came next, went unheard. She fired. Dio Theosos. Jaya! A blinding white bolt of lightning pierced through both the adventurer's torso and the Spiderwoman fused to their back. The monster convulsed wildly, burned out by the holy thunder, and collapsed, leaving only a faint remnant of the adventurer's body, which toppled backward to the ground. "Wait, please wait. They might still. It's already impossible, Belle." And Leon's blades flashed again and again, cutting down more of Thetwisted pairings. One after another, the puppeted adventurers fell like broken dolls. I shouted like a child throwing a tantrum, but Heath came up behind me and stopped me. "You have to let go of that hope," she said quietly. "The idea that they might still be alive or could still be saved." I turned to her dumbstruck. She gently took my left hand and pressed the recovered Hestia knife into it, her own hands firm around mine. "Even if they were alive," she said, her voice steady, "you couldn't separate them. The fusion runs too deep, body and soul. A healer's certainty, a merciful but final diagnosis. If it were D-Saint, maybe she could do something, but I can't." Was a cruel truth, spoken without cruelty, just fact, acceptance, and sorrow, and I couldn't blame her. I couldn't blame anyone. Heath looked up at me for a long moment, then smiled softly. "Well, if it's too much for you right now, just rest for a bit," she said lightly. "You'll probably have it worse later, so I won't scold you for slacking letter 1B0 now." She added with a little grin, "Honestly, this might be your only chance to slack letter 1B0. I didn't understand how she could smile like that, whether it was to comfort me or to keep herself from breaking apart. But then her voice dropped, calm and firm. "Hurry up and make up your mind." Heath was angry. "If you say you can't do it," she said coldly, "then I'll do it in your place." Her hand pressed against my shoulder as she stepped past me, taking my place at the front. As we passed each other, I caught the side of her face, a witch's face, calm, merciless, and unwavering as her gaze fixed on the figures ahead. "Matter how many times I'm cut apart, no matter how much blood I shed, I'll bring them back," she said. "As many times as it takes." I turned to look, and once again I despaired. Standing before us were 3 elves. Their garments bore the emblem of devotion to their goddess, Freya Familia's mark, the proud warriors known as the Einherjar. Her golden hair was matted with blood, her half-lidded eyes hollow, her lips smeared dark red. One arm was missing entirely, torn away, evidence of a brutal final battle. I knew them. Meluna, Ristan, Tana, they weren't as close to me as Van, Lask, or Remilia, the attendants from that garden, but I'd spoken to them, trained under them. They had scolded me, guided me, shaped me. Proud elves who had once taught me what strength meant. "I'll annihilate them," said Heath, her voice low and trembling with fury. "The vermin who dared defile Freya's possessions." But I understood. Calling them possessions instead of comrades wasn't cruelty, it was grief, a desperate attempt to hide her heartbreak behind pride, to keep being a servant strong enough for her goddess. "Belle." Name came through the crystal, Freya's voice. "There are no souls left in those bodies. What you see now are only shells, bound by monsters. A god knows. Through the bonds of Falna, they can sense whether the flame of the soul still burns within their children. So no matter how much I wanted to deny it, no matter how much I begged for another truth, the lives before me were already gone. It was a divine decree, merciful and cruel. "They would hate being seen like that," Freya whispered. And as she spoke, I saw her, Lefia, her golden hair burning like sunlight as she charged. She cut through the swarm of spiders, slashing them apart with her dagger. Her shoulder was ripped open in the struggle, her face twisted in pain, yet she didn't stop. She drove her blade into her former comrades of Loki Familia. "I'm sorry, everyone." Her lips formed the words I couldn't bear to hear. She wasn't crying, but unseen tears fell all the same. I clenched my jaw and bowed my head. "That's why," Freya said softly, her voice gentle, filled with sorrow and compassion. "Someone has to set them free." Her divine voice brushed against my ear, warm and mournful. I pried my trembling fingers open, one by one. Then, as Heath stepped forward to act, I reached out and grabbed her hand. "I'll do it." I lifted my head. "I'll be the one to do it." At last, I accepted it. Among this party, I was the most pathetic, the most uncool, the one who wavered the most, the weakest of all. My heart was more immature than anyone's. At this rate, I wouldn't be able to save a thing. So I resolved to leave my anger and sorrow here and now, to become an adventurer who will keep fighting in this hellish realm. I see. Heath stepped back without hesitation, so she could keep her duty as a healer. She seemed to grant me the right to free our comrades, Meluna and the others. Belle, I took up the Hestian knife. I steadied it so I would never let it go, and with a single swing I faced the three elves. After the faction war had ended, even when I'd been bright red with horn and wearing the tavern uniform. Working at the Hostess of Fertility, those who had scolded me when I smiled, I said farewell. Ahahahaha. The monsters, one of the ugliest things in the world, cackled. They held the pale, blood-soaked fairies like dolls and planned to turn this foolish boy, standing before them with only a single knife, into a new breeding using sharp blades and amusing magic tricks. And then, just like that, the fight was over. Huh. The moment he leapt, like a rabbit, the heads flew. With a single swing of the Hestian knife held in a reverse grip, the white-haired boy cut through behind Meluna and the others. 3 heads of the female-bodied spiders sailed through the air. Their multifaceted eyes, not yet understanding what had happened, turned toward the boy in stunned disbelief. Thud, 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 3 heads hit the floor. Then, as if remembering what they were, blue blood gushed wetly from the severed necks. An explosive burst of power, far beyond what should be possible for someone at level 5. The fight ended almost anticlimactically. Heath's eyes widened, but sensing the boy's fury and grief, she felt no true surprise. After felling the 3, the boy landed, turned, and extended his right hand, gaze filled with quiet sorrow. Firebolt. 3 sharp, thin spears of flame and lightning shot forth, piercing thebdomens of the headless spiders. That was the end. The parasitic monsters, struck through their magic stones, shattered to ash before they could even scream. Even their grotesque heads crumbled away. Freed, the elves' bodies collapsed onto the dungeon floor. The last elf, still teetering, was gently caught by Belle as he stepped forward. Heath, please, take care of Meluna and the others. Of course. Heath quietly took the cold, empty shells and laid them to rest upon the ground. I'm going. Without waiting to see the end, the boy dashed letter 1B0. To destroy every other denizen of this accursed domain, parasite spiders, man-eating flowers, giant worms. Welcome home, Meluna, Ristan, Tana. May you rest in peace. She laid the other elves beside them, closing their eyes. Freed from battle, permitted at last to sleep, the valiant warriors now lay still. And the girl of Andrimnir who tended to the fallen ewered them a small, tender smile. Look at him. The Belle you trained, he's become so strong. Heath raised her head. Before her, the boy wielding knife and thunder roared without tears. His rampage nearly matched Leon himself, far surpassing Lefia's strength and speed. It was enough to make her nod in satisfaction, until she realized something was wrong. Wait, he's overdoing it. At last, Heath noticed the change. Belle was slaying too many, growing too strong, almost out of control. The solemn air from moments ago was thrown aside as panic rose in her voice. Stop him, thousand elf. Lefia, startled by Heath's cry, turned, and her shock mirrored the healer's. With a single knife, Belle cut down 3 enemies at once, then unleashed a torrent of magic, 17 consecutive firebolts exploding across the dungeon, obliterating an entire section. Speechless, Lefia broke away from Leon's side and rushed forward. What are you doing? That's such an inefficient way to fight. Calm down. Even as the words left her lips, she felt how pointless they were. And then, a thunderous crash. The knife slammed down, shattering the floor and the monsters upon it. Not even a single magic stone remained, just a smoking crater left behind by Belle's overwhelming, reckless overkill. The shockwave and blast of air nearly sent Lefia's upper body bending backward. Ha ha! Finally lowering his stance, Belle panted heavily. Of course he did. Fighting like that would exhaust anyone. And yet, disturbingly soon, his breathing steadied. His expression, his posture, everything returned to normal with unnatural speed. Was it rage that made him lose control? She knew how absurdly fast he grew stronger, but had he ever been this powerful? The anger that had once burned deep within him, was it already gone? Confusion overtook Lefia as she hurried to his side. What are those eyes, Belle Cranel? At last, he realized it too. Both of the boy's eyes were glowing, dyed a deep, blazing scarlet like sacred flame itself. He didn't seem to understand. As if trying to confirm it for himself, Belle raised a hand toward his own eyes. Goo. The dragon fossil embedded in the floor suddenly burst upward, and in an instant it pierced straight through the boy's abdomen to defend Leon's honor. The distance between him and the boy had simply been too great. Strictly speaking, it wasn't carelessness, but Bel's own overwhelming output, verging on a berserk state, that led him to overextend while pursuing monsters. He had slipped beyond Leon's support range. The triangle formation, Bel, Leffia, and Heath, should have been maintained at all costs, but because Leon was holding back countless foes alone, he couldn't reach the boy in time. And then, the labyrinth's malice revealed itself. The infernal maze, silent as a still sea until now, chose the worst possible moment to activate one of its traps. The master of this accursed realm, some unseen game master lurking in its depths, laughed as though intent on breaking the girl's heart. It deliberately aimed for her precious rabbit. The punishment was pure cruelty. From the floor, from the pillars, from the ceiling, countless dragon corpses erupted outward. Their fossilized spears skewered Bel, lifting his body high into the air as they bite into him from every direction. GGHHH. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 monstrous husks closed in from all sides, enclosing him in a cage of bone. It looked like a spider's web, an enormous cocoon of death that swallowed Thebui whole, erasing him from Leffia and the others' sight. Only the warm spray of blood rained down, splattering across Leffia's frozen face. A wet, crushing sound echoed, flesh compressed and mangled. One slender arm hung limply outside the mass, swinging like a pendulum. Dead. The gods knew it. Time itself stopped for Hestia, Bel Cranal, an unceremonious end. Nothing more than the same tragic fate countless adventurers had met before. And just as Leffia screamed with every ounce of strength in her lungs, the Heapoff dragon remains piled high above exploded into shrapnel and dust. Huh? A massive crimson bloom erupted. The blast burst outward from within, scattering flaming fragments of bone that tumbled across the floor toward the stunned Leffia and Heath. It was Leon who first realized what had happened. The boy who should have been crushed to death had detonated flame and lightning from the inside. Without regard for his own safety, he had unleashed dozens of consecutive shots in an instant, a suicidal counterattack that obliterated everything around him. After his armor shattered and fell away, something black and smoldering hit Theground in front of Leffia with a dull thud. A figure, four-limbed, twitching, still faintly human. And then, gah! Right before the stunned Leffia's eyes, Bel revived. His charred body rewound time itself, skin and muscle regenerating at impossible speed as he snapped upright with the strength of his core. Heath, who had been sprinting forward in panic to heal him, tripped spectacularly in disbelief. Even Leon stared, speechless, as though observing a mythical creature. W8, what? I didn't die. His armor was completely destroyed, yet his flesh bore not a single wound. It made no sense. Sitting there on the ground, Bel looked down at his own hands, wide-eyed and utterly lost. Leffia, you're covered in blood. Are you okay? She raised one trembling hand toward him, wordless. This is your blood, that gesture said, just before she smacked him across the face. Bel yelped, clutching his cheek. His eyes were still glowing that same scarlet red. Ah. From the crystal link came Hestia's soft voice, the sound of a goddess realizing, with a nervous laugh and a sinking heart, that time, which should have stopped forever, had just started again. Tavere, the anti-charm specialization skill, I totally forgot he even had that. The guild's underground altar, Hestia muttered this with a single bead of sweat running down her cheek while Loki, practically biting into the crystal orb, shouted, "What the hell just happened?" Every god in the chamber, even Freya, turned toward Hestia. Anti-charm specialization. What's the E-uked? Ooh, if I remember right, whenever he's hit by some kind of charm E-uked, Alhai's stats skyrocket like crazy, and his body and mind just keep regenerating nonstop. Hey-ya! Loki's scream shook the altar more than any monster roar ever could. If he's got a damn counter-charm skill like that, say SO first, why, you idiot. Fudge you, I totally forgot, okay? Bel forgot too. It's not our fault, it just never came up. Your kid's an airhead and the goddess is a bigger one, you octopus-brained moron. She yanked on Hestia's round cheeks, the two immediately breaking into their usual screaming match. Even after understanding the explanation, the other gods were too stunned to recover easily. Bel's fourth skill, Vanati's Tavere, truly functioned as Hestia described. It activates upon being subjected to charm-type interference. causing an explosive boost to all ability parameters. The terrifying auto-recovery that had left both the gods and Lefia speechless also stemmed from this skill. As long as the activation condition persists, Belle's health, physical regeneration, and even mind recovery continue indefinitely, essentially a broken ability. The enchanted dust saturating this corrupted domain had perfectly fulfilled the trigger condition. His earlier rampage, far beyond reason, was due not only to fury and grief but also to his body being unable to keep up with the current massive status boost. Unbelievable, sighed Hephaestus. You heard all the information Locke gathered about the 60th floor and still didn't realize your child had the perfected vantage. I said I forgot, Hephaestus. Don't you start too, Hestia wailed, ready to cry. The skill Vanadis Tavere had manifested right before the faction war, a cruel gift born from the Garden of Allure ordeal. Freya, instantly grasping that much without being told, touched a hand to her cheek and smiled. It was my bond with Belle that saved him, wasn't it? Phew, even now you're in love-drunk fantasy mode, you flower-headed goddess. Get down from that cloud, Loki barked. It wasn't you, it was me, Emmy, my bond with him. He only got that skill because of the mess you caused, Freya. Freya blushed like a maiden while Hestia erupted beside her, and their shouting filled the chamber. The adventurers listening in through the ocular link understood enough of what had happened. Though they seriously considered cutting the connection before the gods, volume got them all located by monsters. While Hephaestus and Balder desperately tried to keep the three from tearing each other apart, Hermes only stared at Belle's image in the crystal, and the corner of his lips curved upward. Freya isn't entirely wrong. That ordeal back then ended up saving Belle. No, more than that. Loki, brushing aside Hestia's deeply disgruntled face, straightened up with renewed vigor. The spark of unexpected hope burned bright in her eyes as she slammed a fist into her palm and nodded fiercely. Inside this cursed domain, that kid's basically got an unlimited power-up ultra bonus. He's the ultimate anti-boss adventure unit. There was no doubt now. Belle Cranel had become the trump card for conquering this nightmare floor. Realizing it, the gods could no longer contain themselves. The altar erupted into a festival of cheers and shouting, a full-blown divine uproar born from sheer relief and excitement. Leon and the boys' positions changed. Belle takes the vanguard. Kenny Hanlate? While we pushed back another monster assault and stopped for a quick round off recovery and resupply, Loki's voice cut sharply through the link. The last battle had already proven what words couldn't. Inside this dungeon, Belle Cranel simply wouldn't die easily. Not only that, the status boost he was under was absurd. The gods saw a chance and they weren't going to waste it. We'll call it Operation Immortal Canary in the Mine. The plan's simple. Let Thekid bulldoze through the hordes like a berserker, soak up the chaos, and clear Apeth. Others stay behind cover and their survival odds skyrocket. Who's the poor sacrificial penguin you're shoving letter 1B0 the ice first, huh? You ran out turning my sweet Belle into some disposable bird, you jerk. Shut it, Shorty. We use what we can when we can. That's strategy. While the gods bickered over the crystal feed, we listened quietly. Only Lefia watched me with a deeply conflicted look, part worry, part disbelief. The beauty of this plan's simple, pure, brute force breakthrough. If you can't stomach the risk, it's the fastest way to reach eyes and the others. Speeds everything now. Because of all the chaos so far, Master Finn's carefully built schedule was in shambles. But if we could push through here, maybe we could still catch up. Loki's logic made sense. And yet, as Hestia feared, it was a plan that practically lured me up as a sacrifice. Loki, wait. Even if we go through with this, there must be a safer. I'll do it. I cut Lefia letter 1B0 before she could finish. My answer was already decided. Turning toward her, not the gods, I spoke directly. I want to reach eyes even 1 second sooner. That's all there is to it, Lefia. The mention of that name of longing, she froze, then glared at me sharply. That wasn't admiration in her eyes, it was frustration, a plea not to be reckless. I smiled faintly. Thank you. That was all I could say. The discussion ended there. After just 1 minute of rest, the advance began again. Ooh. Gijaya. Heya. I plunged alone into the endless flood of grotesque monsters. The man-eating flowers were torn apart in an instant, the hulking caterpillar beasts incinerated under rapid-fire firebolts, and from the very first exchange, the power of Vanadis Tavere, my trump card, revealed itself in full. Jiva. Bubua. Ugh. With a single swing of a knife that shouldn't even have the reach for it, the towering man-eating flowers were cleaved apart. The worm-type beasts that had once required multiple hits on the 51st floor now fell in one firebolt. Bodies burst apart before I even registered it, gray ash showering down on my face as I stared in shock along with the monsters. This is like Haruheim's level boost. My status was skyrocketing. If I hadn't already been used to the power of Haruheim's enchantment, this sudden surge would have completely thrown me letter 1B0. The boost was rank up class, a power-up on the level of changing classes entirely. My vision sharpened. My limbs moved before I thought. Even quick spells turned it into bombardments. Man-eaters, worms, nothing could stand in the way. My vision's warm, no. My eyes are burning like holy fire. As long as this continues, I can fight like this forever. I couldn't let myself drown in the intoxication of the skill's power, but for now, I'd use every drop of it. Recalling how recklessly I fought before, this time I gripped the reins tightly and unleashed that strength with precision. Belle, don't overdo it. Sorry, goddess, I muttered under my breath, pushing forward. Faster, 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 just keep moving. I tore through the heart of that dreadful dragon graveyard. Traps activated from the dungeon itself, dragon bones shifting, water serpents bursting out from the walls, but they were already known. I sliced through one mid-lunge, carving the dragon's fossil body into 3 pieces. Break through, push forward, break again. The thrill was almost too much. It felt like that high from testing one of Naz's new drugs. Gah, that might have been why I let my guard down. A barrage of corrosive liquid splashed from the worms. My skin sizzled, the flesh beneath melting away as a rancid stench filled the air. But then, completely healed. Heat rippled out from my eyes, a crimson light enveloping me, my flesh rusted in an instant. The monsters faltered. Weapon breakage was my only fear now. Everything else was meaningless. I guarded my twin knives with my body, sprinting forward while raining firebolts. Even if I was injured, I'd recover immediately. Maybe even status ailments wouldn't stick. This was just like the saint of the battlefield, Heath's regenerative state from the war game. No, this output. It might be nearing the Black Goliath. Please, fight more carefully. I can handle it. You can handle it, Mai. Take this, Ark's Ray. Unable to bear watching anymore, Leffia yelled, firing her parallel chanting magic. Her brilliant blast struck true, vaporizing the mass of man-eaters descending from above. Our formation shifted, me at the front, Leffia and Heath in midline, Leon in their R. To be precise, it was me as a lone vanguard, and a 3-person unit of Leon's group behind. I pushed far ahead, while the 2 rear mages provided constant covering fire, protected by Leon's unwavering defense that shut down every side or rear ambush. Aside from my own safety, there wasn't a single weak point in this formation, perfect in its beauty and efficiency. A formation only possible now that Vanatti's Tavare's Eukes were confirmed. Before, even as a frontliner, Leon had been forced to protect the entire party alone. But now it was my turn to pull my weight. Please, anything but the parasitic infection Thousand Elf mentioned earlier. I can fix literally everything else afterward. Heath's voice, drawn out and lazy as always, called out from behind me, though it was aimed not just at me, but at Leon and the others too. And she was right. That was the one thing we had to avoid at all costs. Almost as if the dungeon had been waiting for her to say it. A swarm, no. An army of more than 100 parasite spiders surged out from behind the pillars up ahead. Then let's go. I leveled my arm like a cannon. Take this. Before Leffia could even begin a chant, I unleashed a barrage so intense Thegods watching through the oculi whispered, "That's basically a human Gatling gun." With my right arm braced by my left, I swept the flames across the hall in a fan-shaped arc. 144 consecutive blasts, and I lost count after that. I'd never fired this many firebolts before. By exploiting my no-chant casting to its limit, I'd turned it into a pseudo-Wideria annihilation spell to erase every last parasite spider before they could reach us. Normally, this kind of reckless spell spam would drain my mind to nothing in seconds. But my stamina's endless, my mind inexhaustible. I can keep firing firebolt forever. Under these conditions, this skill really is insane. I might be able to pull letter 1B0, the immortal canary plan myself. Heath mused between spells, her backpack swaying. Auto-healing and all that, but nope, nah thanks. I'm not volunteering to be a walking landmine sensor again, not this time. We can't have our cute healer Heathtan doing dangerous stew letter 1B0 like that. But it's fine for Belle, huh? Be fair, having the healer charge ahead is a tactical contradiction. Calm down, Hestia. Even from afar, I could hear Heath's relaxed tone through Lefia's relay crystal, mixed with the gods' bickering. A healer's role is to support, not to lead the charge, much less act as bait. That's why this job is mine. I'm the one suited for it. Even so, Lefia's voice reached me tight with worry even through the roar of battle. I wanted to tell her it's okay. But I couldn't spare the breath, so I'd have to show her instead. By fighting, by pushing forward. If I can do that, then I can be what they need. A sacrifice, maybe, a test piece for this dungeon. Fine, I'll bathe in the unknown so Leon and the others can turn it into knowledge. Use me as the spearhead of the vanguard, the Belle Cranel. The moment that thought crossed my mind, the dungeon itself reacted like it was disgusted by me. Dozens of magic circles flared open ahead. Lefia's warning from earlier, counterattack magic, had come true. Flames, lightning, ice, every element poured down at once. From behind, Lefia's voice cried out as she threw up a barrier to shield Heat Hand Leon. Yeah, I figured it'd change tactics soon. This dragon graveyard isn't like any dungeon we've faced. It's deliberate, malicious, alive. Whether that will belongs to the corrupted spirit itself, I still don't know. But I knew something was coming. That's why I'd been quietly charging energy in my right hand. And now I let it loose. Firebolt. 120 seconds of stored power, released all at once. The result was nothing short of cataclysmic. The combined force of that long charge, magnified by the all-stat boost from Vanatti's Tavere, turned into a supercharged bombardment that obliterated every single magic circle blocking the path. The blast didn't stop there. It annihilated the monsters waiting beyond, too. And still, I didn't stop moving. Taking hits again and again, dodging only the ones that would have been fatal, I kept carving a path through the demonic realm. I wasn't letting the skill carry me. I was adapting to it, refining my control, turning every second of battle into growth. Faster, sharper, stronger. By the time the end of that vast, cavernous space came into view, the dragon's graveyard finally fell silent for the first time in ages. Ugh. You okay there, Belle? My body pitched forward. Not because I'd relaxed, just because the endless wave of self-healing steam still pouring letter 1B0 me refused to end. My autoheal hadn't stopped since the bombardment. The magical barrage had done more damage than I thought, and even now, my body was still spending energy repairing itself. My legs finally gave out, and I dropped to my knees, panting, hands and knees pressed to the stone. Heath came over, eyes half-lidded but alert. The attacks have stopped. Either it's a lull or they're setting something up. Lefia, can you use the detection spell you learned from Malik? Yes. I'll also reapply the defensive wards. Nodded, glancing at me every few seconds, worry flickering behind her sapphire eyes. She spread a golden magic circle beneath her feet, beginning Thelong dual chant for summon magic. While she worked, Leon stood guard nearby, and Heath stayed by my side, tending to me. I can't recover stamina, mind, and wounds all at once. The truth of it clicked into place. My skill did heal everything, but not infinitely fast. It spread its resources across all three: physical strength, magical energy, and injuries. If all were depleted at once, full recovery slowed dramatically. The heavier the damage, the longer the delay. A recovery lag state, deadly in a drawn-out fight. Even with this auto-heal, reckless hits were still dangerous. Maybe it was the comfort of having this skill, or the lessons from Folkvanger, but I realized I was getting too used to taking pain head-on. I'd have to fix that. While I was sorting that out in my head, a warm golden light enveloped my body. Heath was holding out a hand toward me. Heath, it's okay, really. The wounds heal on their own. This much healing doesn't even count as tiring. Don't worry about it. She smiled sweetly, the glow from her palm weaving through the burns and tear still mending across my body. She was right. If I couldn't fight, I'd just be dragging the party down. I let myself accept the help just this once. Then she leaned closer. Amazing, Belle. You've gotten so strong. I'm sure Lady Freya would be delighted. Her face was close now, smiling too sweetly, smile after smile after smile. And as that hand reached toward me again, yeah, truly, everything I've ever wanted is right here. Her voice was soft, almost tender, when her hand reached out and clamped there on my throat. The violence of a hero who destroys all before him, the immortal light that rises again and again from the edge of death. You, Belle Cranel, are the true Einherjar, the perfect warrior meant to serve and be loved by the divine. Her other hand joined the first, pressing into my carotid arteries. Heath was still smiling, but her eyes, those gentle red eyes, had gone completely dead. The gods were shouting something through the crystal link, but I couldn't heart them anymore. My world was narrowed to that gaze, that pressure, that slow-crushing weight climbing up my neck and into my skull. Thump, thump, thump. The beating in my ears drowned out everything else. "Why can't I fight like you?" she murmured. "Why is my gold a failed reflection of the goddess's own?" She stared down at me as if seeing something divine and unbearable, to fight and fall and rise again forever. She envied that, envied me, hateful, so truly, deeply hateful. Was fire in her eyes, dark and sunken, flickering behind the calm mask. For some reason, I thought of Horn. How alike they were, these women, two mirrors cracked in deurient ways. Her grip tightened. Just kidding. Suddenly, her hands released me. Air rushed back into my lungs. I coughed and gasped, vision blurring as white sparks danced across my sight. "It's a lie, Belle. Of course I'd save you. I'm of the Andrimnir, the one who fulfills and purifies." She smiled again, bright, carefree, as though none of the last few seconds had happened. Instead of crushing my neck, her arms wrapped around me. "Are you okay, Belle? Did it hurt?" "You poor thing. It's all right now. Everything's all right. I wouldn't ever accidentally kill you." Kneeling, she drew me into her arms, my head pressed to her chest, her hands cradling the back of my skull and spine. The warmth of her body seeped through the gaps of our armor. Her long, pale pink hair swayed around me, a soft curtain sealing me in. The gentle rhythm of her heartbeat thudded against my cheek, steady, serene, too serene. Anyone else might have blushed at the contact. I just froze, a cold chill crawling down my spine. That heartbeat, it wasn't comforting. It was terrifying. She could heal life and end it with the same touch. A true mad saint. Her hand stroked my hair lovingly. "Yes, I won't let you die. You are Lady Freya's, Sir's beloved night otter." Then, as if nothing had happened, she released me. She stood, turned toward Leffia and the others, and walked away. Only when she was several steps ahead did the delayed wave of fear finally hit me. Cold sweat drenched my back. My body, completely restored, without a trace of pain, was proof of her handiwork. "Heath really seems to love Belle too, doesn't she?" "How can you say that? What kind of love strangles someone? Your familia is completely insane, do you know that?" The voices of the gods finally cut back through the crystal, chaotic and loud. My heartbeat still wouldn't slow. My palms were slick. Then Leon approached, trading places with Heath as she left. "You all right, Belle?" "Leon. She's a bit eccentric, but Vana Mardal should be fine. Better temperament than Alan, at least. With Lady Freya watching, she won't go completely mad." "A bit eccentric, better temperament? Really?" Leon knelt on one knee so our eyes met, his tone steady, careful, the way Somion would speak to keep another from breaking. But I didn't really understand what he meant. Was he saying that cooperating with the Freya familia was that difficult? Or just that it required this kind of mental armor? Honestly, it was probably a good thing Leffia had her eyes closed, concentrating on her spell. If she'd seen what happened with Heath, I had the feeling she'd have absolutely exploded. No proof, just a gut certainty. Yeah, the low-key familia and Freya familia really were like oil and water. Still sitting there on the floor, dazed, I blinked up at Leon. He smiled faintly and set a hand on my right shoulder. "The field test of your skill is complete," he said. "I've seen what I needed to see. Can you handle it?" "Absolutely." I locked eyes with him, those sharp, lion-colored eyes, and nodded hard. He held my gaze for a moment before saying quietly, "Belle. From here on, I'll prioritize guarding the rear, Leffia and the others. You can survive this dungeon on your own now. I'll only step in at the very end, understood?" It sounded cold, maybe even cruel, but it was. It was his way of acknowledging me, of trusting me. There was only one answer I could give. "Yes, sir." He smiled, held out a hand, and pulled me to my feet. "Detection complete," Leffia said then, opening her eyes. "No irregularities found." The brief pause for breath was over. We reformed our formation and pushed onward, our steps quick, almost reckless, but sure. No monsters came. The demonic world seemed to be holding its breath. This spirit master cloak, it's barely torn. The eerie quiet gave space for stray thoughts. I glanced down at myself. Despite everything, the enchanted cloth was mostly intact. Only the parts burned or splashed with corrosive fluid were discolored. Leffia had mentioned she was resistant to spirit-based magic. If these monsters carried the corrupted mana of corrupted spirits, maybe they explained why my injuries had been lighter, why the gear held up so well. Maybe the craftsmen and supporters behind the front lines had saved my life without even being here. I whispered silent thanks to them as we crossed into the next area. This place. The narrow ravine opened into another massive cavern, still shaped like a stalactite cathedral, but the dragon fossils were gone. Their place, the walls and pillars glittered with embedded gems, huge ones, even the smallest larger than my torso. Every single one glowed gold. The air grew thick, dense with magic. I could feel it flowing. "What is it, Thousand Elf?" Heath asked lightly, but even from a distance it was obvious. Lefia's face twisted with disgust. No, not just disgust, anger. "Bel Cranel," she said, her voice cutting through the silence. Her eyes swept the space like she already knew what waited there. "They're coming." The way she said it like prophecy told me she was right. I felt my eyes go wide as I realized exactly what she meant. "Bel, front." Heath's warning snapped through the haze, sharp and urgent. I whipped my gaze ahead, just in time to see a tide of iridescent monsters surge out of the golden fog. My body reacted before thought, feet set, Hestia's knife raised to meet the charge, and then everything vanished in a roar. Entire world detonated. The monsters, the ground beneath them, even my own body were flung away in a single cataclysmic shockwave. Wah! Flesh, stone, and air blurred together. The creatures were torn apart mid-leap, their blood scattering like colored rain. For an instant I saw Heath, Lefia, and Leon swept up in the same invisible blast, tumbling through the air. The bracer carrying the oculus shattered, and the gods' voices went dead. Pain burst across every inch of my skin, then was drowned by a surge of crimson light as Autoheal flared to life. Blood and monster gore spun in slow motion around me as the impact hurled me on a corridor of collapsing pillars. What was that? An unseen explosion? Some colorless magic? No, the pressure, the slicing edge wind. A shockwave born of it, dense enough to smash stone. The world spun until, with a deafening crack, I plowed through several columns and skidded to a halt. Dust filled my lungs as I forced my head up, and froze. Bel, she was there. The person I had prayed, fought, and bled to reach. Hair like molten gold, eyes to match, beauty so unreal it felt like the gods had sculpted her. Eyes Wallenstein. "Bel," she said again, and she was completely naked. Her long golden hair fell forward, barely veiling her chest, pale skin gleaming in the faint light of the cavern. She smiled softly and reached out her hand. My mind went blank. "Are you all right?" The words she had once spoken to me, the very beginning, as if time itself had rewound. That hand reached toward me again, trembling with warmth, and a blade erupted from her chest. "GHH?" Blood gushed from her sternum, from her lips, hot droplets spattering across mist-stunned face. The smile vanished. For a heartbeat, everything, my breath, my thoughts, even the world, stopped. "El Lefia." The words left my mouth in disbelief. Standing right behind me was an elf, golden amber hair glinting like a drawn blade, her eyes burning with a wrath I had never seen before. The short sword in her hand pierced straight through Ai's chest. Her voice trembled with fury, not hesitation. "You dare defile our ideal." In one seamless motion, she drove her knee up, a midsection kick that cracked through the illusion's ribs, and sent the golden girl flying out of my sight. The instant her boots hit the ground again, Lefia's wand was already raised. "Arc's Ray!" The spell detonated midair. A column of blinding light swallowed the fake eyes whole, erasing her so completely that even ash refused to remain. "Get it together. I told you this might happen." A sharp crack split the air, her palm across my cheek. The sting jolted me back into my body, into the world still spinning with chaos. Lefia stood before me, guarding my front, her expression all cold focus and ragey as she scanned the battlefield. And over her shoulder, they appeared. Dozens, hundreds of golden-haired, golden-eyed girls, each one a mirror of Ai's Wallenstein, each one smiling with that same gentle expression twisted into mockery. "They're fakes," Lefia shouted. "Copies made by the corrupted spirit." My heart clenched. Before I could even draw a breath, the army of Ai's lookalikes giggled in unison, a sound like glass breaking. At that same moment, far above, the divine audience gasped. The Hestia Familia's crystal altar shook as Hestia, eyes wide, pressed both hands to the water mirror. The other gods around her murmured in disbelief. A copy of the Sword Princess? That thing duplicated a child of the gods. Impossible, even for a great spirit to mimic a mortal's divinity. "This isn't mimicry. This is blasphemy." Hephaestus grimaced, Baldur's tone hardened, and Hermes only exhaled a low whistle. Inside the crystal's image, the battlefield had already become a storm. Each Ai's copy unleashed blades of wind that shredded monsters, stone, and adventurers alike, a hurricane of mirrored beauty and death. Freya, seated with legs crossed, watched her own creation's stolen face twist in violence. Her voice, calm but cutting, slipped through the divine murmurs. "How tasteless." A wry smile followed. Though I'm hardly one to talk, she muttered to herself. Beside her, Loki trembled with fury. Those damn dolls! They're the reason Tiona and the others went down. Using Ai's face, my kid's face, to tear my familia apart, the words cracked like thunder. Every god present fell silent beneath the weight of her rage. And through it all, Hestja's gaze returned to the boy in the mirror, to Bel Cranel, whose trembling profile filled the crystal's surface. His expression wasn't calm. It was raw, shaken, and desperate, a storm of emotions barely contained. "Bel," she whispered. The roar of the wind drowned out every thought. Through the howling vortex, Heath's panicked cry barely reached me. "This is way too much. We're gonna get shredded at this rate." Inside a sealed dungeon, a storm like this wasn't wind, it was death given form. We could barely move, much less fight. Every time I tried to breathe, the gala ripped it away. "Fusillade Phalerica." Lefia's voice cut through the chaos, her Wideria spell firing like a storm off blazing arrows. The wind bent their trajectories, scattering them across the battlefield, but even so, explosions blossomed everywhere. Stone ceilings crumbled. Pillars fell. One of the false eyes was caught beneath the collapsing debris, her smiling face crushed into silence. "She's weak up close. Instinctive, not intelligent. Bait her aim and she'll hit Hierone." The elf dashed through the maelstrom, her dagger flashing in a clean arc. A throat opened, blood scattered, and before the body could fall, she was already rolling clear, using the confusion to turn their formation against itself. Lefia's anger blazed brighter than her magic. Even as a level 4, she carved her way through the doppelgangers like a raging flame given shape. "Bel, regroup." Professor Leon's voice rang across the field. He alone was holding the line, each stroke of his greatsword cutting through both the clones and the Slissingwinds alike. Heath and Lefia moved to his side, their formation snapping back together, while I was still alone, hurled to the far end of the vast chamber. What is this? All around me, the same golden figure bled and fell. Eyes, face, eyes, voice, each one shattering before my eyes, only for new ones to take their place. I couldn't scream. I couldn't think. Then the walls began to pulse. Embedded within the stone, the golden gems, those radiant cores, started glowing, one after another. From within them, something slid out. She slid out. Dozens of eyes-shaped bodies. Turning gracefully midair, landing softly with the sound of bare feet against the stone. The light caught their hair, their smiles, their perfect skin. It should have been divine. But beauty multiplied too far becomes grotesque. 100 sacred visages blurred together into a nightmare. And I could only tremble. The scream tore from my throat before I knew it. The wind flung me like debris, but I thrust my hand forward anyway. Firebolt. The spell burst forth, then another and another. Unending volleys of red lightning crashed into the horde. With the boost of Vanati's Tavere, my magic never ran dry. Bolts rained without rhythm or restraint, each blast a denial of what I saw before me. Flames roared. Shockwaves consumed the chamber. The ground cracked and the air seared until I could no longer see their faces, until I could hide behind the storm of my own making. I didn't want to see those familiar golden eyes go still. Didn't want to see her die again and again. I fought to live and at the same time couldn't stand the thought of killing them. A pitiful contradiction, a coward's truth. And yet all I could do was keep firing. The scent of her hair was sweet, almost painfully so. Warm breath brushed against my neck, followed by the slow, deliberate drag off lips. My whole body convulsed. "You really are warm," the voice behind me whispered. It was the same voice, the same tone that had once called my name under Thedon's sky. But now it was soaked in something poisonous. Fondness turned into obsession, tenderness twisted into hunger. "Stop." I tried to wrench myself free, but her arms only tightened. The embrace that should have comforted felt like chains. The soft press of her body against my back turned to unbearable pressure, as if she meant to fold me into herself. "Why do you fight me, Bel?" The whisper changed, low, mournful, yet mocking. "You wanted this warmth once, didn't you?" Her fingers traced my jawline. Faint hum followed, the gathering of magic. The air trembled. Japanese letter, I threw my weight forward and twisted, slashing behind me with the knife in pure reflex. For a moment, time stopped. The blade caught her across the cheek, and from the shallow wound, not blood but wind burst out. The illusion shattered. Her golden skin split apart like cracked glass, the edges glowing with pale light, until what remained was no longer her. A hollow mimic, a shell stew-hued with storm and hatred. "Bel," Lefia's voice pierced through the chaos. A split second later, a crimson streak of light, her magic, struck the clone square in the chest. The doppelganger's face warped in surprise before it exploded into ash and gale. The blast pushed me forward. I stumbled, coughing, the copper taste of blood thick on my tongue. Every breath was a burn. When I looked up, dozens more stood in the haze, identical smiles, identicalies, identical love twisted into malice. I raised my knife again, hand trembling, and whispered through clenched teeth, "I know, you're not her." Even so, my heart still screamed every time I had to prove it. That was nothing but an illusion. The lips that kissed my neck bit down, tearing through flesh, and an awful wind poured into me. My blood vessels and organs were shredded, collapse from within. Auto-Hell-triggered. By sheer reflex, I tensed every muscle in my neck, sealing the wound to avoid bursting apart like an overfilled balloon. The one who burst first was Eyes. Coughing up dark red blood mixed with chunks of flesh, I dropped to all fours. Countless shadows appeared, dozens of eyes, bell, 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 Beal, bell, 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 Beal. They clung to me. They leapt on me, and each time they exploded. The self-destruction of the wind erased everything that was me. I was pinned down, crushed beneath them, my flesh stripped away. The warmth of their skins smothered every inch of me, cutting and tearing without end. I couldn't see, couldn't feel anything but agony. Reaching out from between their slick bodies for help, my hand was gently bitten and shattered to pieces by the wind. The paradise harem I once dreamed of. A lie. This was a harem from hell. I'm dying, 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 ding, ding, dying, 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 dying. Regeneration can't keep up. It's over my life. My body turning to dust, my soul about to shatter. At the hands of a false idol of my own longing, this is the end. Eyes. Sand golden memories flashed before my eyes. The flower far too high to reach, swaying in the darkness. I heard a howl. Not the gleam of a reaper's scythe drawing near, but the cry of a wolf, come Tagaide the dead. It was all an illusion. Continuity of thought was severed, and the consciousness barely tethered Tathai's world began to fade, right at that final moment. Move. Wasn't the voice of my idol, it was a roar fierce as wildfire, a thunderclap, a shockwave. Something tremendous struck through the air, blowing away the storm of limbs and wind that had consumed me. The endless darkness shattered, and blinding light seared my eyes. HH. Freed from infinite destruction, the holy flame within me surged wildly, healing Gand reviving me in a torrent. I couldn't speak properly. I gagged again and again, spitting out thick clots off blood from my throat. But before my vision could even clear, my ragged breath began to work again. Professor Leo N. Still weeping blood and tears, I reached out through the blur before me, toward the figure who had saved me, standing there like a hero. Quit your damn daydreaming. That rough, biting voice froze my hand mid-reach. The bleeding from my nose, ears, and eyes had finally run its course. On the verge of death, my senses came back to life. The air still carried traces of the fake eyes' magic. Where their bodies had been torn apart by that single devastating blow, only ashes danced in the wind. Bell Cranel, Leon's voice, Lephia's voice, and the sound of Heath's boots rushing closer. Bell. From here on, I'll prioritize guarding Lephia and the others in the rear. Right. Professor Leon had said that. He'd believed in me, pathetic as I was, and had protected Lephia and Heath from those terrifying false eyes, only now breaking through to reach us. Then the one standing before me, the one who saved me, now looking down with those sharp amber eyes. Even after beating those pig-headed bastards, a small fry's still a small fry, huh? Metal boots humming with turbulent wind like he'd swallowed the fake eye's own magic. Scarred gauntlets, a battle jacket torn and burnt from fierce combat. A blue lightning-shaped tattoo carved across his cheek. Ash-gray hair, ears and tail of the same color. A werewolf. As if pulled upright by instinct, I lifted my upper body letter 1B0 the ground. Sitting there, my fully healed eyes finally faced reality instead of running from it. Stunned beyond words, I whispered the name of the one who had saved me. Bete. Lone wolf who'd saved me in the night's stead clicked his tongue at my pathetic state. Chapter 4. The price of a miracle eye's scream rang out. Beyond the frozen cage that imprisoned her, the wind blew and the sea of blood, whipped into motion, gleamed scarlet against the darkness. In that sea of blood stood several young girls who all shared Eye's face. They were innocent, yet far crueler than any beast, and they were bullying the stew-yewed rabbits who had wandered into this place. They tore letter 1B0 the rabbits' arms and legs. They bit into them, shredding them apart. Ignoring the cries of agony that rose again and again from the rabbits, they laughed in delight, scattering the red-stained cotton guts everywhere. "Stop it," Eyes screamed, sobbing. She reached her small, trembling hands through the gaps in the iron bars, begging them to stop hurting them. But the girls who looked just like her wouldn't listen. They chased the elves that fluttered through the air, hunted the witches' dolls that tried to flee, and toyed with the lion doll as it struggled and roared, laughing with pure childish joy, manipulating the wind, lifting the hems of their dresses as they splashed through the bloody water, their round feet pattering with playful rhythm. Don't bully them. Don't break them. Her desperate cries echoed uselessly. The stew-yewed rabbit was already finished. It had turned horribly red, its body emptied of cotton and reduced to a shredded mess. Eyes' vision blurred with tears. The girls' laughter overlapped and grew louder. Unable to bear it any longer, Eyes covered her eyes and wept. And then she heard a howl. The wind stopped. The sounds of that cruel game vanished. When Eyes hesitantly lowered her hands and lifted her tear-streaked face, the girls were sprawled unconscious across the floor. It was the work of a tattered, stew-yewed wolf that had been hiding in the sea offblood. The wolf plush stood atop the fallen girls, and as if raising a signal flare, let out a mighty howl. But even that voice could not shake Eyes' heart. Because her precious, stew-yewed rabbit would never return. That broken, ruined friend would never again lie on her lap. Her chest tightened until it hurt, and just as she began to sob again, the stew-yewed rabbit, which had been sprawled motionless on the ground, suddenly sat up with a jerk. Eyes flinched, trembling in shock. Tears still welled in her round eyes as she froze, staring. The stew-yewed rabbit, staggering on unsteady legs, began to gather the scatter-rat kitten from around the floor. Squish. Press, cram. It stew-yewed the cotton back into its torn body, forcing it in again and again. Eyes turned pale, this time for a very deurgent reason. Then, still swaying, the stew-yewed rabbit slowly turned around. The elf, the witch, the lion, and the wolf plushies all joined it, standing together and staring silently at Eyes. Eyes, her tears still not dry, couldn't move. But she felt like the button eyes of the stew-yewed rabbit were trying to tell her something. Just a little longer. Please wait a little longer. That's what it seemed to be saying. Letter 1B0. He was devouring food, eating like a starving beast, guzzling water between bites. From Heath's backpack, he tore through the rations and water supplies like Ammon rescued from a deserted island, or more fittingly, like a ravenous wolf finally let loose. Please don't eat everything, okay? It's supposed to be shared with the others, Tilda, Heath said. Shut it. Hand over the mind potion, too. Honestly. Are you even listening to me, Tilda? Giving him a flat, half-lidded stare, Heath let out a deep sigh. The same personality type as Alan figures Tilda. That finally got a reaction out of the wolf. Growling, he snatched the potion right from her hand. You, bete, I knew you were alive-y. You're still all cute and loud and movin' and talkin'. My boy's alive, this is bliss. Shut the hell up already. How many times are you gonna say the same damn thing? Just as he was about to put the vial to his lips, the voice of Loki blared again from the Oculus, the magical device linking them to the gods, making Bete's fur bristle. It had been like this the whole time. Now that the battle with the fake eyes had ended, and Bete had finally rejoined them, he was scarfing down supplies while they took a moment to regroup. I was reattaching the shattered gauntlet that held my Oculus, while Leffia and Heath were tending to wounds with healing magic. Despite being stranded on the 60th floor of the dungeon for nearly 10 days, Bete was still his usual self, rough, brash, and radiating raw energy. Still, this meant we'd accomplished one of the key missions our master had set, recovering one of Loki Familia's top-class adventurers. Bete, what's with that look? Gonna bawl like a damn brat. I thought you'd toughen it up a little, but you're still the same weakling, huh? I'm not crying. Then keep barking just like that. Leffia's eyes shimmered with emotion, but Bete gulping down the potion, Anla threw her a sneer as he stood up. Leffia pooyed her cheeks and snapped back, brows furrowed. Maybe this was his way of cheering her up. A lone wolf's rough, clumsy kind of kindness. I couldn't quite say I understood it, but I wanted to believe that's what it was. Then Bete's golden eyes shifted toward me. TCH. I flinched. I wanted to thank him for saving me, but the sheer pressure in his gaze made me instinctively step back. He towered over me, tall, broad, and intimidating, like a beast staring down Itzbury. Weakling like you ain't got what it takes to stand next to Eyes Wallenstein. That memory, the one that had once lit the fire in my heart, echoed sharply in me mind. It all started back then at the Hostess of Fertility. I still remember it vividly. I still see it in my dreams sometimes. And even now, standing before the same man, I couldn't help shrinking back, like a bullied kid facing his tormentor. I expected him to say something cutting, but instead Bite just scowled, lips twisting over the jagged blue tattoo carved into his cheek. He glared down, clearly irritated. Maybe not that I was here, but that I existed. Van Argand, once you're done stewing your face, we need to regroup. What have you been doing until now? The hell'd you say, dwarf? Don't go actin' like you're my teacher. I ain't your dem student. Attitude, the tone, it was pure delinquent. Even knowing that about him, I still couldn't help but flinch. Who talks to Leon like that? While I stood frozen, gawking at the tension between them, Leon's face wented. Why the hell are you turning red? That's creepy as hell. And no, it's just, like looking at my past self. The dark age of my youth is flashing before my eyes. What the hell are you babbling about? Leon covered his flushed face with one hand, mumbling about second-hand embarrassment, while Bite barked at him, thoroughly bewildered. This was so not how I imagined their first exchange going. I remembered what Eyes had once said during training atop the city wall, that Leon used to be just like Bite when he was younger. Leon himself had admitted that, up until 15 years ago, he'd been quite the troublemaker. So maybe, for him, seeing Bite now really was like staring into a mirror. Wait, so Professor Leon really was a delinquent back then. Leffia, meanwhile, looked totally lost, like a student who just witnessed her teacher acting completely out of character. Apparently even she hadn't known. Bite, stop foolin' around and start talkin'. We're short on time and we gotta save Eyes. I want to hear it too. Loki's voice cut through the bickering. With a sharp ch, Bite finally relented and spoke. After that fight with the spirit, the floor collapsed. Finn told us to stay low. Hesed Raoul would definitely bring reinforcements, so we were to wait. Then I heard the racket you bastards were mackin', so I came, that's all. The short, clipped explanation still left us stunned. He was clearly skipping a lot, but even that much told us plenty. What about Captain Finn and the others? Leffia asked, leaning forward. Clue. I got tired of waitin' and went on ahead alone. Her shoulders slumped. That curt reply said everything. He'd ignored direct orders and gone solo. So he must have split O letter 1B0 from Finn's group long before we even reached the 60th floor. Leon, his voice calm but eyes sharp, cut in with the key question. Then tell me this, how did you, and the rest of low-key Familia, survive until now? It was the most vital why of all. Ted hidden himself, sure, but surviving this hellish floor, this living labyrinth, wasn't something one could just wait out. Thousand Azure Garden of Thalia. Thalia. The name was unfamiliar. I glanced around, even Heath shrugged, equally lost. Leffia's expression said the same, but Leon narrowed his eyes, recognition flickering behind them. Even the gods watching through the oculus fell silent. There's no time. We're movin'. Bite cut the conversation short, not out of secrecy, but urgency. His focus was fixed solely on rescuing Eyes from this accursed place. Bite, stow up. Before that, we're startin' the let's work together and save our sweet Eyes party. So you gotta say it, okay? Thank you for comin' to save me. Let's all get along, Tilda. Say it nice and sweet for me. You say it, damn it. Bite's shoulders sagged mid-stride as Loki's voice cackled gleefully from the oculus. Even from here, I could feel his rage spike. Loki was clearly enjoying herself, but I knew what she was doing. She was trying to ease the tension, especially between Bite and Heath from Freya Familia, to get us all working together. Still, watching Bite get toyed with that was surreal. Leffia just sighed in resignation, probably used to this by now, while I stood frozen, caught somewhere between confusion and pity. Finally, Bite ground his teeth so hard I swore sparks might fly, then spun on Hishiel and roared, "Thanks, damn it!" The wolf runs. Unfazed by the tsunami of monsters, the lone gray wolf charges forward. Gera, Bite, forcing his position up to match mine at the front, lets out a war cry as Hekix and rends the kaleidoscope of monsters into pieces. Bite, don't be reckless. Healer! Here, aren't they? We'll be fine. Ignoring Leffia's call from the rear with nothing but a reckless retort, the werewolf is simply terrifying. His weapons are a pair of hardest metal orichalcum swords in his hands and metal boots on his feet. Especially those boots. His kicks are ferocious. He crushes the charging parasitic spiders in one blow and incapacitates the supposedly tough against blunt attacks, man-eating flowers with a single strike. He and I form the two frontline spearhead in this canary in the coal mine tactic. With a rampage that seems to sco letter 1B0 at the very notion of the unknown, he drags everything forward by force. My breakthrough power is leagues higher than when I was alone. Before, I had been forcing my way forward even while taking serious damage. Beautiful obstacles can be wiped away at a fang's swipe like this. Sustaining hits without losing footing means you can move so much faster. Riding the momentum of Beat's charge, I accelerate. What looks like a brutal, reckless assault is actually the party's propulsion. Astonishingly, in that speed he leaves no one unchecked. He slaughters every monster and reduces the burden on the back ranks. A movement honed to eliminate waste, a battle style where speed breeds force, a raw, savage combat style. Unlike me, relying on brute force from the Vanatti's skill, his ability is backed by real experience and hardened body and mind. Of all times to get the party's advance to speed up. It's frustrating, beaut-amazing, Bell, Loki's followers really are something. Yes, now I see why Master ordered us to locate the top-rank Loki Familia. Finding survivors along the way directly bolsters the party's strength. If we can keep finding first-class Loki Familia members and get them to join us, maybe we can do it. Take down the corrupted spirit, reclaim Eyes. Bell. My glimpse of hope is wiped out as the counterfeit Eyes appears again. Copies of Eyes spawn, 7 of them this time, emerging from behind pillars with thin smiles. Our momentum wavers. Not only does my hesitation to attack an Eyes-shaped figure return, but the nightmare harem from before crashes back into my mind. As my forward momentum falters, I'll kill them. The wolf bares his fangs. Like Leffia, seeing his comrades toyed with fueled his murderous rage, and with greater acceleration than before, Beteb burst out from beside me. The fakes extended their hands, releasing torrents of raging wind. I crossed my arms to block the fatal damage, but the impact threw me U-balance, sending me crashing to the ground. Bete, however, was already airborne. He evaded the violent gusts and leapt down toward the false Eyes figures from above. But they were users of wind themselves. Crushing a beast midair before its fangs could reach them would be effortless. Just as they unleashed their whirlwind, Bete thrust his metal boots forward. The terrifying wind was absorbed into the boots, which had gemstones embedded in them. He took in their magic. Like Eyes when she cloaked herself in an enchanted wind, Bete turned the Virigale to his advantage, and with the fakes frozen in shock, die. A roundhouse kick of pure wind. He twisted his waist wide, and the storming vortex of that blow shredded all 7 fakes into ribbons. Amid the scattering gray dust, his ashen fur rippled violently. Vanargan the title bestowed upon Bete, and from his ferocious fighting style, I finally understood the origin of that name. Those long, powerful legs of his were the very fangs of a wolf. He had just wiped out Eyes, formidable duplicates with a single strike. What are you doing rolling around down there? The wolf's twin eyes turned on me, his gaze filled with utter disdain for my pathetic form. Even after reaching level 5, you're still a damn weakling. Spitting the words out, Bete charged letter 1B0 again, diving straight into a fresh horde of monsters, tearing through them alone. I was left behind, awash in shame. Worry about it. The rear guard that quickly caught up. Leffia grasped my hand and pulled me back to my feet. The elf refused to let me drown in my swamp of inferiority, forcing me to run beside her as she continued speaking. I think he already acknowledges you, Belle. Ever since the war game, maybe even more so because you keep getting stronger, he feels competitive toward you. She you-ered that comforting thought, trying to guess what lay in the heart of her seigneur. I couldn't help but stare at Leffia's profile. What is it? Just next to Bete, you seem really kind. What's that supposed to mean? Sorry. Apparently, I have a real talent for making Leffia angry. My words slipped out and I hurriedly apologized. She glared daggers at me until Loki's voice cut in. Stay, Leffia. I get it, but stay. And the situation settled down. Closing her eyes for a moment, Leffia exhaled everything in a long sigh. I've actually been learning combat techniques from Bete recently. I think I'm starting to understand him. That was news to me, but it somehow made perfect sense. Leffia's close quarters combat skills had been forged through countless mock battles with Bete. Not just her short sword work, Even her kicks showed his unmistakable influence once you knew to look for it. That man's an absolute meritocrat, she explained. He doesn't tolerate weakness, not in himself and not in others. That's why, in his own way, he's someone you can trust. Listening to her, I turned my eyes forward. Far ahead of us, Betez's back looked impossibly distant. It was hard to believe he acknowledged me even a little. The space between us on the battlefield felt like a measure of the distance, separating our strength. I wanted to prove myself after being humiliated back at the hostess of fertility. I'd be lying if I said that thought had never crossed my mind. But when it came to chasing my ideal, to chasing her, that kind of detour felt meaningless. I wasn't strong enough to look away from the flower too far above my reach. Back then, even without realizing it, I must have believed that turning my frustration into drive was the right path. And now that I've grown a little stronger, now that I've started to grasp what true first-class strength really means and what lies behind it, what do I feel toward Beteloga? Honestly, I still don't know what kind of face I'm supposed to make around him. That part hadn't changed. But I did know I wanted to understand. His strength, his words, his reason for fighting. Just for now, we'd fight side by side until we rescued Eyes and Finn and everyone else. With that thought, I pushed letter 1B0 the ground harder, breaking away from Leffy Asfaint's smile and sprinting after the gray wolf before he could run too far ahead. I'm right behind you. Try to keep up. Bete immediately increased his speed, as if daring me to fall behind. I refused. I charged after him, clashing with monsters as we advanced. I still took hits, still nearly died, only to recover and rise again, little by little stopping myself from dragging everyone down. Together with Leffia and the others, we pressed forward into the depths. The Sen of Youth, said the goddess Ithan, borrowing her own words as Baldur smiled softly with his eyes still closed. Beside them, Hestia and Loki stood with their arms folded, both frowning deeply in thought. Youth, this, Loki muttered. Spring sure is complicated. That sentiment was practically written across both their faces. While the two goddesses puzzled over the meaning, Hephaestus spoke up to Thentir underground sanctum. So, how does it look? It's taking them time, but from here it seems like they're progressing steadily. Loki's child's report is accurate, Freya replied, her expression sour. Then their mains of Meluna and the others were left on the 30th and 40th floors. For them to appear on the 60th means the corrupted spirit is using those parasitic monsters to transport the corpses. Yeah, Hermes added, scribbling notes for his mapping work even as he spoke. Those spiders can't live outside that domain. Using fallen allies' bodies as shosts, disgusting, but it shows the enemies getting desperate enough to gather strength by any means necessary. Freya narrowed her eyes, clearly irritated. Hermes went on, nodding that the parasite strategy was also meant to psychologically shake Bel and his team. Even so, both he and Freya agreed this situation wasn't the worst they had envisioned. That was largely thanks to the Loki Familia, whose earlier Unciv had weakened the enemy's supply lines. Honestly, things were even worse when Finn's team pushed forward, Loki admitted grimly. There weren't any Eyes copies back then, but the traps and boss fights were insane. Even so, she made it clear, this was never a floor that a mere 5-person party should have been able to clear so smoothly. Bel's unexpected anti-charm skill and Betez's arrival certainly helped, but Eventhet didn't fully explain it. Corrupted spirit is prioritizing the absorption of the Sword Princess, said Uranus at last, breaking his silence. Whether that shift will prove fortunate or disastrous for us remains to be seen. The elder god's voice echoed through the stone chamber. Hestia turned to Theoders. Loki said the end time limit, about 16 hours away. What do you all think? 8 hours had passed since Bel and his group entered the corrupted domain. Now Hestia wanted to hear the others' instincts. The trickster of the heavens already said it, Hermes laughed. I'd trust that timing. Then I'll say 24 hours, said Baldur serenely. Loki tends to have accidents. You want to start something, you pretty-faced clown? Loki barked back. I'll say 10 hours, Hephaestus murmured. Just a feeling. While Uranus stayed silent, all eyes turned to Hestia as someone asked, And you? Ooh, Hestia frowned, clearly thinking it over only for a voice to cut through air. 3 hours, said Freya. Her tone was cool, almost casual. The density of the wind within the dungeon, the concentration of souls is rising. It's becoming almost unbearably thick. goddess who could perceive the light of mortal souls, declared that the corrupted domain was blazing with a brilliance as fierce and corrupted as Aeson's soul. Silence fell across the chamber. Every god's gaze turned to Freya. Sensing it, she brushed a lock of silver hair back over her shoulder and gave a faint, dismissive shrug. "Take it too seriously," she said. "My intuition's been O-1B0 lately." She smiled faintly. "After all, I did just get rejected by my first love. No one in the sanctum believed for a moment that Freya's intuition was wrong. There hadn't been any warning. It just happened, suddenly, a headwind blew. We'd been walking against the wind ever since entering this place, but for some reason this gust felt diurent. It wasn't just a simple wind, it was her magic. Ai's magic. I could feel it surge, its intensity growing stronger, sharper. At the same time, the wind almost seemed to cry. As if, beneath all that monstrous laughter that had filled this cursed domain, there was, just for an instant, a trace of tears. "The copies are getting stronger," Heath murmured, continuing to heal us as we advanced. "The other monsters, too," added Leon, gazing down at a freshly felled beast. "We need to move faster." Yes, there was no reason to delay, not now, not ever. And yet even a small change like this was enough to push tension into overdrive. Feeling the same urgency as Leffia, I nodded and we picked up our pace. Bethe said nothing. He just pressed forward until suddenly he stopped. "Bethe?" He snide once, narrowing his golden eyes toward the corridor ahead. At first, I didn't understand why he'd halted. But soon, even I, whose senses were duller than a beastman's, heard it too. The sound of battle, the tremor of impact, the screams of monsters being slain. That meant someone else was here fighting. "Sgo," I looked back. Leffia met my eyes and gave a firm nod. We broke into a run, Heath and the others following close behind. A flicker of hope sparked in my chest, joy almost, but Leon's sharp, unreadable gaze and Bethe's scowl stopped me from relaxing. We left the massive open chamber and entered what finally resembled a labyrinth. The ceiling lowered, the walls closed in, and branching paths appeared. Even so, it was still vast, almost like the White Palace on the 37th floor. There was no real feeling of confinement. The source of the noise came from just ahead, after we turned two corners. A dimly lit cavern spread out before us, shaped like a giant stone hall. "Stop," Bethe's voice cut through the air. The sound of crushing flesh and bone being pulverized rumbled from deeper inside. A storm of raw violence echoed through the stone, the cries of monsters twisting Ginto's silence. That brutal rhythm led us here, and Bethe's single command froze us in place. His tone was sharp, layered with warning and something else hidden beneath. Then we all saw it, the wrongness in that back. Even though the monsters were already dead, the figure kept hitting them again and again, breaking what was already broken. Someone stood alone in the middle of the cavern. Leffia tried to speak, but the words died in her throat. Her lips trembled and only a dry whistle escaped. That shadow had 2 legs, 2 arms. Her hands were bare, so were her feet. A long parrow was wrapped around her waist, leaving most of her body exposed. Her skin was a deep bronze, her short hair black. I already knew. Even in the dim light, my sharpened vision as a high-level adventurer could recognize that silhouette. The posture, the build, the way she stood, it was unmistakably that of an Amazon warrior. But something wrong clung to her. Things that no Amazon should have, tubes and shapes like petals protruding from her body. The sight struck me with a sickening deja vu so intense it nearly shattered my mind. I'd felt it before, back when we first entered this hellish domain and saw Thethed, their dignity desecrated and their forms twisted into mockeries. It was all wrong. Everything was wrong. Click. That sound, my own teeth chattering from the tremor that ran through me. My heart thundered so violently it might burst. Every instinct screamed in alarm, while reason desperately tried to reject what it was seeing, because I knew that adventurer, that twisted figure. Tiona. Leffia's face had gone even paler than mine, her voice trembling to a whisper, barely holding shape. The woman turned toward us slowly. Her clothes, her parrow, everything was soaked in blood, stained a vivid, dripping red. Her fists, stripped of skin from how many monsters she had beaten to death, exposed raw flesh and bone. Her bare abdomen, where her navel showed, a grotesque flower bloomed. Her right arm had swollen into a lump of poolsing flesh, the skin warped anglossy, studded from elbow to wrist with misshapen claw-like growths. And from her back sprouted brown tubes, like veins or tendrils, violating the divine blessing carved there by the gods. Isuyu, finally her face. Covering her eyes bloomed 2 enormous, hideous flowers in full bloom. Is you? I nearly fell to my knees. Lefia's eyes filled with tears. Before us, the woman once known as Tiona, now parasitized by a monster, kept calling Ai's name. Tiona, Loki murmured the name. No one else could bring themselves to speak. Only she, the one who had answered that girl, let the name of her former familia member slip from her lips. There was no anger in her face, no grief, no regret, no humiliation, no hatred or rage. Only a vast, barren calm, like a desert stripped of all feeling. Loki had known from the very beginning. The moment she learned of parasite-type monsters, she'd already understood that this possibility existed, one so cruel, it could make the world itself feel unbearable. Whether they're alive, dead, or Sue Ewing in something worse than death, we can't tell. There's one signal like that. Were Loki's own words before the rescue mission began. She had long since accepted that the worst might already have happened. She could guess who it might be, but she hadn't dared to seek confirmation. Hephaestus lowered her uncovered eye. Baldur silently stood beside Loki. Freya and Hermes both kept their eyes fixed on the crystal sphere, and Uranus closed his own. One of the 4 torches lighting the underground altar crackled, scattering sparks. Hestia watched the brief flare, then turned her gaze back to Loki's profile and spoke softly. So, in Loki's first expedition, one of her children was defeated by the corrupted spirit, captured, and made into a host for a monster. Is that right? Yes. Among those we confirmed, the great Severer, the Amazon, was the most gravely injured. Her survival was all but impossible. Was Uranus who answered in Loki's stead. He added that leaving her body as it was would have meant death, and that the lingering trace of divine blessing sustaining her now was the cruelest irony imaginable. There's no time. We should ignore the great Severer and press on toward Thehard of the Domain. Impossible. Hephaestus's rational proposal was cut letter 1B0 by Hermes. They can't just leave her. Not that girl. He gave a faint, melancholy smile that looked both jaded and sorrowful. He wasn't warning of the tactical risk of leaving an enemy behind, nor of danger to the coming reinforcements. He was stating a simple truth. If Belle and the others turned their backs on that girl, no, their path forward, their very future would be lost. Heroes who look away from hardship, who run from their trials, can save neither the world nor eyes. Everyone there understood that. The goddess who loved her children too much lowered her eyes once more. It isn't a spider. Silence returned to the altar. Freya gazed into the crystal sphere at the girl whose face bloomed with monstrous flowers. Her silver eyes narrowed, cold disgust glinting in their depths. This parasite, it's not the same as the others. Tiona, Lefia's voice sounded distant. A low, droning hum pierced my eardrums. We had to keep moving, had to hurry forward, find the others, and smile together when we rescued Eyes. That was what we should be doing. But the sight before us was nothing short of merciless. Tiona. Tears spilled from Lefia's eyes as she cried out. She tried to rush forward to the woman who wavered unsteadily before us, but Professor Leon caught her by the arm without a word. Me go. Let me go, Professor Leon. Please. Her former teacher only frowned, his expression twisted faintly by sorrow as Lefia thrashed like a child throwing a fit. Heath was already staring at Tiona with the wary eyes of someone facing enemy. As for me, I was barely holding on. If not for Lefia's outburst keeping me grounded, I might have dropped my knife or collapsed altogether. And Bete, hey, he stepped forward quietly. Hey! At the rough call, Tiona reacted. Her dark skin, deformed with vein-like roots beneath it, creaked as she moved. The dazzling light in her eyes was gone, and the sun-like smile she once carried was hidden behind those monstrous flowers blooming over her face. AISU. The rasping voice came, and in the next instant, like a beast, Tiona lunged. Answer me, you stupid Amazon. Bete leapt to meet her, their collision ringing out with a thunderous crash. Lefia's shoulders jerked as she gasped, and my eyes were locked in place, unable to look away. Sue, wake the hell up, you idiot, I'm not Eyes. Bete had already accepted it. He'd taken in the tragedy before him, crushed it down inside, and switched his mind into the mode of an adventurer, one who kills the unknown without hesitation. It was a cruel but necessary weapon. The mental armor required to survive in this merciless dungeon. The first strike shattered his elbow guard like glass. Tossing aside the fragments, Bete faced Tiona as a foe, a lone beast ready to slay another. A sharp kick struck her leg. Tiona flipped backward through the air, her body turning upside down, and swung her grotesquely mutated right arm like a hammer. Even deflecting with one arm, Bete was cut, forced back by the impact. Then, as Tiona hung in midair, her back convulsed. The brown, poolsing tubes that desecrated her divine blessing lashed out, shooting forward like tentacles. Seeing that attack, so inhuman, so wrong, drained the strength from my body. But Bita was strong. Without breaking his fiery glare, he drew both of his orichalcum blades ansliced through every single tendril in an instant. Ah. It was the first time since we'd found her that Tiona had screamed, a voice torn between agony and despair. She landed hard, gouging the earth beneath her feet, arched backward in pain, then bent forward again, vomiting dark red blood that splattered across the stone floor. Roots that bulged under her dark skin throbbed as if violating her. Then the tubus that Bite had supposedly cut all at once regained their original length, as thought he were sucking nutrients out of Tiona's body. Bite clenched his sharp canines, deepening the furrow between his brows. Lefia's face was scrunched with tears. Tiona, still being toyed with by monsters, suddenly split open along the brow as if an old wound had reopened. Blood began to run down. The flowers that covered her face caught it and gleamed wetly. Finally, a tube slithered up her nape and poked out from behind her ear, orithing tube with an eyeball embedded in it. I'd never wanted to slaughter monsters so badly in my life. Loki. If we kill that monster, what happens? Bite guessed that the parasite's core lay in the tubes on Tiona's back and snarled that at Tiona as he leapt toward her. Tiona would die too. The parasitic monster drags its host down with it, tacking the bestowed boon Falno along. That's how it is. The clinical pronouncement from the occluded eye of the oculus flashed through. Bite's face went blank of every emotion but irritation. Tiona writhed and vomited blood while still trying to fight Bite. Incredibly, she was stronger, even faster. Just like with those parasitic spiders we'd first met, the parasite seemed to add its own power onto the host adventurer's stats. You just throw big wild swings. Your way of fighting is. But Bite, who relied on technique and tactics, narrowly dodged those brute force strikes and kept chipping away at the monster parts. On technique and mind games, Bite was far superior. Even though Tiona, manipulated by the parasite, hinted at some skill, Bite suppressed her by tracing the memory of their past battles and shutting her down accordingly. It was ironic to the point of bitterness. Time spent fighting on the same battlefields guaranteed Bite the advantage. It came at the cost of Tiona's wounds. Eyes, shut the hell up, you stupid woman. Stop flailing those crap fists and get serious. Try making me fall like you always do. See what happens. Lefia had stopped losing herself to hysteria. She only wept and stared fixedly at two of them, letting out small sounds as she searched for something Shek could do. Leon had already unclenched his arms. Heath. I told you, Belle. Once it's like that, there's nothing I can do. Heath's words were merciless. In the face of such a tragic fight between members of the Loki familia, I looked around at the party like a lost child. Heath was cruel, and more than anyone, merciful in her honesty. An end to it quickly. I recommend that so the monsters don't keep mocking their dignity. Perhaps she was the one who pitied Tiona the most. As a child, I couldn't accept that, didn't want to, and instead looked to the one person I'd last seen. Professor Leon, the knight lauded as a modern hero. The strongest of us all, I and Lefia clung to him with pleading eyes. Leon didn't owe you comforting platitudes. If it's me and Van Argand, we could bury her in 10 seconds. That was a sudden death sentence. Cold, simply a statement of fact. Belle, Lefia, it's only you two. Right now, the only ones who have forgotten their mission and like selfish children wish to save Tiona Hurud are you. Unflinching before reality, bound by an iron reason that never strays from what must be done. Professor Leon's lion-colored eyes, which quietly fill us with despair, slowly shift from Bite and the others to us. That's why you have 3 minutes to decide. A. If you intend to defy reality, then tell me, what will you choose? Suddenly, that number, 3 minutes, Lefia freezes. I understand what he means. Professor Leon wants us to make the decision ourselves. He's giving time to the two of us who can do nothing but voice our selfish desires. He's trying to grant us the grace to struggle to the very end, to rebel against reality and seek a miracle. For our sake. To conquer this cursed abyss, any further hesitation will be fatal. We must decide immediately. As if mocking and ewarming his words at once, a fierce wind roars from Thedeps of the labyrinth. My white hair and Lefia's amber hair sway violently, whispering that the time left for sentiment has already run out. My head creaks in pain. The back of my eyes sting. In my mind, 2 scales appear on the right, Tiona. On the left, eyes, or perhaps both weights will be lost. Or maybe an unbearably short, and yet endlessly long, 3 minutes of conflict and decision. Even so, drenched in sweat, we had to keep thinking desperately, relentlessly. The cold wind that slips between our legs devours the flow of time, still laughing softly as it passes. 20th floor monster outbreak. Sector E, the vertical shaft is unstable. They're reporting temporary withdrawal. Monsters are closing in on the relay point at the 18th floor. The man-eating flowers won't stop. Guild headquarters, operations room. The clerks, frantic shouts flew about like cries of the damned. Lilaruka held her breath as she processed the chaos, the weight of the interior rescue operation pressing on her shoulders. Misha's tearful report marked the beginning of the operation's collapse. MS. ARD. We've confirmed the appearance of demi-spirits, spirit fragments, from the lower to the deep floors. Many of our units are already cut O letter 1B0. At this rate, at Ina's near-screaming report, Lily's already pale face twisted in deeper anguish. The limit was approaching. From the start, they all knew the overwhelming lack of fighting power. No strategy could fill that void. The operation had already surpassed what she could manage. Clutching one of the crystal eyes used for communication, Lily shouted, "Lady Hestia, how much longer? Support her, girl." At Lily's desperate cry, Hestia could only groan in frustration. They had to advance through the accursed domain, for Lily and the others depending on them. But watching Bell and his party now, how could she possibly say, "Sacrifice Thegral Tiona immediately"? The underground altar resonated with the children's suing. Even the gods themselves were being forced to decide what the right answer could be. "Gods present here, I ask this of you." That moment, Hermes spoke. "Promise me this. Say nothing, guide nothing, never reveal the path you see, leave the choice entirely to the children who walk it." This is their story, the story of those boys and girls. Even now, in this extreme moment, his words laid down another trial. It was the gaze of one who looked toward the coming end, a vow to accept whatever choice was made and to share its fate. A divine declaration, to honor the children's story and to forbid omniscient interference. At the gods' quiet command, eyes fixed on one young boy, not a single deity, including Loki, raised an objection. 30 seconds. Since Professor Leon had told us 3 minutes, that much time had already passed, and yet it felt like only that much had passed. The shorthand of the clock hadn't moved. The sand in the hourglass refused toss-stop. Too short, too long. In the gap between our swaying thoughts, time itself refused to flow evenly, to grant us fairness, and only kept toying with us. And in that span, Bite and Tiona continued to fight. AIS. We, Ray is she. Even as she battled Bite, Tiona searched. She searched for eyes. Her body and mind being consumed, she still tried to find the dear friend stolen away by the corrupted spirit, reaching for her in the darkness. Seeing her wandering like that, veins bulged across Bite's forehead. "Eyes ain't here." Going to take her back, damn it. So wake the hell up already. He dodged her sluggish punches, now barely grazing him, then struck, kicked, and roared. "You're that pissed O letter 1B0, then come kill me." With each shout, he drove his blows in harder. Growled, "Damn it, you idiot woman." Harsh, reckless words, cruel enough to be mistaken for rage, but every one of them was an appeal, desperate and raw. And then Tiona's movement slowed. Just for an instant, it looked like she'd stopped. A moment later, a full-force left hook slammed into her shoulder and her body flew backward. Her head, unsteady on her neck, trembled as a single petal fluttered away. "Tiona." "Bite." Tiona somehow landed on her feet, just as a surge of wind warned of a new arrival. From deep within the corridor, another false eyes stepped forward. The laughing copies extended their hands, and at the very moment Bite's fury was about to erupt beyond control, Tiona moved. She swung a wild backhand, smashing her fist straight into the fakes. They were struck, sent flying into the wall, and burst apart, scattering as gray wind. As we all watched, eyes wide, Tiona, bleeding, clearly spoke Bite's name, and then she prayed. "Eyes, save her." She entrusted it. From the flower-covered face, a thin line of blood ran. It looked like a red tear. Lefia stopped time. Bite did the same. Brown tubes, as if enraged at Tiona's rampage, thrust out, but Tiona snatchadone with inhuman reflexes. She drove one into her own belly, then grabbed 2, 3 more with grim determination. Staggering backward, joints spraying blood like mist as the price of resisting control, she let herself be the executioner's sacrifice. At the sight of their comrade like that, Bite let the anger he'd been pouring out drain away, ebbing like wind retreating from a calm sea. He closed his eyes once as if averting his gaze. When he opened them again, the adventurer who once killed the unknown Wascon, I'll kill, was a beast who had decided to slay. Absolute murderous intent lured up to a moon that couldn't be seen. It was the sworn hunt of a wounded wolf. The lone wolf decided to shoulder everything alone. Professor Leon and Heath said nothing to that decision. Leffia, who had been about to step forward, now hung her head like a puppet whose strings had been cut as she watched Tiona desperately hold back the parasitic monster. From beneath Leffia's Sauron hair, a tear slipped free. Clear drop that wetted the demon world, and I stepped forward from beside Leffia. I moved close to that back bent with resolve. I took Tiona's plea and gripped the hand of Bite, the hand that had tipped the scales. The wolf's twin eyes pierced me. I thought I would be killed. Even without turning beast, his eyes were ripped open from within, showing nothing but murder. Go. No, I'll crush you. I don't want anyone to die. Do you want to be torn to pieces? A scream redder than blood was unleashed. All eyes, Professor Leon's, Heath's, turned to me. Leffia and the others stared, wide-eyed. Basking in the murderous intent that seemed about to tear me apart, sweating from every pore, I still would not release Bite's wrist. Go play hero somewhere else. This isn't a storybook. There's no such thing as hero tales kids dream about. Words that tore into me, the boy who once longed to be a hero. A cry that struck deeper than any blade, aimed at me and at Tiona, who had loved those very tales yet was now trying to sacrifice herself for others. Miracles don't happen. Reality hit me like a solid blow. Even as the wolf's fangs dug into me, I kept my eyes not on Bite, but only on Tiona. The countdown pressed on. And yet, with every passing second, my mind grew sharper, my sight clearer. I began to understand what extreme conditions truly meant. Tiona was still Su-Yuering. Her blood wouldn't stop. Her body said she had only seconds left. And the eye, the parasite that had stolen everything, kept watching us as if judging, as if laughing at the fools who dared defy it. At last, my fingers brushed against that reckless idea, the foolish spark that might reach her. Lady Loki, is Tiona still alive? She's not like Meluna, is she? Her soul, it hasn't returned to heaven yet, right? The crystal eye that had been watching hesitated, then answered. Tiona's soul is still before our eyes. The fact that our blessing, Counthassant, decreased proves it. That was enough. Seeing my eyes darkened by fear yet alight with an unshakable resolve, Bite's own eyes widened for the first time. No matter how furious he became, he hadn't shaken letter 1B0, the wrist I'd been clutching so tightly. I looked up into his gaze. Me go. I released his wrist. Bite said nothing. He didn't move, only watched. Professor Leon said in his place. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see their faces. I thought I heard Leffia whisper, wait, but I couldn't wait. This act of foolishness and hypocrisy, I couldn't let anyone else take it. If I handed it over, it would only end as tragedy. So I would become the comedy Tiona loved, Argonaut. Gods, please tell me. It's something we can answer. Step by step, I drew closer to Tiona. Immediately, Hermes' voice came, ready to provide materials, if not answers. Monster, it's cunning, isn't it? Beyond doubt. Among all the spirit-born tentacles in this infernal domain, it stands apart as unusually clever. Steps quickened, soft footfalls turning into a run. Then came the second voice, Baldur's. That monster. It's de-urant, isn't it? Yes, unmistakably an aberrant type. Likely born from a spider monster, evolved into a unique form. It gained self-awareness, sought a powerful host for its own sake, and took root while eluding the corrupted spirit's eye. Run turned into a sprint. Freya's voice answering last sounded, oddly like Sir, the girl whose face would drift into a smile. I lunged at the Su-Yuering Tiona. No. Hey! At last, the tubes she couldn't hold back erupted. Tiona's limbs, lost to the control, thrashed wildly. I met them head on. What monsters think, what kind of feelings they hold. A hazy understanding began to form. Maybe it was because I'd met the outcast Xenos, and then immediately encountered the enhanced Moss Huge, an intelligence gone berserk. Maybeth Destroyer Juggernaut, who'd obsessed over me, had something to do with Idu. There were times when monsters felt easier to read than people, a perspective neither Bite nor Professor Leon probably had. In other words, this was a foolish move only I could think of here. I marshaled every story and encounter I'd had until today. Was struck, slashed, damage piled up. I'm weaker than Bite. I can't shrug letter 1B0 Tiona's blows. I can't read her techniques. The eye lurking in the shadows of my ears twisted in amusement. Now I could see it clearly. And on top of that, the eye was having trouble with Tiona. She'd been cutting down not just fake eyes, but other monsters too, defying the parasitic monster's commands. What must the parasite think of a first-class adventurer who refuses to obey, who's been usually labeled cunning by Thegods? What should I use? Argonaut? Argonaut, it was simple. To be honest with what I feel. Belle. And yet it's de-occult. To be honest means wanting things that are precious, too far away for fingertips to reach. You must pay something to grasp them, and often paying that price still fills. So if you decide honestly that you want both, without sacrificing either, then you have to use everything you have. Not as a sacrifice, but by pouring out your whole self and maybe, loved by fate beyond that, only then may it be allowed. That surely is what people call a miracle. I wouldn't let go of the sun's smile and that golden longing, then first I have to spend everything. So, I'm sorry, Tiona, I roared. In exchange for having my shoulder cleaved open by Tiona's monstrous right hand, I slammed point-blank firebolts, flame and thunder firebolts into her. 6 shots in rapid succession. I kept firing, carefully so the flames would scorch not only Tiona's skin but reach the tubes behind her. Today my magic burned like a sacrificial flame. It was merciless. God's knife and the white phantom. I drove them into the palms of Tiona's hands, the hands she'd used to pin Medon, stitching them in place. I fixed her to the floor and took away her ability to move. Tiona's lower body thrashed like a wild beast. Still, I held her down. I planted my knees across her slender frame, cast hesitation aside, and wrapped both hands around her thin neck. Say it, say it, say it. Say the word I never wanted to use. The forbidden word I'd never let my lips form, no matter how many times I heard it. Say the awful thing I absolutely never wanted to say now. My hands were already on her. Then say it for this person's sake. I'll kill you. I looked down at Tiona's flowered face, split my eyes with a roar, and howled. I will never forgive you. I will kill you. My hands around her throat burned. I readied fire bolts at point-blank range. Strangulation with flame. Her brown skin began to sear. Smoke and sparks leapt free. Pressing so hard, blood spurted shamefully from the still-open wound at my shoulder. The eye hidden near my ear swam with agitation. At this distance, you wouldn't get away with anything. I'll burn you away with you. You already know the taste of my cruelest magic. So come. I screamed that beastly war cry, intent on blasting magic into the struggling, strangled Tiona. The eye's tube shot out from the shadow near my ear with a screech. Ugh! The tube plunged into my blood-damp shoulder and pierced the wound. An ugly sound escaped me. It breached my body. The shock, the revulsion, the pain flipped my eyes back in my head. The enemy wasn't a snake at all, but a cordyceps-like parasite, an insect fungus. A vividly colored aberrant subspecies that parasitizes a host, sucks nutrients, and bursts into a fruiting body. The irregular, magic stone born in this infernal domain hides inside the tube and burrows deep into the host, near the heart. That makes removing just the monster nearly impossible. Once the host dies, the magic stone turns to deathly ash and corrodes the organs, heart included. The monster's death means the host's death. Roots spread through my body in an instant. Invasion consumed me, and me instincts told me the truth. Once parasitized, there was no saving you. Like Tiona, whom Bite had decided must die. Which meant that I won. In the contest of wits, not a beast following instinct to slaughter, but a cunning monster capable off-bargaining, of mental combat. Using every scrap of experience I'd gained in the battle against the Moss Huge, I had won this battle of endurance. My eyes, which had rolled back in agony, snapped forward again with all mistrength. With bloodshot focus so sharp it made a sound, I fixed my gaze on my own shoulder, on the bright red wound where the cordyceps monster was still trying to burrow in, and pressed my left hand against it. Time to begin. Fie booled. I poured flame and lightning straight into my own body. Scream and the monster's shriek overlapped like partners in torment, a perfectly disgusting harmony. I burned myself from the inside out by my own hand. The pain I'd never dared imagine became reality, and I broke. The fire spread outward, igniting my whole body. I rolled letter 1B0 Tiona, thrashing in agony. I'm dying again, this time for real. I'm gonna die. But I wouldn't die. My skill would heal me. As long as I didn't incinerate my heart or everything above my neck, I would keep reviving. But you're deurant. My skill heals me alone. It heals nothing else. No matter how deep you root yourself, How far you invade my flesh, my blood, my organs, my nerves. You, the invader, are the only thing that won't heal. You'll burn away completely, while my flesh, my blood, my organs, my nerves, all of it will restore itself afterward. In exchange for this inferno, this borderland between life and death. My throat scorched, and flames burst from my mouth. The eye evaporated. My body and mind lost balance. It hurt. It hurt, 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 it hurt. So hot. So hot, 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 so hot. But now I finally understood what I did to that minotaur on my first adventure. It hurt this much. It was this awful. Now we're even. Maybe I've come a little closer to you, Black Bull Asterius. Damn it, I'm dying. I didn't even know why I was doing this anymore. I had to stop soon or I'd turn to ash. Both my soul and the gods were screaming it. But I couldn't. Not until you were burned away. Thing that had fled and burrowed inside me had nowhere left to run. This was the crematorium, our shared holy furnace that would burn you and Meadowther. Go, not. Thought I heard someone's voice, the voice I most wanted to hear, but not yet. I had to burn it all for your sake. Professor Leon had waited for me. Beta had let me go. Leffia had cried. Then I had to see this through. Hellish pain, hellish agony, hellish flames. So this is hell. Don't make me laugh. Too gentle. If it's to save Tiona, if it's to bring about a miracle, I'll use it all. I don't care about sacrifice. No scales to tip. I'll smash the entire balance with my own hands. That's the grand comedy she loved, Argonaut. Booin. I kept pouring fire into myself, roaring as I burned, purging every last trace within me. The death screams inside me echoed in discord until the end. Then the magic stone burned. The roots that clung to my nerves were incinerated, the ash within me obliterated. Only then did I stop the flow of flame and lightning I'd refused to ease. All that remained was to fall silent, like a puppet with its strings cut. Charred inside and out, I collapsed spread-eagle, trembling as scarlet light rapidly enveloped my entire body, and half-conscious I felt it. My 5 senses should have already been healed, yet I couldn't understand a single word from the people rushing toward me, shouting desperately. My soul was stunned, pulled down by the body and mind still wrapped in purging flames. So this can happen too, huh? Another piece of knowledge I never wanted to learn. Only one thing bothered me. Only one thing I wanted to know. With a trembling hand, I reached out sideways, not even sure if she was still there. Nah, my fingers didn't touch any so-called miracle. They only reached something far more precious than that. A faint pressure squeezed my hand in return. I felt the presence of someone smiling. What is it, Argonaut? She smiled. She coughed and still smiled, crying as she did. And though my body could no longer shed tears, I smiled back, clumsy and broken, all the same. No way. Gods were dumbfounded. One among them had conceived a method. More precisely, everyone here had at least once glanced over the boy's skill and thought of it. But none of them had been able to lead him that far. There was no guarantee of success. The boy might have burned to death. And yet he had done it. Literally using everything he had, the boy smashed the scales. Well done. Hermes laughed. He praised the boy who had followed his own path regardless of divine will. If a miracle is something that should not happen, then the one who makes it happen is crowned by the gods as a hero. It was without doubt a hero's tale. The gods watched, astonished and moved, as a new chapter of the Familia's legend unfolded. The boy's patron deity slumped to the ground exhausted, the goddess of beauty. Though too late, resettled as if nothing had happened, the master of Flameso ewered a wry hand to a divine friend, and the god of light let a soft smile escape. Leon's got that same gleam in his eyes as before. The patron deity looked. The nightly Familia member raised the corner off his mouth, as if witnessing a continuation of some heroic afterglow seen long ago. He clenched both hands, trying to hold back the joy that shook his body. Yet his eyes betrayed him, they were honest. His lips moved. Wonderful, he mouthed. Damn it, I can't help but admit it. Last, the trickster god gave a bitter, sulky concession. Beside the girl, saved and laughing through her tears, and the boy, dazed and managing a clumsy smile, Loki allowed herself one small smile. Thank me yet, not yet. The scales had truly been broken remained unclear. And though she didn't want to think about it, perhaps the golden longing might have been crushed in exchange for the sun. So she vowed She would say thanks only after everything was over. That much promised. Loki couldn't quite keep the corner of her mouth down as she watched the pair laying side by side. Behind them, the Familia's spirits wept tears of joy. The injured wolf's eyes, like the patron deity's, narrowed, softened. Chapter 5. The noob is gone. The stew-yewed rabbit didn't stop. Terrified by the barking of the stew-yewed wolf, it still struggled forward with all its might. The stew-yewed rabbit had always gotten hurt. Even with magic to protect it, it was wounded again and again, melted again and again, cried again and again from the pain. Dripping blood turned to footprints, its scorched feet slapped against the ground, pat, pat. That's enough now. Eyes spoke. Just seeing that figure made her chest ache, made her want to cry. You don't have to try anymore. Her trembling voice couldn't reach, so she shouted it aloud, sending it out, riding the terrible wind that blew beyond the icy cage. But the stew-yewed rabbit didn't stop. Together with the fairies, it pressed on. Past the terrifying monsters, past the girls who looked just like Eyes, overcoming everything. And then a miracle happened. In the sea of blood, where her precious doll friend lay shattered to pieces, the stew-yewed rabbit gathered the fragments and lifted them up with everyone's strength. Eyes grasped the icy bars, eyes wide. Even though she couldn't leave, tears ran down her face, tears born not of sorrow or pain, but of something else entirely. Who are you? She wanted to know the name, but she couldn't remember. For the first time, something other than sadness began to stir within her, and then the cage cracked. She gasped. From directly above, a dreadful voice echoed. Just a little more. Tilda, through the crumbling ceiling, she saw it, a massive, writhing eye. Something was trying to eat her. Suddenly, she couldn't breathe. It had always been painful, but this was worse. Her strength failed. She toppled sideways, curling up like a child. Her power drained away. Her body felt unbearably cold. Her existence seemed to fade. I'm disappearing. Eyes thought so. And half-conscious, she thought that's fine. Her precious friend was safe. That was enough. But then she heard a voice. Eyes felt a gaze upon her, one that would not let her sleep, would not let her end. When she turned her trembling eyes toward it, she saw through her fatting vision that the stew-yewed rabbit was still there. Carrying her precious doll friend on its back, running alongside the fairies and the wolf, it was shouting, "I'm coming to save you. I'm coming to save you." The burning feeling that flared to life in Eyes' chest, she didn't understand what it was. She only felt tears again. Amid the cold wind still blowing around her, she could sense it, the trembling breath of someone who must come to save her. Zeo Gulveg, Heath's recovery magic activated. Golden light surged forth, enveloping Tiona, just barely clinging to life. Her tan body, hunched over and barely able to sit upright, began to heal. But in the next instant, her head jerked violently forward as if struck, and Shev emitted. Ugh, Tiona. As I feared, my magic isn't enough. I can heal any external wound, but I can't remove the roots fused into her nerves. Desperately supported Tiona's body as the woman collapsed, spilling dark, almost black blood onto the floor and her own hands. Heath frowned deeply as she continued healing. It's just like when Chigusa was infected by the Moss Huge's mistletoe. Back then, every attempt to heal her wounds or restore her strength only fed the parasitic growth within. Now, the same thing was happening. Roots swelled and twisted beneath Tiana's brown skin, writhing as if alive, sending unbearable pain through her body. Her right hand especially, swollen and slick with mucus, its bulges had hardened into claw-like shapes. In her battle with the corrupted spirit, Tiana's arm had apparently been severed once, only to be reattached by the hyphae of the cordyceps-like monster that sought a powerful host. A grotesque fusion of human and monster tissue, her right arm had become the most deformed of all. Some god's voice murmured faintly from the observing oculus, a cruel irony that her lost arm, returned by the whim of a monster, now torments her like a lingering curse. But during the fight with the Moss Huge, once the core creature was destroyed, the mistletoe infection vanished as well. Yet now, even after the cordyceps monster had been completely burned away, its roots remained. "It's the corrupted spirit's doing," one of the gods said. "Unless the source, Tebang spawning those rainbow-colored monsters, is destroyed, the roots in the Amazonas girl's body will never disappear." The rainbow-hued monsters were the corrupted spirit's tentacles. No matter how many tentacles were severed, they would regenerate. New ones would always grow again. Unless they struck at the origin of every tentacle, nothing would end. Hestia's voice came through the oculus, her deduction leaving us no choice but to grit our teeth in frustration. Ha ha ha. If it's Saint Amid, she can fix this somehow. She healed Alishi on the others too. You know, when they got possessed by monsters like me. Tiona, still sweating and gasping, lifted her face toward us as we gathered after the battle. Her lips were stained with blood, her breath hot and ragged, yet she forced a brave smile. The sight was so painful I couldn't even find words to comfort her, but Lefia spoke up instead. Tiona's right. If we can just reach Amid, she can treat her. D. Saint was also part of the expedition, Professor Leon noted. If she's still stranded with Finn's group on the 60th floor, then the odds aren't zero, but the meantime, she'll only slow us down, right? I hate the idea of leaving her behind, Heath said with reluctant realism, but we could contact the Oculus and have the rear team retrieve her instead. Leon considered it. Heath was a cold but grounded suggestion. With their current strength and situation, someone had to voice the practical choice, even if it sounded heartless. It was heartless, and yet the situation was beyond dire. Even so, I couldn't accept it. Lefia leaned forward, about to protest alongside him. Come with us. Bitek cut in, giving no room for argument. That damn rabbit kept you alive. Then next, it's your turn to protect him. Crude words, reckless logic, but his gaze was firm, unwavering, fixed on Tiona, who was still gasping in pain. The shield, be whatever the hell you want. If you drop dead, I'll leave you there. You're not the kind of woman who can't move just cause it hurts, are you? Tiona clenched her teeth under his contemptuous glare, and to our shock pushed herself to her feet. Ignoring our astonishment, she staggered forward until she stood before him and glared up. I can do it. Of course I can. I'm not weak like you, Bete. Then quit dragging us down. Should have done that from the start. Shut up, I was resting up, you mangy mutt. What, hey, don't spit on me while you're yelling. Her shouting sent flecks of blood flying, and Bete stumbled back in irritation. Watching the two of them bicker like that, Tiona upright and shouting again, Professor Leon let out a small laugh, his eyes soft with relief. Heath sighed, muttering, Amazons and dwarves. Always like this, huh? Lefia pressed a hand to her temple, clearly used to the chaos. I stood there, taken aback but relieved all the same, and still worried enough to step closer. Tiona, fine, Argonaut. It's frustrating, but Bete's right, and besides, I've got this pretty amazing skill that kicks in when I'm really cornered. Tiona covered the wound on her side, still poolsing and wet with her hand, hiding it as she smiled. I can help. No, I will help. Even though she was the one Ewering most, even though she was barely standing, she smiled like the sun, trying to reassure everyone, so I didn't say anything more. I just nodded firmly without a word. Hate to break up the moment, but time's really running out. Get movin'. At Loki's voice ringing through the Oculus, the party moved without hesitation. We couldn't slow our pace. We ran at near full speed. Tiona, dripping with sweat, pumped her arms and fought to keep up. Tiona, don't worry, Lefia. I'll definitely keep up. Running just behind her, Lefia couldn't stop glancing back in worry. Concern for her senior finally pushed her to act. She slipped the golden bracelet from her right wrist and held it out. Lefia, this is. You know how to use it, right? Please take it instead of me. Yeah, thanks, Lefia. Tiona smiled and fastened the bracelet onto her still human left arm. I, who had fallen back to guard her flank, watched the exchange in silence. Then, after wrestling with myself over whether to ask, finally spoke up. Tiona, do you know what the corrupted spirit really is? The corrupted spirit? Whose spirit do you think she used to be? Even as we ran, and even though asking would only burden Tiona further when she was barely holding together, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had to know. Tiona blinked in surprise, unable to answer right away, so Lefia asked in her place. What are you talking about? In the past, especially the ancient spirits, they often lived alongside heroes, and died with them too. Spirits that descend from the heavens are the companions of heroes. That's what one of the hero epics I'd read said. If the corrupted spirit has been alive since long ago, before she fell and became a monster, what kind of spirit was she? And what sort of hero Ansa stood beside her? At that, Tiona, who like me loved hero tales, seemed to understand what I was getting at. She lowered her gaze in thought for a moment, then shook her head slightly. Sorry, I don't know. That corrupted spirit, she's eaten tons of other spirits. They've all mixed together inside her. I see. Just like how she absorbed eyes, the corrupted spirit had devoured countless authors before. Lefia had explained as much back in the infirmary. I'd hoped that if anyone might know something, some hint buried in an old legend, it would be Tiona. But I guess not. But I started to tell her to stop talking, seeing how hard it was for her even to breathe, but she looked pained, as if trying to force out something that had been bothering her all along. She kept calling Eyes Arya. And she said, little sister. And when the monster, had gotten inside me when I was losing my mind, I think it was the corrupted spirit speaking, but I heard a voice saying, I want to see the sky. That made my eyes widen. My thoughts plunged deep like a stone into a well. Arya, the wind great spirit from Dungeon Oratoria, the Divine Chronicle. Why would she call Eyes by that name? The reason's unclear, but if she called her sister, then that would make the corrupted spirit the elder. Perhaps one woke existed before the descent of the great wind spirit Arya. That would mean she belonged to an even older story, one that predates Arya's legend. And I want to see the sky. She literally longed for the open air. Or was sky a metaphor for the heavens, or something else entirely? I rifled through every hero tale I'd ever read. Only two matched. One was the weeping wind spirit Sylph, who had been abandoned on the surface and longed to return to the heavens. The other, which one was it? Bel Cranel. I don't need to say it, but that spirit. Yeah, I know. We can't let anyone else end up like Meluna and the others. And we have to save Eyes. Lefia, who had been quietly watching without interrupting, spoke up then, her words a gentle warning to keep my thoughts from drifting too far into danger-roused territory. I stopped thinking, nodded once, and understood. No pity. No mercy. Even if she didn't say it aloud, I silently swore the same. Even if the corrupted spirit had once been a pure and gentle spirit, this hellish domain was far too cruel. Someone had to end it. At my response, Lefia fell silent and lowered her gaze, setting aside any protest. Yes, this wasn't about pity or sympathy. If we could identify what the corrupted spirit truly was, maybe we'd find a clue, some way to win. A calculating thought, perhaps. But if even the gods stayed silent, maybe it really was just wishful thinking. Suddenly, the wind blew, stronger than ever before. It wasn't just air sliding over our skin. It howled in our ears like a storm about to break. What the? She's devouring Eyes wind, damn it. From deep within the domain, a gust of magic-laden wind surged toward us. Both Bite and I flinched, our brows tightening. Dozens of embedded crystals along the walls and pillars began to flash violently. No copies were spawning this time, but the entire dungeon seemed Tashader, alive and trembling. The corrupted realm's power was surging, palpably. The presence of tears was gone. We had to reach Eyes now. The domain's shifting again. After pushing through a long corridor, the dungeon changed. The stalactite caverns of the dragon's graveyard and gemstone halls were gone, replaced by something grotesque. Walls, ceiling, and floor, all of it became pulsating purple flesh. It felt unmistakably like being inside a monster's body. The grotesque scene drove the truth home. We were literally walking through the creature's womb. Heath groaned in disgust. But the low-key Familius reaction was entirely deurrent. We're close. This looks like the place where the corrupted spirit's core was before. Eyes, she's right ahead. Their eyes sharpened. The crimson light of my anti-charm flame resistance, Vanati's Tavere, flickered wildly with emotion. Far ahead, between two steep purple walls, spilled an eerie light. That's it. I could feel it. Magic so thick it made my skin crawl. The corrupted world's endpoint, barely 100 meters away. Our party surged forward as one, speeding up toward it, when Bite's ears suddenly shot upright. He looked up tense as if struck by lightning, and then it happened. A massive eruption of magic roared above us, high overhead, where Bite's eyes had darted. A split second before the blast, I saw it too, a single, enormous golden crystal, large enough to blanket the ceiling. Golden fragments scattered through the air, a rain of glittering light. And from that brilliance descended not a golden-haired girl, but a woman, mature, her hair dyed jet black. Arya, from the depths of the corrupted domain. A voice called that name, like owner reverently whispering the title of a supreme masterpiece. The next instant, the darkness was unleashed. Everything vanished. No exaggeration, walls, pillars, the floor, everything within a radius of roughly 300 medals simply ceased to exist. A black wind unlike anything we had ever seen before. The raging jet-black tempest annihilated everything in its path. Gah! I saw Bite swept away sideways, walls collapsing along with him. And an Enneia. Ugh! Heath's scream was cut short, then something burst with a sickening, fruit-like sound. And then Lefia, Tiona, Professor Leon, and I were all swallowed by the collapsing floor and sent plunging downward. Even as we fell, hundreds of whip-like lashes of black wind tore into us. Without me anti-charm flame resistance, Vanati's Tavere skill, the turbulence alone would have shredded us to pieces. While shielding my chest, neck, and head with both arms, my eyes caught a flash of movement. Professor Leon throwing himself over Leffia and Tiona, shielding them from the onslaught. B. The gods' voices broke apart, torn to shreds by the storm's roar. Then came the impact, our bodies slammed into a lower floor far below. An endless shock tore through my spine. I couldn't even scream. But I would heal. Drenched in sweat, trembling from yet another brush with death, I forced myself up like a detonated shell. Professor Leon. GH. Leon lay sprawled across Leffia and Tiona, his condition dire. The silver armor that had always stood so stalwart behind us was cracked, drenched crimson. His limbs, his head, everything bleeding. His body was growing colder by the second. I moved immediately. The leg holster, still there. I reached for the elixir Moldo had given me, but boy, above. No time to pour it down his throat. I looked up, eyes wide, just in time to see another surge of black devastation descend upon me. GHH. It tore through me midair, shredding my limbs again, hurling me like a rag doll against a wall. The same happened to the others, Professor Leon, Leffia, Tiona, each one flung apart, their bodies scored with fresh wounds. Ooh-ah, ah. Our screams scattered in every direction. Leffia clutched her arm, fighting back tears. Tiona, already grievously wounded, coughed blood again and again, her trembling fingers clawing at the ground. While my autoheal tried to rebuild enough blood to keep me conscious, through the haze I finally saw her. The Black Maiden, her hands slightly outstretched, her hair, longer than her own height, and teguments she wore all drifted in the air, swaying like living shadows. Descending slowly from above, she was so breathtakingly beautiful that, if not for the agony consuming my body, I might have gazed at her forever. Her divine form was slender, yet her curves, her chest, her hips, were full and shapely, clad in garments so thin they were nearly invisible. The material of those garments was like the wings of a newly emerged insect, still pale and translucent, shimmering faintly in hues that shifted between green and blue depending on the angle of the light. Her hair, flowing far past her heels, was a black so deep it seemed capable of swallowing all color and light. Her face, so perfectly formed it might have been cast from the visage of Agades, was veiled only by the bangs that hid her eyes. Her physique was about a size taller and fuller than eyes. If not for the color off her hair, she could have been eyes herself grown into adulthood, a vision of divine beauty made flesh. A copy of the Great Spirit. Did it read eyes' memories, her origin as a spirit of wind and recreate? God's voices reached my ears but failed to take hold in my mind. The ultimate guardian, not just a gatekeeper, but the dungeon's true warden. They've condensed every trial bell and his party should have faced into a single being. Even Hermes' voice, rising in awe, barely registered. The presence before me gripped my very soul, absolute, overwhelming. She was no mere monster. To us, she was a goddess of death incarnate. I stood frozen, mind blank as instinct, pure survival instinct, took over. My left hand began to charge energy on its own. Not a warning bell, but a grand, resounding toll echoing through my body. And as it built, the Black Maiden slowly looked down at me and smiled. A chill ran through me so violently it nearly broke my spine. No time to hesitate, not even a second. I cast away every trace of fear and roared, Firebolt. 17 seconds of charged power with my anti-charm flame resistance, Venati's Tavere active, enough force to pierce even a floor boss. But hooah, she exhaled. Raising her fragile-looking left hand toward the ceiling, she let out a faint breath, and that alone conjured a whirlwind. My blazing bolt of lightning and flame twisted letter 1B0 course, deflected skyward as if reality itself had bent. A colossal explosion followed. Chunks of the dungeon's flesh rained down, and yet her black winds repelled everything, untouched in her absolute domain. Still smiling, the Black Maiden raised her left hand again and gently pointed her index finger at me. Ton, a spear of wind, a jet-black flash faster than thought. There was a hole in my shoulder. Gah! A strike meant to pierce straight through the chest, where the heart should have been. By a margin thinner than a breath, I twisted my body just in time, and my reward was an arm on the verge of being torn letter 1B0. But the wind didn't stop. Each light flick of her wrist sent another black lance screaming through the air. Ton tilde. My arms, ribs, flanks, neck, temples, thighs, shins, all punched through as easily as paper. The shockwaves tossed me around like a rag doll. It was a miracle my ears or fingers hadn't been sliced letter 1B0. Even my autoheal couldn't keep up. The existence called Bell Cranal waspying erased piece by piece. I couldn't even scream anymore. Like the false eyes before her, the black maiden played without emotion, amused, cruel, killing me as if toying with a broken doll. Ton. A spear of wind. A jet black flash faster than thought. There was a hole in my shoulder. Gah. A strike meant to pierce straight through the chest, where the heart should have been. By a margin thinner than a breath, I twisted my body just in time, and my reward was an arm on the verge of being torn letter 1B0. But the wind didn't stop. Each light flick of her wrist sent another black lance screaming through the air. Ton, tilde. My arms, ribs, flanks, neck, temples, thighs, shins, all punched through as easily as paper. The shockwaves tossed me around like a rag doll. It was a miracle my ears or fingers hadn't been sliced letter 1B0. Even my autoheal couldn't keep up. The existence called Bell Cranal waspying erased piece by piece. I couldn't even scream anymore. Like the false azes before her, the black maiden played without emotion, amused, cruel, killing me as if toying with a broken doll. Arc's ray. A great flash of light erupted behind her, a spell meant to save me, a miracle of a mage's will, but to her it was nothing more than a child's prank. Hooah! Her breath once more became a whirlwind, and the beam was diverted skyward, exploding harmlessly into the ceiling. Luminous Aereo. But before it could strike the walls, the spell twisted, curving sharply mid-flight. Homing magic, the same trait I'd once seen from Hyacinthos, Apollo's child, in the war game. That enormous spell wasn't meant to have such precision, and yet it chased, struck, and detonated before she could bend it a second time. A forced self-detonation spell trigger. Ha! Lefia. Lefia stood there, barely upright, letter 1B0 trembling in her bloodied hands, gasping for air. Freed from the death dance, I collapsed, limbs twitching. Foo-foo. Through the fatting blast and dispersing dust, she emerged untouched. The Black Maiden, a black current of wind flowed around her body like eyes, enchantment, but darker, far darker. That swirling aura turned Lefia's strongest magic into nothing but a cruel joke. You've got to be kidding me, what is that thing? Resonant dispel Ka. Fire bow, wind. Moved in perfect unison, thrusting our arms forward to attack, but we were still too slow. The black winds detonated. A storm born within the dungeon tore through everything, me, Lefia, and everything else that still stood. It was madness. Chaos, pure, overwhelming destruction. Was the corrupted spirit truly capable of birthing such a death incarnate? No, we were the ones who'd given it time to be born. The 3 minutes we'd spent saving Tiona, we were paying for it now. And even as the black tempest tore through us, I could feel it. Though we were far apart, our despair was shared. Lefia, Tiona's and mine. Our hopelessness resonated as one. Across the fleshy purple expanse of the dungeon, everything was being gouged and torn apart. A sickening, wet splatter rang out. A body mangled into red rags hit the ground. Whether it was fortune or cruelty, Lefia and I were thrown nearby, while Tiona crashed down a short distance away. The two of them were barely breathing. Meanwhile, my body, shameless as ever, was already beginning to heal. But I wouldn't make it in time. The Black Maiden extended her hand. Death smiled. Lefia and my bloodied faces were about to be the last thing we saw when another voice thundered from afar. Resound, remnant light, ye valiant 12 seats. A massive greatsword, hurled like lightning, struck the Black Maiden, blaze of round. The blade was deflected by the barrier of black wind, but the sheer strength of the dwarven throw cracked that shield and staggered her. In that brief opening, a rain of swords of light fell from above. A figure, already in motion with the casting, descended alongside them, crashing down upon the maiden with unstoppable force. Go, Belle. Lefia. It was Professor Leon. Even after shielding Lefia and Tiona, even after being hurled across the dungeon half dead, he had come back to fight. A true knight. Blame yourselves. Your choice was never wrong. The Black Maiden hit the ground with titanic force, but wind surged beneath her, letting her halt inches above the surface, and Leon pressed the assault. His blade of light, forged through pure will and tremendous magic, clashed against her storm-forged armor, scattering a shower of radiant sparks. He was a storm of his own, a lone knight charging headlong into the impossible. A duel, I gasped. 3 minutes, I was the one who gave them. If there's a price to pay, then we adults will pay it. That's how it should be. The maiden frowned as he refused to back away. She lashed out, and the black wind flung him aside, but the knight became a lion, roaring as he leapt back in, cutting through the storm with blood and fury. Belle, because of you, I want to make a miracle too. Professor. No matter how much of reality we've seen, the resolve of children like you, it always shakes us to our core. Even amid the storm of light and wind, Professor Leon spoke like a teacher still guiding his students. Never grow used to abandoning others. You children have the right to chase dreams, to chase ideals. Each swing of his shining sword seemed to carry that lesson. This is why I could never quit being a teacher. And even in that mortal struggle, he smiled. The Black Maiden raised her hand. A section of his silver armor burst apart, his head split open under the impact. The sword of light shattered. Second trial sword, Gable. Third, Dalbazar. Fourth, Phylon. Fifth, Semilate. Sixth, Iluin. Seventh, Melveter. Twin swords of light, a blazing axe, a shining shield, a radiant spear, a gleaming hammer, a reaping scythe, one by one, the knights' divine armaments shattered with ringing clarity. Each sound was like the cry of heroes long past, like the undying brilliance of their defiance. Eighth trial sword, Zaldor. Light converged around the knight's entire body, condensing into pure radiance, and then burst forth as the embodiment of lingering valor, a living afterglow of heroism itself. Forged of holy brilliance yet wreathed in something fierce and dreadful, the great sword of light shone, and for the first time the Black Maiden's expression faltered. Advance, young ones. She thrust out both hands, wind howling as the giant blade came down. A wall of storm rose in defense, her strongest barrier yet. The instant their powers collided, cracks splintered across the sword of light, but the clash held, a struggle of equal force like a duel between gods. I'll protect your backs no matter what. Amid the raging black gales that tore the air like rampaging dragons, his lion-colored eyes turned toward us, those of Professor Leon. My chest trembled. My eyes burned, not from blood, but from something deeper. I wanted to rush to him, to the back of that hero. Cranel! I clenched my teeth and drove back the rising heat in my chest. Thank you, Professor. I screamed it only in my heart. Then, together with Leffia, I ran toward Tiona's side, lifting her up and fled forward. We left behind the man who had given us permission to keep chasing our rivals. The Black Maiden turned toward the retreating youths, murder swirling in her winds, ready to unleash death upon them. But the great sword of light rose to meet her, batting the attack aside. Though his armor was shattered and his body half dead, the Knight of Shura only grew stronger with every heartbeat. For the first time since her creation, the Black Maiden felt something alien, disquiet, begone reality. Don't cloud the eyes of those who dare to dream. The lion roared. The knight declared. Leon laughed, a wild, glorious laugh. If an adult can't protect the decisions of the children, then what right do I have to call myself one? If I can't stand for them, what kind of teacher am I? Anyone who dares to stand in their way, I'll crush them all. Cracks spread through the great sword of light. The blade of a conqueror sank against the black winds. By all rights, the maiden should have won, yet the seasoned warrior within her felt something else. Fear. The afterglow of heroes reached a new height. With that familiar mischievous grin he once wore in his reckless youth, Leon roared. Eighth trial sword, Zaldor clear. Ninth trial sword, Ulfire release. Run! Carrying Tiona in my arms, I sprinted alongside Leffia. The deafening roar of battle thundered behind us, growing distant with every desperate step. Yet the weight of the knight's words carved themselves into my back, trembling with every breath. Leffia, we need to heal somewhere. Keep running. If we stop, that wind will catch us. Even if Professor Leon was holding her O-1B0, the Black Maiden's power was beyond reason. Out of every foe we had faced today, she was without question the strongest. A storm given human form. If we lingered even slightly, that wind would drag us in, tear us apart, and Levenothing behind. The mere thought of it refused to let us go. Leffia caught my eye and immediately began a parallel chant, preparing her next summoning spell. I shifted Tiona on my back and fumbled for an item from my pouch. My autoheal would keep me alive, but Leffia and Tiona needed treatment now, yet I never got the chance. Dozens of new abominations emerged before us. Headless, armless female bodies floating midair. From their backs unfurled layered wings like the petals of a massive flower. Their flesh, like the dungeon's own violet tissue, was veiled in the same near-transparent garment as the Black Maiden's. They were beautiful, grotesque, like carved marble given life. Spirit remnants, Samos Thracia. Bell, run! We didn't know what they were or what they could do, but the gods' Panikheadcrees were all the warning I needed. The headless, armless bodies pulsed. Their forms lit up with red, blue, yellow, white, and black sigils, magic circlets blooming across their flesh. Then all at once, they unleashed waves of pure destructive force. Floor, the walls, the air itself shattered. It wasn't wind, it was raw pressure. A force like Makoto's gravity magic, but unleashed in every direction by every one of them in an instant. Insane. My right leg crumpled, the flesh twisted, the bone cracked. Autoheal triggered immediately, but Tiona was torn from my grip, sliding helplessly down the corridor. Resonance release, cannon, fusillade phalerica. Through the chaos, Leffia, barely holding her footing after being thrown aside, raised her Sta letter 1B0. The same ring spell we'd failed to cast against the Black Maiden now flared to life, and a storm of blazing arrows filled the air, converging in every direction. Flaming crimson bolts arced through the air, slamming one after another into Thebe emanations above, but they didn't fall. They're not dropping. The spirit remnants, Samos Thracia, remained intact, their bodies smoking but holding their shape. Their resistance to magic was unnatural. They were spirits. No, they were practically the same as the spirit cloths we wore, incarnations of magical defense itself. With no mouths to speak, the pitiful abominations instead blazed with color, red, blue, yellow, white, and black, each representing an element. Then they unleashed waves of energy wildly in every direction. They were flying artillery. Too strong, too many. Dozens appearing at once, utterly absurd. A relentless follow-up to the Black Maiden, the dungeon itself mocking the Vura concept of floor-level balance. The demonic realm had decided to throw fairness away completely. The shockwaves crushed everything, bodies, stone, and will. Leffia and I screamed as we were blown apart in opposite directions. Her wings, already shredded, beat in vain, but the fairy still gambled everything in one last play. Harbinger of the end, white snow before twilight, now swirl the winds. The long incantation. She was going for a long chant. Even here in this death trap, she was going to break through it. Then my role was clear, support her, no matter what. Rolling across shattered stone, I thrust out my right hand, momentum still carrying me forward as I fired. Firebolt. A blazing barrage. Even as I regained my footing, I drove my heeled leg into the floor as an anchor ran kept firing upward, relentlessly. 286 shots so far, and counting. Autoheal couldn't keep up with the strain, but it didn't matter. I didn't care if I missed, I just needed volume, chaos, suppression. At last, one of the abominations burst into flames and fell. It could be done. They weren't invincible, but they took too long to kill. It had to be physical attacks, not magic. Yet if I tried to leap and strike, I'd be swatted out of the air. Even if I downed one, I couldn't shield Leffia while she chanted, so I just kept shooting. Argonaut. Then, Leffia. The shout snapped through the chaos. GH, a cold, wet sound, the parasite spider. It had crept up behind me, sinking its barbed fangs into my left side. Choked cry broke through Leffia's chant. I didn't know what had happened, only that it was fatal. Game over. The spider's multifaceted eyes gleamed with cruel amusement as time see Medto stop. I could feel it, the monster's essence pouring into my body, its roots threading through my flesh. The creature's swollen abdomen split open like a blooming bud, birthing Atwisted female form, the same accursed figure that had once tormented Meluna and the others. Despair was about to bloom again. But in that frozen, endless instant, I knew one thing for certain. That person, Leffia, would never give up. And because I knew that, so wouldn't I. Firebolt. I fired through part of my own body and... My name is Alf, she kept singing out loud. Parasite in my side and the organs around it were incinerated. A split-second decision. An instant preemptive strike before my body could be taken over. I burned the belly clean without a second's hesitation thanks to a brutal sense of déjà vu, faster than when the Juggernaut's pile drove through me. I wouldn't let that grotesque female form be born. I wouldn't give up my body either. Bloodshot eyes, agonizing heat, down to the marrow, yet I completely incinerated the parasitic spider. Rhea Levitain? Immediately, a pillar of crimson flame shot up from the floor. From a vast red magic circle, dozens, hundreds of scarlet pillars erupted. Each pillar soared over 10 meters high. Each was beyond a mere firebolt in power. They swallowed the abomination's bizarre resilience, engulfing and utterly incinerating them. On our side, Ugga. Leffia. I collapsed to the scorched floor in a miserable heap, clutching the freshly healed hole in my flank and writhing in pain, and watched the infernal columns rising between me and Tiona and Leffia. The pillars now formed an impenetrable wall of flame that severed our position from theirs. All the abominations around us had been wiped out, and still the barrier of fire remained. Could it be? There are still enemies on the other side. Did she split us apart to keep them away from her? The pillars burned as if to consume that person's life entirely, an ocean of sacrificial fire forming a boundary. Its fierce heat simply illuminated Tiona's and my faces. I finally dragged myself free of the floor and screamed after the elf who had disappeared beyond the wall of flame. Leffia, why, what are you doing? Leffia sat down at the base of the pulsing violet column, her back pressed against it as she exhaled in shallow, ragged breaths. The thought that a monster, or one of the false, burst out of the fleshy pillar crossed her mind, but she no longer had the strength or focus to talk. She simply leaned there, breathing unevenly, her body trembling with exhaustion. Leffia. From beyond the blazing inferno she had summoned, she thought she heard Theboi's voice. No, not thought, she truly did. Even through the roaring of the flames, that child's voice reached her, crying and shouting like a stubborn child refusing to be left behind. But it couldn't be helped. Even outside the range of her Ria Levitain, those wretched abominations kept spawning endlessly. If someone wanted to save their beloved one, then someone else had to remain behind in this hell. And Leffia had simply decided that role should be hers. She smiled faintly, weakly, accepting it. Leffia, you... Her goddess's voice came through the crystal Loki's voice, tight with alarm. Pretending not to notice the sharp intake of breath on the other end, Leffia lifted the small crystal in one trembling hand. Loki. Can you deliver my words to him? Bell! Even as I screamed hoarsely through the blood in my throat, a transmission from the gods came through. But I couldn't listen to them, not now, because beyond those flames was her, the rival who had fought beside me since this all began, the one who had helped me again and again, the one who had promised, let's save eyes together. Leffia was beyond that inferno. Bell, Cranel. It wasn't the voice of the gods that stopped me as I staggered toward the wall off here. Through the roar of the flames, her voice, Leffia's, reached me. Then I realized Hestia's oculus was linked with mine and Loki's oculus was linked with hers. The two goddesses had brought them together, letting our voices cross through both magical devices. Leffia, please wait, I'm coming. I shouted into the crystal, desperate, but her faint, trembling voice cut me. Oh, letter 1B0. The one who will save eyes is me. That was a challenge, a deliberate provocation. I'm going to beat you to it, Bell Cranel. I'll be the one to reach eyes. Even though we'd promised to save her together, even though she was about to face it all alone, I understood. She was doing the same thing Professor Leon had done, trying to push me forward, to force me ahead using a gentle lie. I could have said it was a lie. I could have refused to fall for her provocation. But even now, Leffia was trying to keep our promise, to save eyes no matter what. Even if our paths had diverged, that bond remained unbroken. Ash-like sparks rained down like crimson snow, each one a fragment of the elf's life, her devotion. Then if that's what she was giving me, then what I had to say was clear. You're wrong, it's me, I'll save eyes. Through the static, I heard the faintest breath of laughter, soft, proud. Then it's a race, isn't it? Yeah, I grinned through the smoke and blood because I knew somewhere beyond the flames she was smiling too. Shoving away every impulse, I struck my own legs to beat out even the slightest hesitation and turned my back on the blazing wall of fire. I broke into a run, carrying Tiona on my back as her face twisted in pain. Instead of shouting, her trembling hand reached over my shoulder, clutching tightly at my chest through the fabric, as if to tell me go. With a dull clack, Leffia let the magic crystal fall from her hand, ending her call with the boy. Slowly, she looked down at herself. We've ended up the same, huh? Her left arm was gone. From the elbow down, blood dripped steadily, refusing to stop. During her parallel chant, she'd been caught in a shockwave. A second field struck from another angle, twisting her forearm until it tore clean. O letter 1B0, like plucking fruit from a branch. The arm was gone, and it would never heal. Feeling Loki's ragged, hate-filled breath through the crystal, Leffia traced the bleeding stump almost tenderly and smiled faintly. Not yet. Her body was battered beyond measure, covered in blood and cold sweat, strength draining with every breath. Yet still, Leffia stood. She approached one of the remaining pillars of flame and seared the wound shoot against it, stifling the scream that rose in her throat. The spirit remnants, Samos Thracia, headless, armless monstrosities born from the corrupted spirit's feeding. That was what awaited eyes if she were devoured. Her very soul chewed to nothing, her dream reduced to a broken husk. Unforgivable. Leffia's eyes blazed. There was no room for limits now. She hadn't stayed behind to die. She stayed because she and that boy had made a promise to save their shared idol together. I won't lose to that human. Staring down the tide of approaching abominations, the one-armed elf drew a deep breath and began to sing once more. I used Mord's elixir on Tiona. Even so, she still couldn't move properly. I kept running, carrying her on my back, pressing forward toward Eyes, for the sake of everyone we'd been separated from, for those who had sent us onward. But then, agha! A sickening sound rippled beneath my skin as those vile roots began to rise up again. An unbearable crawling sensation, like something slithering just under the flesh, followed by sharp, cracking pains spreading through me. I'd already burned away the parasitic spider, but the roots it had driven into my left side were still there, still writhing inside me. A thin stream of blood dripped quietly from my nose, the same state as Tiona right now. Heath had warned us over and over again. This was the absolute taboo condition, a bad status you must never allow to happen. No matter how many times my autoheal triggered, the roots wouldn't vanish. They crawled through me like poison, eating me alive from the inside out. This was the cost of that fatal blind spot, the one moment of carelessness that let them get in. With a wet sound, cop, a mouthful of dark red blood spilled from my lips. I dropped to one knee. My left side wouldn't move right, as if the whole half of my body were seizing up. The roots bulged beneath my skin, up my left shoulder, along my neck. Ha ha ha. I had to do it again. I had to pour firebolt inside my own body once more. That burning hell I'd endured before, the terror, the pain, none of it mattered now. My body screamed no more, but I didn't care. It was the only way to burn the roots out completely. In my current state, surviving in this cursed domain would be a joke otherwise. But where? Back then, when I purified myself by flame to save Tiona, I could barely move afterward. To do that again now, alone, with no Professor Leon to guard me, would be suicide. And I couldn't drag Tiona into that. Not when she could barely cling to life herself. Should I do it now? Or try to reach Bete and the others first and cleanse myself after we regroup? The vote among the gods is split 3-3, Belle. Hesja's divine voice echoed in my mind, as if reading my thoughts. Uranus abstains, you must decide for yourself. I'm sorry, Argonaut, it's my fault. Her voice, weak, trembling, came from right beside my ear. Tiona's lips were pale, her breath shallow. Her smile was gone. All that remained was regret, painful, crushing regret. I'm dumber than Tione and the others. So I always try to smile no matter what happens. Because if I can make everyone else smile too, maybe things can stay bright. That tone, so familiar. A wave of déjà vu struck me. Ryu, the same look she had back in the Colosseum when she was dying before my eyes, yet still trying to protect someone else. But now, then there was only one thing I needed to do. I'll smile. I'd wipe away this darkness, this despair clinging to her and to the dungeon itself. Matter how much they mock me, no matter how hard they laugh, I'll twist my lips and smile anyway. Because if I don't, neither the spirits nor the goddess of fate will ever smile back. Those lines. It's from Argonaut, the hero's tale you said you loved so much, Tiona. If it takes being a fool, a clown, to make her smile, then so be it. If you really think I'm like Argonaut, then smile. Please, Tiona. Show me that radiant smile of yours, that smile like the sun. Give me strength, Tiona gasped softly. Her lips trembled, opening and closing with her breath, fragile and damp with emotion. I kept walking, step by step. Even with danger all around us, I shouted to drown out fear, to drive away despair. I wanted her to feel safe, so I kept smiling. Hey, Belle, do you like the comedy of Argonaut? Honestly, not that much. Really. Yeah. I don't dislike it, but I always preferred stories like The Guardian of the Sacred Realm, Epimetheus, or The Legend of the Lion King. The ones where heroes cut down monsters one after another. I used to look up to that. So you're a boy after all, huh? What about you, Tiona? I love the comedy of Argonaut most of all. I always thought if a hero like that really existed, I'd want to meet him. So you're a dreamer too, huh, Tiona? Maybe. Yeah, I guess I am. It had turned into a confession of favorite stories, and through the link, I could almost feel Hesja and Loki blinking in surprise. A soft snort of laughter, probably Hermes or maybe Balder. But Tiona's grief had vanished. In its place came a gentle, calm voice that brushed against my ears. I really love the comedy of Argonaut. When I was hurting, when I was sad, that story always made me smile again. Her chest pressed against my back was warm, and her heartbeat pounded so wildly it almost hurt. When a single tear fell onto my neck, I pretended not to notice. You really are like the hero Argonaut I always wished I could meet. I adjusted her on my back, tightening my grip beneath her knees. Step by step, I pressed forward, each stride filled with strength and with purpose. The taste of blood filled my throat. My body screamed in pain. The roots crawling beneath my skin pulsed and writhed, but I crushed it all beneath the heat blazing up from deep inside my chest. Should we smile? Yeah, I'll smile too. Made up my mind. I wouldn't burn my body again. If I couldn't fight, I'd only leave her alone. So I'd laugh with her, turn tragedy and horror alike into comedy. From deep within my soul, a resounding laugh thundered to life and heroic desire. Argonaut awoke. Something inside me broke free. I could feel it. Right hand, left hand, white motes of light swirling, the toll of a great bell echoing, two comedies ringing together. Drawn to that raucous curtain raiser, the heralds of tragedy appeared. Bel, the spirit remnants, Samos Thracia are coming. New abominations took shape before us, blocking the path like actors cast as villains in our farce, determined to keep the fools who would save the princess from moving forward. 10, 20, still more. Endless. The dungeon no longer hid its fangs. I lowered Tiona to the ground. Neither of us would be protected, we'd fight side by side. We both spat blood, met each other's eyes, and laughed. I handed her the white phantom. She gave me the Hestia knife. With those two comedies now in my hands, I set my gaze and focused. 60 seconds of charge. Facing the glowing swarm of monsters, we roared and charged. We don't need tragedy. We want a comedy. Ooh, 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 a comedy. We wanted it, didn't we? Ooh, 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 ooh. I did want a comedy, but ooh, 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 ooh. And then the comedy truly arrived. From the upper walls near the ceiling, a tremendous black titan burst through, slamming into the spirit remnants with overwhelming force. The floating abominations shattered like toys struck by a dragon's charge. One after another, they were torn apart. The black giant stomped on one corpse as a foothold and leapt again, wreaking havoc however it pleased. It was like a final boss bull, too impatient to wait for the clowns who'd come to rescue the princess, crashing in, utterly heedless of the scene. Tiona and I froze, staring upward, mouths half open. The spirit remnants tore apart like wet clay. No, those things weren't weak. That bull was just too strong. Each time the blood-stained Labries swung, another monster exploded in taw fragments. Each roar that followed made the whole dungeon, my very soul, tremble. THOOM. The jet-black storm of death landed with a thunderous crash in the middle of Thegrate Passage after crushing the last of its foes. Asterius saw. The moment I began to speak his name, that massive, muscle-bound form turned, and with a flash of recognition, his eyes gleamed. Nua. The bull roared, hefted his double-bladed axe, and charged straight for us. A colossal shadow swallowed me and Tiona whole. My mouth could only form a foolish sound, and before I could even move, that enormous, unavoidable, absolutely lethal strike bore down on us. I was too broken to react. This would have been the kind of comedic ending that make my grandpa laugh himself to death. Stop. Nah. Just before impact, a small figure slid between us. Two slender arms outstretched, a black robe, a hood of the same color. Blue skin peeking from beneath the hem, and a voice I could never forget. My eyes widened on their own. You can't fight here. What good is winning if you beat up poor Bel like this, Asterius? New. Before I could even process it, the Minotaur who'd been ready to strike froze in place. The mighty Asterius, chastised by a tiny figure, let out a low grunt and slowly lowered his axe. The sight of the fearsome rival who'd longed for a rematch suddenly sulking under scolding was enough to scramble my brain completely. But then, as the wind whipped her hood away, revealing her long hair of blue silver, I saw her face and gasped. Threw herself into my arms, and I caught her tight. I didn't understand anything anymore. Relief, joy, disbelief, all of it surged at once, and I nearly cried. And before I could even get a word out, two more figures dropped down through hole Asterius had made. Bel, you're alive after all. Lid. The lizardman Xenos warrior grinned, his amber eyes curved like crescents, bounding toward us with his usual energy. Fells told us you were heading for the 60th floor ahead of us, but man, we didn't think we'd actually find. Hestia's voice over the divine link couldn't hide her joy at this unexpected reinforcement. But before I could even celebrate, I blurted out the question. How did you even know we were here? Well, obviously, because our boy Asterius here couldn't wait to see you again. Lid snickered. Kidding, don't turn that pale on me, come on. I heard it, the bells ring. That's how I knew. Lid's joke wasn't funny given the circumstances, but when Ween lifted her head from my chest, her pointed dragon ears twitched sharply. Of course, the extraordinary hearing of a dragon girl of Vuiver. The bell that started this comedy hadn't just summoned monsters, it had Calidar allies too. Thank you for saving us. I'm really, really happy, so happy you came. I don't really get it, Tiona said at last, breaking her long silence, but... Where you two down here on the 60th floor this whole time? She'd heard of the Xenos before, but even so, in a situation like this, even someone like Tiona didn't quite know what kind of expression to wear. Lid seemed genuinely delighted just to be able to talk with someone outside of the Hestia Familia, his voice lively and full of energy. Yeah. After we helped your low-key Familia buddies retreat to the surface, Asterios wouldn't stop rampaging, so we just charged in after him. Crystal Link got smashed, so we couldn't contact anyone, but somehow we managed to find that one at least. One? Lid and Ween turned toward the direction he meant, and we followed their gaze, only to find a lone figure standing letter 1B0 by herself. He stood there like someone at a party who knows nobody, watching his friend chat happily with other friends he's never met, too awkward to join in, trying his best to disappear into the corner of the room. It was the dark elf, Hogni. Fufu to be saved by a monster's whim, such as the destiny-granted tome, I, who was never the rabbit worthy of salvation. Hogni. The sight was so surreal I could barely process it. The normally cool, composed Hogni, tattered, posing dramatically with her eyes closed, peeked at me out of the corner of her eye, and suddenly tears welled up. Why am I the only one getting saved by monsters? I can't handle this, I'm beyond shy, I'm monster shy. This is too much, it's over, I'm done for. But thank you for coming to save me, Belle. Wah! Hogni, calm down, please. Before I knew it, he'd thrown himself at me, clinging tightly around my waist while sobbing, somehow managing to dodge Ween in the process. Tiona was pushed aside with a startled "Woa," and I, already holding Ween in my arms, was at a total loss. Even Asterios, now quiet, stood there staring at me in silence, his gaze heavy enough to make me nervous all over again. Then, I'm glad you're safe, Hogni. I always believed you'd let me hear your voice again. Lady Freya. Not sir, but Freya. Where? Yes, ma'am, I'm fine, alive and well. The sudden voice of Freya herself echoed from the crystal communicator. Hogni immediately straightened up, snapping into a rigid salute like a soldier caught OU guard. Hearing Freya's warm tone for the first time since the operation began, I couldn't help but smile too. But before we could savor the relief, something scary's coming. Ween's dragon ears twitched sharply. Just as she warned, new clusters of the spirit remnants, Samos Thracia, began emerging all around us. There were far more than before. Go. Tiona rose to her feet as the entire group prepared for battle, but it was Themisive Black Figure who stepped forward first. I'll take them all. What? You mean you're gonna stay here and hold them letter 1B0, Asterios? You not coming with us? Lid shouted. Asterios' reply was short and certain. If I stay near Belle, I'll attack him. I can't control it. I wanted to pat myself on the back for managing to hold my face steady instead of grimacing. He knew his own instincts too well. He couldn't trust himself not to lose control against his rival. Guess that makes sense, Lid admitted with a shrug. Asterios was giving us the only kind of compromise he could to keep his own wish from destroying ours. Belle. The Black Bull extended his massive arm toward me. He pressed the double-edged axe Labries into my hands. When the time comes, we'll have our rematch. My eyes widened, and before I even realized it, I was gripping that massive weapon tight in response. The Black Minotaur abandoned words, returning to the beast within. Woo-woo-woo-woo-woo-woo. With a thunderous roar, he charged forward, that scarred armor and wounded body still carrying the weight of countless battles. All of you, take this party and move on to the final boss. This is your last damn chance. Loki's voice rang out as Asterios clashed with the newly spawned spirits. He knocked 4 out of the air before the rest began glowing, preparing Thershik but we couldn't stay to watch. We had to move. Recovery would have to wait. The priority was to get out before slowed Asterios down. The really scary one is up ahead. I can feel the wind howling. Thank you, Ween. Atta girl Ween, Lid added, clearly realizing why she had been brought along. The dragon girl's extraordinary senses were vital. Her hearing and perception probably helped them rescue lost allies and navigate this chaotic realm. She was both detector and compass in this accursed labyrinth. I still couldn't help but worry. A fragile body like hers didn't belong in such danger. But before I could say anything, wait, Ween, take this. She headbutted one of the fallen spirit husks that Asterios had missed, smashing it apart in a single, clean blow. All of us, even the gods listening through the crystals, froze in shock. Ween's gotten real strong. She kept eating magic stones even though she hates the taste. Lid shouted, slashing down the last pieces with his scimitar. I didn't even know what expression to make. Still rubbing her head where she'd struck the monster, Ween smiled proudly. I wanted to help Belle this time. I wanted to return the favor, so I tried my best. Ween, you've really grown up. I might faint over here. Hestja's voice trembled with emotion and relief, perfectly echoing the mess-off feelings I couldn't put into words. At this point, I couldn't deny it. Ween might actually be the strongest one in our whole familia now. Anyway, let's move, Belle. We'll defeat those spirits and save that Wallen-whatever girl. Right, that was all that mattered. As one, we pressed deeper into the abyss, heading straight for the heart of Thunderworld. Oh, before that, can I shoot myself with a spell real quick? What? There's still some of those roots left in me. I need to burn them out. It won't take long. Belle, even monsters wouldn't do that, Lyd muttered, dead serious. What ridiculous luck. From the crystal's speaker came the mix of chaotic chatter, the roar of flames, and a rabbit's scream. Loki's eyes stayed locked on the images flickering inside of the scrying sphere. Not luck, Freya said, her voice lilting with quiet amusement. This is the culmination of everything Belle and those children have built up until today. Goddess of Beauty watched with delight. Every failure, every Reklesca is now woven together into this moment. The disastrous Loki Familia expedition, the desperate rescue on the 60th floor, the fool's decision to join hands with the Xenos, even her own machinations, the garden, and the war she had stirred, all of it had led to this. It's a shame we can't witness every chapter of their story firsthand, Hephaestus murmured, her single eye narrowing at the blazing scene. But right now, yes, Freya said, her smile deepening. Now comes the test, the true trial to see if they can repel the real end sleeping in that abyss. Uranus, Loki called across the divine circle. Which side are you betting on? You've played the bystander long enough. Need you even ask? The old god's voice rumbled low. Balder smiled faintly. Hephaestus leaned forward, her gaze full of expectation. Hermes tilted his head with a sly grin, and with eyes closed, Uranus placed his faith, his wager, on hope itself. The dungeon raged with anomalies and irregularities, the great shaft barely holding together, and the demonic realm beneath it all writhed in ominous motion. Problems still towered high as mountains. But amidst that chaos, the gods could feel it, the pulse of a new myth about Tob born. Belle. Hestja whispered, clenching her small fist tight. Please win. All their prayers, all their stories, converged into one wish that the boys' struggle would give rise to a hero's legend capable of defying Thunderworld's very end. Pushed onward by the will of their goddess, the adventurers gathered to face the final battle. La 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 la, as if reminiscing about the unreachable sky, as if dreaming again of the song of the earth she once heard. She quietly hummed a clumsy tune. I want to see the sky. That was her wish. Ever since she began to yearn for that distant sky buried deep in the endless reaches of memory, she had continued to grow in power even after falling into monstrosity. She attacked, captured, devoured, drank, crushed, laughed, consumed her own kind, was threatened, defended herself, and grew stronger still. She built kingdoms, expanded her dominion, found the final wind, and made it here. All that remained was to fully absorb that great wind and open the hole. To tear away all 60 seals above her head, to rip through the heavy ceiling, and carve open a vast gaping wound in the world. Then all her wishes would be granted. Beyond the sky she longed for, she would play without restraint and build a beautiful paradise of hell. I just want to see the sky. She laughed. Now the moment of chewing and swallowing was near. Her power swelled unbearably, and as she grew bored of singing, she lifted her gaze upward, licking her lips fondly. That was when she sensed it, a presence approaching. It was the shadow of a beast. Even after being separated from his companions, the first one to enter the deepest depths of the demonic realm, where she awaited, was a Batter-Red Wolf. Back, you damn bastard. Bateste stopped and took in the sight before him, a vision so vast and grotesque it defied meaning. The chamber was enormous, too enormous. Floor, walls, and ceiling, all were made of pulsing purple flesh, drenched in a sickly violet light. It was the same as stepping into the opened body of a living monster. From the ceiling hung massive purple columns, what could only be called flesh trees, dozens of them rooting into the high vault above. BT didn't need to focus to see it. Those trees were made up of the screaming face-off women, spirits consumed and twisted into this vile form. The fleshy walls of the demonic domain pulsed more violently, their hues darker and more poisonous than before. And at the center of this vast space rested a colossal brain. It hung from the ceiling like a grotesque shrine, swollen beyond the size Batter remembered, like a malignant tumor gone mad. Deep grooves carved across its surface gave it the look of a gigantic, throbbing cerebrum of purple-blue flesh. And embedded at its center was a single, enormous eye, rolling and poolsing, wet and alive, endlessly squirming. Dense streams of magic formed luminous halos around the chamber's center, rings of light woven so tightly with mana they pulsed like living veins. From that control organ of the demonic realm, spine-like extensions grew outward, serpentine, grotesque, writhing like giant snakes of flesh. And at the end of one such massive spine she awaited. Her lower body had no legs. Instead, it was fused seamlessly with that spinal mass, giving her the form of a half-human, half-serpent, something like a lamia. Her smooth, pale violet skin gleamed with a sensual luster that could bewilder mortal and monster alike. A small, full navel sat above a firm abdomen. Her breasts, large enough to fill both hands, were almost too rich with life. Across her supple arms, shoulders, and upper body ran countless lines of sacred script, glyphs reminiscent of divine hieroglyphs. From her head flowed long violet black hair, cascading from both sides down to the floor like twin waterfalls. A beauty that could bewitch both man and beast, yet one that carried the stench of ruin. A messenger of corruption cloaked in divine allure, far more exquisite, more seductive, and infinitely more dreadful than any demi-spirit. She was known as the corrupted spirit. Well, now back again are you, Tilda? Looking down upon the small werewolf beneath her, the corrupted spirit laughed softly, her voice like the tinkling song of a mockingbird. In addition to her two crimson eyes, a third, an enormous single eye identical to the one embedded in the giant brain above, was set in her forehead. All three eyes narrowed with hypnotic amusement. Around that central eye sprouted four-horn-like protrusions, forming a grotesque crown befitting the so-called queen of the dungeon. Among her otherwise divine upper body, one feature stood out in horror. Her left arm was no longer human. It had become a massive, warped limb like the body of a centipede, segmented, chitinous, and many-jointed. The arm twitched and hissed, bending in unnatural angles, its end opening wide into a gaping maw lined with jagged fangs. "You've gotten even uglier," Betess spat. "Makes me want to puke." The left hemisphere of the enormous brain above had also changed, its regenerative powers gone berserk, forming a tumor-like growth fused to its side. It could almost be called a second brain, smaller and more twisted than the first. It wasn't merely the scar left by the Loki Familia's assault. It was something new. A fresh organ the corrupted spirit had spawned in response. Two sites in this grotesque central chamber were still unknown to Beta. One was the countless tubes snaking through the space, threading the walls, ceiling, and floor in every direction like veins of living flesh. From the towering trees of flesh, countless strands branched outward, running through the ceiling, walls, and floor like a grotesque network of capillaries. Each vein pulsed rhythmically, pushing along a faintly luminous blue light, the current of wind mana, which circulated through the vast chamber like blood through an enormous living organism. And then came the second horror, the source from which that wind mana's heartbeat originated. A monstrous heart, embedded high within the far wall of the cavern, nearly 50 meters above, throbbed with a sickly, organic rhythm. TCH. Even now, the pulsating mass beat like a living drum. Around it floated 6 remnants of spirits, Samos Thracia, winged abominations, positioned like guardians around their queen. They were the corrupted spirit's trophies, proof of her dominion, her spoils offslaughter. Through the countless veins connecting to it, the heart pumped mana outward, feeding its mistress as she basked in satisfaction. And within that grotesque heart, through the membrane of living flesh, Beta could make out the faint form of a girl, curled up like a fetus, her golden hair and golden eyes unmistakable. Eyes Wallenstein. Rage and killing intent erupted within him, clawing at his insides, barely contained by will alone. The corrupted spirit tilted her head, her voice a lilting mockery. "Oh, Arya says she doesn't need you anymore, Tilda, so why don't you scurry letter 1B0? "Shut it, you damn freak," Betess snarled. "Your breath alone's enough to make me puke." Even as she toyed with him in human tongue, the very fact that this monstrous ruler of the dungeon, this true sovereign of the abyss, could converse soft-fluently only deepened the grotesque absurdity of it all. But Beathead didn't falter. Hiskirn held firm as his eyes swept the chamber, gathering information with cold, lethal precision. His gaze fixed on the trees of flesh, those obscene trunks molded from the heads and torsos of spirits. Their twisted, screaming visages, each one air-accord of her consumption. Every one of those faces belonged to a great spirit the corrupted spirit had devoured. And among them, Ai's face was not yet there. Her body was being melted, digested, absorbed, but not yet fully consumed. That meant she could still be saved. Bete's mind, sharpened by years as a first-class adventurer, began calculating a way to tear her free until the creature decided to show him something. Oh, but it's true Tilda here, look. Her massive right hand, large enough to crush a human head, rose languidly into view. Wet squelching sounds filled the air, and from the palm of that enormous hand a girl's face began to form. Long hair, closed eyes, delicate features, even though her entire visage wasted in sickly violet, Bete recognized it instantly. It was Ai's face. Bete, she spoke. Her eyelids lifted slowly, revealing lifeless, glassy eyes like those of a puppet. Come. I don't need anyone anymore. The voice was wrong. Hollow, a crude imitation, a ventriloquist's trick. Eyes would never say that. But that didn't matter. Bete snapped. Completely, absolutely lost control. To toy with one of his pack, to defile her image in front of him, that alone was enough to send the wolf beyond fury. See, she said at Tilda, and then splorch. The instant the girl's face was crushed, like a handful of raspberries, something inside Bete snapped. The last restraint holding back his fury shattered. What followed was not anger but pure, unfiltered killing intent. I'll kill you. Bete vanished. The floor erupted beneath his feet as he shot upward like a silver bullet, a living spear aimed straight at the corrupted spirit hovering more than 30 meters above. Ahaha Tilda, the monster chuckled. Letting the bloody chunks of Ai's imitation drip from her palm, she simply smiled. A massive red magic circle materialized before her, instantaneously, without chant or gesture. It became a radiant flame barrier, swallowing Bete's full-powered kick without Ewart. TCH. Metal boots met blazing runes, sparks of fire exploding between them. Amid the dazzling clash, the corrupted spirit's mocking smile never faltered. Then, above Bete, another magic circle appeared. Bye-bye. A thunderous barrage of lightning poured downward. Without wings, Bete could only cross his arms before the blast slammed him into the ground like a meteor. Electricity burned across his body, every nerve screaming. Even the veil breath barrier Lefia had recast on him after Tiona's rescue couldn't soften the blow. His life was nearly halved in an instant. If not for that spell, he would have been dead. Through gritted teeth, a half-choked growl escaped him. GHH. Is that all, Tilda? The air itself rumbled. More gun ports opened as multiple magic circlets appeared, spreading like a storm front. Fire, ice, darkness. Each element burst forth in a cascading bombardment. Damn it. The wolf sprinted through the chaos, dodging each blast by a hair's breadth. The corrupted spirit laughed, delighted. Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. This wasn't battle, it was play. Inside this vast space, she could summon magic circles anywhere she wished. Her barrages were endless, indiscriminate, cruel. Even a top-class mage couldn't dream of such firepower. It wasn't precision, it was pure sadism. One of the writhing tendrils slithered from the flesh below, coiling around Bete's leg. TCH. He drew both blades, slashing every tentacle that reached for him, cutting, tearing, burning through the living maze. But that was when the corrupted spirit exhaled almost lazily. A wave of fire roared through the chamber, so wide, so vast, it incinerated Thyr itself. Gah! The flames swallowed him whole. The scale of her power was beyond measure. She wasn't a creature. She was Incasystem, the entire 60th floor made flesh. Fighting her was like trying to defy the dungeon itself. Even a level 6 first-class adventurer was nothing more than a toy. The wolf's body crashed across the regenerating flesh floor, his armor seared, his fur smoking. Still, he lived. How stubborn Tilda, the corrupted spirit cooed. Then I'll make you my new puppet. The burned, crushed ground beneath her feet healed instantly. Her lips curved into a crescent moon as she raised her hand, unleashing a rain of tendrils aimed straight at the fallen wolf. But before they struck, firebolt. A surge of crimson lightning erupted between them, slicing and burning the tendrils to ash. The corrupted spirit froze, her expression twisting. The flames and thunder belonged to a single figure, a white-haired boy holding a longsword and a divine dagger glowing with heat. Beside him stood a woman warrior, a lizardman, a dark elf, and a dragon girl, each wielding their weapons in unison. Bete's eyes widened. You idiots! Are you all right, Bete? Bell shouted back, gripping his sword. The time for solitude was over. Surrounded by this mismatched, chaotic party, Bell Cranel took position in front of the wolf, facing the corrupted spirit head-on. What the hell are you doing, Bete? You look like a pile of scrap. Charging in alone like that, You're begging to be the fall guy. There's no time if we're gonna take Eyes back. And who the hell are you calling the fall guy? Oh please, after all that tough talk, you got your ass handed to you, mutt. Thuik one here is you ga cough cough. Make up your mind. Either mock me or choke on your blood, dumb Amazon. The air filled with the shrill noise of Loki's laughter echoing through the oculus, mixing with Tiona's teasing as Bete, already on his feet again, roared back in frustration. Bell had tried to check on the wolf's condition, but realizing that the noisy Loki familia chatter made it unnecessary, he just wiped his sweat and instead held out the last potion he had. We're fighting too. Please, let us fight with you, Bete. Guess I'm losing my edge. Never thought I'd be teaming up with monsters. The potion from Bell, Bete poured it over his head, glancing once toward Lyd and the others, his irritation with himself burning behind his eyes. Buth didn't refuse. There was only one priority here: rescue Eyes. For the sake of his pack, a wolf could swallow mud if he had to. Meanwhile, Ween had shrunk back, terrified of the notoriously violent adventurer hiding behind Bell's back. Oh, more of you now? Are you here to play too, Tilda? That's the corrupted spirit. The creature's long, spine-like lower body twisted and writhed grotesquely as loomed above them, looking down with a mocking smile. Bell felt his skin crawl. A talking monster, not a Xenos, shouldn't exist. That fact alone was horrifying. To Bell, who had befriended the Xenos, this was deurant. It wasn't intelligentsia born of kindness, but evil that mimicked humanity. And yet it didn't seem entirely alien. He remembered the demi-spirits, the parasite spider, the half-human forms that had spoken words of hatred and sorrow. This one was their culmination, the ultimate corruption of those who had come before. The axe Asterius had entrusted to him grew heavy in his hands. Beside him, Hogni muttered from behind Bell's shoulder, his voice trembling. I never wanted to see that thing again. Bete, where's Heath? How the hell should I know? She got blasted who knows where. I didn't have a time to look. Heath's here but missing. Typical head-in, useless timing. Even as they kept their eyes fixed on the abomination above, Hogni couldn't help but groan in exasperation. Losing their top healer in a boss fight of this scale was a nightmare. But Bete couldn't be blamed. Searching for her could have cost them everything. If they'd wasted even a minute, they might have missed their only window before the end came. If you care for Heath, then slay that fallen spirit, Bell. Once it's gone, every chromatic monster here will vanish. You'll save not just Eyes, but the entire Shaft defense team as well. Right? That girl's like you, she's got autoheal. If she's not fighting, she'll hold out. Even if she's been parasitized by one of those spiders, that might actually keep her safe. They won't attack what they've already claimed. I don't know if that's comforting or horrifying. If she's been defiled, I'll personally embrace her until she forgets. I'll make sure every little stain seems trivial. Freya's utterly unfiltered voice through the oculus. Bell froze, sweat trailing down his neck, while Hogni slapped his hands over his eyes, his face burning red. Bete, meanwhile, looked seconds away from punching him just for existing. But Freya's tone wasn't meant to tease. She was trying to keep them focused, and her words implied something crucial. Heath was alive. That was all they needed to hear. Then come play, Bell tilde, Arya 2 tilde. The corrupted spirit spread her arms, her voice echoing through the chamber. The giant heart embedded in the farthest wall throbbed violently, shaking the entire space. Even if they didn't understand the name Arya, they knew what it meant. Eyes was inside that heart. Hold on, we're coming. There was no more time to waste. With Bell's shout, the heroes charged. The final battle began. The so-called dream party of the strongest heroes was anything but conventional, an absurd mix of adventurers, monsters, and misfits, yet they stood together to face the corrupted spirit. Loki used the rabbit. You gods are taking command. Now that's the kind of reckless delegation I like, heh. Bete was first to charge, his voice booming toward Bell, the only one holding an oculus. He'd already seen through the team's biggest flaw. Everyone was a frontliner. Coordination would be a nightmare. Rather than waste time trying to form battle lines with rival factions and monsters, he tossed tactical control to the divine observers. Even with a delay, having the gods' omniscient view was the better gamble. After all, their foe was something born of heaven itself. A little divine interference was fair play. So Loki and the others began remote controlling Bell, ordering him to start charging power. Ha. Hey, give me a weapon. You sure about that? You look like you're about to drop dead. Doesn't matter, I can't just sit here and do nothing. Fine. Longsword or scimitar, pick one. The big one. Behind Bite, Lid tossed a longsword to Tiona, readying the magic blade strap to his own back, the last surviving weapon from the Xeno's hidden village. I've had nothing but bad luck, my body barely moves anymore. Here, Fels's potion. Thanks. Hogni, whose only real ally here was Bel, looked miserable. Facing again the monster that had traumatized him before was the worst possible mental state. But Ween's innocent smile, pure, bright, impossible to refuse, left him no scape. Accepting the vial, he drank the special Fool's Mark potion in silence, wiped his mouth, and tossed the glass away. Then, gripping his beloved blade victim Abyss, he sprinted forward. Icicle Edge. The corrupted spirit answered instantly. 44 blue magic circles bloomed around her. In a single breath, she unleashed a storm of frozen blades that filled the entire ski. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I hate fighting this freak. The Xeno's warrior Lid shouted what everyone was thinking. Having fought countless chromatic monsters and demi-spirits, even he knew this was on a D-Urant level, an artillery battle beyond all reason. They couldn't advance. They couldn't even approach. One wrong move and they'd end up like Bite earlier, crushed before they reached her. This wasn't a fight against a person or an army or even a fortress. This was a fight against the world itself. No matter how many they were, her magic drowned them like an ocean of death. Their opening O Uinsiv was shattered immediately. Van Argand, break it open. I know already. He kicked O letter 1B0 the ground, his voice and fury exploding together. The torrent of ice shattered before him as his metal boots, Frostfurt, the same pair that had stunned Bel once before, ignited with power. The gems at Therkor absorbed the corrupted spirit's own flames from earlier, reproducing fatal mental force as he charged through. He turned her flame barrier into his weapon, fire meeting ice, chaos meeting chaos. And with that, the wolf tore a hole in the storm. Bite's reckless opening strike hadn't been reckless at all. It was calculated. He deliberately used the enemy's overwhelming magical output to set up a later advantage, turning raw destruction into a tactical stepping stone. As the corrupted spirit's eyes widened slightly, just enough to reveal irritation, Tsubaki Kalbrand's goddess, Hephaestus, clenched her fist in triumph through Oculus connection. Boy, kick things O letter 1B0 with a shot. Firebolt. At Loki's command, Bel released the spell he'd been charging for a full minute. A roaring surge of flame and lightning burst from his hand, slamming toward the skybound monstrosity. The corrupted spirit immediately canceled her next volley, twisting her long serpentine torso to evade the blast. A pure LV 6-tier output, amplified even further by Bel's full charge, shot through the enormous chamber, a torrent of incandescent energy reaching the farthest depths. And its target was clear, the gigantic heart that still pulsed, siphoning power from eyes. But what? It's blocked. 6 remnants of the spirits, the Samos Thracia guardians, moved in unison around the massive heart, projecting an enormous hexagonal barrier. The firebolt struck its honeycombed wall and dispersed into useless sparks. Of course it was. That's the corrupted spirit's absolute shield. Ugh, how annoying. While Bel stood in shock, the gods' voices remained steady. That shield, the strongest ribcage, was created to protect Ai's sealed heart. To rescue her, they'd have to pierce it first. Freya and Hestia calmly analyzed the situation, and Loki jumped back in. Forget that for now. Charge again, boy. All right. Bel obeyed immediately, focusing on recharging power. With his inexhaustible stamina and mana, Bel was the key to victory, theraplaceable anchor of the entire operation. Even against a being of this scale, the gods' omniscient vantage let them see a clear path forward. Move to the inner chamber. That giant heart at your back, use it as cover. Seizing the gap opened by Bite's breakthrough and Bel's attack, the Parta surged ahead. Following divine commands relayed through Bel, they slipped past the massive brain and the serpentine spine that connected it to the corrupted spirit's body, positioning themselves with the heart behind them. The corrupted spirit's eyes twitched. Even a monster this deranged won't risk hitting its own heart. Its attacks will be limited, said Baldur's voice, serene yet commanding. That divine insight, they had found a chink in the world-sized armor. Your enemy can summon magic circles anywhere in this space, but not all fearing gangles are viable now. You'll have more room to move, use it. Gods had once again guided their children out of certain death. Bel whispered in awe, they're incredible. The adventurers, the gods' voices, so rarely heard directly, were the greatest reassurance imaginable. The team's morale rose without anyone realizing it. Loki's command, they broke formation. Betet charged straight ahead, while others split upward and to the sides, some climbing along the living veins that stretched across the walls, others darting in to strike from the flanks. Kejaya! The corrupted spirit shrieked, its grotesque form trembling with rage. Magic circles bloomed across the air, the floor, even along the pulsating veins. Tentacles lashed out, bolts of lightning rained down from the brain above. It was as if the entire world had turned hostile. But they adapted. Betet's flaming kicks smashed the thunderbolts aside. Tiona and Hogni dodged with razor precision. Lid filled his lungs and roared, unleashing a searing gout of fire that incinerated the lunging tendrils in an instant. The storm of attacks continued, but for the first time, the heroes were fighting back against the nightmare itself. Hey, gods, the brain, the heart, or that spirit, which one do we hit first? The brain, if you want to mess with this dungeon's control system. The spirit, if you want to go for the one-shot kill, Hermes replied to Lid's question as he ran beside Belle. They'd love nothing more than to free Eyes from the great heart, but focusing too much on destroying the absolute shield would only get them attacked from behind. That left two options. The gods identified the brain, fused with the ceiling, as the dungeon's control center, while the spirit governed its consciousness and rational functions, and they could already tell that the latter held the key to victory. Then it's that spirit, no question. Breaking away from Belle, Lid surged forward. Betet, Tiona, and Hogni also charged from diurent directions. Ha! I'll never forgive you for what you did to Eyes. Tiona, still battered and far from peak condition, relied on her instincts as a battle-hardened Amazon and her level 6 agility to evade attacks. But the spirit, watching her climb one of the poolsing vessels, smiled wickedly. It raised one slender hand and curled its finger. Gah! Instantly, the root still inside Tiona's body tore through her side. She coughed blood, but her fierce eyes didn't waver. Before falling from the vessel, she snapped the root near its base and hurled it like a javelin. You damn monster, take this. The improvised projectile spun toward the corrupted spirit. It was an absurd attack, so unexpected that no magic defense could deploy in time. The creature barely managed to block with the four horns jutting from its head, but the impact rattled its skull and sent it reeling. That was when three figures struck at once. Die, drop dead. Seriously, just die already. Betet, Lid, and Hogni attacked the staggered spirit together, flames, curved blade, cursed sword. The spirit, ever fond of toying with its prey, suddenly sensed death's touch. It screamed. Distilled discharge? Ah, GHH hot. Yep, I still hate this thing. Its slick violet skin flared with a hideous light, and a surge of electricity exploded outward. Lightning enchantment, cast without words or motion. The blast sent Aurario's top-tier frontliners flying like rag dolls. Lid countered reflexively, swinging his thunder sword to neutralize the current ash, and the others fell back. The corrupted spirit crossed its arms to shield itself, and then glared with its third eye before firing a concentrated beam of death. Everyone! Clinging to a vessel, bleeding from her mouth, Tiona shouted. Ignoring the god's orders, Belle thrust his hand forward, ready to unleash a counterblast, but the sixth member of their party moved faster. Ween! Lid shouted, and the dragon girl sprang forward, her shadow racing like a bolt of light. Ween's black robe flared behind her as two draconic wings burst from her back, and she leapt between Lid's group and the beam of light. MMMNNNNNNN. Her small body spread those enormous wings wide, crossing them to form a true double-layered shield. Crackling light scorched the air, ZZZZZZT. But the reinforced wings held firm, deflecting the deadly ray. Betet and Hogni, finally regaining their footing on one of the poolsing vessels, stared in disbelief. That hurt so much. Nice one, Ween. But it hurts, Lid. The lizardman, wrapping his tail around the vessel for balance, shouted praise as Ween's nearly molten wing membranes glowed red-hot. Tears welled in her eyes as Lid caught her easily when she fell, sprinting away just as another wave of beams slammed down from above. Ween, incredible. Ween, you've really grown strong. Hestja's voice cracked with emotion. Belle and his goddess realized then why Lid had brought her along. The Vuiver race specialized in speed and defense to protect the red gem embedded in their foreheads. Lid and the other Xenos had trained Ween to hone those strengths even further. Her Yuans might have been the weakest of the group, but as a mobile wall, a defensive striker, she was proving invaluable. Even in this nightmarish battle against the corrupted spirit, she was helping to turn the tide. The corrupted spirit no longer smiled. Until now, she had looked down on these adventurers. The monster who had claimed Eyes as her treasure and annihilated the expedition had finally been forced to acknowledge it. That even without the Jade Elf, the small hero, the unyielding dwarf, or Aish herself, these adventurers were capable of killing her. Whether it was reason or instinct, the corrupted spirit stopped playing and began fighting in earnest. Wind! GHH? For the first time, she invoked the element of wind, a power she was still developing as she absorbed Eyes' magic, yet even now it was a formidable trump card. The gust tore through the chamber, blasting Hogni and the others who had tried to slip close right o letter 1B0 their feet. The veins threading the air snapped one after another, spewing turquoise light-hand thick viscous blood. Then came more enemies, headless spirit husks, the remnants of Samos Thracia. More trash mobs. Gods damn it, this is ridiculous. Damn it. The howling storm and the onslaught from the spirit husks battered them mercilessly. Lid's group darted for cover wherever they could find it, but even Ween's wings could only block so much. The gods grimaced. The battle had turned sharply against them. The dungeon itself was bearing down to crush them. As the ruler of this entire floor, the corrupted spirit could even command Theinverment as a weapon. Lid swore, hurling his broken magic sword in frustration, but it never reached her. The spirit's whirling wind barrier repelled the strike and shattered the blade to fragments. Damn it, this is brutal. Without a mage, this is just impossible. The lack of a rear guard really hurts. Still, they're fighting well under the circumstances. Loki and Hephaestus both cursed over the link. Ordinarily, a floor boss fight relied on a clear formation, frontliners holding the line while the rear launched Spellfear. But Belle's patchwork team had no such luxury. No mage, no healer, no Boo Ewer. Under normal conditions, any adventurer would have fled barefoot from such a hopeless battle. But this group had no intention of retreating. Even the gods, gamers peering down from their celestial vantage, found themselves locked into a desperate match. No matter how many hundreds of moves ahead they could see on the board, the current battle was a rock-paper-scissors fight where their party held only one card. A final boss encounter with no save points, no reloads, a perfect storm off restrictions. Loki ground her teeth. If only their rear guard, Lephia, were here, their chances would be far greater. Yet the only reason Belle's group hadn't already been wiped out was due in no small part to the gods' quick thinking and tactical coordination. Even for omniscient deities, a lack of raw power was a hurdle they couldn't simply will away. Chance for a miracle from a mage. That means. But despair was foreign to these gods gathered before the underground altar. There's only one play left, the hero's strike. Their trump card remained. As Freya spoke, Hestia carried her words forward. And as Belle darted through Thekios, hiding and moving from one collapsing vein to another, frustrated that He couldn't join the front line, he silently counted down in his heart. 30 seconds until full charge. White light and flame gathered around the massive double-edged axe resting on High's left shoulder, the Labries, dual charge. The hero's strike awaited its moment to fire. That sound, I hate it, the corrupted spirit hissed. Even in her wrath, she noticed the resonant toll of the grand bell, her Makarigon, her focus now on the white light that could truly kill her. Thunder Ray, a wordless incantation. Her hand thrust forward, launching a storm-forged spear of lightning, a thunderous beam roaring across the vast chamber. She smirked. The white light still wasn't strong enough to kill her, and the boy's axe wasn't even raised to counter. The annoying Belle would fall silent here, so she believed. Now, Belle, fire the other's voice rang out, and from behind the Labries. The other white light flared to life. The corrupted spirit froze. Belle had kept the axe forward, his right arm hidden behind it, masking his second charge. He thrust out his right hand, unleashing the secret he had been saving. An evolved form of his skill, Argonaut, now allowed for 2 simultaneous charge points. The second comedy, Dear Argonaut. He had learned it through sheer experience, inspired by one person, Lephia's twin cannon technique. If I could do that. With Argonaut, the thought had lingered since their battle on the 51st floor. Through Constantrials, Belle had pushed himself as an adventurer, refining his skill beyond its limits. And now, under these extreme conditions, that possibility had become reality. Without hesitation, he fired. Firebolt. The blazing thunderclap tore through the storm itself. Both the lightning spear and the raging wind were swallowed in a single, massive surge of flame. Jaya! The corrupted spirit screamed as her arm, once raised to strike, was engulfed and annihilated. The fully charged blast had pierced her storm, ripping a hole through her fusion off Oyuance and defense. Clutching her burning shoulder, the corrupted spirit reeled, panic breaking through her arrogance. Her confusion bled into magic, and her magic turned wild. The storm went berserk, shredding everything in its path, friend and foe alike. Holy crap. Run. Tiona's hand was yanked forward by Ween, pulling her away from the raging tempest. The storm was so violent it even tore apart the summoned remains of the lesser spirits, the Samos Thracia. The great heart, still absorbing magic, groaned in agony as its light flickered erratically. The corrupted spirit herself screamed in pain, thrashing wildly. It hurts. It hurts. When the storm finally began to weaken, the corrupted spirit, hair in disarray, eyes burning, was still trembling with confusion. The ringing of the grand bell hadn't stopped. The twin sources of light, the white blaze and the Labries bound to the Minotaur's power, still targeted her. Realizing that fact, the corrupted spirit's eyes went wide. She looked around frantically. Where? Directly beneath her. 5 minutes. Full power. Maximum charge. Bell stood below, right in the calm eye of the storm he had predicted, the Anla place untouched by the raging winds. Above him loomed the bewildered corrupted spirit and the pulsating brain that controlled the dungeon. Now, Bell. He heard the call of the gods through the crystal feed. It was a move he had barely mastered, raw and unrefined, but the potential was unquestionable. A strike fit for a true knight. A blow to sever hills, to cleave castles, to slay dragons. Residual flame, a vortex of fire and holy light spiraled around the Labries. Bell gripped it in both hands and let out a roar. Argonaut of the sacred flame, Argo Vesta. A brilliant slash streaked upward, both blade and flame, both light and fury. The flying strike of white fire obliterated everything in its path. Bathed in searing brilliance, the corrupted spirit and the brain were consumed in the radiant inferno. Every defense shattered. Every fragment burned to nothing. The synergistic explosion of spell and skill, the residual flame, ripped through the corrupted spirit, slamming into the cavern's ceiling of the netherworld itself. A thunderous impact followed, shaking the entire floor from top to bottom. Bete and the others struggled to keep their footing while Ween landed beside Lid with a soft thud. He did it. When the tremors faded, both the monstrous spirit and the writhing brain were gone from sight. Looking upward, Ween's eyes sparkled. She raised both arms, jumping with joy. Bell, you did it. You're amazing, Bell, the Xenos cried out in triumph. From Bell's exhausted body rose smoke laced with faint embers, the afterimage of his fiery strike. The Labries' twin blades had disintegrated from the force. Antai's body, drained of strength and mind, was now held together only by the rapid pulse of his autoheal. Ween and the others started to run toward him, but then one step after another their footsteps slowed and finally stopped. Bell, the boy stared at a single point, his profile still tense. The heart is still beating, eyes was still trapped. Ween and the others followed his gaze to the huge, great heart lodged at the far end of the chamber. Just as Bell had said, the mass of flesh-holding eyes throbbed, thump, thump, circulating magic like blood through the abyss. Around it, 6 spirit remnants, the Samos Thracia, hovered motionless like wardens. The monsters aren't gone either. Isn't the dungeon supposed to return to normal once the corrupted spirit is gone? No way. Bete kept his brow hard. Tiona cried out, and Hogni, eyes rimmed with tears, couldn't he lower his guard? None of them relaxed their weapons. This floor, the 60th, had originally been the Glacier Domain, a frozen labyrinth of ice sheets and glacial lakes. But after the corrupted spirit rooted itself here, the place had been twisted into this demonic landscape over at least 15 years. The fleshy maze that now resembled the inside of a monster was the corrupted spirit doing. If the corrupted spirit and the brain that acted as dungeon escort were truly gone, logic and the gods' council said the colorful monsters and the rest of the tentacles should begin to wither and collapse. Lid and Ween, slow to grasp the shift, swallowed hard. Yet the great heart still pulsed ominously. Blue light, the magic of wind, ran along the web of capillary-like tubes, bathing the adventurers. The Samos Thracia stood silent, looking down. Through their crystal feeds, the gods were peculiarly quiet. Hestia's breath, when it came, sounded bitter to Bell. A chuckle slipped out, small and careless. Time in the real world stretched only a moment. Bell exchanged a glance with Bete and intending to rush forward and pull eyes from the great heart, Before anything else could happen, he took a step, but the chuckle pinned him like aspicimon. The adventurer's alertness spiked. The Xeno's gazes flicked to all corners of the vast chamber. Fu-fu, ah, gyuhai-hai. The laughter grew, the sound filled the space. No, the space itself seemed to sneer, but S. Wolf ears pricked first at the abnormal premonition. He craned his head up, eyes wide. What the? The ceiling! There's something up there. Tiona and Hogni saw it too. Belle and the others saw it. Where the ceiling had withstood Belle's blow, chunks of flesh and membrane were peeling away like broken eggshell, revealing something malign hidden behind. Belle's time stopped. It didn't reach. Low-key, the omniscient gods had seen it. They had noticed the malice hiding in the ceiling. They had planned to exploit that blind spot for the perfect surprise. Let their chosen hero strike with everything he had, and in one falling blow, take out the corrupted spirit, the brain, and the heart together. That had been the plan. It was once again a matter of sheer power. Even Belle's strongest technique, the afterglow, hadn't been enough. The corrupted spirit's durability exceeded even that of the hero's strike. A simple equation. The world dungeon itself, strengthened by the wind it drained from eyes, had been tougher than his ultimate blow. Chunks of flesh peeled from the ceiling and fell like rubble around Lid and Theoders, but none of them moved. Their eyes were fixed on the thing that was beginning to emerge. Hey, jihihihi, the corrupted spirit had learned. In the first battle, she had annihilated the low-key familia, yet many had escaped. That survival was proof of the first-class adventurer's latent power, their brilliance as unknowns. Though she had stolen away the girl eyes, their counterattack had been fierce, holy, and relentless, and she had nearly been cornered. So this time, fearing that something similar might happen again, the corrupted spirit took precautions. She would make use of her sacrifice, eyes not only to drain her magic, but to dig up her memories, to consume her to the marrow, to probe the depths of her being. And there, she found it. She prepared it. What she created after pouring in immense time and resources was the Black Maiden, and now what she was unsealing was the abominable one. It was the being eyes feared most, the strongest thing she had ever seen. Inside the great heart, which continued to drain her power, the girl's Mu-Ulid scream turned into a convulsion of light and pulse. And then, without mercy, the moment came. Belle met its gaze, the massive left eye. The flesh peeled away in slabs. The immense body within came into view, slender neck and limbs, but a head far too large, its black scales shining with anotherworldly darkness. There was no right eye. When the ceiling's final layer of flesh dropped away and the vast form was revealed, one of the girls whispered, "A dragon." It was like an ancient fossil, buried in violet flesh. Its long limbs and tail curled inward, its overdeveloped head hunched, its posture eerily fetal. But its sheer size, its grotesque immensity, defied any notion of infancy. From it flowed a black, mist-like chemiasma. Ween trembled uncontrollably. Lid stepped back in horror. The adventurers could only stare. The Xenos, more than anyone, recognized what stood before them, the king of monsters. A low, earth-shaking rumble rolled through the chamber, as if the land itself groaned. Belle's body tensed, and realization dawned. That sound he had been hearing ever since they entered this floor, the deep, distant gwoo-woo, it wasn't the howl of wind. It was a howl. The corrupted spirit had been hiding the dragon's cry. The graveyard of dragons, the journey through the womb. All the clues he had felt along the way connected into one single truth. Everything had been leading to this weeping dragon. And through the crystal, the gods spoke its name, whispering the truth of what they now saw. The black dragon. The roar that followed was not merely a sound. It was destruction given form. Air shattered. Space itself seemed to convulse. The black gale released by the spirit dragon tore through the vast chamber, ripping the very flesh of the dungeon as if it were paper. The gods watching through the crystal could no longer speak. Even divine senses blurred before that overwhelming force, one born not from hatred nor hunger, but from the natural right of something that stood at the top of all existence. The black spirit dragon descended, its body coiling like a storm-given flesh. Each breath distorted the world. The remains of walls, veins, and even light were sucked toward it, drawn into that abyssal vortex surrounding its form. Belle and the others were no longer fighting within the dungeon. They were standing inside the dragon's dominion. A single beat of its massive wings split the ground. The next drew all air away, crushing lungs and will alike. And yet, through the crushing weight, through the hurricane of death, Belle's hoarse voice reached upward, raw and unrelenting. Give her back, give Eyes back. The dragon's single left eye shifted. For the briefest instant, something ancient and hateful, and perhaps faintly sorrowful, looked down on the boy. Then the world roared again, a roar that proclaimed the end of all things. The magic drawn directly from the heart surged upward, and the spirit dragon's entire body began to shimmer with a massive enchantment. The air froze. Even seasoned adventurers felt their breath stop, an instinctive response to absolute power. Eyes magic. Tiona's whisper was drowned in the screaming wind. From the flesh ceiling came the grotesque sound of birthing. Dozens of spirithusks, Samos Thracia, fell like shed scales, floating around the spirit dragon before twisting, thinning, and sharpening into spiraling lances of wind. They took form like spears of pure malice, reverent to tragedy itself. The spirit dragon lowered its gaze, and those countless lances trembled with killing intent. Then, Tempest Lil Rafaga. Only one phrase, a single incantation resonating from deep within the dragon's chest. The same attack once sung by the Sword Princess, now unleashed through the voice of a corrupted god. Dozens, no, hundreds of wind spears ignited in violent motion. The storm of Lil Rafaga descended, consuming the adventurers whole. There were no screams this time. Not even the gods heard any. Sound itself was devoured by the roaring gale. Penetration, shredding, crushing. Wind brought everything, every living thing, every hope to an end. When the shaking stopped and the last echoes of the tempest faded, what remained on the ground were broken bodies, shattered limbs, red-stained rags that had once been heroes and monsters alike. The only rhythm left in that world was the throbbing pulse of the great heart, beating in time with the silence. And then the spirit dragon began to change. Gi-hi-hi. Gi-hi-hi-hi. Ah-hi-hi-hi-hi-hi-ha-ha. From the dragon's ruined right eye, a blossom of flesh unfurled. From that obscene bloom emerged the upper body of the corrupted spirit. Human arms, a twisted torso, and a triple-eyed face. The soulless dragon was its vessel, its body. And now, the queen of the underworld, mad with delight and intoxicated by her own creation, laughed. Laughed endlessly until the sound itself drowned the world. Belle, Belle, can you hear me? Please answer me. Hestia's voice cracked as she shouted into the crystal clutched in her trembling hands. There was no reply, only static. The image of the battlefield, once clear, Wasno a blur of red haze and flickering light, the distorted landscape of flesh Andruin stretching endlessly across the view. Still she called out, hoarse and desperate, refusing to stop even as her voice broke. Around her, the gods in the underground sanctum stood in grim silence. Their eyes were fixed on the last, faintly visible image from the crystal, the colossal form of the spirit dragon. I had a bad feeling, Loki muttered, her expression tight. But to think that the corrupted spirit's trump card would be a mock black dragon, even as air rehearsal for the world's end, that's just cruel. Loki, Hermes asked quietly, his usual levity gone, the brim of his hat shadowing his face. That dragon came from Eyes' memories, didn't it? Balder turned toward her as well, the same question in his gaze. Hephaestus and the others followed, the weight of realization pressing on Themal. The red-haired goddess exhaled slowly. Yeah, that rotten spirit dug deep into Eyes' memories, right down to the bottom. Found whatever scared her most and made it real just to throw at Thekids. Black Maiden had been the pinnacle symbol of wind. The black dragon, the embodiment of power and terror sleeping in the girl's soul. The corrupted spirit had found it, chewing through Eyes, body, and mind until it uncovered that buried image and gave it form. It's not the real black dragon, Uranus said, voice low and even. The shape is wrong. It's only an imitation, a reflection of what the Sword Princess remembers as the ultimate being, a manifestation of her rage, her fear, her despair. The spirit dragon still shrouded itself in a faint, black miasma. Its edge swavered and blurred, as if it were made of shadow and memory rather than flesh. Hestia tore her gaze from the silent crystal, her eyes burning with helpless anger. Then how does Eyes Wallen whatever even know about the black dragon? That thing's supposed to have appeared only in the ancient age and been sealed in the dragon's valley ever since. How could that child have ever seen such a monster? Her voice rose until it broke, trembling with fury and disbelief. But none of the gods answered. Not Uranus, not Loki, not a single one. The silence that followed was unbearable. Hestia pressed the crystal against her chest, her eyes squeezed shut as though in prayer. Belle, she whispered, her voice trembling. Please be alive. Ghag, he thought he heard her voice. He felt tears, warm, divine tears that weren't his own. And so, drenched in blood, Bel forced himself upright. The undying flame that existed only within this accursed underworld flared to life again, sealing mortal wounds in an instant. Every torn muscle, every broken bone, every shredded vein, it all knit together as if refusing to let him die. He was the only one left moving. Everyone else was silent, broken, unconscious, or worse. He tried to rise fully. His body didn't obey. Bel glanced down and froze. His breath stopped. Below his knees, there was nothing. His left leg was gone entirely from the knee down. Half of his right calf gone. He could see them a few meters away, lying on the ground like discarded doll parts. It was absurd. Too absurd. For a moment, even the pain felt like someone else's problem. He simply stared hollow-eyed as laughter echoed from above. Ahia! Gah! Before he could react, tendrils shot out from the pulsating veins overhead, wrapping around his arms. They hoisted him upward like a rag doll, ignoring the crunch of his dislocated shoulders. Suspended midair, 10 meters below the writhing flesh that formed the ceiling, Bel found himself face to face with her, the corrupted spirit. Ah, amazing, no matter how many times I break you, you go right back. Ghh. Why, why? Ghh. Wee. Ag. Her shrieking laughter blended with Bel's screams. Over and over, the tendrils lashed out, ribs shattered. Organs ruptured. One arm was torn free. Chunks of flesh and skin peeled from his face. His neck snapped, then reset with a horrible pop. And yet he didn't die. Even at his limit, the pseudo-level 6 body refused to allow it. Fatal shock, loss of blood, collapse, none of it came. His body regenerated faster than he could bleed out. Every time his heart should have stopped. That infernal light reignited, forcing him back to consciousness. The corrupted spirit was fascinated. Like a child taking apart a toy to see how it worked, she delighted in breaking and remaking him. She didn't understand that the cause, this miracle of survival, was her own doing. The charm-laced miasma filling the air had triggered Bel's skill, Venati's Tavere, the anti-charm flame resistance that now burned endlessly inside him, fueling his auto-heal. Had she realized that, perhaps she would have stopped. Had she understood she was the reason for his unending revival, maybe she would have killed him quickly. That ignorance was Bel's only mercy, but mercy it was not. The pain exceeded what any human life could hold. Every nerve screamed. Every signal in his brain overflowed until even agonite became meaningless static. Ghg, ooh. Ahaha, you're just like us, aren't you? His body, barely human anymore, hung limp. 2 limbs gone, one twisted beyond use. Only his right arm still moved. And yet the flame didn't die. His body, recognized by Heath as that of a true warrior, and Einherjar still glowed with faint firelight. The corrupted spirit leaned close, her 3 eyes narrowing in delighted curiosity. If I eat you too, will I see the sky? Ah, will there be a paradise under the pretty blue sky? Gh. Our kingdom, I love your eyes too. Her words were gibberish, nonsensical, almost childlike. But in that madness, twisted by pain, by longing, by corruption, she whispered of her dream. A sky she could never reach. A paradise built atop a mountain of blood. And Bel, bleeding, broken, still heard her voice tremble with something that sounded almost human. Bel's hollow crimson eyes bled tears of blood. His jaw trembled as he slowly raised his head, staring up at the abomination before him, the monster that had once been a spirit. One of the writhing tendrils peeled away from the wall of flesh with a wet, tearing noise. It opened like a grotesque flower, revealing a gaping maw lined with uneven fangs. The corrupted spirit, no longer content with turning monsters into her minions, no longer seeking to assimilate others into her body, simply smiled with Thanosence of a cruel child. Her blood-clouded eyes gleamed with fascination as she prepared to send the flame-born jewel, the living ember that was Bel, down a deurient throat from the one that had devoured eyes. But a tendril lunged for him, only to be struck aside, by a single arm, a right hand wreathed in burning lightning. Yo, you. Bel ripped the fleshy spike that pinned his arm through the wall and thrust his trembling hand forward. A flash erupted, firebolt. The tentacle exploded into a rain of seared gore. The spirit tilted her head, lips curling upward. What was that? Her smile remained until she saw the light kindling again in Bel's dying eyes. He forced out the words, hoarse but unbroken. Spirit, kingdom sphere, the corrupted spirit froze. Her grin shattered like a cracked mask. For the first time there was only silence. That single name, just a man's name, carried the weight of an age long buried, a hero of the ancient era, and with it, Belle had struck the truth of the monster's forgotten identity. "You'll never become her," Belle roared, his voice breaking through blood and flame. "You'll never again be the spirit that served King Sphere." His throat, rebuilt by the sacred flame, roared with fury. All emotion, anger, grief, despair, love, had long since burned away. Only his conviction remained, blazing against the creature that had lost everything but hunger and hate. Somewhere in that chaos, his memory flashed. "I wonder who that spirit once belonged to," he'd said to Lefia, only hours earlier after saving Tiona. "In the old days," she'd answered, "spirits lived and died beside their heroes. Then if this one has survived since the ancient era, who was she? What kind of hero stood next to her?" He hadn't been able to stop wondering. Even when Lefia warned him not to pity such evil, not to hesitate, Belle couldn't help thinking about it. Now, as he listened to the corrupted spirit's deranged laughter, he recognized fragments, flickers of what she once was. Those shattered words, those broken dreams of a sky and a paradise, were the remnants of a vow. And with those fragments, he reached the answer he was never meant to find. He, who had only ever read his grandfather's heroic tales, somehow felt as if he had lived them, every meeting, every joy, every promise, every tragedy. And so he understood. "Matter how many of us you devour, you'll never rebuild the spirit kingdom," he shouted. "You'll never create that paradise you promised your hero." His cry reached even the gods through the cracking crystal link. Hestia and Uranus both closed their eyes. The old god had known the truth all along. He had seen who the corrupted Spiritance was, but he'd kept it secret, because there was no salvation left for her, because to reveal her name now would only deepen the tragedy. Because even a god could only pity what had once been a spirit, and was know-nothing but corruption. The goddess of beauty, Freya, thought back to her meeting with the boy. That night on the Bridge of Heroes, when she had visited in the form of her daughter, Sur. Among the statues of heroes, the Wolf King's descendant Saruman, the Amazon Queen Iverda, the undying Lord Garzinov, the Spear of Dominion Seed, and the Spirit King Sphere, he too stood among them, regardless of the years that separated their deaths. And there another Sur, the one with ash-colored hair, pressed her right hand over her eye as she looked up at that statue. The Master of Spirits, surrounded by many maidens. Which one of those spirits had fallen into monstrosity, Horn could not tell. But bound still by the faint remnants of the secret art von Asith, a link between goddess and daughter of the gods, she came alone that night to the Bridge of Heroes. Kneeling before the statue, she clasped her hands. Though her faith belonged to the exalted goddess alone, in that moment she prayed not for the gods, but for a foolish boy, for the one who would dare to reach out to the hero's spirit. Then give her back, give eyes back. Belle's roar echoed through the depths of the demonic realm. Consciousness returned to Tiona and the others as they looked up in shock and saw the spirit convulsing, her tongue twitching. Every one of her eyes was wide open, save for the monstrous third eye on her forehead. Joy, mockery, composure, all of it vanished. The flesh of her cheeks twitched, her body trembled, quietly at first, but unmistakably, as if some storm of emotion she couldn't understand tore through her. She didn't understand what the lump of flesh before her was saying. And yet, why did her body ache as though bitten by a dragon's fangs? Bloodshot eyes widened, and the corrupted spirit, driven by uncontrollable rage, let out a piercing, inhuman shriek. "Disappear! Gah!" The tendrils came crashing down, shattering bone. "Disappear, disappear, disappear. Vanish, 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 vanish." She beat him again and again with countless tendrils, smashing the hated lump off flesh to pieces. Her 10 fingers dug into her own skull until her skin tore and blood poured out. Her long hair whipped wildly as she screamed, "Disgusting. Disgusting, disgusting, disgusting." She struck harder and harder until the veins holding her up snapped, dropping the lump of flesh to the ground. Mind lost, she hurled more tendrils. The bloodied mass on the floor raised a trembling right hand and answered with flame. She had to erase it. That stain on the floor, she had to burn it away before it could breathe again. "Come, O flame." A massive magic circle unfolded above her head. "Burn bright, burn bright, burn bright. Burn the skis, burn the earth. Burn the springs, the mountains, and the lives that dwell upon them. As the price for the time and life of the hero I once loved." She was shaken. She was unraveling. For a spirit, there was no need to chant aloud. Yet she forced the spell in Toxistence, her fragmented incantation binding together into a brute force invocation, a manifestation of her chaos. The magic circle, overloaded with excessive power, blazed so intensely that Even the adventurers, barely able to move, could only grimace, thrashing in vain as the storm of madness outpaced their desperate struggle. Firestorm! A sea of crimson flames engulfed everything in sight, devouring the world itself. And in the very same instant, Varian Hilder. The lightning flash tore across the chamber, piercing the magic circle just as it was about to vomit forth its infernal blaze. In the next instant, the uncontrolled surge of mana backfired in a violent explosion. Pseudo-mana burst, Ignis Fatuus, erupted point-blank, engulfing the spirit in flames. Both the corrupted spirit, writhing in agony, and the adventurers, frozen in shock, turned their eyes toward the source of the lightning. There, standing amid the carnage, his black and white battle robes tattered, his golden hair gleaming even through the grime, was the White Elf. Left hand extended, his presence radiated quiet authority. Master. Hedin? The cry came from the bloodied bell and from Hogni as he forced himself upright. Shaking the filth from his immaculate hair, Hedin Selland gave a short, disdainful snort. Get up. Now, you wretches. His command, one that allowed no argument, a golden magic circlet spread outward, distinct from the earlier thunder's glow. From this moment, this ground shall be Folkvanger, the field of battle. You will fight eternally until that abomination is destroyed. A radiant field unfolded, enveloping Bel, Hogni, Tiona, Bete, Ween, and Lid, every wounded fighter within its reach. And then the elf began to sing. Name is gold, the right arm of the undying goddess, burned thrice, pierced for eternity. From the inferno of spears, the brilliance of light is born, and death itself is slain. Entire cavern blazed with golden light, bright enough to illuminate even the distant spirit dragon that loomed at the center. Rejoice, 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 I am gold reborn. Beneath this resurrected light, let endless strife, was nothing less than the violence of healing, a power reserved only for the Golden Witch, Zio Gulveg. Even the corrupted spirit froze in disbelief as the golden radiance poured forth, restoring not only the adventurers' wounds but those of the Xenos as well. Wounds, they're gone. This is insane. Lid and Ween shouted in amazement. Bete and Tiona stared down at their mended bodies in stunned silence. Hogni simply let out a long, relieved sigh, the kind that comes only from those who have brushed shoulders with death. Watching them all, Heath, her white pinafore and red nurse's dress fluttering ass, swung her long sta letter 1B0 with a tired who letter 1B0, groaned dramatically. You guys took way too long. If you'd shown up sooner, I wouldn't have had to be rescued by the last person I wanted help from, Lord Hedin himself. She stepped out from behind him, giving the handsome elf a pointed glare and a deliberately drawn-out complaint. But don't worry, everyone, she added, her lips quirking into a grin. That sadist isn't the only one who came running. Sooner had she said it than another flash of golden light and a gust of wind burst into the chamber. Achide no Kazuchi dance, luminous wind. Gah! Beams of radiance enveloped Bete, Tiona, Hogni, Lid, and Ween in succession, level boosts surging through their bodies. At the same time, a massive sphere of windlight struck the regenerating corrupted spirit, halting its recovery. Through the golden particles descended Isfi carrying Haruheim, while from above, Ryu leapt down from a departing flying dragon and Groz, the stone drake, soared into the fray beside them. The reinforcements had arrived. Haruheim, elf boy, you made it in time. Groz, you actually came, huh? Like hell I'd leave the dragon girl and that bull-headed brute behind. Take it your final weapon. Ween's face lit up as she waved both hands toward Haruheim, carried through air in Isfi's arms. From the ground, Hestja's voice trembled with excitement at the sight of Thegreen cloak fluttering around Ryu as she descended, while Groz barked Ruffa Yukshin at Lid, whose amber eyes glistened with emotion, and dropped a spare longsword down to his lizardman comrade. It was the map Hermes' team had been compiling that made this possible. Using the reconnaissance data Bel's vanguard had left behind, Hedin's rearguard had been guided through the labyrinth's deepest reaches at top speed, arriving just in time for the final battle. Their gamble to push ahead had not been in vain. Boy, Raoul's regrouped with Finn's unit. Alan and the four brothers, even Freya's children, they're all safe. We've got this handled. Loki, focus on the enemy in front of you. Team up with Hedin and the others. Save eyes. Loki's shout crackled through the cracked oculus crystal, Hestja's gasp faintly audible behind her. The words came fast, one after another, meant to steal their spirits and keep them moving forward. Hedin's group was the only one here. Everyone understood why in an instant. For Bite and Tiona, the lingering shadow that had haunted the edges of Thermines at last lifted. Their comrades, Finn and the others, were alive. That was all they needed. Now nothing remained but to fight. The reunited front line, the long-awaited reinforcements, needed no rallying cry. With a shared nod, they rose to their feet, strength surging, divine light blazing through their bodies. Every pair of eyes, adventurer and Xenos alike, fixed upon the corrupted spirit and the monstrous spirit dragon it had birthed. From the temple below, Hestja drew in a breath, and in Loki's stead sounded Thegong. Round 2. The final battle began anew. At the goddess's declaration, every adventurer surged forward at once. Astria record. As Bate, Hogni, and the others leapt onto the vast, pulsing veins that spider-webbed across the chamber, charging toward the hovering spirit dragon, Ryu alone began to chant. A sanctified domain unfolded, and the song of her lineage took form. Bathed in starlight, the shining elf advanced, while the corrupted spirit, still reeling from Bel's words, shrieked in frustration. Begone! In every direction, above, below, and all around, hundreds of magic circles appeared in a storm of light. It was the world-ending bombardment only the mistress of this corrupted realm could unleash. Even Isfi, who had been keeping low in flight just at the edge of Haruheim support range, yelped in horror. Every single one of them was inside the blast radius. Even Heath winced at the sheer absurdity of it. An instant death sentence, a storm of annihilation. But Kalis Hilder. This battlefield had something else now. Aurario's strongest magic star letter 1B0 had entered the fray. The corrupted spirit froze. Across the chamber, 99 magic circles flared to life, only to be met by 99 bolts of lightning. An equal number of thunderous shots pierced each magic circle with surgical precision, shattering them before they could fire. Just like before, the ruptured spell formations triggered a chain of magical detonations, 99 flashes of light erupting one after another, swallowing the air in blinding explosions. The corrupted spirit threw up her arms to shield her face, her expression frozen in shock. How many times do you think I've watched you botch the same crude spellcraft? I will not permit such pathetic sorcery. Within 3 seconds of visual contact, from a fixed rear position with full view of the battlefield, every magic circle was obliterated in flawless sequence by inhumanly precise lightning fire. A feat only possible through the perfect combination of spellcraft mastery, instantaneous judgment, and godlike precision. The spell known as Kalis Hilder, the legion of 1,000 lightning soldiers, proved itself a direct counter to the enemy's so-called spirit magic. One man alone could completely shut down the corrupted spirit's artillery barrage. Even those who'd barely survived, Lyd and the others, felt a chill run through their bodies at how overwhelming Hedin's support truly was. Boasting the longest range and greatest mind power in all Aurario, the High Elf's performance hadn't diminished in the slightest, even in this final apocalyptic battle. With composed grace, he simply adjusted his glasses. I'll cover you, and stall for time while you set up your little tactics. His coral-red eyes turned toward the field of starlight still gleaming ahead, Ryu's astral domain. Taking advantage of the corrupted spirit's momentary shock at Hedin suppression fire, Ryu called out the name of a saint she revered. Ilavute. From Astria record, she invoked the magic once wielded by the mage Rayana Lyotts, the magic flame. The white-haired elf swept her short wand, her figure haloed by the vision of her senior comrade from the Astria Familia. A storm of blazing firebombs cascaded upward, raining down on the corrupted spirit, the hovering spirit dragon, and across the entire cavern. Kato letter 1B0 guard, even the spirit dragon, whose scales could normally repel all attacks, was forced to take the hit head-on. The corrupted spirit immediately sensed it, an anomaly. Where the magic flames had struck, faint stigma burns appeared across the dragon's body, leeching away its power. Rayana's flames discipline the wicked. The spirit's magic power is dropping. Rayana Lyotts, of the Astria Familia, hailed from the magical nation of Altina. Once exiled and branded a rogue sorceress, her magic had been born from despair at her homeland, and the resolve to admonish its reckless lust forpor. Her flames were a manifestation of that will, the magic flame of restraint, a power that weakens magic itself. Realizing that the enemy's true form was the very world of this floor itself, Ryu engraved stigmata of flame across the entire great chamber. She briefly relayed the ukes of her magic to the rest of the party, the power her comrades had lent her still flowing through her, and then raised her Alv's Eostisha, stepping boldly to the front lines. An attack spell that also carried a Debu letter 1B0 uked, a downgrade enchantment, was the last thing anyone expected. As the adventurers silently applauded her within their hearts, even the gods in the underground sanctuary, save for Uranus, burst into cheer. "Nice," they cried in unison. Even the secret fan of the Gale Elf, the goddess Freya herself, praised her action. With Haruheim's overwhelming level-boosting Bu letter 1B0 and now Ryu's unexpected power-reducing Debu letter 1B0 combined, the party's hand was complete. Together with the unmatched rearguard Hedin and the infinite healer Heath, the conditions for the final battle, the last boss fight, had finally come together. The gods, Theplayers in this grand game, could feel their blood stirring with excitement. "Not sure if you can hear me down there, Boot. Hit him with a wave attack," Loki's voice shouted through the crackling crystal oculus. Whether the message reached or not, the adventurers and Xenos heard the call and charged toward the spirit dragon. Hogni and Lid launched simultaneous assaults from multiple directions. "Ruer. Wah," the spirit dragon answered with a single roar. "Uer. I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. Guh, the roar alone has this much power. Unbelievable." The shockwave of wind sent Bete and the others flying faster than arrows. Even far from the dragon, Haruheim screamed, ears folded against the gust, as Isfil lost control mid-flight and nearly crashed. Behind them, Ryu barely managed to withstand the blow, though her cape and shoulder were sliced open, blood spilled from her lips as she trembled from the shock. At the very rear, Hedin alone evaded cleanly, but everyone at the front wassoveran by the sheer might of the wind. And then, field of battle, Folkvanger. A golden magic circle flared beneath them once more, light bursting upward. The fallen Hogni and others stood up completely unscathed, as if none of Theringeries had ever existed, like immortal warriors rising from death itself. "I'll heal you as many times as it takes, so please take care of that creepy spirit, and this disgusting dungeon while you're at it." Heath's absurdly wide-range healing magic was as broken a power as Haruheim's. Whether it was a faction war, a floor boss fight, or even this battle against the world itself, her recovery magic was unstoppable. Like a witch bestowing an eternal curse of life, she spun her long sta letter 1B0, radiating golden light. The corrupted spirit, its face twisting in disgust, slashed one arm horizontally in fury. Instantly, from far across the chamber, beneath Heath's very feet, fleshite tentacles shot upward. "Wah, don't just stand there." Whoa. A spear-like tentacle was about to impale her when a shadow swooped down from above Groz, the stone dragon, snatching her away just in time. He clamped his claws around her shoulders and lifted her skyward, carrying her up toward the air alongside Isfi and Haruheim. "There's no safe zone anywhere here. Still, good job, Gargoyle. Just keep guarding your favorite healer. Wait, ow, ow, ow. Your claws are digging into my shoulders. Endure it for now." While the noisy rearguard shouted and scrambled in the background, three figures kept running without stopping. Tiona, Ween, and Belle. "Cough, hack, Argonaut." Belle, Tiona coughed up blood, the roots still buried inside her body even Heath-Shieling couldn't remove. She laid the boy she had been carrying down on the fleshy ground. Ween, who had managed to retrieve Belle's severed legs from the hellish battlefield, clutched them with trembling hands, tears welling in her eyes. Leaving the front line to Bete and the others, Tiona and Ween prioritized Belle's rescue while the corrupted spirit's attention was elsewhere. They had to act now. "Belle's legs, how do we put them back on? I don't want him falling apart like thighs. Belle, please." "Weens, my leg holster. There's Mari's blood inside." Even after being bathed in Heath's Wideria healing magic, Belle's missing leg shadant regenerated. Terrified at holding what used to be part of him, yet unwilling to lose it, Weena pressed the limbs tight to her chest. At his words, she snapped to attention and lunged for the leather halster strap to his left thigh. Working together, she and Tiona aligned the severed limbs with the stumps, holding them firmly in place while sprinkling the contents of the small vial, the mermaid's living blood, over the wounds. Dhh. White smoke rose from both legs. Belle squeezed his eyes shut, gritting his teeth against the pain as Ween supported his back. He had experienced limb loss before in the fight against the Juggernaut and knew the restorative power of Mari's blood firsthand. It might not reconnect bone and muscle perfectly, but it was enough to move. The rest he could handle with his level 6 physique. Once they made it back to the surface, the healers of Diane's sect Familia could patch him up properly. Silently, Bell thanked the kind-hearted mermaid and lifted his gaze, eyes burning with the light of his holy flame, back toward the battlefield. Bell, sorry, Ween. Just lend me your strength a little longer, okay? Argo, Tiona, let's go save Eyes. He was more battered than anyone, body and soul, and on the verge of breaking. Tiona and Ween wanted nothing more than for him to stop fighting. But Bell pretended not to notice their unspoken pleas, gently shaking letter 1B0 Therkindness. With the mighty anti-charm flame skill blazing within him, this boy could not, and would not fall. Not until he saved the girl he admired above all. Ween and Tiona exchanged a sorrowful look, then nodded firmly and ran back into the fray, damn it. This thing's too strong, there's no end to it. I told you it was impossible. Even with Bell's return, the tide of battle did not change. No matter how many of its spirit spells Hedin intercepted, the Black Dragon's power was overwhelming. Lyd and Hogni charged in again and again, healed each time by Heath's magic, but the dragon's mere roar or flap of its wings created slicing gales that shredded everything nearby. The enchanted winds deflected all who dared approach. TCH. KH! Between volleys of counterspells, Hedin unleashed storms of lightning, while Ryu's luminous wind erupted in parallel cast bursts from her rapid aerial maneuvers. Yet even under their combined assault, the spirit dragon remained completely unscathed. The elves' faces twisted in despair. No matter what they tried, the corrupted spirit's avatar of destruction could not be broken. Ryu's Debu letter 1B0 is still active, and it's still that strong. In truth, it was only because Ryu had weakened the spirit dragon's magic that the party had survived at all. Had she not reduced its output, that first roar, the storm cry that erupted at point-blank range would have instantly killed Bite, Lyd, or Hogni. As Loki watched through the eye crystal, her strained voice slipped out. Bell and the others felt the same dread. Even with Ryu's support, we can't overpower it. It's too strong. The enemy's might was overwhelming. Even with Hedin's cover fire, Haruheim's ascension Buu-Uz, and Heath's miraculous healing, the perfect support lineup, they couldn't find a single opening. Was this black dragon stronger than the final calamity sealed in the Dragon Valley? Or was it merely a shadow compared to the true one-eyed dragon? If the latter was true, then what kind of despair must that real monster bring? The thought alone nearly broke Bell's focus. And worse, the wind. With every passing second, the storm's output grew stronger. Even Hedin, suppressing the enemy's spells with pinpoint lightning, noticed it. Even Ryu, sealing its magic with her flame of restraint, felt it. Everyone sensed it. This gale could no longer be allowed to rise further. The end was closing in. 10 minutes remained before the complete absorption of Eyes. When the great wind fully fell into the spirit's control, it would mean a Rarios defeat. In 600 seconds, the golden-haired, golden-eyed girl would be gone, and Bell's entire party would be erased from the future that followed. There's no time. I have to start charging now. It was the limit, the moment to begin the long incantation. Even with all possible interruptions accounted for, reaching full charge in 5 minutes meant he had to begin ringing the grand bell immediately. And more than anything, I made a promise with that amber-haired elf. They had vowed to race together to save the one they both admired. Eyes was right there within reach. Failing to save her now would be unforgivable. That's why, to honor his promise to Lefia, Bell lifted his blood-stained face, eyes burning bright. He thrust his remaining weapon, the half-broken Hestia knife, forward, charging it with firebolt. The resounding chime of the grand bell echoed through the battlefield, stirring courage in the hearts of Tiona and the others even amidst the chaos. That unyielding rhythm, the sound of defiance, rekindled the will of every last adventurer, and that same ringing pierced deep into the corrupted spirit's nerves. Shut up, the spirit dragon roared, firing a massive blast of wind. The most powerful strike yet, its hero-killer shot. It, you foolish rabbit. Hedin's shout came too late. Ryu and Ween reacted on instinct, but their defenses couldn't form in time. The storm beam locked onto Bell. The world went white. The torrent of destruction swallowed him whole, but through it all, his cry of unyielding determination reached everyone on the field. I will not let you lose hope. A brilliant radiance, no, the light of a true knight, flared across the battlefield. From behind Hedin, another torrent of destruction shot forth, colliding head-on with the wind that had been about to consume Belle and neutralizing it completely. Residual light, even the adventurers and the corrupted spirit itself, froze in astonishment. Belle could only stare in disbelief, muttering the words as if in a dream. He turned toward the source of that light, toward the entrance of the vast chamber, and there stood a single figure gleaming like a pillar of resolve, Professor Leon. But the reinforcements did not end with the knight alone. Go, go, Guo. The first war cry erupted, not from the deep floors, but from far above in the middle floors. At the verge of collapse, the vertical shaft was overrun by vividly color-red monsters, tearing apart the crumbling defenses of the security corps until reinforcements arrived. Auka, look! Who are they? Which familia? Auka and Chigusa, fighting desperately alongside the students of the Academy Division in the Great Tree Labyrinth, were saved by an avalanche of incoming weapons that wiped out the monsters before them. Among the stunned defenders, the first to recognize the emblem on the newcomers' battered armor was Mikoto, the Loki familia. Adventurers bearing the Jester's emblem surged forward, upper-class elite scudding through hordes of monsters and man-eating flowers with reckless abandon. Their coordination and strength set them leagues apart from ordinary adventurers of the same level, and even Daphne and Bors, whose units had been driven to the brink of annihilation, stood dumbfounded. Expedition party that retreated? They were supposed to be half dead. No freaking way! A total of 52. Not only the Loki familia, but elite smiths of the Hephaestos familia, healers of the Diane sect familia, and other leading adventurers from allied familias that had joined the expedition. All had returned to fight. Most were far from fully healed. Beastmen with blood-soaked bandages, one-armed dwarves, one-eyed elves, each raised their battle cries, rebuilding the vertical shaft's defense with explosive vigor. Even Daphne, usually the picture of calm pragmatism, felt a surge of heat course down her spine at the sight of such courage. If we stay in bed, everything will be over. For Lady Reveria, let's go too. It hurts, I'm scared, but we can't just leave it all to Leffia and the others. A wounded smith roared his defiance. An elf who had once lost her pride loosed an arrow. A human mage who had cried herself hollow after losing a friend now stood again, tears falling for the sake of those still fighting. No one had ordered them. Not even their gods. They had returned to hell of their own will, to settle the score, to reclaim their pride. It was reckless, suicidal even, yet in their figures burned the unmistakable flame-off heroes. Their resolve, those jesters of the Loki familia who now resembled true warriors, inspired even the battle-worn courtesan fighters of the lower floors. Push them back. GH, get out of my way, Kazuki of the Blazing Moon. Aisha's thunderous shout rang out. Welf, on the verge of collapse, reignited the light in his eyes and unleashed full power of his magic sword, from the middle floors to the lower floors. And echoing all the way down to the deepest floor, the roars of the adventurers shook the dungeon itself, making both Monster and the labyrinth tremble in fear. Reinforcements? The Loki familia? Yes, they're assisting adventurers on every floor. The sudden shift in battle conditions reached the guild headquarters command room. Ina's report left Lilaruka speechless, her ears almost refusing to believe what she heard. The strategist who had been cornered just moments ago snapped back to life, her eyes sharpening as she immediately began recalculating. The Loki familia's adaptability is on another level. They're adventurers, thermages, they're all absurdly strong. Are these rainbow-colored monsters already known to them? Or are they just running on sheer adrenaline? Doesn't matter. I'll take it either way, time to use them. What should have been an impossible, unaccounted-for variable had suddenly become the very trump card Lily had been craving, the top-tier power of Arari itself. Their experience, their momentum, everything was diurent. Even wounded, perhaps because they were wounded, their latent strength was immeasurable. At the same time, she knew this was a miracle that couldn't last, a fleeting, magic hour. All the floor bosses have already been defeated. If we can handle the rainbow-colored monsters, the rest of the irregulars will be gone. That'll levianly the dungeon's normal monsters. Rather than drag this out into a slow defeat, finishing her calculations in seconds, Lily made her decision on behalf of Hedin and Finn, both absent from command. Push the shaft forward. This is an all or nothing. Total advance across every front. a full redeployment of forces toward the lower floors. Using the regained momentum and morale boosted by the Loki Familia's return, Lily made her move, one as daring as the war game itself. Tell the 50th floor defense unit to move down to the lower floors. Leave everything else to the reinforcements coming behind. That had been 3 hours ago. Mamma Mia, are you sure about this, Naya? Now, present time. Having abandoned their base on the 50th floor, Chloe and the others from the benevolent mistress had descended into the 60th floor abyss. The area, still repairing itself from the catastrophic damage caused by thieperants of the Juggernaut, was barely holding together. Craters and torn stone from the Dragon's Crucible made passage possible only because the dungeon hadn't yet finished regenerating. As they fended O-letter 1B0 waves of rainbow-colored monsters, the tavern girls screamed and fought for their lives. Where's my brother, Naya? It's my job, MYA Naya, to swoop in and save him in High's moment of need, Naya. Anya, you're even dumber than usual. These freaks are gross and stupidly strong. Whoa, parasite tarantula incoming. Quit whining and focus. And make sure to drink Asfi's anti-charm potion regularly. That's fine, but if we lose the 50th floor, we'll be surrounded from above and below by monsters. Won't we end up like the Loki Familia before their retreat? As Anya and Chloe's frantic meows echoed, Mia's shovel smashed through a mass of corrupted tentacles, while the pugilist Lunwar struggled against a pack of man-eating flowers. Alongside members of the Ganesha Familia, the Academy, and other allied groups, the women of the benevolent mistress fought fiercely, when suddenly, a group of healers and herbalists shouted over the chaos. We know everyone hates us. But please, just this once, trust Lord Van and his warriors. It was Andrimnir, the soot-stained subordinates of the Freya Familia. Even without Heath present, the healers continued supporting Mia's unit. The vice-captains Rona and Ilda pleaded for faith in Van and the Einherjar who had fortified the 50th floor. Captain Shakti, knowing of the hidden aid provided by the Xenos, remained silent, but Mia merely smirked, shovel resting on her shoulder, as she listened to the healer's desperate call. So she says, and honestly, we're holding up better than I expected, aren't we? Well, yeah, I guess that's true. It feels like there aren't as many monsters or traps around here. Naya, the 50th floor, felt way worse. That's because the kids are tearing things up deeper inside. Even that corrupted spirit doesn't have room to breathe right now. Mia stood as the unshakable front line, shielding Lunwar and Chloe as they caught their breath back to back. With a swing that split the air, she sent Orithing worm-like monster flying into the air. It crashed into a pillar of flesh and burst apart, but she didn't bother to watch it fall. Instead, her eyes flicked toward the Oculus crystals strapped to her waist. The street girl who'd once given her sound tactical advice, now a goddess in her own right, earned a faint smile from Mia before she clicked her tongue and muttered under her breath at their absent cargo. I went through all the trouble of escorting that idiot down here just so Hugh didn't fight, but the moment he smells battle, it's the same damn thing. That big-headed brat never changes. Leon, the sight that met Belle's eyes made his breath catch. His armor was cracked, his hair slick with blood, yet his lion's gaze still burned, untouched by shadow. And beside him stood another colossal figure, a giant whose very silhouette radiated dominance, a warrior who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the knight himself. Otter! That mountain of a man, his massive frame, his raw wounds, his sheer, overwhelming presence, turned even scars into decoration. He was strength made flesh. Belle wanted to cry in relief that Leon had somehow subdued the Black Maiden alone and caught up to them, but the moment was stolen by the weight of Theodor's aura. A lion and a boar, a knight and a warrior king. Belle knew of no sight more awe-inspiring, no vision that could send chills down High's spine like this. No hero, no scholar. No soul in the City of Heroes or the Academy of Learning had ever seen a strongest greater than these two. Long-awaited arrival of the strongest sent the gods, Loki, Hermes, and Hestia, into frenzied celebration, rivaling the chaos of Adenatus itself. As Balder and Freya smiled, Loki leaned toward the Oculus and roared. Level boost. Her shout overlapped perfectly with the voices of her children, and with Hedon's thunderous command delivered with the speed and precision of a god's own reflexes. Springing to match them, Haruheim already knew what was coming. Dance. Her current level boost duration, 20 minutes. Cooldown between uses, 15 minutes. That narrow 5-minute window of exhaustion, an instant of the fox's fleeting grace, She bridged with will alone, maintaining the first boosts while weaving new golden tales of power for the strongest among them. Bathed in sweat, her body trembling in Asfi's arms, she raised her hand toward the battlefield and shone golden light upon the two. Leon accepted it with a small smile. Otter merely closed his eyes, looking faintly displeased. "Endure it for now, Otter," came Freya's gentle voice from the oculus. He who preferred to climb to the next stage, level 8 on his own strength, could only accept it under her command. Level 8, the pinnacle of Arario's might. "Look, Otter," Leon said calmly. "A dragon cloaked in darkness. I can see that. It feels like we're staring straight at the end of the world. Don't make me laugh." Leon held his greatsword with composed confidence, while Otter slung his massive black blade across his shoulder with easy power. They didn't even glance at each other, their words clipped, cold yet bound by the scent of rivalry that hung between equals. Two absolute titans, bloodied and unbowed, sharing a fleeting moment offsalance before the storm. They still fall far short of Zeus and Hera. Then he leapt. With the power of his monstrous legs, the bows hurled himself skyward. A single bound, surpassing even the limits of the non-human, Otter's golden lippity closed the vast distance in an instant, soaring high above the battlefield, right over the spirit dragon's head. It was nothing more than a head-on assault, except that it came from a level 8. Silence shattered like glass. The corrupted spirit's eyes widened to their limits as the colossal Borman dropped from the heavens, falling faster and fiercer than any meteor. "Wind armor, Ariel." "Ooh, ooh, ooh." The dragon roared as the spirit invoked its storm barrier, the same raging gale that had sent Bite and the others flying again and again. But Otter simply said, too soft, tore through it. Ghhhhhhh, flesh split, armor burst, blood fountained. He didn't care. With a single swing of his black greatsword, he ripped through the air currents and brought the blade down upon the spirit dragon's skull. The world exploded with sound. The dragon wasn't cleaved in two, but its scales shattered, and with a thunderous jolt. For the first time, the terrifying crying dragon dropped over 30 meters in altitude. "You've improved, I see." While the boar soared through the air like a beast carrying its goddess toward the heavens, the lion charged across the ground. In an instant, Leon was upon it, his foot detonating the flesh-like earth beneath him as he unleashed a stroke that could sever all things. "Ah!" The dragon's roar twisted into the shriek of the corrupted spirit, as if silk were being torn apart. The spirit dragon's underbelly split open, and for the first time, thick black ichor, magical blood burst forth in a fountain. Before the gods watching could even cheer the clean hit, the two roared in unison. "Oh!" They gave the spirit dragon no chance to recover. Running across the ground, soaring through the air, tearing apart vein-like tendrils as they advanced, the two unleashed a barrage that no mortal could follow, a lawless storm of blows that defied all reason. Neither the dragon's lightning-fast blades of wind nor its mighty tornadic defenses could slow them. "Out of my way, Leon." After more than half a month in the dungeon, 2 floor bosses defeated, and so many slain monsters that no one could count, the true apex of Arario had finally joined the fray. The reason Otter could continue to unleash such overwhelming power, numbers that existed on a diurent plane altogether, was because of his skill, Stortus Otter. Its Eukt specialized in sustained combat, boosting every development ability to superhuman levels. Alongside his beastification, it was the foundation of Ottar's monstrous might, the rare skill that allowed him to do the impossible, to venture alone into the deep floors and return alive. "Work with me for once, Otter." "Don't make me say this kind of nonsense." Leon's strength rivaled even that. The source of his destructive power was, of course, Blaze of Round. Now he summoned its 9th radiance, the 9th trial sword, Ulfire. The weapon's shape was astonishing, a glove of light. Wearing those brilliant gloves, Leon could fight barehanded, throwing blow charged with holy radiance or blast shockwaves from his palms like a mage. With that, he plunged straight into the Black Maiden's guard, turning Finacene tactics into mere toys, and in a brutal brawl reminiscent of the worst off-dwarf-style infighting, he smashed her apart. It was the very image of the strongest witch, one of Hera's familia, who once wrought havoc with her bare fists. For Leon, this 9th trial sword, born from that memory, was both a weapon and a scar upon his soul. The light it radiated coursed into his dual longswords, the great ruin blades of the Overlord dragon, amplifying their power even further. As a pure enhancement spell, its nature resembled Bel's own Argo Vesta Argonaut when he fought with a greatsword. Thus Leon cut. He carved through the dragon's scales, through the miasma swirling with wind, through the black flesh saturated with dense magic. I won't hold anything back. Once more, residual light. The limit-breaking brilliance of his slash erased another piece of the dragon Thathed seemed untouchable. Both men, who had once ewered bitter defeat beneath Zeus and Hera, now fought side by side, spitting scorn. Don't you dare pretend this sorry imitation of a dragon could ever rival the once that ended our gods. After slash, destruction upon destruction. Their assault never ceased. You damn boar, Knight of Knights. O Otter! The unstoppable charge of these level 8 warriors reignited the spirits of the others. Bite, Ryu, Hogni, and every adventurer still standing. Otter's back, massive and unyielding, stirred every proud male beast's blood tobble. The most loathed of the strong, the wall every fighter had crashed against, the beautiful goddess's favorite thorn in everyone's side. And yet, the sight of that invincible summit standing unshaken even in hell itself became the greatest explosive spark for all of Arario's warriors. Draw forth, O king of magic blades. Reason as sacrifice, blood as ewing, until the feast ends, kill and kill again. Hogni, draining what little mind power he had left, unleashed Daneslave. Transformed into the war king who knows no fear until battle's end, he charged, followed by Bite and Ryu, roaring in fiery resolve. Foolish rabbit. Don't move up to the front. You'll only. I'm gathering power. I'll handle the final strike. Don't get ahead of yourself, idiot. Yes, sir, sorry. As Hogni raged and even Otter's very presence irritated him further, Hedon's insults came flying 3 times louder than usual. Bel, utterly serious, shouted back his apology and focused on his charge. Standing still to gather energy would be suicide. The entire vast chamber was within the enemy's range. At any moment, tendrils or magic circles could burst from ground or void alike. Even as he remained alert, the tolling of the grand bell thundered through the battlefield, fueling the corrupted spirit's fury andreed. Heath, her enormous mind reserves nearly drained, kept healing the front line through sweat and exhaustion. Lid, Grows, and Ween, along with the other Xenos, covered the adventurers, striking and defending where needed. Not only protecting Haruheim, Isfi threw in every magic item at her disposal, disrupting the corrupted spirit's movements both great and small. Otter, Leon, Bite, Hogni, and Ryu, the frontliners worthy of standing in the storm, pressed the attack under Hedon's support, pushing the spirit dragon to its limits. All of it, everything, every last thing thrown into the assault. They raised a war cry and struck, roaring to rescue the girl trapped in the great heart far in the chamber's depths. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ah, but the corrupted spirit resolutely rejected the puny resistance of the adventurers. It drew more magical power from the great heart and from across the demon realm, and unleashed a titanic wind blast. Just when it looked like Otter and the others had driven it out of their midst, it immediately named its finishing move. Tempest, Lil Rafaga. A spiral arrow of wind was fired again. The number this time was nothing like the first volley. Tens upon tens of storm projectiles formed from the spirit remnants. The corrupted spirit had summoned screamed forth like heralds of the end toward every living thing. Hilder, Hedon cut O letter 1B0 every other action and fired a desperate, all-out volley. Nearly 1,000 bolts of lightning were called down. Hedon tried to cancel the storm with that dazzling barrage, spending vast amounts of magic and mental power, but the spirit's literal storm shredded even the rain of thunder. Atbisthai managed to blunt some force or divert a few trajectories. While they threw themselves into preventing instant death, countless spirals spared their fangs at the adventurers. Gah! Goo-woo-woo! Bite was caught in a landing blast and Ryu's flesh was torn to shreds. Leon parried with his blade but was still blown back. Even Otter, who held an absolute defense, was forced to retreat harshly, grinding the floor with his feet. Protect the fox! Hedon barked the order even as he himself was flung aside. Shield Haruheim and Isfi. Grows and Ween flipped into action like living bulwarks. Wah! Ween. Ween used her one wing and together with the stone giant Grows, formed a wall. They and those they sheltered plummeted far down to the ground. What came next for Bel was a spiral arrow amplified with murderous intent. Death reflected in his deep ruby gaze. If he cut the Argonaut strike he was charging here and now to cancel that wind, he would lose his final, decisive move. Even if he survived here, the path to victory would be lost. That sharp, correct instinct, the mark of one who had reached the rank of first-class adventurer, was now leading Bell closer to death. His reaction to defend came fatally late, and right before him, something brown broke into view. Tiona. Lefia. Lend me your strength. On Tiona's outstretched wrist gleamed the equipment Lefia had given her, Magius Bangle. The accessory, always infused with Lefia's magic, flared to life, spreading a circle of golden light. The spiral arrow struck, colliding against the radiant barrier. The resulting shockwave exploded into violent sparks, and the light shattered. The blast struck the ground nearby, sending both Tiona and Bell flying. The clasp holding the oculus on Tiona's gauntlet snapped loose, spinning away through the air. Damn it! Lid's scream and Hogni's furious roar echoed as the storm of destruction finally subsided. The adventurers' front line had collapsed. Smoke thick with mana filled the air, and in that chaos, the corrupted spirit and the spirit dragon were retreating. Ignoring the battered adventurers sprawled in defeat, they yielded the central throne and withdrew to the deepest part of the vast chamber, directly before the great heart where Eyes was imprisoned. The spirit dragon spread its wings before the pulsing core, and for the first time since the rescue began, an enormous magic circle, the largest yet, appeared beneath it. Remote destruction, promised land, salvation of the heavens, by the word of the gods I summon thee. The corrupted spirit's face was twisted with grim determination as it chanted its first long incantation. Within this realm, it should have been able to cast spells wordlessly and yortlessly, yet it chose to chant, proof that what it was weaving was nothing less than an annihilation spell with no room for recovery. At the same time, the 6 remnant spirits that had guarded the great heart floated into new positions, arranging themselves along the perimeter of the vast circle. It formed a structure like a 6-pointed ring, the 6 rings of the spirits. That's the same ritual used to summon pillars from the heavens. Don't tell Methy you're turning it into a cannon. The power will drop, since it's using spirit remnants as substitutes, but destroying this whole space won't be de-Uoccult, said Hephaestos, Loki, and Baldrin horrified unison. Everyone, you can't let it fire that. Hestia's voice cried out from the fallen oculus on the floor. Ryu and Hedin, battered and barely able to stand, forced their bodies up and cast in unison. Luminous wind. Varian Hilder. Countless spheres of light and raging thunder struck the circle and were deflected yortlessly. A barrier. The circle itself is the defense. Not even Hedin's or Ryu's spells made it tremble. As Ryu and the others stared in shock as Svi, barely saved by Ween and Grows, and Hogni, pushing Lid's body aside, looked up grimly. Now the enormous magic circle had conjured a honeycomb-patterned dome shield, wrapping around the spirit dragon and the great heart like a massive around shield. It was the absolute barrier, meant to protect the coming strike of extinction. And to make matters worse, the spirit dragon let out a long, piercing roar, summoning 8 massive tornadoes that cloaked its form from view. Now it's hiding, huh? Damn it, there's even more of those disgusting monsters coming out. Heath, still on the ground, gritted her teeth as she used her automatic Healing Gand Wideria recovery magic to restore the party. Lid, forcing himself to his feet beside her, could hear it too. The grotesque sound of the chamber walls splitting apart as new remnants of the spirits, Samos Thracia, began to crawl into being. The corrupted spirit, cornered at last, had abandoned all games and mercy. It would hold nothing back. At the northern end of the vast chamber, where the great heart pulsed, Thenemy had retreated. The adventurers, without any plan or command, gathered in the very center where the spirit dragon had once perched. It was a desperate act born not of courage, but of hopelessness so complete it circled back to defiance. What do we do now? Svi, fully aware of how little time remained, voiced the question everyone dreaded. Even knowing it would only deepen the sense of urgency, she had Tosk. The one who answered was Leon, detaching the now useless gauntlet from his arm. We charge. Boar-like warrior beside him, just as battered, stared into the storm and seemed to agree. Everyone attacks at once. We break through the storm and destroy that magic circle, telling us to launch a suicide assault. I don't make a habit of dying for nothing, Leon replied with a dry smile. But if we can't overcome this, then slaying the black dragon is nothing more than a dream. Bit her lip. The knight's words carried no logic, no tactical proof, only iron resolve, yet no one argued. There was nothing left to plan, and every moment lost brought them closer to the end. From the rear line, Hedin adjusted his glasses, silently signaling agreement. Who can still move? Ryu asked, scanning the group. It'd be faster to count who can't, Hedin replied curtly. Bell still lay in the distance, struggling to rise, the Hestia knife clutched in his trembling hand as he continued to sound the grand bell. Betea and Tiona, too, were barely conscious, uncertain if they could even fight again. But they'll come, Hedin murmured, certain. And indeed, the boy's unbroken resolve rang out with every toll of the bell. He hadn't given up. Not yet. Ryu's eyes softened, and even Hogni, despite the madness of Dainsleif's possession, let slip a faint, gentle smile. Give that foolish rabbit a level boost, Hedin instructed. Tell him not to commate, he's the finishing blow. Until then, Leon said, we, his allies, will play the prelude to his victory. Yes, at the words of White and Black, Haruheim nodded with conviction. That was the end of their brief reprieve. From every wall and fissure, swarms of spirit remnants, Samos Thracia, poured forth, surging toward the adventurers gathered at the center. Move out. With Haruheim and Heath providing their unmatched support, Isfi, Ween, and Groz guarding their flanks, the vanguard, Otter, Leon, and the others charged forward. Crying or laughing no longer mattered. The final battle had begun. Gus. The sound still rang out, the song of battle, echoing endlessly through the abyss. All around him, Otter and Leon swung their massive weapons in Thunderhouse arcs. Hedin and Ryu unleashed their magic in concert, tearing through wave after wave of spirit remnants. Samos Thracia, driving forward with savage determination to grasp the last remaining thread of victory. At the southeastern edge of the vast chamber, Betea staggered. The moment his foot touched the ground, his knee buckled, and he dropped to one leg. Damn it, trickled ungracefully from his nose. No matter how many wounds Heathshieling closed or how much stamina was restored, his body screamed in rebellion. Every nerve and muscle that had fought in this endless hell of a dungeon was at its limit. It wasn't just exhaustion, it was soul erosion. His mind and spirit were fraying from the unnatural cycle of injury and rapid recovery. Since their first defeat, he hadn't truly rested once. Compared to the boys who had risked their lives on the 37th floor, the burden Betea carried was far, far heavier. Otter could still fight like a beast unbroken, and that infuriated him. That endurance between them was simple and cruel. Otter was stronger, and he was not. Damn it all. He looked up. At the northern end of the chamber stood the Great Heart, and before it the spirit dragon prepared its cataclysmic attack. Their party had spread out radially from that point. Hedin himself had advanced to the front lines now that the corrupted spirit, absorbed in chanting, had silenced its other spells. It was the knife's edge between disaster and opportunity, an unmistakable turning point. Yet Betea couldn't fight, and the other Loki Familia member beside him, no matter how much healing she received, couldn't rise either. The roots infesting her body had spread everywhere, trapping Tiona in thegonizing space between life and death. Damn it all. Sweat poured letter 1B0 her trembling body as she lay doubled over, unable to even kneel properly. Watching her struggle, Betea could only grind his teeth, because your pitiful form mirrored his own. Betea. Are you still alive? A metallic clang drew his attention. A gauntlet had landed before him, thrown wide by the battle's shockwave. Through its embedded crystal, the oculus, his goddess's voice came through, trembling. Betea, get up, keep fighting. I want to see you at your best. That was what Loki would normally say, laughing and teasing him. But she didn't this time, because he had fallen too far, because his weakness had silenced her. The trickster goddess of the heavens, who always joked and toyed with Ivrion, now sounded human, soft, and it made him sick with self-loathing. His head drooped. Blood dripped steadily from his nose, staining the fleshy floor. And then, hey, wolf boy, another voice pushed Loki aside over the oculus, high-pitched, fierce, unmistakably a little girl's. Just sit there, take responsibility. Huh, shorty, come on already. What the hell are you talking about? Belle's here because of you. Her words made no sense, but the tattoo etched on his cheek trembled faintly. I never told Loki, but you know what, wolf boy, I hate you. I've resented you ever since that night in the tavern. The memory hit like a hammer. The night of the expedition celebration. Drunk and foul-mouthed, he'd mocked a weak little rabbit until the boy fled Thebar. A worthless, trembling rookie who had no business diving the dungeon, who returned at dawn battered and bloodied. A pathetic, laughable story. One even Betea had sneered it back then. Because of you, Belle and that girl started running, and they never stopped. The words burned through him. The boy who had once been a nobody, a pitiful rabbit, had run forward, Refusetto stop, and become something far beyond what Bete could laugh at. Eyes widening, Bete raised his head again. In the distance of his vision stood the white-haired boy who had already risen, already ringing the great bell, already ready for the final battle, even before Bete. More stubborn, grittier, and more unyielding than Bete in this moment, he was a male who had stopped being weak. Take responsibility for hurting that kid. Take responsibility for why that kid Isher. Now, was he ashamed? Good. The goddess wouldn't say that to Bete now. The eternal sacred flame urged Bete on precisely because that boy was not one of his own followers. It would prod Bete with the same wildfire impulse he'd inflicted on Belle that night at the tavern. Gah. Responsibility, responsibility, shut up already. A gasp escaped the crystal. It was Loki's voice. You want me to apologize? How pathetic. His bent knee straightened. He should not have been able to move. He had no right to, but he moved anyway. Who the hell's gonna apologize? With that, he ripped the gem from his armored boot. I did nothing wrong. The torrent of hateful words could be aimed at the goddess, at the boy, or at himself. Blood dripped freely as the wolf spat out an unvarnished truth he would never twist. One fewer weakling. A pain under the tattoo throbbed, the origin of Bete, the strong man who had once been weak like that boy. One less pathetic weakling. He glared at the boy who was still fighting. That idiot girl. You saved her. He glared at the Amazoness girl whom Bete had only ever been able to kill. Next you'll try to get back the woman you fell for. He glowered at the cage of flesh that held the gold-haired, gold-eyed girl. All the things Bete had failed to do. On that day, the boy Bete had mocked had stopped being a weakling and had become strong. Because of that, some miracle called hero was about to be born. Then there was only one thing left for Bete to do. The lone wolf who mocked the weak, who despised weaklings and admitted Onlythe strong, had but one course of action. That's right. From now on, you and Belle will join forces and save that kid. From the crystal, the goddess leaned forward and spoke the truth she wanted to convey. Lend us your strength. Then we'll call your debt settled. Shut up, who do you think you are? A god. The time that answer came, Bete was already moving. Step by strong step, he walked toward the boy. He passed the girl who still lay where she had collapsed. She's all poisoned up. Playing at being Finn, huh? Leaving the girl behind, Bete ground his teeth, stopped, and threw away what he had been clutching. It was the gem he'd torn letter 1B0. Hey, you idiot girl, I'm going ahead. The gem rolled and stopped beside the girl whose cheek lay against the floor. If you're the kind of weak bitch who can only be saved by a man, then rot here and die. With that, Bete ran forward. The girl, her skin fouled by the alien intruders beneath it, bit down hard on her lip. Hidden beneath the hair that veiled her eyes, she clenched her teeth just like a wolf, and her trembling fingers closed around the gem. Not seeing that, Bete leapt forward and with a kick shattered a Samos Thrachiaspirate remnant that had lunged at the boy, taking the enemy by surprise. Bete? Thank you. Belle's voice was awkward as he thanked the man who had just saved his life in the nick of time. Bete stared straight at him, then slowly opened his mouth. Weakling like you isn't fit for eyes, Wallenstein. He repeated the words that had once been the turning point of Belle's entire life. Confronting him with the truth Belle had long avoided, Bete narrowed his sharp eyes. You're not a weakling anymore. Huh? For a moment, Belle's voice was dazed, almost faint. Bete bared his fangs and roared. Then prove it. Show me you can save eyes, Wallenstein. The silence that followed lasted only an instant. Belle's body trembled violently as he took those words in with his whole being. As though he had finally overcome a wound that had haunted him, as though he had finally been recognized by someone he'd always wanted to acknowledge him. He clenched his teeth once, his cheeks flushed with heat. We'll carve open a path. Follow me? Yes. You're the one who's gonna slay that damn dragon. Yes. Their roars, two warriors' cries, echoed through the battlefield. And from afar, the voice of Loki came through the abandoned crystal orb. It pisses me letter 1B0 to admit it, but I've known for a while now. You've acknowledged him, haven't ya, Bete? That was back during the battle with the Minotaur. Even then, the wolf had already stopped calling the boy Tomato Boy. From that day on, like Lefia, Bete had always been watching Belle. During the war game against the Apollo Familia. During the War of the Familias. All this time. Among my kids, you're the most stubbornly competitive one. You actually said it, huh? The gray wolf and the white rabbit, Loki watched their first true joint fight, burned into her eyes. The gods' gazes turned to the center of the great chamber. Surrounded by Ween and the others fighting to protect Haruheim and Heath, Bethes stepped forward just a pace ahead of Bel, who continued charging his attack. Bound, king of cursed wolves, froze. It began a chant. Facing forward toward Otter, Leon, and the vile spirit ahead, Bethes began together what little magic power remained within him. Bethes chanting a spell. Bel was shocked. He'd always assumed Bethes was purely a physical fighter. Even Hedin, Hogni, and Otter, locked in combat, cast surprised glances his way. 1 wound, restraint Jurgja. 2 wounds, pains howl Gior. 3 wounds, driven stake Esvither. Hunger's drool, the only hope. Build the river, mix with blood, and wash away the tears. It was the very embodiment of Bethes' own subconscious. A cursed spell Hed despised with every fiber of his being. Like a war chariot's black cat of battle, Bethes loathed his own magic as if it were venom. This trump card he had unleashed only a handful of times in his entire life. Unhealed wounds, do not forget. This rage, this hatred, they are your frailty and your burning flame. It was the manifestation of his pride. Hate the world, accept its laws, and let every tear be dried. It was the mirror that reflected the depths of his soul. Turn your wounds into fangs, your cries into howls, make the blood and flesh you've lost your strength. It was the very shape of the wolf's pain, carved by countless losses. And for that incantation to be spoken aloud was proof that Bethes had found something worth casting away his pride for. Something he desired, something he had to protect. He tore apart the chains that had bound him, casting aside everything for the sake of the girl named Eyes and the boy named Bel. GH? That chant reached even Tiona. She was already coughing up blood, so much that now black mixed with a cyclagreen. It was disgusting. And yet, even so, she clenched her trembling hand tight. Because she refused to lose to that stubborn wolf. Those thin legs, barely hers anymore, stood up. The monsters of the dungeon, the corrupted spirit, all ignored her now. She was no longer even worth noticing. The roots that had spread through her body made her look more monster than human. The remnants of spirits, Samos Thracia, mistook her for one of their own, one off the spirit's tentacles. At this rate, she might truly become a monster. And yet the adventurers and the Xenos still fought so that Tiona would never have to fight again. The white-haired boy still stood against the terrifying creature to save Eyes, to protect Tiona. It was like a story of heroes come to life. Eyes, drawn to the side of his back, cloaked in white light and wreathed in sparks, Tiona raised her hand. It was battered but not yet corrupted. That beautiful left hand reached toward him. I found my hero. She smiled. Like a child who had only known love and longing in fairy tales. Her face broke into a bright grin, like a girl who had finally met the one she'd dreamed of in her stories. I've met my hero, Argonaut. Her eyes shimmered like sunlight on rippling water, like a storyteller who once said goodbye to her treasure, but now held it close to her heart again. Toward the girl still imprisoned ahead, her dear companion, her best friend, and in many ways the little sister she cherished, Tiona whispered softly. So Eyes, you too. She took a step forward. And then another. The magic circle of the Golden Witch, Heath, flickered. Each wave of healing she unleashed was devoured by the roots draining her strength. 1 foot already crossed into death's realm, yet she refused to let go of life. No matter how close the shadow of death crept, the light never left her eyes. There were things she wanted to protect, treasures she wanted to hold close. There was someone she wanted to reach. Eyes, you've got to stop making that sad face, she murmured softly. Let Argonaut make you smile again. Her lips curved gently, wishing for that smile to bloom once more, like a high flower surrounded by blue skis. Even now, she smiled toward the sorrowful wind, as if to tell it that the past's pain no longer bound her, that she had forgotten those distant sorrows and would shine again like the sun. We're coming to save you, together with Argonaut. Her brows tightened. Her body leaned forward, and with the last strength left in her, Tiona reached for the final power, her last trump card. Otter, how many more times can you use beastification? The battlefield shook without pause. Lightning, fire, and wind, woven together by fairies, merged into a single Will-Toadvance. Leon, cutting down the meddlesome Samothrace fragments that stood in their way, shouted toward the warrior beside him. As many times as I need to. Then that means only once more. Got it. One flash, then another. Each afterglow he unleashed, one of the most destructive techniques even in the battle against the corrupted spirit, lit the air with divine brilliance. As if in protest, the storm itself trembled at the dwarf's unrestrained use of Thegod's supreme techniques, the twin divine arts of Zeus and Hera. Leon fired yet another afterglow, as though retorting. "You're one to talk." Antuo of the 8 massive tornadoes were blown apart. His sharp, knightly face twisted into something primal. His power was fading. Endless battles, especially the ordeal with the Black Maiden, had taken too great a toll. Otter, who had fought even longer, was in no better shape. They still hadn't reached the grand barrier of the corrupted spirit. Hawk continued its vile chant. More half-hearted afterglows. "Next will be my last. At this rate, even my 12-fold sword round won't reach its end. Otter, lend me your strength." Dodging another shockwave, the armored knight and the lion-hearted warrior slammed their backs together, shoulder to shoulder. Otter glanced at Leon's hands gripping his sword. The once radiant gloves were now cracked all over. "If we fail here, there's no one left to pick up the fight." Leon smiled faintly. "We have fine successors, don't we? The one who managed to defeat you." "I wasn't defeated." With a fierce rebound from their collision, they both charged forward again. 15 years ago, they had been hot-headed juniors. Now, standing tall as the unyielding pillars their successors looked up to, Themin poured every ounce of strength and magic into their next strike. The lion pummeled through the horde of monsters, fists blazing. The boar began his rough, guttural chant. Not to be outdone, the elves and the lizardmen unleashed everything they had. Arvelia, Varian Hilder, Burn Dane. Fu Wu Wu Arig. A torrent of fire and lightning exploded. Ryu's holy flames, Hedon's thunderous bolts, Hogni's dark fire, and Lid's searing breath intertwined, shattering the final 2 tornadoes. But then, open descend, come forth Empyrean of the supreme heavens. Hidden beneath the roar of the storm, the abominable chant reached its end. The massive magic circle, already at critical power, flared to life. "Oh no!" Ryu's shout of alarm, and even the gods' cries of dread, came too late. The corrupted spirit had wagered everything on this strike as well. Pouring every last fragment of power the demon realm could yield, it completed the ultimate grand ritual. Its twisted lips curved into a grotesque crescent, its final, triumphant smile, as it summoned the cataclysm to end all things. Heaven's catastrophe, the judgment of heaven, an execution that would annihilate creation itself. A supreme spell that should have been divine retribution was, through thwarted influence of the demon realm and the spirit's own perversion, transformed into an artillery of extinction. A column of radiant light surged forth, a lance of annihilation that promised only oblivion. Ryu's entire body, Ween's eyes, the vast chamber itself, all were bathed in black and indigo radiance. Everything the light touched was unmade, dissolving toward nothingness. In that moment when all would have been reduced to particles, "Yu-woo-woo-woo-woo," a beast roared. Ninth trial sword Ulfire cleared. Leon's shining gauntlets shattered, then blazed into a higher form. Otter's transformation erupted in tandem, beastification and the knight's round enhancement. Their entire beings, body, soul, and will surged beyond the limit of level 8, to challenge the peak once held by the gods themselves. Hildy's Vinny. 10th trial sword, Regnant release. The lion cloaked in golden fur, and the boar wielding his cursed halberd raised their weapons high and unleashed the legacy of heroes. Afterglow, 2 voices roared as one. Dark violet and gold collided, corruption against radiance, destruction against valor. The world convulsed. A deafening quake split reality itself, light against shadow, end against continuation. The clash of opposing absolutes birthed a flood of light that consumed all before it. Fragments of Samos Thracia spirits were disintegrated. Ryu, Hedon, Heath, and Lid were hurled away like leaves in a hurricane. Even Ween and the others, distant from the blast, were blown backward by its fury. The corrupted spirit itself froze in disbelief as the wave of light engulfed its monstrous body, and even the spirit dragon shuddered beneath the blinding gradients. The demon realm screamed. The world trembled. The dungeon itself recoiled. At the end of all that, when the heavens' judgment should have pronounced extinction, a diurent verdict resounded. Neutralization. The heroes' ultimate techniques had cancelled out the end of the world. The combined strike of 2 legends, their intersecting lights, had shattered Theflash of annihilation. The massive magic circle screamed under the strain of its own recoil, while Otter and Leon were caught in the aftershock, flung violently back, smashing through walls of flesh and stone, their armor shattered to dust. The assault ceased, and yet, though its final weapon had been stopped, the corrupted spirit froze, stunned, shaken to its very core by the indomitable strength of mortals who had dared defy the gods. It heard it then, something beyond despair. Even amid that apocalyptic clash of light, while the world convulsed between ruin and survival, a voice continued to sing. Chains unbound, the heavens roar. Lineage of wrath, devour the moon in my stead and swallow all before thee. The blinding radiance, through the storm of destruction, two silhouettes still stood firm where the heroes had carved open a path. And in that final moment, when the spirit's own gaze faltered, a beast of flame began to manifest. With these fangs of fire, consume. A bell rang. The grand bell that heralded the dawn of heroes told once more, its resounding call joining the rising flame. In its glow, the amber eyes of the gray wolf burned with murderous resolve. The will to destroy, the vow to triumph, and the name he owed to the abyss, Hattie. The word itself became fire. Flame howled. Fangs of blazing crimson wrapped his arms and legs, turning them into jaws of a devouring inferno. A conflagration erupted from the werewolf's body, an enchantment of pure annihilation. The scarlet fire surged, raged, and exploded, taking shape as a colossal wolf of flame. The corrupted spirit, frozen even within its own realm, saw that within the inferno's glare, the man's eyes carried a vow of absolute hunt, a promise of extinction for all before him. The flames convulsed, scattering like sparks from the sun. Then came the roar, a sound so violent that it shattered the stillness of the spirit's time. Charge of searing fury. Nothing in its path survived. The torrent of burning wrath scorched the flesh of the dungeon, ripped through the air itself, and advanced at divine speed, straight toward the hated spirit and its dragon host. The white-haired boy followed close behind, silencing even his awe drawn forward by that monstrous flame. The corrupted spirit screamed, its voice shrill with terror and disbelief. Ah! For it understood, better than anyone, what that fire meant. Desperately, it rallied every shred of magic in existence. From the tip of its conductor's wand burst legions of spells, a storm of elemental death, a swarm of Samos Thracia fragments, each exploding into fireballs and lightning arcs to block the wolf's path. But the blazing jaws devoured everything. Corrupted spirit's astonishment turned to horror, for the wolf did not falter. It fed upon every attack, and with each bite it grew larger, brighter, fiercer. The embodiment of destruction had become unstoppable flame. The more magic struck him, the more his body tore and burned, and yet the greater the flame howled. The damage is absorbed. No, look closer. It's both. Magic drain and damage drain. In the celestial observation halls, the gods shielded their eyes from the blinding spectacle below. Even as their divine sight struggled to comprehend it, silence fell, a silence born not of awe, but of pity. Betez's forbidden art, Hattie, devoured the magic that sought to kill him, and even the damage carved into his flesh was consumed, transmuted into yet more firepower, accursed, rare magic born of defiance and ruin. It was the embodiment of wounds themselves. For all his life, he had torn away weakness, despised the powerless, and refused to forgive the fragile self he once was. Every scar, every loss, every failure, all were devoured, reforged into strength by this self-destructive flame. The output of that inferno now surpassed even the furious charge of the war chariot, the mightiest of his rivals. Ayo. The more it burned, the less life he had left to give. Every moment of power was bought with his own body. The enemy's blasts tore through his flesh, his sinew seared, his bones splintered, yet the wolf did not stop. Behind him, Bel's shout echoed, but Beteo ewered no reply. He would yield not even a single wound to another. The tolling of the grand bell, Bel's will must not fall silent, and so the wolf bore every blow himself, his claws rending the torrents of flame apart, his voice a roar of defiance against the dying of his light. Quit whining already. Bel had cast himself into the flames to save Tiona, to defy death itself. Then how could Bete do any less? To fall short now would be a betrayal of the very creed that defined him. If he could not surpass even this, he truly would be nothing more than the weak fool he once mocked. That he would never allow. For Bete Loga was born to devour the cries of the weak, to embody the predator that refuses surrender. If that damn rabbit can, then don't you dare think I can't. His bellow ripped through the inferno, a declaration that tore through the dungeon's roaring pulse. And far behind him, blood bubbling from her lips, a tattered Amazon lifted her gaze, her eyes burning bright. That's my line. Coughing crimson, Tiona grinned, her spirit flaring to match the wolf's own. If he refused to kneel before despair, then so would she. No longer content to watch from the sidelines, the girl who had found her hero would stand as one herself, her soul breathing with the same fire. Intense heat. Tiona bent low, a feral snarl twisting her lips as she exhaled a searing crimson breath. That breath soon flared into a living aura, wrapping around her entire body, a heat so violent it made even the monsters of the dungeon recoil in instinctive fear. Intense heat, intense heat. Tiona's rare skill. It's E-uked, a massive boost to all abilities when at death's door. Combined with Berserk, which raised her power every time she took damage, Tiona Huruyut was the kind of warrior who only grew stronger the closer she came to death. A twisted mirror of the wolf she so often argued with, the resemblance to Bete's own power wasn't lost on her. When she'd once told Belle about a pretty amazing trump card that kicks in when I'm desperate, this was what she had meant. Even as the roots of corruption clawed through her veins, draining her life from within, she grinned and spat at them, using their invasion as fuel. Then she dug her heels into the ground, and the stone beneath her cracked. Sko. Outstretched hand never reached her. The Amazon shot forward in an instant, a blur of raw muscle and instinct, a beast woman who no longer cared about reason or restraint. The air itself exploded behind her as she surged toward the roaring fire ahead, toward the men who blazed like the Belle's own flame. And then, ugh, stay away from me, Yeye. The burning wolf hurtled straight for the corrupted spirit. Even in this moonless abyss, his flames seemed to devour the very idea of light, like a beast attempting to swallow the full moon whole. He raced up the pulsing veins of the chamber, ignoring every blast, every spell, every desperate tendril thrown in his path. The spirit screamed in incomprehension, unable to process the advance of something that should not exist. Ooh! The spirit dragon, protected by the massive, great barrier, roared its defiance, black winds exploding outward, winds that had thrown Bete aside countless times before. But not now. The gale met fire and was devoured. He tore through the storm, his fangs blazing like miniature suns, burning, tearing, clawing his way through by sheer force. Ararea! Bete's flaming jaws struck the barrier. Then boom, a surge of incandescent fire erupted, and one of the 6 spirit remnants maintaining the absolute shield shattered into ash. Not one but many. Boom, 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 clockwise they burst apart, one after another, until only 2 remained. Cracks split the once perfect honeycomb structure of the Great Barrier. The fortress of divine geometry wavered, and within the fiery glow that painted the chamber red, the corrupted spirit's twisted face, once confident and cruel, was finally etched with fear. Neither Ryu's magic nor Hogni's nor Hedon's lightning had been able to so much as crack that barrier. And yet now, all 3 of them stared wide-eyed at the blazing inferno consuming the battlefield. Even Leon and Otter, those paragons of might, could only watch in silent acknowledgement. The lion, the boar, both eclipsed by a single burning wolf, and that wolf roared for the return of the wind-born girl. Ah. Even the dragon, whose face had until now been cold and mechanical, flinched in instinctive fear. But as the great barrier trembled, the corrupted spirit sensed another terror far greater than the wolf. Behind the beast of flame came the tolling of a bell. A figure drawing near, more fearsome than the lion, more dreadful than the boar, more relentless than the wolf. A pitiful rabbit. Don't be absurd. That was a hero who could slay dragons. Shut up, SHUUTUUUUP. The fallen spirit couldn't understand that the boy who had invoked the name of the hero sphere, the one who had shaken her very soul, reminded her of him. The hero she had once loved, the one destined to destroy the monster she had become. And that lingering spirit's heart now screamed, "Don't let that funeral bell ring." The spirit howled as the boy raised the blade of divine light, her own requiem forged in flame and radiance. She diverted all focus, broke every rational instinct, and chose the only move she could, abandoning her defense against the wolf to annihilate the approaching boy. Countless magic circles flared in the air, forged from gathered mana artillery ports of pure destruction, all aimed at him. "Belle," Ryu screamed. "Belle," Ween cried. "Belle," even Hesja's divine voice trembled. But the wolf, Tiona, he called not for fear but for certainty, because he knew she would come, because that was what comrades did. Ah! The intense heat skill flared, a burst of red wind engulfed her, fusing with her friend's own wind, with the spirit of Eyes herself. Tiona surged up the pulsing flesh of the veins, overtaking Belle in a single bound, and soared. Tiona leapt into the path of annihilation. The thunder of ruin crashed down, and she drove her monstrous right fist forward. Tiona. That frail, human fist could never stand against such a divine bolt. Both she and Belle should have been erased in the instant that light struck. Loki's scream tore through the battlefield, but like Bete, it was not a cry of despair. It was a divine command, a battle cry of faith. The next heartbeat, the thunder converged into Tiona's right hand. The spirit reeled back in disbelief. The Amazon clenched her teeth, her entire frame trembling as she forced the power to halt. And in her grasp shone a single jewel, Bete's metal boot, Flossfort. Its true function, a magic conduit. The embedded jewel absorbed spells and mirrored their elemental nature. Before his charge, Bete had torn that gem from his greave and hurled it toward her, a promise in his words, will carve the way open. Together, he and Tiona would make sure Belle reached eyes. It hurts like hell, but I know AIS hurts way more. The gem alone could never withstand the thunder. That blast should have erased her arm, her body, her very soul. But the mutated right arm, the flesh corrupted by the spirit's own tendrils, did not burn away. That grotesque appendage, saturated with mana and resistance, became her armor. The parasitic curse that had tormented her, that had defiled her body and mocked her will, was now the shield that let her strike back. The gods themselves fell silent at the irony. Every cruelty of this accursed dungeon now turned on its creator. The spirit's face drained of color. Tiona's inhuman arm flared with lightning, and she drove forward, a living thunderbolt beside the blazing wolf. She raised her crackling fist high, and with the fury of the Amazonian warrior, she roared, Eli Tiskuwuwu. Grand destruction, Olga. The blow landed. The intense heat skill and the absorbed thunder fused into one catastrophic strike. Her thunder fist collided with Bete's burning fangs, and together they obliterated the final spirit cores. The last of the spirit remnants burst apart in a storm of ash and blue lightning. The honeycombed barrier screamed, fractured, and shattered like glass under divine fire. Bete, Tiona, thank you. The cascading light and burning dust, the boy's voice rang clear. Belle Cranel leapt through the collapsing radiance, past the wolf and the Amazon, toward the corrupted spirit and the spirit dragon to end it all. The sacred fire roared, white motes of light swirling in its wake. Belle had reached full charge, every ounce of will, every drop of spirit, concentrated into a single point. There was no room left for defense, no margin for evasion, only the strike of a hero, Argo Vesta. He brought down the blade of his soul upon the false end. Oh, H. The cataclysmic blow ripped through the spirit dragon. Its body convulsed and disintegrated, the immense light tearing it apart from within. The corrupted spirit tried to abandon the dragon's form, wrenching itself free, but the explosion swallowed it whole, hurling its mangled upper body back against the pulsating great heart. Ash rained down like gray snow. The goddesses and gods cheered. The adventurers and Xenos cried out in triumph, but Belle didn't stop to hear any of it. He caught hold of a thick, throbbing vein extending from the great heart, swung down and landed. His eyes fixed on the faint azure light deep within the crimson walls. Eyes! He reached out, hand trembling, voice breaking toward the girl sealed in that cocoon of blue radiance. You will not have her. The corrupted spirit, blood-soaked and half-destroyed, clung to the great heart. The third eye on its forehead gleamed a venomous crimson. Bashu, the flesh of the heart convulsed. It bulged, split. A massive, gaping maw and organic pit of fangs and muscle opened before Belle. Time stopped. Bete and Tiona, still falling from their last strike, froze midair. Lid, Ryu, and the others, too injured to move, could only stare in horror. And then the world turned scarlet. The writhing meat engulfed him whole. Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. The spirit's laughter echoed, mad and triumphant. The glow of the holy fire vanished from sight. And Tiona, realizing what had just happened, was the first to scream, her throat and chest trembling with despair. Argonaut. It was warm, sickeningly so. The sensation was revolting. Belle was trapped, encased within flesh. From his feet to the crown of his head, there wasn't a single gap left. Every inch was sealed in by living, pulsating meat. For a fleeting moment, he wondered if this was what a child felt returning to its mother's womb, but immediately rejected the thought. This was no cradle of love. It was the stomach of a man-eating flower, dissolving its prey in blissful ecstasy. I can't, this is impossible. In this sea of flesh, even autoheal was meaningless. The instant his health and mind recovered, they were drained away again. His body, his magic, even his will, everything was being siphoned. Already, his skin was fusing with the living walls. The clammy texture pressing against him made his mind want to break. He could feel himself melting, like the soft contents of a cocoon before the butterfly emerges. Hands, legs, face, everything turning to sludge. He was becoming nothing more than a lump of dissolving meat that once was Bel Cranel. Infinite healing or not, he was being absorbed, consumed into the corrupted spirit itself. I can't do anything, no knife, no magic, nothing left to fight back with. His vision blurred, his thoughts dimmed, sinking into the syrupy, intoxicating rhythm of the flesh. He now understood the prison that had drained the strength of his beloved Ace was this place. This abomination. A laugh slithered through the red void. A hee-hee few-foo-foo-haya, not a lullaby. A laugh of mockery, no, of ecstasy. It was the spirits gloating over its final victory. Or perhaps the moan of joy at finally becoming one with the hero it desired. Nothing will change. There was no escape. No solution. The pulse of destruction throbbed around him, thick, wet, unstoppable. As his awareness faded, Bel finally admitted his power alone wasn't enough. Not by myself. So he reached for another's strength. His trembling hand groped behind him, gripping the dagger he had hidden closeto his stomach before being swallowed. The Krazo magic sword. He didn't need to supply it with magic. He didn't need to swing it. The blade his dearest comrade had forged would answer him, no matter the distance, as long as their bond remained. And so, Welf! He screamed his friend's name with every shred of his being. The next instant, the crimson blade blazed to life. GHH! The flesh prison ignited from within, the same deep red flames as Bel's own eyes. The spirit's seductive laughter twisted into a shriek of hellish agony. The living walls burned and bubbled, the fusion of flesh and soul ripped apart, and the infernal blaze erupted outward like a volcanic torrent of crimson fire. And those left in the great chamber, Ryu and the others, witnessed it. The corrupted spirit clinging to the great heart suddenly twisted in terror. Pressing its belly with trembling hands over the poolsing navel of flesh, it couldn't scream as, like a solar prominence, the great heart erupted in a violent torrent of crimson flame. From below, Bite and Tiona looked up in shock, their faces illuminated in red. Through the crystal oculus, even the gods widened their eyes, the roar off combustion and the spirit's shriek echoing through the massive chamber with ear-splitting force. Once again. The corrupted spirit had misjudged. The white rabbit it had devoured was neither a pitiful meal nor the false hero Itance loved, but a living powder keg. Thanks to his active anti-charm flame resistance skill, this reckless act became the worst possible counter for the spirit. The blazing great heart. Two voices clashed in a grotesque duet of agony, one of defiance, one of torment. Even Bel himself wasn't spared. The heat, the pressure, the pain, everything was tearing him apart. But he didn't stop. Driven by sheer desperation, he clawed and pushed forward, forcing his way through the layers of flesh. He swam through the sea of fire, dove into the sea of flesh and mud. The first, he was already used to, he'd done worse to save Tiona. The second, he faced with nothing but raw willpower. If there was ever a time to show the brute strength of a first-class adventurer, it was now. The wall before him was monstrous, over 10 meters thick, a fortress of musclined sinew. He dug through, tore through, burned through again and again until through the smoke and blood and fire he saw it, that beautiful blue light. He reached out, and at last his hand touched it. Her cheek rested against the cold floor of ice. The crumbling birdcage could no longer hold. Her strength had already faded. She knew that when the cage finally shattered, the surrounding darkness would swallow her whole. That much she understood. Even fear was beyond her now. She couldn't muster the will to call for anyone. Her eyelids began to fall shut, and then something small brushed against her hand. A book. There were books about terrifying dragons and others about the spirits her mother once read to her long ago. They were like fragments of her heart, memories given shape, countless picture books scattered through the void. Her trembling fingers touched one of them. It was a story about brave, mighty heroes like her father once was. Lying there on the frozen floor, she turned a page with what little strength remained. But what awaited her was blank, pure white like untouched snow, a spread of emptiness. As if the book itself were whispering to her, "There is no hero for you, eyes." Her golden eyes quivered. Tears threatened to spill. But then, the rabbit was coming. The blank page at the edge of her fatting site, I saw it approach from outside the cage, a tattered, stew-hued rabbit. Its arm was gone. Its leg was gone. It was electrocuted, blown away, shards of blue ice stabbed into its back. Each time the rabbit doll fell to the ground. Each time it staggered and forced its torn body back together, stitching itself through sheer will, then stood again. Step by dragging step, pat, pat, scrape, it came straight toward her. Eyes trembling, lips parted. Her own body began to move as if pulled along by that fragile persistence. Gathering the last of her strength, she crawled forward across the frozen floor. She reached the iron bars of her icy cage, gripped them, and pushed herself up. The patched, button-eyed rabbit limped closer, close enough to touch. But just as she reached out her hand, a red tendril of flesh shot down from above and hooked around its neck. The rabbit was yanked upward, jerking into the black void overhead. Its limp arms and legs swayed as it hung there. From the darkness above came a voice, warped and gloating. "No, never, I won't hand it over." Seeing the rabbit hanging there, eyes, tears welled up. Hope shattered. Of course it would end like this. She had hurt so many of her friends. Her wind had wounded them all. Someone like her didn't deserve to be saved. Those thoughts broke apart into silent sobs, blurring her vision, and then the rabbit burst into flame. The short arms flailed, and from its waist the little figure pulled out a match, SH letter 1B0. In an instant it struck the flame. The rabbit doll set itself ablaze. Eyes could only stare, dumbfounded, as the roaring fire spread to the red tendril offalsh and raced upward through the darkness. The eerie laughter turned into a piercing scream. The burning cord snapped and fell apart. With a heavy thud, the rabbit doll crashed to the ground in front of Eyes. No, by then it was no longer a doll. It was a person, someone with long arms and legs, wearing the head of Arabit doll as a mask. He was taller than she was. The young Eyes shrank back, frightened. But before she could retreat, he reached up and removed the rabbit mask. Hair as white as freshly fallen snow spilled free. Eyes of deep crimson like rubellite gemstones met hers. Eyes was entranced by their light. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Kneeling on the other side of the cage bars, the boy apologized. "I came to bring you home." His body was torn, his face covered in blood and ash, yet he smiled, gentle and unwavering. "With everyone's help, I came to save you." Softly, calmly, tears welled in Eyes' eyes and spilled down her cheeks. "Who are you?" Forgetting even to wipe the tears away, she whispered the question. "An adventurer." A crack split through the darkness. The world of shadow began to fracture, and from beyond the shattering blackness, rays of light poured in. "I'm just an adventurer." "Who once admired a hero, you." Shook her head, her trembling voice faint. "I'm not a hero." So once more she asked him quietly as the cage crumbled around them. "Will you become my hero?" The boy's eyes widened. Through the frozen bars, the young girl and the boy looked straight at each other. Gold met crimson, her eyes like sunlight, his like rubellite flame. Their gazes intertwined, wordless, trembling. At last, the boy spoke. "I want to be a hero." Held her gaze, his voice steady, and reached out his hand through the isobars. "I want to be your hero." Eyes drew in a shaky breath. Her small fingers reached out, touching his hand. The cage of ice shattered, the darkness dissolved. The nightmare world collapsed into nothing. And as everything was bathed in brilliant white light beneath a beautiful blue sky, Eyes fell forward softly into the boy's arms. The warmth he'd reclaimed, he would never let it go again. Flesh burned, burst, and fell away. Returned from the illusion, Belle was falling headfirst through the air, holding tightly in his arms the golden-haired, golden-eyed girl who lay unconscious against his chest. Wata, the corrupted spirit, ruptured from within and spewing fragments of the great heart, let out a scream like the end of the world and lunged toward them. Even with its mighty wind lost and its body in tatters, it still raged on, a monster to the very end. A waterfall of flesh surged upward, tendrils snapping through the air. Desperatito reclaimed the girl once more. They reached for Belle and Eyes, too fast, too close. There was no time to ring the bell. Tiona and the others were too far to intervene. He would be torn apart, the girl wrenched from his grasp, that was certain. And yet Belle did not flinch, because he believed. If I could do it, then so can you. If I can reach her, then you can too. Lefia. The cry carried their shared promise, their vow to never fall behind one another. And then Ark's ray, a sound of light. A blinding roar of light shot upward, piercing through the fleshy floor far below and rising to the heavens. The beam tore through the ground, an elven spell unleashed from the lower floor, grazing past Belle as it ascended. The corrupted spirit's shriek echoed through the chamber as the blast ripped through its tendrils and shredded most of its body, spraying blood through the air. Belle cradled Eyes tightly in his left arm and thrust out his right hand. He took aim at the monster's third eye, at the ancient soul that had been trapped in this dark labyrinth for over 1,000 years. And in the name of his goddess, he released a purifying flame to set everything free. Firebolt! A column of white fire and lightning burst forth. Together with the elf's rising light, it pierced the corrupted spirit, the so-called impurity. In that radiance, as the world turned pure white, she, the spirit, looked upon the boy holding the girl and seemed, for a fleeting instant, to wear an expression of sorrow, envy, and peace, as though seeing her long-lost self reflected in them. She returned, guided by the elf's light and the thunderous flame, her soul at last ascending to the heavens she had longed for. Wrapped in that final brilliance, a light not of banishment but of release, Tebang, once called the corrupted spirit, was gone. The falling boy and girl were caught midair by the arms of Bete and Tiona. Ho had leapt in after them. Bell, here. Her trembling voice met his, and the cheers of gods and adventurers rang across the collapsing chamber. Footsteps rushed closer, their allies, the Xenos, everyone who had fought Forthy's moment, lowered gently to the ground. Bell and eyes felt tears fall upon their cheeks, tears from countless friends and comrades. Their fingers reached for one another, searching through the trembling air, until a slender ring finger and a small pinky intertwined. Just for now, neither would let go. As the world of the Underrealm began to crumble with a morning roar, Bell held into that warmth and remembered that morning light atop the city wall, so long ago. The words he had wanted to say ever since. Welcome back, eyes. And within his tilted vision, he thought he saw her lips faintly curve into a smile. The corrupted spirit, vanquished. The sword princess, Eyes Wallenstein, completely rescued. Time itself seemed to pause, yet the lower world carried on, bound by hope. From the distant altar above the dungeon, the gods praised and blessed the Talof, the Familia who had overcome the first end of days. Epilogue, beautiful world II after exhausting every ounce of their strength and surviving a journey through incomprehensible, unknown. Bell and his allies had finally achieved what had once seemed impossible, the subjugation of the corrupted spirit. However, their adventure was far from over. There was no convenient defeat the final boss and roll credits ending waiting for them. In fact, what lay ahead was arguably the true ordeal, the hellish return trip. This marked the final phase of the Loki Familia rescue operation. Having escaped the collapsing underworld by the thinnest margin after the corrupted spirit's demise, Bell's main party reunited with the rescued members of the Loki Familia at the passage connecting to the 59th floor. With heavy assistance from Mia and her team, they aimed for the 50th floor, where Adar's group and the rearguard forces were holding the line. The retreat quickly devolved into chaos. They came under constant sniper fire from the Dragon Jars, and with Bell unable to benefit from the Vanadis Tavere skill at this point, he was pushed to his absolute limits. Reaching a temporary safe zone on the way, the party received only the barest emergency treatment, most of it administered by the Andromnir medics, including a dead-eyed, completely burned-out Heath, before immediately resuming their full-speed escape. It was, to put it plainly, a death marathon. Even Otter and Leon avoided direct combat, sprinting through the collapsing dungeon with grim resolve, a sight so surreal that Bell began to wonder if he was dreaming. Meanwhile, the Freya Familia, Ganesha Familia, and instructors from the Academy District, who had been constructing the vertical shaft for their ascent, confirmed Bell's party's passage, then began their own withdrawal barely a minute later. The result was a massive, unending exodus of adventurers. Those who had once stood on the roadside, cheering the runners, were now joining them in the flight for survival. It's like a nightmare, Heath muttered weakly from where she was being carried in an aide's back, mentally and physically broken from exhaustion. At this point, the Xenos who had aided the expedition split letter 1B0, heading back toward their hidden enclave rather than joining the retreat. The growing number of adventurers inevitably attracted the dungeon's attention. The upper floors became an outright festival of chaos as hordes of monsters surged toward the mass of retreating humans. The defensive forces guarding Theshaft screamed under the pressure, and what began as confusion soon crossed into pure pandemonium. This, of course, meant that the burden on the squad leaders and commanders skyrocketed, most notably one very small but very loud commander, Lilaruka Ard. "Can I please give up my title of Little Marshal Nowu?" Despite the crushing fatigue, she kept her voice hoarse and commands sharp, coordinating with Finn and the ever-sadistic Hedin, both already overwhelmed by the retreat logistics and rearguard management. Through sheer willpower and genius-level tactical insight, Lily's leadership bordered on divine. Her coordination was so vital that she was later dubbed the Shadow MVP of the entire operation. And when she finally confirmed Belle's team had safely reached the 18th floor, she collapsed on the spot. Her tiny level 2 body couldn't handle the brain-melting stress and the heat from overexerted mental processing, nor the oxygen deprivation from all the screaming. As she fainted, she swore vengeance upon Finn and especially the sadist Hedin. Afterward, while some of the adventurers briefly considered taking the shortcut back to the surface through the artificial dungeon Gnosis, that plan was quickly scrapped because of one god's reckless suggestion. Come on, wouldn't it be way more dramatic if you guys made your grand return proper? Just, climb back up through the dungeon for me, yeah? Hermes, voice over the communicator, nearly sent every exhausted adventurer into a homicidal rage. Even so, they begrudgingly followed divine orders. Their only small consolation was that Isfi, his Long-Su Ewering captain, immediately lied a very thorough punishment for her idiotic god once they were back home. Bah, after coming this far, cutting corners right before the finish line wouldn't sit right. You'll regret it forever if you don't see this through properly. Gareth's booming dwarven laughter filled the tunnels, only to be met with a collective, "We don't care," from the 4 Gulliver brothers, who spat the words in unison. Yet by that point, it hardly mattered whether anyone knew about Knossos or not. Every single adventurer wanted the same thing, to finish what they started, to complete the run. To avoid Tra-Uic jams between floors, the retreat proceeded in organized waves, each led by a defensive core unit bearing a command card marked with the sigil of a shield. No one wanted to see a single casualty now that the end was in sight. Thus, mixed formations of mid-tier familias, Freya Familia, and Ganesha Familia members began the slow, coordinated ascent, an unlikely coalition that would never again share the same battlefield. Group by group, roughly 30 adventurers at a time, they departed the 18th floor, heading up toward the light of the surface. When the final wave prepared to leave Rivera, Belle stood among them. Beside him were the ever-loyal members of Hestia Familia, minus Lily, who was still unconscious after her command burnout, the Smith Welf, and his comrades from the Loki Familia. And of course, those who had tended his wounds with tear-streaked faces, Nina, the medics of the 3rd unit, and countless others, watched them letter 1B0 as the last party to leave the city of adventurers began their journey home. Oi, did it. You did it. Yes, sir. From the 17th floor to the 13th, the 9th, the 5th, whether the dungeon itself was exhausted or simply acknowledging their triumph, no new irregularities appeared. Step by steady step, Belle and the others ascended through each level in silencing relief. You're not done till you make it back alive, huh? Can't say that phrases ever hit me this hard before. Yeah, same here. Truly, everyone, thank you for your hard work. Haru, bit early for that, Ryu chided gently. Ryu Dono is correct. Come, let's finish strong. That was the exchange the Hestia Familia shared upon reaching the 1st floor. Everyone was battered, filthy, and too drained to even fake a smile, which was precisely why the small ones they managed were so genuine. Belle looked around for eyes. She had yet to awaken, resting in the arms of the royal high elf, surrounded and protected by the members of the Loki Familia. He wished for her safety. More than anyone else, he hoped, he prayed that she would be all right. Thank you. He thought he heard it, a whisper on the edge of sound. When he turned his head, he thought he caught sight of them, a golden-haired elf and another in white garments, black hair flowing softly beside her. They smiled his way before vanishing into the light. Thank you, too, Belle murmured back. The elves' faces brightened with gentle smiles before they drifted away, vanishing ahead. And then he saw it. Light, the glimmer of the surface. The rumbling voices from above. They passed through the great hole, climbed the man-made halls, crossed the gate, and were struck by the blinding radiance of the sun, the blessing of the surface. Loki Familia. Welcome home. Thank the gods you're safe. The adventurers and the academy, unbelievable. You did it. The champion, Knight of Knights. The lion and rabbit of light, Regulus Arnie. The cheers of the townsfolk filled Central Park, washing over everyone like a flood of light and relief. After the grim first reports of the rescue operation, despair had gripped the city. But precisely because of that hopelessness, The return of Arario's greatest thoroughs brought the crowd to tears. People screamed and wept, applauding until their voices broke. Amid the calls for Otter and the others were a few thatch-outed Belle's new alias. But since the boy had completely forgotten that his title had been updated during the return from the Dragon's Valley, he didn't even realize they were calling for him. At the moment, he had more immediate problems. The goddess daughter, Horn, flung herself into him hard enough to nearly drive Anaf through his stomach with the force of her hug, knocking him over entirely. Surrounded by wolf whistles and teasing cheers from onlookers, Belle found himself pinned under a furious skirmish led by a tearful Palom and a windswept elf, both newly awake and very emotional. The chaos atop his stomach rivaled the battlefield of the corrupted spirit, and Belle could do nothing but endure until High's blacksmith friend finally came to his rescue. But beyond all that, above all else, the sky was blue. The sunlight overhead, nearing its zenith, shone impossibly bright. "I won't apologize," Finn said as he stepped forward before the gathered crowd of citizens, adventurers, and students. "I'm sure there are those who'd rather see an arrogant Palom bow his head, but just for now, let me owe you gratitude instead." He raised his voice so all of Arario could hear. "Thank you, City of Heroes. Because of you, we were able to challenge the wish off the lower world. We'll repay this debt at the very ends of the north." A second wave of cheers erupted. The crowd whistled, clapped, and laughed through tears, shouting for him to make good on that promise. One great feat had been accomplished, and for this moment at least, everyone allowed themselves to celebrate. We're home. 5.5 days since the operation began, Belle's long adventure finally ended. The cold winter wind felt, for once, like the gentle touch of spring. He breathed in the scent of the surface, basked in the sunlight, and listened to the cheers of the people. Then, closing his eyes, he smiled one last time. Welcome back. Beyond the circle of onlookers, where the crowd opened into a path of light, Hestia and the gathered gods smiled softly, watching over their children who had returned. Joy and excitement still lingered in the air, even as time moved quietly onward. Finn, alone today. When the Palom appeared in her private chamber, Loki glanced up from the apartment she had been glowering at, then carelessly tossed it onto the desk where she had been sitting cross-legged, bottle of wine still in hand. Yeah. Reveria went to the Hestia Familia's home base. She wanted to express her thanks along with Gareth and the others. TCH, I just know that pint-sized brat's gonna be all smug about it. Makes me skin crawl. Even after the rescue operation, the days that followed were far from peaceful for the Loki Familia. Eyes and the other heavy casualties were under strict orders to rest, while everyone else busied themselves paying visits to the countless other factions that had joined the campaign. After all, the number of familias involved, plus the addition of the, easily surpassed the scale of the great war game. Loki herself had already handled the divine diplomacy and reparations between deities, but her followers, led by the ever-upright and honorable High Elf Princess, still insisted on personally making amends and ewing thanks. Losses had been ewed. No amount of heroism could erase that. And even if the guild and the city's founding god Uranus had formally decreed corrupted spirit countermeasure as a top priority mission entrusted Solito the Loki Familia, a public secret, by now, it didn't change the fact that they bore the burden of consequence. For the sake of unity in the City of Heroes, they faced every accusation and grievance head-on, unlike a certain rival familia of the north-dwelling goddess. "Then," Loki finally asked, her usual drawl slipping away, "what's this about? You already suspect, don't you, Loki?" The Palom's tone was calm but edged with resolve. He had left the diplomatic visits to others and come here alone for one final confirmation. The goddess didn't answer. Finn's sharp eyes flicked toward the parchment she had tossed aside. It was an intelligence report, a foreign dispatch describing turmoil far beyond Arario's walls. A valley in upheaval. A plea to the city at the world's center. "The world cries out for a hero. Those were your words, the words of the gods, and he has shown proof." Loki said nothing, but her silence was not denial. Finn knew her too well, it was silent agreement. The final key to slaying the Black Dragon is him. Brave Palom stated it plainly. Already hailed as this age's chosen hero, he nonetheless bowed his head in acknowledgement of that boy's worth, of that boy's right. Of the adventurer who had proven himself through blood and fire. Meeting his goddess's eyes, Finn declared his resolve. "Loki, Let's bring Bel Cranel into our familia. Image translation. Bel Cranel eulation. Hestia familia race. Human occupation. Adventurer deepest floor reached. 60th floor weapons. Hestia knife. Hakugen funds. 2,750,400 volleys. Spirit master black circle a spirit's mantle, granting resistance to all elemental attributes. The one given to Bel is a crimson battle robe, engraved with markings resembling hieroglyphs or holy runes. A prototype developed by the Academy District, not yet released to the public, a one-of-a-kind masterpiece. Its defensive capability against magic far surpasses that of ordinary armor. Though originally intended for a deurant purpose, it has been imbued with powerful resistance to spirit-type magic and was deployed in the recent Corrupted Spirit trial battle. Its anti-magic durability, strong enough to endure the boy's full-body firebolt without turning to ash, bears the personal endorsement of Balder. Status, LV. 5 Strength, E477 Endurance, D698 Dexterity, E491 Agility, D689 Magic, F399 Luck, F Abnormal Resistance, G Escape, G Combo Attack, I Magic Firebolt Rapid Cast Magic. Skill Lyris Freeze promotes rapid growth. E-ukes continue as long as the feeling of yearning lasts. The stronger the yearning, the greater the E-uked. Argonaut Active Action grants the ability to charge for an empowered attacker action. Ox Slayer grants an extraordinary boost to all abilities when fighting against bull-type monsters. Vanadi's Tavere Hestia's Blessing of the Virgin activates when uked by charm-type E-ukes. Greatly boosts all ability parameters. Automatically restores physical and mental strength, auto-heal. Afterward, at long last, the final elf heroine, the golden yellow one, has made her appearance. She truly has the air of a new heroine, doesn't she? Though her expression makes it look like she's been running wild in some side story for quite some time already. But that must just be my imagination. By the way, the aphrodisiac bitcha incident mentioned in this volume isn't from Sword Oratoria, but from short story collection II. Even if you haven't read it, you should be fine. This volume 21 of the main series is an irregular one. I had vaguely imagined an incident of this scale before, but thanks to the existence of Sword Oratoria, it ended up becoming a terrifying volume I wanted to run away from writing. It might be the first time I've ever written an entire volume that was non-stop from beginning to end. Still, compared to the DU Occult Labor that was volume 18's Faction War, this one wasn't quite as painful, so maybe I've leveled up a little. I'd like to think so anyway, and can't help but feel a bit sentimental about it. To return to the point, this volume is where the front of the main story and the back of the side story intersect. That said, I made sure it can be enjoyed even without reading the side story. For those who are curious about the back, please feel free to pick up Sword Oratoria Volume 16, which was released at the same time. Honestly, I'm burned out, and my mind's a blank. I wrote the front of the main story first, and then the back side story afterward, but publishing both simultaneously is intense. It's a completely deurant kind of hardship than releasing volumes back-to-back. In addition to the main series and Sword Oratoria, October 2025 also saw the simultaneous release of Familia Chronicle, Episode Isfi. Doing proofreading checks for 3 books at once made my brain go pampakapan total overload. It really was rough. Still, comparing Volume 1 of the main story to this Volume 21, I can't help but feel emotional realizing how far we've come since that first scene in the tavern. There are no small fry left. The small fry are gone. That's the kind of feeling I have now. Acknowledgements to my editors, Mr. Nakamizo and Mr. Tsukui. Thank you so much for supporting me through such a heavy volume right after the change in editors. To illustrator Suzuhito Yasuda-sensei, there are so many scenes in this volume that I love, but Bel in the second chapter's illustration is my absolute favorite. Everyone. Let's all watch the Hakon Ekiden. Also, this time we were able to release various special editions, including the main story, the side story, and even a 3-volume deluxe set, thanks to the efforts of everyone involved. I'd like to express my sincere gratitude here, and told the readers who picked up this volume 21, thank you so very much. The final arc, the end chapter, begins with this volume, but of course, it will continue. Next time, we'll finally delve into the faction of the clown, and into the heart of awe and aspiration. Mr. Wallen someone, I'm really sorry for making you wait so long. Even if she's a flower on too high a peak, I'm going to challenge her too. Thank you for reading all the way to the end. With that, I'll take my leave. Fujino Amori Image Translation. Content 003 Academy. Combat Department. 3rd Squad Grade Report 012 Fujino Amori / newly written short story sequel. Academy Heaven and Hell, The Fertility Goddess Transfer Student Arc, short story sequel. Academy Heaven and Hell, The Fertility Goddess Transfer Student Arc. Ah, Sir Tilda. Have you found your destined partner yet? With a cheerful skip and a smile, the golden-haired goddess approached, onlooking Sir to reach out in silence and start strangling her. That alone said everything about the disastrous relationship between Sir and the goddess Ithan. Sir, what are you doing, Naya? Don't just casually commit deicide in front of the tavern. Gubwe, strictly speaking, the mix of a love-struck, springtime romance-obsessed Ithan and a love-scarred, technically, love-dumped, ex-goddess turned barmaid was catastrophic, a catastrophe in every sense. Even Loki, their fellow goddess from the same homeland, had usually confirmed. Ithan was a genius at getting under Sir's skin. The screaming crowd on the western main street forced Clothed Cat Person and Lunware the Human to rush out and pull Sir letter 1B0 before Sheikchually killed the woman. Cough gasp okay. I'm fine, Sir and I are like best friends. No, god-level besties. This is just her way of showing a Yukshin, see. I totally get, completely unshaken, Ithan, the mentally invincible goddess of springtime love energy, was the one who had once suggested to Freya, why don't we find your destined partner, Other? Back in heaven. Since that day when Ithan's chirpy springtime love had nearly driven Freya to homicide, nothing had changed. Now hearing the same words again from that same oblivious smile, the urge to strangle welled up anew. Sir, you've been heartbroken, haven't you? Kaya Tilda. So springtime romantic. Tell me everything, every detail. And so, even after nearly dying once already, Ithan spun in circles around Sir, snayued the air, then lit up with an aha face, just before gleefully combining the two ultimate taboo phrases, springtime love and heartbreak. Naturally, Sir responded by pinning her down and going for strangling round 2. Jibayu. Stop, Sir. I get how you feel, Naya, but murder's still a crime, Naya. The spectacle of a goddess choking on the verge of being sent back to heaven, while her coworkers desperately held Sir back, was pure chaos. Only after both Chloe and Lunware clung to her arms and hair did Sir finally release Ithan's delicate neck, staring down with an icy, emotionless gaze. Still on the ground, pale and wheezing, the goddess managed a weak smile, a drop of glittering drool slipping from her lips. Ah, my springtime love sensor says, I totally know who you like, it's Belle, right? Liar. That deduction was clearly based on information from the faction war incident with the Hestia Familia. As Sir tensed, about to reach for Ithan's throat again, the unkillable goddess blurted out something completely unexpected. Sir, how about coming to the academy sometime? As a special transfer student, maybe. Sir's face, previously blank, now showed a flicker of curiosity. Ithan belonged to the Academy Alliance, the coalition of scholarly familias. A son of its administrators, alongside Headmaster Balder, she had the authority to grant access. If she wished, she could indeed arrange for a temporary transfer student, as she put it. Finally catching her breath, the golden goddess smiled up from the cobblestone street, radiating innocent goodwill. You could have your own winter-limited springtime love with Rappy, that boy who's just like the one you're interested in. The instant those words left her lips, Sir understood everything. Her dull gray eyes narrowed, and she smiled faintly. Heh! Chloe and Lunware both shivered on instinct. They knew that smile. It was the one that said someone was definitely going to die. Good morning, Rappy. Morning. Leaving the residential layer dorms of Live Layer and walking toward the academic layers school building, beneath the clear blue winter sky, the street where the girls, dorm residents joined the flow was filled with cheerful voices. A half-elf girl waved at him brightly. Wearing a brown wig with rabbit ears to disguise his distinctive white hair, and deliberately slouching to avoid looking like a first-class adventurer, Belle, currently using the alias Rappy Flemish, a transfer student, smiled at his classmate walking beside him. Good morning, Nina. Did you change your hairstyle today? It really suits you. You look super cute. Thanks. Nina's cheeks flushed, but she quickly gave him a suspicious sideways glance. Rappy, you're kinda airheaded sometimes, but when it comes to this kind off thing, you're weirdly sharp, aren't you? You really pay attention to girls, huh? And no, I don't think so. Must be your imagination, haha. You said you used to live in the big city, Belra, right? So maybe you're actually a smooth-talking city boy. And no, that's not it at all. I just noticed because you always help me out, Nina. Really, that's all. Belle's frantic denial only made it more obvious how bad he was at lying. Thanks to Hedden's relentless social re-education training, he'd gotten too natural at complimenting women, and now it was backfiring horribly. He couldn't award any new rappy character traits, especially something like flirty city boy. He already had enough cover stories to juggle without accidentally breaking cover. While Belle flailed helplessly like a panicked rabbit caught by the screw letter 1B0, Nina, who had been watching him teasingly, couldn't hold back her laughter. She giggled softly, her cheeks still slightly pink, as if she could already read him like an open book. And as naturally as birdsong in the forest, a voice rang out from nowhere in Thecrisp morning air. AOH. Belle twitched. Somewhere, the goddess of chaos known as Ithan was definitely watching. So have you gotten used to the academy yet? Nina asked. Yeah, thanks to you. There's still a lot I have to work on, but I'm getting there. With Balder and the others' help, Belle's undercover school life had now reached its 6th day. He was slowly getting used to the endless cycle of lessons, reviews, and catching up to the brilliant students around him. For now, his main problem remained the same, the dysfunctional third squad, also known as the worst party. Still, Belle was determined to tackle each issue one by one, like questions on inksem paper. All around, students walked and chatted, filling the air with the normal bright energy of a school morning. Adjusting the comfortable weight of his school bag on his shoulder, Belle smiled faintly. It was a kind of peace he could never feel as an adventurer, just walking side by side with friends, surrounded by laughter. Then, today, I'll be introducing your new classmate. The first period began, and immediately the day veered letter 1B0 the rails. Standing beside Leon, who looked as though he were trying to swallow something unpleasant, was a new transfer student in a spotless academy uniform, a girl with dull silver-gray hair. My name is Sir Fleva. It's nice to meet you all, P uffed. The entire Balder class broke into murmurs, but only one student suddenly doubled over, coughing and trying to suppress a laugh. Rappy. Nina gasped, but Belle couldn't even answer her. Sir, what is she doing here? As if hearing his thoughts, the girl named Sir Fleva looked straight at the boy named Rappy Flemish, and with a sweet, knowing smile, met his eyes. I used to belong to another Academia Uiliated Familia, but thanks to my godend Lady Ithan's arrangements, I've been allowed to study here at the Academy District for a short-term exchange. It's only for a little while, but I look forward to tojiting along with everyone. In other words, that's the cover story she's going with. Not that Belle was in any position to judge. His entire existence here was a pile of false identities. But inside, his mind screamed, "What are you doing, sir?" So loudly that it drowned out all reason. Even Leon had his eyes closed, a hand pressed against his temple in clear pain. It had only been 6 days since Rappy had enrolled, and now another transfer student was arriving. Naturally, the entire class erupted with murmurs and excitement. Even Nina was blinking in surprise when the new student, Sir Fleva, dropped the first bomb. I'm from the city of Belra, and that student over there, Rappy, is my childhood friend, and also my fiancé. Where? The amphitheater-style classroom exploded into chaos. Both Belle and Nina screamed in unison, while Leon's headache reached its final, most lethal stage, and the silver-gray-haired culprit just smiled, clearly having the time of her life. Our Rappy. Is that true? You two are childhood friends? Fiancés? I don't know anything about that. I'm getting the feeling there's a certain first-class adventurer hiding in this classroom, Tilda. I wonder where Tilda? Yes, we're childhood friends and engaged. I'm sorry for keeping it secret. Cornered, sweating, and nearly breaking the desk in half as he bowed in defeat, Belle had no choice but to admit it before she exposed him outright. Nina's expression froze solid, disbelief written across her face. But, Sir continued sweetly, our engagement was arranged by our parents, so please don't take it too seriously, okay? Though I do love Rappy very much, a bombshell delivered with the smile of an angel and the mischief of a devil. The class erupted again, girls shrieking, squealing, and howling Kaya and Ujia in unison, reveling in the chaos of romance gossip. Meanwhile, Belle, utterly overwhelmed by the storm of she said it first so it's true, could only roll his eyes back, halfway to unconsciousness. In less than 1 minute, Sir had thrown the entire classroom into pandemonium. And with perfect calm, she walked up to the flustered boy. "It's been a while, Rappy. I look forward to studying together again, okay?" Why, yes, ma'am." Sitting down gracefully in the seat to his left, the opposite side from Nina, Sia spoke to him with her usual radiant smile. Belle could only respond with a dry, broken laugh, the kind of laugh one makes when all hope and sanity have abandoned them. "Mm-mm." Nina, seated on the other side, was visibly trembling, caught somewhere between outrage, jealousy, and utter confusion, her emotions flickering like sparks. Belle, however, was far too busy dying inside to notice. "Now then, let's move on to the lesson," Leon announced styly. But for Nina Toole, there was no way this class could proceed smoothly. "Rappy, could I borrow your textbook? I haven't gotten mine yet." "Ah, sure, here. Hee. Sharing a textbook like this feels so Ayaharu, doesn't it?" "Does it really?" With a hollow laugh, Belle tried to shrink into himself, but Sir leaned in close, her shoulder brushing his again and again without hesitation. Even though Nina and the boy were sitting more than 40 cells apart, that distance was easily shattered. "Sisser, don't you think you could move back a little?" "No, this distance is perfect." Nina had no way of knowing, but the light gray hair Sir usually kept tied was no loose and flowing down her back, carrying a faint floral scent. With her school uniform completing the look, she felt like a completely deurant person, so lovely that even Rappy, flustered and shrinking in his seat, couldn't help but blush. Noticing his reaction, Sir smiled with quiet delight. "Yuug." The sight of the two together made it impossible for Nina to focus on the lecture. And it didn't stop there. Their sweet and sour scenes kept coming. When their pens dropped, their hands brushed as they reached to pick them up. They scribbled little notes to each other, "Want to go on a date after class," and even passed around slips of paper from other curious classmates asking, "How far have you and Rappy gone?" To which Sir boldly wrote back, "We've spent the night together, just the two office," sending the entire group of girls into shrieking chaos. If Ithan had been there, she'd be shouting, "Ayaharu score, 70 points. A perfect rampage within just 30 minutes. A complete monster of romance." Nina, who'd been watching all of this unfold right beside them, felt as though the Rappy she'd been slowly growing closer to had been stolen away in an instant. Unable to bear it any longer, she stood up and shouted, even in the middle off class, "F. Lova, we're in the middle of a lesson. You have to focus on studying." "I am studying, see. My notes are perfect. Wah, they're neater than mine. He be, but that doesn't mean you can just do whatever you want. That's all fine." I'm sorry to Nina for sitting close, but I'm making sure not to bother anyone else while enjoying a secret lovey-dovey situation with the boy I love. Did she just say lovey-dovey? We're not being lovey-dovey. Nina pointed a trembling finger at her in outrage. Sir winked and flashed acreful peace sign, while poor Rappy let out a panicked cry, his face bright red. Every eye in the classroom turned their way. Before Leon could intervene, Nina, now crimson with frustration, appealed directly to him. "Leon, there's a blatant act of moral corruption happening right before your eyes. Flagrant indecency, public displays of eruction. Even an elf would turn red and storm back to the great forest over this kind of shameless behavior." "Calm down, Nina." I, Nina Toole, demand a formal warning." Planting both hands on her desk, she leaned forward with righteous indignation. Leon, trying to remain the picture of fairness, turned toward Sir and said, "Flova. Nina's right. Stop making excuses and focus on the lesson." The Borchanov family bombing incident. Whisper. "Let's continue the lesson." "Professor Leon." The instant Sir whispered something only Rappy could catch, Leon froze, turned at his back, and faced the blackboard. No reprimand followed. Nina's jaw dropped, and the rest of the class shouted in unison, "E!" It was as if Sir had somehow grasped a dark secret, one that made even the lion-hearted Leon sweat bullets. Neither Rappy nor the students knew that their teacher had once been quite the delinquent, nor did they yet know anything about a certain terrifying valley. The teacher being blackmailed. This is the downfall of education in the academy. While the rest of the students whispered in disbelief, Sir continued to attend the lesson with her usual composure, sitting beside Rappy and smiling all the while. And Nina, like a child whose pet rabbit had been stolen, glared daggers at Thetwo of them with poo-hued cheeks and teary eyes. "Rappy, if you don't mind, could you show me around the academy after this?" It was right after class. Having deftly handled the barrage of questions from curious students intrigued by the new transfer, Sir turned to him once the small crowd dispersed and made that request. "I don't have any more classes today, and I was planning to spend the afternoon studying anyway." So I guess that's fine. Besides, leaving Sir alone right now sounds kind of dangerous. Just as he was about to agree without a second thought, wait just a second. Nina, who had planned to join Rappy for self-study, cut between them. Rappy only just transferred here himself. If someone going to give a tour, it should be me, Fleva. That was a fair point, Rappy thought, until Sir smiled sweetly and said, I'd prefer Rappy. Wah. She said it clearly, without a hint of hesitation. There was no room for courtesy. Her feelings for him were open, unguarded, and unmistakable. Why? Is it because Rappy's your childhood friend, your fiancé? Even as Nina protested, Rappy could only flail helplessly between the two of them. Before he could say anything, Sir placed a hand to her chest and closed her eyes. I thought I'd let myself be fooled by Lady Ethan this time. Huh. She told me she'd teach me about Eoharu, about youth. So it's frustrating, but I thought maybe I'd try it. Mood that surrounded Sir then, it was one Rappy remembered well. It was the same quiet resolve she'd shown that night in the inn, or in the Grey Temple of Fulham during the goddess festival when she'd nearly put her heart into words. I thought maybe I could learn what a third love feels like. T-third. Both Nina, who repeated it in a daze, and Rappy, who stared wide-eyed, ware-struck, speechless. Then Sir's eyes opened again, her lips curling into a soft, crystalline smile. And what about you, Nina? What are you to Rappy? That question hit Nina like a spell. Rappy's, she couldn't finish. Her heart trembled. She hadn't yet found that moment of realization, that instant when a dream turns into a feeling you can name. She hadn't yet reached the point of wishing to see countless sights by someone's side. All she could do was cling to the one truth she was certain of. Rappy's classmate. Then, even though Sir had just moments ago been radiating sincerity and calm, she suddenly let out a small, mischievous laugh, like a teasing witch delighting in her spell's success. Heh, so that's all you are right now. Snap. Rappy could hear it, that sharp cracking sound that seemed to echo right out of Nina's head. That sound of something snapping inside the honor student known for being kind to everyone. What exactly are you trying to say? Oh, nothing, Tilda. I was just wondering why just a classmate is trying so hard to get between me and Rappy. Not just a classmate. I'm part of his squad and his very first friend. Probably. Nina shot back, her face flushed red as Sir's lips curved into a mischievous little smile. The air between them rang with an invisible gong, one that declared open war. A battle where foolish men dared not tread. Rappy could almost see it. Sir and Nina tugging at a brown bunny plush, both refusing to let go, until Thepwertoy's neck twisted with a pitiful creak, stewing ready to burst out at any moment. What's happening? Nina and the transfer student are about to go at it. The new girl versus the old flame. Wait, this is just like yesterday's Romance drama seminar. The classroom buzzed with excitement, the air thick with tension and gossip. While Rappy wiped cold sweat from his neck, Sir surveyed the forming crowd, eyes sharp, assessing, calculating. Then she lifted a finger to her chin and murmured decisively, Looks like our little tour event might not happen after all, so let's run for it, Rappy. And no, wait, we can't just leave Nina. Sir bolted toward the door without hesitation, and though Rappy froze for an instant, his protest died the moment she called out, Everyone. Did you know that someone here just happens to be the world record-holding fastest rabbit alive? I'm coming with Yaowu. With his life and secret on the line, Rappy had no choice but to follow, dashing after her in defeat. Not just Rappy, but even Professor Leon's weakness, too. You unforgivable. Nina, stunned at first by the boy's sudden defection, quickly pieced the situation together with sharp intuition befitting an honors student. Burning with righteous indignation and an emotion she couldn't quite name, she sprang into pursuit. But then, defense! Who are you? Sir's bodyguards. Be bodyguards, 4 of them. Standing before her were 4 identical Palom quadruplets, Ulfrig and his brothers, each wearing the same academy uniform, each blocking her path with perfect coordination. They didn't attack, but their formation was airtight, their movements sharp as blades. F fast, faster than Chris. S stop getting in my way. If I don't catch up to them soon, R Rappy. That was so much fun. Oblivious to the tearful girl she'd left behind, Sir's carefree voice rang out beneath the crimson-stained sky. After dragging Belle all over the academy, giving him a tour, sampling food at Heck Commerce Department's kiosks, and even crashing a few interesting classes, the mischievous goddess-sterned waitress stretched her arms wide in satisfaction. From the stern of the massive ship Ringhorny, the setting sun-painted both the brackish lake and the vessel's hull a deep shade of orange. Belle smiled wryly, but still spoke the words that had been on his mind. Please don't tease Nina too much. Hee hee, sorry. It's just Nina reminds me so much of a certain older sister that I can't help myself. From the way she said it, Belle could already guess what Sir meant. The surname Toole left little room for doubt about Nina's connection to Ina. And imagining whatever might have happened between those two back in Arario sent a small chill down his spine. Still, he had another question, one that had been lingering since earlier. Sir, that thing you said to Nina, about your third love, what did you mean? Her steps came to a stop near the very edge of the park. With her face turned toward the sunset, Sir's profile was framed by the fatting light as her pale gray eyes softened. First love and my heartbreak, those are two kinds of love I've already learned. The words stirred something deep in both of them. A faint ache, gentle but undeniable. As Belle's brows drew together, Sir turned to face him fully, smiling. That's why, even if it's out of order, I wanted to experience a diurent kind of love. Out of order. Yes, the kind of love ordinary boys and girls feel in their school days, the joy and the pain that comes before the end. Belle understood, somehow, without her needing to say more. Just spending time with the person you like makes you happy. Just meeting their eyes makes your day brighter. That simple, innocent kind of one-sided love, bathed in the glow of sunset, Sir's silvery eyes shimmered softly as they met Belle's. I was selfish, and I said a lot of things I shouldn't have, but I'm glad I got to spend this little bit of school life with you. A quiet ache filled Belle's chest, and surely hers, too. He had already made his choice. He couldn't hurt her again, not after everything. So he simply held her gaze, those deep ruby eyes filled with warmth. I'm sorry if I caused you trouble today, Sir said at last. It's fine, Belle replied gently, because I'll keep watching over you to make sure you don't do anything bad. For an instant, the sunset shimmered, brighter, softer, almost too beautiful Tobar. Belle smiled, wanting to hold on to that light forever. Because I still want to be your knight. He could never be her beloved, her chosen one. But those words were enough to make Sir laugh through her tears. And in that fleeting, golden moment, she spoke back with a smile that could vouch on the sun. That makes me happy. Then I'll keep loving you from afar always. How was it, Sir dear? Did you soak up all that Ayaharu youth love energy? Having successfully secured her spoils of war, 2 perfectly sized school uniforms, one for herself and one for Belle Rappi, Sir thanked the quartet of Ulfrig brothers who had accompanied her. Then, as she stepped out onto the harbor beside the great ship, she found the ever-bubbly goddess of youth waiting for her, eyes sparkling with mischief. Crossing her arms protectively around her neck, Sir glared at the goddess and answered flatly. There's no way anyone could experience all that in such a short time. Tilda, Ithan pouted, shoulders slumping in disappointment. Sir couldn't help but smile faintly at the sight. The girl who had brushed against their third love now looked, for just a moment, like any ordinary young woman, her expression soft, her heart quietly full. That's why I'll come back again, she said, her voice carrying warmth and resolve. To sit beside the person I love and take another lesson in youth.